Okay, and
Yeah, because right now, New South Wales is the
where's Melbourne?
Correct. Yeah.
Well, where's Melbourne?
6, 7, 9, 10. So there's been like 10 winners from Melbourne. 11 winners from Melbourne, 5 from South Australia, and like 8 from New South.
Okay,
And
what?
then there's some rare. There's like some really rare Queensland wins as well. And then there's a really rare Northern Territory win, which is really rare.
What about Western Australia? Like Perth. Okay, dude, they had a Westie guy on Kill Tony a couple weeks ago, and he was a little longer than that. He was really funny. He was, his stand-up wasn't that great. Interview was like I thought they were going to give him a golden ticket, but
Sorry. There was two winners in Western Australia. There was like one.
okay. Are you ready to hear my story again?
Yeah.
All right. So there was a guy from South Sudan, and his family immigrated to Perth, and then he came to Kill Tony, and he did really well. He's very funny, very funny. It was like really smooth, and I thought he was going to golden ticket, but he didn't. Nevertheless, he is somebody who was really good from Australia. The people they have from Australia, there are like 3 that come to mind right off the top of my head. There was that lady recently. People okay. There was this guy from Western Australia, and then there was another guy who did a shoey, and everybody hated him. They absolutely thought he sucked. He wasn't very funny. He asked his girlfriend to come up. She came up. She was from Croatia. She was pretty funny, and then they just shit on him. So, but basically, there aren't a lot of people who, I understand, like Australia is really far away, especially from Austin, but there are not that many people who are there are not that many people who are picked from Australia. But I would hope that the producers would recognize, like, look, you get some people that sign up every week. They've been signing up every week for 100 weeks. And then you get somebody who comes from really away, and they're only going to be there once. Chance, like they worked really hard to get there. They don't live around the block, and they can't come there to sign up every time. So, anyway. All right, so, Zoo. Basically, like, in 24 hours, you'll know if you're a wild card. Yeah, but I write you a stand-up set that's funnier than Dave Chappelle's skit, and you could beat Chelsea.
Here's the issue. The issue is that the Torah does not explicitly say that the Shtei Klayos and the Oseret are offered up by the
what I did was
that is not explicitly written in the Torah.
Well, we don't know that yet.
Instead, one of the ways is through a
Well, I shouldn't say that. Your friend said it worked, so okay.
What you're telling me is as follows. We learn how to follow this tree just a moment. We go ahead and we learn it.
yeah.
We learn it out.
We said
Shtei Klayos. Saras, the diaphragm and the kidneys are offered up by seer.
Is the person who beat you, were they funny? Did the people?
Where do we have
I was in the gram.
that
I was in the
Saras
gram.
Shtei Klayos were offered up. So the Gemara says we learn it. We're going to see exactly.
I know, but didn't anybody else see it? And they would be like, "Oh, that lady was hilarious."
Not explicit by
Said
it's also
the best.
Carl will say as follows.
You
He's in general trying to avoid
was
double. What is that?
she just doesn't.
If I'd rather something
Somebody judges yourself for
by a head.
Is she really hot?
Generally, I'm not going to use it as a source to teach.
Okay, so what does she have
So I know that I'm
that they're
learning
looking
out
for?
the Saras and Shtei Klayos by the Syria of Bizarre. Ultimately, from
first time.
the problem is
Okay.
So she gets
the parallel itself
never been up on
is
stage
learned
before.
out from problem.
This is
What
the
do I
first
do?
time.
How do I do this?
First time doing
Therefore,
comedy.
That's impressive.
So
and they have the
first time doing
amount of sit
the share
there.
performances.
Therefore, most of the actually extra
Right.
hard.
Okay.
In the process, again,
First time doing comedy.
teach me what halacha.
Spoken for
Teach that
first
the
time.
Saras and the Shtei Klayos are ultimately offered on the
Then
Mizbeach.
she
And
has the
therefore, as
diversity card.
now I'm
Then
learning out that mandate from Lipar, and therefore again I'm not learning out the halacha of the
Lesbian.
Saras and Shtei
so
Klayos
gay.
from Par
So she's not.
or
How do you know? How do you know she? How do you know she's gay?
Therefore, both say, able to avoid what? I'm able to avoid the issue
Because
of something which itself is learned out.
people
Teach something else.
she
So as I saw,
she mentioned it in her performance because people told me that she's lesbian,
Okay.
and the only way they mentioned it in the performance.
Right.
Look down.
So
So
why do I need
a lot of the comedians, Australian say South Australian speaking, especially
Okay.
so if she was part of the LGBTQ community, the judges were like, okay, first
So offered up on the Mizbeach. The problem is if Paris are not through a hekish, then something that a hekish can't or should not serve as limud for a second.
Yeah.
Different. So how do I avoid that problem? By learning the halacha of your Saras and Shtei Klayos by not from a hekish, but rather by what? The actual pasuk. How do I learn after the Pasuk, the extra word lipar. Pasuk, take a look at Rashi.
All right, we'll do.
It's the fourth to last short line. So I'm gonna have the fourth lines in the Rashi. I'm gonna have Papa. Hay lipar dumoki la bishma bepar helam mishum delek kaman bakinan aguri par helam diosars akavi nekvaros. The Siri avodas go kavet the hekisha. Some al shigida some. So we're gonna see this limud on Amud Beis. Later on, we're going to compare Par Helam Davar Shal Seaboard to Siri avodas go kavet as a teaching board. The kidneys and the diaphragm are offered up on the pair. So too by the Siavodas Chavim they're offered up on the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says Par Helam Davar B'Gufei Lo Ksiv Yosar Shnei Klayos. The problem is that by par itself, the Torah doesn't make mention that the kidneys and the diaphragm are offered up. Ella, the Eskol Chelbo Yakri. All the pasuk says is that you go and you chelef, you go and you fast. Ube Ekisha the Haikra Gamalu Omi Par Dichsidi Day. So it's like really the way it's actually very interesting. Really the way I that the Oseras and Shnei Klayos, the diaphragm and the kidneys of the par of that seaboard, that those were offered up on the Mizbeach is your comparison to the par Kohen Mashiach, to the par of the Kohen. The Siv Bey, Lachi Itzrich, the par Yisera, the par Hel, Lichbol Behekisha, the Habalav Hachi Isish, the Haikro, the Bey, Uksiv Kasher Asa, the Parzet. Par Kohen Mashiach. The Chazar B'Kafal Ba'asal the Par Zeh Par Helam Lichbol Behekish or Rudame B'Mene Yoseres Delehavi Hai Hekishim B'Makom Siva B'Fal Halam Behekish Closer Malay Behekish. So we'll say so again. So one more time. So the top understands as follows. We're going to see later on another day. It's working a little bit backwards. So you're going to make a comparison between the Siyah levels and the Par Helam government at Seaboard. What? It's just Par Helam government at Seaboard. The diet from the two so too by the let's go of it, the diaphragm and the kidney is back. The problem is that it would appear that Par Helam that seaboard itself, the halacha that the diaphragm and the kidneys are offered up seem to be with a heckish to Par Kohen Mashiach. So I say in general, there's a logic to this. In general, we say something that is learned out from a heckish of a comparison cannot serve as the source for a second comparison. Therefore, I will say the issue over here is that if Par Helam Davar at Seaboard is learned out from a heckish to Par Kohen Mashiach, then it can't really see the source that the diaphragm and the kidneys are burn them in this way. How do we remedy? By ultimately darshaning the extra pasuk in the phrase in the pasuk of Par Helam Davar at Seaboard, extra lepar teaches me that what? That the Oseres and the Shtei Klayos, the kidneys and the diaphragm are burned in this way. Therefore, it turns out that I can make the limud that is learned out not from the Hakish, but rather from the pasuk itself. If it's not from the pasuk itself, then what? No problem for it to serve as the source to the seed of all these other. Perfect. So the Gemara is like that. Tanya Kavasi Drabab. We have a price that supports Drabab. The Gemara says, what does it say? Asa Kasha Asa. Let's remember again. That's the shorthand version of quoting this pasuk that we're focusing on. Asa Lapar, Kasha Asa Lapar Achatos, Kenya Asa Lo, the Hebrew Fine. So the Gemara says it's also Asa Kasha Asa. Talmud Lomar Lipar. Why does it have to say Lipar? Vishen Emar Vehem Karbanam Shel Hashem. Because the pasuk says they shall bring their carbon a fire offering to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's analyze this. So we're going to extensively nowadays, but the pasuk says they may be as Karbanam Shel Hashem V'Chatzam. Watch this. Chatasam. What is chatasam? This refers to the seir or for avodah zarah, for worship avodah zarah. Shigasam, the community worship avodah zarah. Shigasam. This word is shigaga. Ze har helam yavar shal tzibur. So this refers ultimately again the power held on government at Sibor. So ultimately, again, what we see over here is as follows. It's as follows. The Siri Avodah right? So the offering for communal Avodah is written in the same pasuk as Har Ha'lam Davar. So look at that for just one more moment. The English covered. Rashi says the Parshas Karbanos Avodah Chavetz. Remember, this pasuk is written in the section of Avodah Zarah. B'shlach Omikra Yisera B'Lutra. Gemalo Lichtov Zos V'Nislach Lahem Kishi. V'Nevias Karbanam Lichtov V'Nislach Lahem Urid Siyah Avodas Kochavim the Mishnah Bekra the Parhala purpose or necessity of the pasuk is to create a linkage Kochavim and Parhalam Davar. That is the purpose of it. So what's the linkage? What does the linkage teach me? So the Gemara says, Chatasam Ashigasam. So the pasuk links Chatasam Ashigasam. What's the connection there? Amra Torah. Torah teaches me as follows. Chatasam Harechi L'chot Kishigasam. Ultimately, again, I will say, Chatasam refers to the Seiri Avodah Zarah. Teach me that the Chatos is just like the Shkag. Refers to what? Har Ha'elam Davar Minatzi. First coming to link Seiri Avodah to the Har Ha'elam Davar Minatzi. I will say, what is the linkage? The Gemara says so both pashtos, but the linkage is just as the kidneys and the diaphragm of the Har Ha'elam Davar Minatzi is burned on his heart. So that same halacha applies to Seiri Avodah as well. Shigasam mehechan lama. So say, so where do I know that by Parham and Atzibor we burn the Oceres and animals, that we burn the diaphragm and the two kidneys. After all, the Navar Halamet Behekish, Kozu Mulamet Behekish. After all, again, says we just said before, we're just reviewing that which Rabbi said before. But here's the problem: isn't the halacha that we burn the diaphragm and the two kidneys of the Parham and Atzibor? Isn't that itself learned out from a hekish to what? To ultimate Arkoin Mashiach. That's the. How could something learned out from hekish serve as then the proof for another? Rather, what do you have to say? Omar Lapar. Therefore, the pasuk says yes for Lapar. Zer Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor. That ultimately again refers to the Par Tzibor. Lipar. Zepar Klai Mashiach. So we'll say, interesting enough, Lipar, there refers to Par Klai Mashiach. So we'll say, why is it turns out that Halach Lamaisa, just that we are not learning, we're not really learning out the obligation to burn and to die from the heck, much learning out of our Never I burned the kidneys and the diaphragm on the day. Now again, I can use that custom compared to seeing the power held on double sensation. Nature of that comparison is suggested by power held double sensation. The kidneys and the diaphragm on the day. The kidneys and the diaphragm are burned. Summer man, cut off some was never summer man, cut off some it was that. Cut off some I get the first sit off for Apple. Beautiful place is Rothschild. So why don't you learn it from the previous possible? So look at that moment. This is Rashi 5 lines up and down. Rashi says, Yoseres HaKaved, the Sibiri Avodah Kochav. So why learn how ultimately again to the Sibiri Avodah Kochav? Why don't you go ahead and learn about the obligation to offer the Yoseres HaKaved? Where the Sibiri Avodah Kochav? Why don't you learn out from the previous process? The rabbis Sibri Avodah. There was when the pasuk goes there and says Achatos, that refers to the Sibri Avodah. When you actually last 2 lines, Damar Achatos Ilsios Avodah. Lamli Su. So I'm going to say that's the previous pasuk, the first is Yavon. Then what do I need the sum for? I'm going to have Papa says, I'll tell you why we need it. I'm at a as follows. Honey, really has those Dixiva big buffet was for the 40 page. Look at the last Rashi. Sakadai Prani Miri, this was for province. They didn't parallel. I'm going to as follows. What is the comparison? See, here's what we know. Chatasam Ashidasara was like the pasuk itself links. Chatasam is a reference to the Seire Avodah Zara, the off-guard for communal idolatry. And it's comparing it to the parallel on Davar Shalzi. Right? So Torah is linking those two kavaros. So obviously what it's telling me is what? Whatever applies, or certain things that may apply by parallel, apply also to Seir. Now, what we were trying to say is, what does the comparison accomplish? The comparison says that just as you have to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on the parallel Davar Shalzi board, you also have to burn them by the Siyah. The Gemara now suggests maybe the comparison teaches me something else. I might have thought as follows. It's the Sakadai, Hani really has his own buffet. Look at Rashi. Last Rashi and the Daf. Sakadai, Hani really. This is I might have thought just like that, also require blood application. There was some I may have thought just like the power of the representation required for an application. The burning of the kidney, which, although we know is a halacha by the Parhalam Rothschild.
Aquarius. How you living, girl?
Hey. I'm doing okay. I'm this week again. Week today. He was okay yesterday. He's not really eating like he should. So we trying to wait on him. But I'm glad. I had a good birthday. I sprained my head. Let me show you my background. See
All right.
Like
Love part.
burn kidneys and the diaphragm.
Look at my background. I say happy birthday.
Very come.
Well, my first crash that I did that I had like again that was
That's a big one. You are really popular on that app.
One has the birth
yeah, I'm American.
so
I got
kidneys and the
Yes, you are.
I'm going outside. I don't think I'm going to some part of with them tonight because it's going this weekend. I know my ex can't really live her like she wants to, so I have to help her pull his pants. He really, but when we came, we come. His pants off and took his underwear out.
Uh-oh.
So how in the world you took your pants and stuff off?
Right. Well, that's
Yeah, he in the speaker now. So I'm gonna have to come back on later. Some part with them because I know it's just because of how he is. And then postpone brunch for tomorrow because you don't know if you heard the news, we're supposed to be having ice around.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, tomorrow night and Sunday.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, so I don't know. Nancy's supposed to be tomorrow night, but I don't want to be doing that and it start raining. You know what I'm saying? And then they already got ice in certain other states, but starting ice already. But I don't want it to rain and then start the same.
Yeah. Are you you're still going to grown folks though, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to my business. Said, well, we're not gonna plan B. We're gonna get to tomorrow. And if Sunday if we don't want to come, she's gonna have to come. Get to tomorrow. But, yeah. Well, but I don't think I'm doing no fun party with them. I'm not spending the night. I don't know how he is.
Okay.
Agent has to get up at 6 o'clock. Be home.
Right.
So now, that's I don't understand.
Come home.
And
if he was okay and he was up and alert, then it'll be fine. But
debate Rav, Marby Hub. You kind of Rav.
I understand that. You're you've got priorities. You have to make the adult decision. You're a mature person.
Yeah, this is and because I don't want her to be doing everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't want her to be hurt herself, lift him up, trying to get him to pull his stuff up. You know, just with him, I ain't never put his hands up, so that's a lot. Because he was okay. She said he was fine yesterday. I'm saying he might have, I think he got an infection going on. And this a little puff in his eyes, right? Went away. I think he's got it, but
The chest has
all day. He's not really eating like he should. I tried to feed him. He wouldn't eat either. So I think he got infection or something. So he needs to when his nurse comes. His nurse supposed to be in there. It's 12:30.
focus is we're going to learn it out.
All right.
His nurse comes. She needs to tell them to that must be a doctor. Because we need to know what's going on.
Exactly.
As follows. So Tana debated at
See him later. I ain't gonna let you see him later.
So watch this.
No, that's okay.
So let's read that again. Tonight, Tana debated Mardi. Tana the Yeshiva Rav was in fact out this way. We're going to explain this in just a moment. Tana debated low Mardi.
I gotta clean up some more. I gotta help me get some clothes out. I got stuff to do. I'm like doing it tomorrow.
Well, I miss you, and
No, we can play music. You have time now? What you doing now?
absolutely, I've got time for you now. I was gonna say I'd waited until it was like midnight your time, and I figure, oh, she's yeah. I didn't hear that because I was thinking to myself, well, it's her birthday, so we skipped tonight. I had a friend in here whose wife just had a birthday, or not a birthday, had a baby the day before your birthday. So they just had it. But you're both Aquariuses, and he and his wife are Aquariuses. So this Discord's full of Aquariuses. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that, though, that you had a good night and it went late.
Oreo cheesecake. About to eat in a minute.
That's fun.
I didn't finish. Yeah, I'm about to go get that.
Again, one more time. When we say that, it's not written, although we know that what there is an obligation from the kidneys, we learn out. Again, we learn out from the why isn't it written explicitly? This beautiful idea. Mushal. We'll say this is as good as right? This mushal. This is there is right. Mushal, Labella, yes, ma'am. Is to be compared to a Shazam al Ohavo, who gets upset at a person he loves. So the king is someone who he loves. He gets upset at the person he loves. Umiate this.
No.
I hate when I do that.
Goes ahead and minimizes.
Perfect.
Oh. Degradation.
Perfectly imperfect.
The degradation that he heaps upon this person.
Give me this.
Because he loves him. Almost like if the king has someone who he loves, the person who he loves wronged him in a significant way, the king added his lower for the
what a beautiful strike. What a beautiful strike.
Heaps upon him. So what's that? Look at Rashi. So Rashi understands the mashal, although understands the mashal is a bit of a machlokes. We're just going to I'll have the loved one transgresses is possible, right? What's a reference to the parallel on the Rothschild support? No, he eats everything.
On fire.
Sorry about that.
The Parhalam Davar Tzibur site is where the majority of the Tzibur transgresses.
Oh, yeah, one of your eyes like it's closed.
Right? So when the king has slaves who transgresses against, so there's going to be a punishment, but the king limits the amount of degradation he heaps upon his loved one because he loves them. So too, Krish Baruch Hu loves us, Klal Yisrael, sin by the need to bring Har Halam Davar Shel Tzibur.
On fire.
Doesn't explicitly say to offer up peace on the dying friend. No, you have to do it now, but the Torah doesn't explicitly say it, kind of as a way of minimizing degradation.
Come on, Rabbi.
For that which has been wrong, the devotion is always there.
I needed a big score. That was a
It did good.
Going ahead and not explicitly articulating or stating some of the parts of the sacrificial service as a minimizing of the
What's going on? Let me sit over here. This bed not making sleep.
So the coin will go ahead and dip his finger in the Gemara says, he's under that down, Shavim, Lifnei Hashem, as the Pasuk over here says the coin will dip his finger in the blood, and he will sprinkle it 7 times on the curtain.
People say 12, but they don't come.
In the Kodesh and the Kodesh Kadosh. So what is this? Ne'emra Paro, Kodesh Bepar Koin Mashiach. Below Ne'emar, Bepar Helam Davar Shel Tzibur. So we'll say now what? Now the halacha is both karbanos. The Par Koin Mashiach, as well as the Par Helam, both of them have an obligation of hazah on the curtain. But yet, interestingly enough, the obligation is explicitly stated, or I should say, it uses the word paroches hakodesh by par, but yet doesn't use that verbiage by.
what a strike! Well, what a strike!
Jewish Gemara says, "I'll tell you why." Moshe Shalamelech Basar Adam Shesar Chalav Medina. Was it this can be compared to a king? So let's say his constituents rebelled. And it was
That's a
Medina
turkey.
rebelled. So what?
3 in a row.
The Sarcha. If some of them rebelled, it's okay because Hamal Yushalom is Kayanis. Ultimately, again, his kingdom is still preserved. Even if some rebelled, his kingdom is preserved. In Ruba Sircha, if the majority of his kingdom is, then what?
Oh.
So what then the majority, excuse me, if the majority rebelled and his kingdom is no longer intact. What's the name? Shall you look at that just a moment? Rashi says, so it's ultimately against Mashiach is but yet, by the Parahel Davar Shel Tzibur, it just says Pnei Parah. So what's the pshat? Hamal Yishlo Rashi says, Knesses Chaburas Atzos. When we have a maskim like that, Divrei Sasra Lehem. circle.
Wow, Mr. Chris, this would have been my best round ever if I would have just gotten that one.
Key is not preserved.
Wow.
The subjects rebel and his kingdom attack. The king no longer has the warmest feelings towards him. Even the receiver circle, was that actually credit. When it's the Mashiach, so that's only one person, so to speak, who's rebelled. The relationship with the Baruch Hu and the Am is still intact.
Get it.
So there is a certain degree of relationship erosion between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. How does that relationship erosion manifest itself? It doesn't say Baruch HaKodesh, it just says Baruch. Almost say as that lack of a word shows a certain emotional withholding of HaKadosh Baruch. The relationship is not the same when the Klal as a whole, the majority of the Klal sins, even though again, remember, this is an accidental sin. This is not intentional. But at the end, national sin, there is a bit of relationship erosion that manifests itself of a shorthand version of the Klal. It doesn't say
Ooh.
It just says Baruch.
I'm coming.
Relationship.
I'm coming. Right.
Therefore, we'll say the pasuk says as follows. Remember, now the Gemara is quoting from the Mishnah. Now, the Mishnah said, and here we're going to get into very interesting. I was going to point out, as I mentioned before, I got Mashal and Mishal according to Rashi. Right? Others have a dramatic.
What a spare.
Phenomenal.
That's right. A tremendous shot.
When a person did all of the blood applications, in the right way, that means so at the conference
After this one, the nurse here.
Again,
Okay.
all of them correctly. So what's that up? The carbon is possible in Balkans. So ultimately, again, the carbon is possible, but again, there's no colors. So no colors, meaning it doesn't become equal. So we'll say, now watch this. It's actually a fascinating sugya. No. Pigal becomes Remember again, so carbon has two parts. There is the komis, which is when the coin takes the flour, ultimately again with the three middle fingers. Then there is the the burning of the frankincense. So we'll say, let's say again, the coin has some machshavas people. Let's say outside of the prescribed time, but he only has the machshavas people by the comments. Or the Ravona below. One of us say what? All again the Ravona, but not by the comments. So we'll say have the Shabbos people anyway, only by one part of the apple. What's that? The mere Omer people. That's enough. Shabbos people by one part of the apple is enough to walk. Is enough to go ahead and make it the big on your type. The Chomsi aim Bokaris Achi Pagava Kalamat. This is amazing. The Chachamim say that a carbon could only become when Rabbi will say, only have a machshava spiegel by what we call the chol hamatir. Only if you have machshava spiegel ultimately by what we call the material, the necessary carbonic steps. Only if you have machshava spiegel by all of those steps does the carbon become pigel. But if you just have a machshava spiegel by one of those steps, that does not make the carbon pigel. Also, watch this. Also, you understand, this is an enormous machloket. Because what you have over Rabbi is as follows. You have Rabbi Meir machshava spiegel by one of the necessary avodas. That makes all right. Do not have that Kabbalah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I thought you said you couldn't because the nurse. Yeah, absolutely.
Steps. So listen, I watch this. Other shlokish. Low team. Kind of the kasar of the faglin not here. I will say it's really his logic. So Kish says, don't think that Rav Meir's logic is both mefaglin bechatzima. Bechatzima means that ultimately, again, even if you have machshava spiegel by one of the permitting steps, that's enough. That's not Rav Meir's logic. What's Rav Meir's logic? Watch this. You go shenas and comments the machshava, the halavona b'shtika. What's Rav Meir's case is as follows. Where when doing the kunza, the Kohen had in mind for Pigel. The Kohen had in mind to eat it 2 days from now. When he offered up the Lavona, he had no intent. Yishti Meir hold, Kasavar, Kala Osa, Aldas, Rishona, who Osa. I will say, what's Rabbi Meir's logic? Rabbi Meir's logic will say is that halacha l'maisa, when particular das, and you don't have any contrary, that das governs the process and is therefore halacha l'maisa. If I'm the Kohen and I do the mitzvah with machshavas people, I have in mind to cover 2 days from them. And when I subsequently do the lavono, then what? I have no das. They assume that the first quiet levels, what we call whoever conducts himself based on the first from Midiktani. What is the ficha in nasan kulan kintiknan ba'achish? I said if I did all of the azos, all of the blood applications, kintiknan in the right way, and it's just that I didn't do in the right way. Possible. Ultimately, again, the covenant is possible. The aim about karis, and Abba said there is no karis obligation. What do you see here? Ha'achas shalom kitikna, the kulam kitikna, people. So I can affirm for the Mishnah that if I were to do right one of them shalom kitikna, if I were to do one of them inappropriately, the chulam kitikna, in other words, if I were to do one with machshava spiegel, and the rest of them kitikna, that was like actually what I was explaining over here means that l'maisa I'm doing them correctly, but still under the same das as the first. But pigo, money, also because if you desire to evening rabban, and if you want to say faran, hami rabban in the fact that chazimatir, the way a carbon becomes pigo of osay out is if you have machshavas pigo with every necessary step of the carbonic process. Ela Rabbi Meir. Rather, Masir Selig Gemara says, "We eat time, but Rabbi Meir is mechagim lechatzimah." If you want to see the Meir's logic is what that you go ahead and affect people, even just by having people, even just by having machshavas people in one of the avodas. So the Gemara says, "If you should do the lechatzimah, honey, nam case, ultimately, again.
Alrighty, Mr. Rich, you win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. I hope you have a wonderful time.
Hey, wonderful day. All right, everyone. All right, talk to you later.
What's your girl got one?
All right.
By the subsequent avodas. Therefore, if I begin the carbonic process of Shabbos people, and again I have shtigo, I have no other data for the rest of those avodas, that makes the covered people. What does it mean when I say Mishnah says that I did with subsequent avodas? So what it means is I did them in accordance, maybe to make it bigger, which it doesn't make sense. Also, the invocaries. So the Mishnah says, therefore, I went ahead and what? I did all of the Hazos and one Shalokiti. The carbon is possible, there's no carbon. In the cloud, Tikna lach shiru dasa. Tikna ultimately means I'm doing the Hazor in the right way. Amarava, my Shalokitikna. What does it mean? It says that I do Shalokitikna. What's the Nikomo? Well, so that ultimately means what? I have Kavanah to go ahead and eat the carbon outside of the prescribed area. Ravashi Amar Shalom Shmo. Ravashi says, ultimately, again, I have in mind to Shalom Shmo. Now that indicates to me, Mechlal, Nechilo Avadlo, what's the Nikomo? Veshalom Shmo Mechayi. If that's the reason, it sounds like that if I don't do the, I don't do Lalazo, with the intention of Chutzmo and Chutz Lishmo, that I would be Chayiv, to which the Gemara says that's the case. I did the Tanaresha people, the Chayachares, so wasn't pushed to the right, but rather we're just trying to make symmetry. Tanaresha said Pigo, the Laban Alav Kares, they're safe at Hananami, safe at Pop, the Ain Bokar. Therefore, the Mishnah also says the same symmetry, same Pop over here, it says Pasal the Ain Bokares. But I was at the end of the Gemara that we don't say, Kolo Osa Aldat. Was a not accept the premise that was right with Rabbi there, namely that when you begin an abode with a particular machshava, that Shabbat governs the rest of the abode. So how do we translate this machshava? Let's remember again. Gemara just so our five. Gemara interpreted the Mishnah, but it has no way this machshava. Remember again, the Shiloh over here is what happens if I went ahead and I started an apple. I'm offering I did the mitzvah with Machshava Sigo, but I didn't for the Levona with Machshava. So let's say there it says in that case, Hamachal myself, as long as you began the sacrificial process with the Machshava Sigo, and you didn't have any other dasta then what? The carbon is Pigo. I was saying that the Pashtus, the way we describe it in your sheet is that what? That's shown on the Osa. That's when you go ahead and you do something, assuming you only had one that governs the process in its entirety. The problem is no. In order for a carbon to become Pigo, it has to be Machshavas Pigo where the Chala Matiri. In every step of course has to be passed in that area to understand that my focus. So that I will say asking Psuli Hamukdash and Park and say I love this. Shavas Zman Bishasti so I love Bishasti Osh Khashav Shavas Zman Bishasti Love Bishasti so Hariz Psula Ve'eno Pigo Ach Yachshav Shavas Hazman the Chol Hamatir Shua Komets Im Halavona B'shas Knitzas HaKometz B'likot Halavona or B'shas Tasinas Shneim B'kli or B'shas Halucha or B'shas Rikach. The Most High Salam Ha'isa the Rambam asking is like the Chacham mainly that a carbon only becomes pigol when if a person ultimately again has a machshavas pigol by ultimate bechol hamat. So we'll say in order for the current to become pigol, you have to machshavas pigol or become bechol hamat. In every step of the carbon, which permits the carbon. So in the case ultimately again of carbon, that's it is both the knitza as well as the collection and the bringing to the phone. I will say, if a person has a machshavas pigol during only one of those stages, then what? It won't pigol, but will make the carbon hustle. Ultimately, I will say, we've seen this already before, you can become hustle even if you're not pigol. Again, Rambam asking is like this, that in order for the carbon to become pigol, one has to have machshavas b'chol hamat.
Break it out of my hand, my phone check it. The next step is on the spot.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Chodesh. So far, Hashem, to be able to begin the new month together. We're going to set this up. We begin our taking all of our sponsors for this morning. We have a lot of sponsors this morning.
How do I get?
Okay. You think? And all the sugar in this month of Cheshvan, loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zin Bunin C. Ben Haim Zichon Rabbi, his 20th yard site. To thank our week of learner, Zevi Daniel. We'll be back in person for a few days to learn with our holy Chevra. There is no shir like our shir, no Chevra like our Chevra. And belated of David Schwartz's remarkable Siyum HaTorah. That's the only sponsor for today's information of today's 54th yard site for Morris Sandler, Moshe Avram HaKon Livracha, as well as for the upcoming 13th yard site of Sheldon Berman, Shmuel Yosef Ben Shalom Tovia Zifron Livracha on the 6th of Cheshvan. And Dr. is sponsored by the Tusk children. To our Papa, we love you and are always rooting for you from all over the world. We love you. Absolutely beautiful. I didn't plan like that. I didn't read anything ahead of time. All right, well, say good morning. Let's begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. A lot to do today. Today's daf is a test. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on the test on the days, way up top. But it's okay. Really, it's about to flow quickly. Says the Gemara, Tanya. So we left off 38b at the 2 dots. 6 lines down from the top. 6 lines down from the top. Tanya. Everyone says as follows. Remember again, still are pretty much our same fundamental case of our Mishnah, which was halacha l'maisa again. What is the minimum number of houses, rikos, that you need to go ahead and allow a covenant to be effective? So generally, the halacha is, by general kavanas, halacha is 1. What we call halacha achos shishtayim. 1 that's 2. Machlokes Rishon and Beis Hillel is in the case only again of chatos. Rishon says you require 2, shtayim shein arba. Beis Hillel says even by chatos, ultimately again it is 1. It is 1. Okay. The girl says something like that. Okay, Bryce that's Rabbi Eliezer Yaakov. Rishon Omrim shtei mataros shebechatos the achos. So Shammai says as follows. He says, so again, in general, 2 matanos when it comes to a chatos. Remember again that shtayim shein arba. So you need 2 blood applications by Achat and 1 blood application by all other karbanos. And that does 2 things. Number 1, Natiros means that'll carbon to be effective. Faglos means it could be rendered higel. So in other words, Echatos can only be rendered higel according to Beis Shammai, have an invalidating intent during both 2 of the zrikos. Right? By regular karbanos, even by 1 of the zrikos. Beis Hillel says no. Beis Hillel says no. Both by chatos as well as by is materes umifagel, which is that halacha l'maisa, 1 blood application allows the carbon to be effective, and therefore with 1 blood application, ultimately again a carbon can be. So we'll say this is fascinating. Well, hold up. This should be part of the list of the kulas of Beis Shammai, the kulas of Beis Hillel, right? Stringencies of Beis Shammai and the leniencies of Beis Hillel. Why I will say? Because again, remember, Beis Shammai ultimately again is being makel. How's it go? Because according to him, achatas only becomes pigel if you have 2 zrikas, right? If you have an invalidating intent by 2 of the azos, by 2 of the blood applications. Beis Hillel by 1. So Beis Hillel is being machmir. Beis Shammai is being makel. So why not add short list of items that Beis Shammai is makel on and Beis Hillel is machmir on? Incredible. The Gemara says, Rashi says over here, listening. The Edios. Through the Mishnah Edios. Let's say, remember again, many of you asked this. That you know that Shas. So Edios is often in the same as Haris. Right? The interesting because Elios is the only Mishnayos is not part of the Dafyo. But interesting enough, in the Elios ultimately again this list of the chumras of Beis Hillel, the kulos of Beis Shammai, are included. So this should be there. Yet this doesn't show up. So this is so interesting. The Gemara says, no. No. When Shiloh was asked, so interesting. When the Shiloh was asked, under what circumstances are you permitted to meet? Take a look at that just a moment. It's like a cross in the Gemara to the left about 10 lines, 8 lines, 7, 6, 5, maybe 4. It's somewhere between 4 and 8 lines down. The Gemara says, it's shil the Indian head to have basar va'imurin nishala. This is the shal. The way this question was asked in the Medrash was in the following way. If you did one blood out and then the rest of the sacrificial blood spilled. So what's hadam? So I learned about basar or lo? Can you eat the meat and can you offer up the sacrificial parts? Not or not. And what's halacha? Well, true. Amdu Beis Shammai upast. So Beis Shammai said no. Ultimately, again, it's possible. It's possible, right? Because remember, Beis Shammai needs 2 blood applications ultimately by achatas, and therefore Beis Shammai said no, you can't eat the meat. Beis Hillel says yes, you can eat the meat. Why? Because you only need one blood application. Perspective that the question was asked, right? Beis Shammai was the machmir because Beis Shammai said the meat because you need 2 blood applications, only one. And Beis Hillel was the mikkel because they said you could eat it. Incredible. What a Musar Haskell. What a Musar Haskell. Life, it's not just a bit, but it's about how you say it. My children know that there's one thing my wife always says over and over. So even as a adult, she says it's not what you say, it is always how you say it. And facial expression makes a difference. This is incredible. Same question, but asked from a different perspective. So from one perspective, Beis Shammai is the Megal of the Machmir. From the other perspective, no. Beis Shammai is the Machmir Beis Hillel. All how, not just what you say, but always how you say it. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Let's listen to this. So now, so to understand, generally by achatos, there are 4 blood applications, 4 hazos, 4 sprinklings. Now, the machlokes in Sham Beis Hillel is how many of those are necessary. Beis Hillel, 2. Now, this gemara is going to operate under the assumption that we're going like Beis Hillel. The achatos ultimately again, really, you must have 1 blood application. Obviously, the goal is you have, how many should you have? 4, right? You should have 4 because that's the man, right? You should have 4, right? You should have 4. That's the ideal. That's the ideal. But halacha l'maisa, so you need at least that. So I'm just pointing this out. Even though it's operating under the assumption that we pass in so we'll see whether or not that's true. That's true. So let's go. The 3 blood applications. Now, what the 3? After you do the first primary, which is the one that essentially allows the carbons to be effective, the remaining 3, what's their status? So the Gemara says, what the Gemara is essentially, let me just say this outside for just a second. The Gemara is going to show us like this. Since the remaining three are not as quote-unquote necessary. I'm careful with that because, of course, it's necessary. The Torah mandates it. But since it's not necessary in the same way as the first, the last three are treated a little bit differently than the first. There's certain similarities they have to the first, and certain differences they have to the first. So here we go. So the Gemara says like this. So they cannot be stoned at night. You can't sprinkle it at night. Like this is very interesting. But he's bringing a chatos. So Reuven saw coins offering it up. And after the first sprinkling, Reuven died. So that is, you could do the rest of the sprinklings even though I will say, contrast that. Let's say they shechted the carbon, and for the first act of zrika, you could not do it. You could not carry on with the carbon. But once the first zrika is done, you could even do the subsequent one. But if you do these other zrikos, ultimately again, you will be chayiv. Okay, incredible. Rabbi says, in some respects, the last three hazos are like the first one, and in certain respects, they're more lenient. What does this mean? So on the one hand, chutz like zaros so you can't do it outside. You can't do it at night. It requires a kohen. This is all about the last three. By klisharis, it's a service utensil. Karen ve'etzba. Ultimately, it's applied on the corners of the mizbeach with the finger of the kohen. Kibus, laundering, right? And laundering, we'll see that in just a moment. Vishirayim, and the leftover kitchilas. In all of these areas, the last three things are like the first. Now let's say let's look specifically at the last couple. What does this mean? Kibus. If you look at Rashi chutz, it's in. If you actually go into the wide lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines into the wide line. It's a middle of a Rashi. 3 words from the end of the line. What's the case of kibos? What's the case of laundering? This is fascinating. In mitas mitana chatas ala beged, the achash nazanas tone kibos. Let's say if blood splatters on the clothing of the kohen after he did the first act of sprinkling, sometime during the last 3, the halacha is that his clean requires laundering. Nitas called the makol about another komak no seve akaf nitas minashirayim ein town kibos kidamina b'shvayim. So it's like interesting. The halacha is that if blood splatters on the kohen's clothing anytime during any of the zrikos, ultimately the kohen requires blood splatters after the sprinkling. Let's say he's pouring out the red blood, and then blood splatters. It does not require kipos. It does not require laundry. So in this respect, the last 3 are like the first one, and shirayim. What shirayim? Look at Rashi. Kata shekiba ba'ava komsos v'nasa matana achas mikol achula nasin shayin nisbo l'shbok b'yisod. So it says we're going to see for the last 3, just like for the first one. So to the last 3, everything has the status of shame. Now, what does this mean on a practical level? What it means is this: I said halacha l'maisa, any leftover blood, you can't just discard it summarily, but rather again it must be poured out by drained by the base, which we'll talk about that. So these are all the ways in which the last 3 sprinklings are like the first. On the other hand, Nisa, on the other hand, right? Ultimately, again, when it comes to Nisa, right? When it comes to Nisa, Rashi says, "Bones lachad achar Nisa gida amar la'el, lo shayi v'lo ma'agla, below ayli ligavai kisofar." On the other hand, they will say that halacha, so the last three can be brought even after the death of the owner, right? So remember again, first, if the owner dies approving, he dies before the first, can't bring the carbon. If he dies after the first, but during the last three, can bring it, right? The last three do not commit the carbon, right? Here, and also the carbon cannot be piggled through an erroneous intent. And ultimately, again, they can be brought inside. Again, we'll see exactly. We'll see what that means is if they are, if you have a chatas achitza, which is a chatas on the outside, and you bring the blood inside of the Beis Hamikdash and sprinkle it there, that does not invalidate the carbon. In all of these cases, this kisofar. So in these the last two sprinklings ultimately again are kind of reckoned on their own. So we'll say so again. So fascinatingly enough, Papa says, is here's what we're doing. Operating with the idea like they say, the first act of sprinkling is the effectiveness of the carbon. Obviously, it's a mitzvah to three, but Allah, again, in certain respects, the first three are like the first one, and they're different than the first. How are they like the first one? Outside of the Beis Hamikdash, can't do it at night. The coin requires a klisharis. The finger of the coin is on the corner. If blood splatters on the coin's clothing, he requires kibbutz, laundering. Leftovers are poured out by the sold by the mizbeach. In this respect, just like the first one. How are they different? Number one, they can be last three can be done even after the death of the owner. That's Misa. They do not permit the carbon. Last three can't make the carbon pickle. But if they are brought inside the research, they do not go ahead and invalidate the carbon. Incredible. The Papa says, no, so Papa says, where do I know this? Now the Papa is specifically asking about kibbutz. Like the halacha is that if any of the blood during any of the sprinklings, specifically even the last three, the coin, ultimately again, there's a different kibbutz. He has to launder. So where do I know this from? This time, because we learned on Mikas Minasada Alabay. Very interesting. For the coin, the blood splattered from the neck onto the clothing. Ultimately, again, there is no din of laundering. He doesn't have to launder.
What's up, sister? Day 27.
Right, because that's sacrificial blood yet. Remember, when does it become sacrificial blood? But only once it comes into a klisharis. You're not carrying him in so talking assuming again, let's say the coin is on the head and sprinkling on his back.
It's really
and
important.
Splashback.
A
Right?
routine.
He goes and splatters back on his
Awake,
clothing.
I say more.
What do you see from here?
Take away
But anything that is fit to be applied on his back,
wash,
again, if it gets a coat, it gets on the coat's clothing, does require laundry. So therefore, what?
Ideally, I'll
Any of
take
the
some
sprinklings,
fucking
any of the back, and therefore again requires kibbutz. And some of the splash back is some of just fit to go on the corners. Kibbutz. Ultimately, again, we know that's not halacha.
I'm firing also. I'm just every kind of coffee that's a bit.
That was already sprinkled.
I put it in a big
That was
fire.
ultimately, again, does not require Gemara's somebody whose opinion does this reflect.
Chocolate.
So this is very interesting. So
just a quick version.
Says that remember what Shirai is leftover blood. Leftover blood. So we're going to see leftover blood in different ways.
What about milk and legend?
It's being
Who knows?
some
All right.
directed way in the baseline.
So we gotta
So
go
the Nehemiah
to
says
cover
done.
all kinds of no one says. No one says.
offered up.
Fucking says this shit. Yell at us.
One is live,
Really?
which is actually quite interesting.
Like
You
what?
don't get Rashi, you just
Like all this shit sucks.
last two lines in the Gemara, second to last line, and then Rashi said, Sono Sheikh, Riban Bachot, Kayin, Alma Dan Kachashim. Rabbi said, what do you see from here?
So what does Machai mean? It means like something that's so nice that
what does that show you?
like, we can
Blood
like
has the
bring you
status
back
of
from the that
sacrificial blood.
no one
Quite
better ever
interesting.
use that unless
So you
the
must say, with the shot,
some bitch, some
Machai.
Fuck yeah, bitch, high five. All right, what about Levi?
However,
Levi,
because in that respect, leftover blood
what about Yiddish
and
cop?
sacrificial.
Means Jewish head.
Just like sacrificial, again, one of the things we've already learned is at what point in time does the cover become effective? At what point in time?
Really? Yeah.
Right now, again, but yet, still the mitzvah to bring in sacrificial parts. I understand things like sacrificing, offering that blood makes sense. It's like the Yard. Laying in Kibos, Misham, the same for Mechani say that Kibos and Hazabos of Murder. Then Mechani would say that if Shirayan blood splashes back on the Kohen's clothing, it should require Kibos. The problem just is the reason we were saying before says that earth, and you won't say that. You must need blood that is fit to be a performance. It's the same sacrificial blood. If that gets on the Kohen, he's obligated to mourn. That would
That's my thing.
exclude
Really?
blood that
That's-
went on the base,
Really?
being poured out Shirayan,
What else?
and then splashes
Well,
back.
what do you want me to do about it, kid?
That even if
And
Shirayan gets on the Kohen's clothing,
All right.
does have to be keeping. Sushma says, oh, it must be ready to
This shit's
because the Nehemiah essentially holds that Shirayan blood still has the same status as
Fuck.
carbon blood. Where
Oh.
do we see that from? Because halal
Where's-
when it says that if you offer up
Shit.
Shirayan blood outside of the base of the Mikdash, ultimately, again, there's
All right.
liability. Which the Gemara says, hold up. The Gemara says, Le'inyan Kibos,
All right.
I don't understand.
Application
Just
of
because
the
it says that if
Let's
you
go through
offer
this shit again.
Shirayan blood outside of the base of Mikdash,
It means
how do you
radiant.
know that means that he holds that if it's the Kohen's clothing, that there's a Kibos. Which the Gemara says in. Gemara says, Nisham is like in. Top of on the desk. But Tanya, you will see, you remember, that Tanya, you've seen it very correct. That Tanya could mean one of two things in Gemara, right? It could either mean ultimately again, like, how can you say this Bahas Tanya support? How do you know the difference? The difference of Hashem for Rashi. Rashi almost always makes the same comment. If you look at the first Rashi on top, Hashem Yor bin Kusa. Bin Kusa means as a support.
Let's go to this one.
I'm almost positive that like 9 out of 10 times when the Hatanya is a Rashi always that's one word. That one word. One paraphrase. Rashi understands my life. So it's just incredible. I would always marvel. Can you imagine Rashi and learning Gemara? Can you imagine Rashi and learning Gemara, right? Obviously, you're learning Rashi. You're learning with Rashi, right? But like no Rashi, like no article, no Steinfeld, no Koren, no nothing. Like just the sheer genius, to be able able to take a piece of text like this and analyze it and understand it, and I don't know, the sheer genius of it is absolutely mind-blowing. Incredible. Incredible. We learned. So this is just support. You work in that time, you're done after you go in keyboards. Yeah, I know, and he made one, right? The short, not Moscato. Not Moscato, no. It's you know, so it's about time you're done enough to be so that you learn that blood is so required to the genes. Any blood that has to be poured out by the base of the machine. This is just on the clothing of the coin ultimately requires more machshava, more elastic, and ultimately again machshava. Was it is very interesting. When part of you have in mind outside of the committed time that has these folks to invalidate the context. This is pretty wild. I'm sure all response. I'm not going to put tight, and ultimately again one who offers it up outside of those things equally reliable. The German is fine. So we're going to make this up already. This is something also going on. If you notice over here, so this is first category. This category is done in the soul, which is blood that is poured out by the base of the mizbeach. It was drained by the base of the mizbeach. So that's the first category of blood. So this is shirayim is clearly treated like official blood. Therefore, this flashback, there is a response. If you have unintentional, or I should say, an erroneous intention, not just hit it, but rather fossil, I will offer about the initial impression outside. I've done this fuck in the Amma. What about blood that is poured out? Amma really means a channel. Now, what does this mean? So, there was a channel of water that was there. That's really cool. So, again, this is there's so much graphic literature about this channel and what it's going to become during the most of Shia. But there's a channel of water that runs through the desert. Right? So we will say, so again, it doesn't have a ammo. What about blood that's poured out into this channel that runs through the desert? And the last two points out over here, what blood is poured out into the channel? She said, also receiving Shabbat in Nachal Kidron. The interesting enough, apparently, what blood was poured into the channel, blood that became invalidated to a variety of different things. Right? That's how data was carbonic blood was poured out by the base of the Mizbeach. Invalidated blood was emptied into the channel that washed into Nachal Kidron Valley. Okay, so that blood, anything that blood splashed back to the peoples, very much so for our spine, and an erroneous mindset will not allow the carbon. Behind I want to go ahead and offers it up outside of us, ultimately again, incredible. Let's look at that. Remember, we're focused on the second category, we're focused on the first category, on blood that is poured out by the soul, that is poured out by the base of the Mishkan. That's what it's on. And now it's also, what does the Rabbi say? The Rabbi says explicitly that if there's splashback from leftover blood, poured out by the base of the halakha, there's a din of peoples. Ultimately, again, there is a din ultimately, which is the Gemara, and the state of which time is ultimately again, who is this says that if you go ahead and offer Shirayim, and you offer up Shirayim outside of the that's you are Chayiv, the family needs, and the family the Ta'amar Ta'am people, like looking what Rabbi is, Rabbi family is the opinion that says that if you offer up sacrificial blood outside of this ministry, and in that same, whoever the author of this is, also holds that what? That from Shirayim requires people. Therefore, you see, and therefore, Rabbi Yechim holds that Allah Kalamaisa, if there is splashback from leftover sacrificial blood from Shirayim, ultimately again, there is a people. There is a law, halacha form, incredible. You know what's that? That wasn't out here. Perhaps the most dramatic thing with all of this was this idea that if you have an erroneous mindset when pouring out the leftover, that actually validates the carbon. Remember, you're going to say, when are you pouring out Shirai? What is happening? What have you done already? All of this week, right? Not one, right? You've done all of this week. So, like, the sacrificial is over. So, the notion of an invalidating thought by Shita, by pouring out the Shirai, without the carbon, it's pretty wild. That is pretty wild. So, my other one, is that true? The Yotzi, Shirayim, that's part of the שאין הכפרה, שאין נחת, במועל הספיים, יבוא סגרון ונבחר, שזה כבר. Right, point out left to the blood. Hachar Timur, the burning of the sacrificial limbs, with these items are not necessary for kapara. We go ahead and we effect atonement. Ultimately laying down these items. Therefore, because they're not necessary for atonement, ultimately as erroneous mindset, does not invalidate. It's not about the karma. So it's consequences. The Rabbi said that if you have an erroneous mindset, it's well the time to read the Shalosh Makaros of the Chakas. When it said Shirayim, that had an erroneous mind during the value of the carbon. Which Shirayim was talking about? It's talking about the last three blood applications. It's calling it Shirayim. Why is it calling it Shirayim? Because the first blood application, is the necessary one to create the effects of the carbon. Therefore, the remaining three are called Shirayim. Now, what do you want to say? If he goes ahead and erroneous mindset during and point of the final three, ultimately again, it can invalidate the carbon. That makes a lot more sense. The argument that really is sold, the current argument, why does it say that the blood is poured out by the base? Not poured out by the base. The applications of the carbon are done by the point. Which is ultimately, again, what it means is they will ultimately require being poured out by the sea. Be fascinating. Now, let's go back. So now, what you're telling me is, and I love for a nice if one has an erroneous mindset by the remaining people called the last three. Sprinklings of the concept. That validate the carbon. Is that true? Is that statement true? The listing that you have on the customer days about the ways that the last three are like the first and the ways that the last three are separate and distinct. One of the ways in which the last separate and distinct is that they can't make the carbon valid. That if you have an erroneous mindset by the last three sprinkling that doesn't think out. So what are you talking about? Allah, Tanya, I think it done. You're right. Otherwise, you're referring to verses of the blood that was offered inside of the basement. If you look at Rashi, just a moment. Rashi is a little bit of if you go to the right, about Tanya, I keep the camera happy to this. We all know Bishrai, which means كمان شيئا فيني معكي أشيل بفعله وإني كوش وإني so it's very interesting. But we were going to get over here as follows. Remember, we've already spoken about this and we'll think about it more today. There are two different types of customers. There's a many different but categorically there's what's called the katas hakitos and outer katas and katas katas. And the real fundamental distinction is where the blood applications are. Right? Katas and outer katas, the blood applications are done on the large exterior of the staff. The katas hakini, all these blood applications are done inside of the head, inside the actual building of the basement itself. So you know what I suggest? One of the ways in which these two categories are different is when it comes to shirayim. The shirayim of Akata Sakita, which is what we've been dealing with up until now, really don't have an impact on the carbon. Obviously, you're supposed to point it out by the basement. Yeah, but if you mess it up, you don't do it, you do it, you have an erroneous mindset, it doesn't impact carbon. However, Shirayim of Akata Sakita, Shirayim of Akata are required for kapara. We haven't seen that in the Gemara, but that's what the Gemara is quoting over here. Therefore, when the blood said before, that if you have an erroneous mindset during the point out of Shirayim, that is referring to an inner happening about the but again, if you have an invalidating mindset by external blood or by blood of an external what's halacha? What's all of the above? Doesn't do anything. Once more out that the honey done not respect on the amal, in that case, then in the right side, remember again about side, the right side had two categories. We had a category of blood poured out by the southern category number 2, blood poured into the channel. Instead, why don't you do that? I'm telling you, we flow ballistically day. So instead, go ahead and focus on the first category. When is this so? When is what so? When is it so that if you have erroneous mindset, Tyrine ultimately invalidates the carbon. That's become happening. That's blood of an inner katos. However, the blood of an outer katos ultimately again erroneous mindset won't do anything. Just fundamentally divide that case, and those are all cases of katos blood that is poured out by the soul of the Mizbeach. Which was like Hamani of Nefani, so Nefani was in Nefani say, the Amrit are done to even Makos Chayim. Ultimately, again, Nefani holds that leftover blood that was offered up outside of the Mizbeach, thus, ultimately, again, is Chayim. Below Maskulay, plus up to Lebahadar. When it comes ultimately again, cases, you do not go ahead and quote when it comes to Shiyar against Sachar. Those quotes, you do not go ahead and corresponding to 3 cases. Ravina Amar, Mina Karen Manik, Mina is sold, Mina Roy is sold. So once the Ravina comes on, reframes the conversation a little bit. And Ravina says like this, but he says that Ravina Amar, Hada Parakta sold in the intelligent people, Hamina Roy is sold. So Ravina says, when we speak about what type of law cars people belong with, so Ravina says literally again, Ravina Amar Mina Karen Manish, Mina Karen, Mina is sorry. Mina Karen Manish, Mina is sold, Mina Roy is sold. Ultimately again, Mina Karen, that literally means blood from the horn of the Mizbeach. When it is Mina is sold from the base, means any blood that is physically poured on the biggest of any of these type of bladders on the coin. The coin requires people. Oh, that's the people by God's Ravina. Amar, why do you have to literally blood from the? Why not just say both of the first the blood that is fit? Blood that is fit to be sprinkled on the corner of the Mizbeach. Blood that is fit to be poured on the base. To which the Gemara says, I'm not. So every DVD rival, you have this like the Karen Ahmed, so it's ultimately again, Halacha L'Maisa, if you think you have to be blood that is fit. Ultimately, again, for the Karen, blood rival is something. And obviously, if the blood is not quickly forming the stones, you can have a hard regeneration of ultimately, if you look Allah, Manish, you mean how you saw the rights. Therefore, Ravina says, believe that the right, if you interpret this thing, it is blood literally from the corner which splashes back. That's the blood that requires kibos, and ultimately, again, blood that Allah, for a nice again, was to be poured on the base. That is blood that requires kibos as well. Incredible. Let's say Shama, for a nice way, ends up over here. So first of all, it's fascinating to see is the issues ultimately, again, the blood, sacrificial blood is not coin, ultimately is obligation. What's the machlokas? The machlokas is what qualifies as that type of blood. Is it any blood parts of the blood applications, even the pouring out for the remnants or not? That's clearly on machlokas. Also, I'll say another machlokas is quite fast. What is the status of shirayim? What is the status of left over sacrificial blood? And the Kenya clearly holds that left over sacrificial blood. Incredible. Let's go a little bit back there. So much to say about shirayim. So again, the vocabulary is going on it. It's not about so the concept says, the people are not coming in this so we'll say this context over here, this is talking about which means again, we spent feels like almost hurry on this. Hedging makes an erroneous ruling, and the Congress acts upon this ruling. So there is a specific time. That is what that's the context. Not so ultimately, again, what is he coming to teach us? Rick Paul, it's coming to tell us ultimately again, it teaches us ultimately again that by doing I want to point out something interesting. Our ultimately again the power of
person's character or personality, especially
is a katas hakimi. Katas offered up inside of the base of the remember again, as we saw, we've seen clearly, although it's also called the katas, it is treated so in one case again, you're obligated to do all of that. We'll discuss what done is. Ultimately, if you miss any of the blood applications, the carbon itself is invalid. Any element. So ultimately, I valid in Holland. So I don't know about the 7 blood applications. What's the 7 blood applications? Goes back to math, like the math. This is talking about when the coin does like that little flick of his hand in the direction of the cover and of the curtain of the Polish alphabet. It's going lower, not as much that it's facing, as that side keeps going lower. So I understand ultimately again it's used all there. What about again Matan down I don't know about what options. Matan Arba, Shema was the type of Saki. Shema was the yes, I think. Interesting enough, even if that's a screen, you're still going to have blood applications outside as well. So how do I know that halacha myself by a process meaning ultimately again the blood applications for the outside are going to be active. So this is one of the ways in which the katas and katas hakmini are different. In outer katas, we just spend significant amount of time establishing that halacha myself really what you need is the first one, and if you don't, the cover is good. That's katas hakita. But katas hakmini must have all of the blood. Inside and outside. Inside and outside. Gemara says, the matan dollar minayin, I'm a little bit supposed to have with one say like this. It goes without saying this, of course you're going to require 7 interior blood applications. Why? Because those are unique to katas hakmini. Of course you know that even the 4 blood applications, because they're not unique to katas hakmini. Right? Katas hakmini also, but by katas hakmini, all you need is the first. Well, I mean, 3 you're okay. But yeah, by katas hakmini, you must have all of them. I'm a little more king yasa. The boss says, it's not actually done. Lipar, what is I make about the pasuk? What is lipar? Zef hayom kippur. This refers to the power of Yom Kippur, right? So it's ultimately again, and it's equating the power of Yom Kippur, the power of Aaron Dominant. So on the days, all right, we got this. Right? Kasher also lipar. Right? Same as you did for the what does that refer to? Zeb Mashiach. This is the first verse. So again, remember what's past Mashiach? This is if the Kohen Gadol issues an erroneous rule. So you see over here, what the Gemara is doing is it starts and it's equating all the kabbalos with the power of the Menashiach. So it's power of the Menashiach. Is like the dramatic of katas of enemies. And then what the pasuk is doing is it's slowly linking all of these other karbanos Which power Helen doesn't have people? So we're adding over here the power keeper. Like power doesn't have people. Next, we're adding power calling Mashiach. Like power doesn't have people. Sin offerings for Avodah Zarah. This is communal Avodah Zarah. Right? If there's communal Avodah Zarah, which is technically last right? First day of Rosh Hashanah. So I just want to show you just very quickly, just that you understand just like the kiss in the hospital. We're just going to lecture on the leftovers, right? One of my favorite parts from the Rothschild. We see every day in Chicago. I both have the Shirei Zimra. So again, what does it mean? Hashem loves songs of his children. Hashem could say Shirei can also be vocalized differently as Shirei. Leftovers. Man doesn't like leftovers all that long. He loves leftovers. What does that mean? So when we have a spiritual experience, ultimately, he says, the leftovers. Don't let the inspiration add, don't let it waste, whatever that harness it, hold it, bottle it, and take it with you. Habocha, how incredible it is that on Rosh Chodesh Cheshvan, which is a month that is bereft of an organized Yom Tov. Do you know what happens when you have a month that is bereft of an organized Yom Tov? You make every day. If there's no organized Yom Tov, make every day a Yom Tov. The leftovers ultimately again of Chodesh. What are the chances? Running behind the prize one, that's the only right. And at least we get to that line ultimately again about Chodesh on cash and also. We often say, right, we say cash and the whole discussion why from cash is that the name of the month. Cash and the things they but if you know the most people got cash all you need to change on the order of the letters. And Mar becomes Ram. Ram means from the high. So it's a choice. If you're doing or if you're willing to take the leftovers, ultimately you're going to fish with us, it becomes Ram. If you become Kodesh Kadashim, sometimes when you don't have a split, make every day. And one more reminder, then we're going to stop. The Gemara says, I might have thought, I might have thought on this list. Ultimately, again, goats, right? The sin offerings of Rosh Chodesh and of the Republic. I would lomar lo. It says lo. What does mean? Lo means no. Only these aforementioned karbanos are included in this category, but not sin offerings of the Regalim and Rosh Chodesh. So stop over here for today. We're doing great. It's short top in the head. Let's say we'll catch the market. It's Hashem. Shkayach everyone. A good Chodesh. We should all be so. It's Hashem. To Ran Cheshvan. All right, let's say good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Sorry to thank our sponsors. So the month of Tishrei, Haba Alinu Latova, last day. Tishrei Yolan, Kelman, in celebration of completion in Ezekiel and for Besoros Tovos for all about so Nathan Perry Smith. Nathan is Perry Smith, and he's host of the entire Kihila. Aliko many times as the Sevi Daniel. Folks said, yeah, excited to be back in person for February. There's no like our LTC February. Ladies and honor, Felix Schwartz's remarkable Sima Torah, Mazel Tov. That film today is fun. Satan Sinahikin, the Chazdi Hashem Yisbarach, gifted another granddaughter. And Daniel Paul. Yeah. Just yeah. All right. Okay, what's your Mazel Tov Mirz Hashem when he gets back inside Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, and continued Simchas and during this week of how Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. How we dedicate our evening Nishmas. Moshe Yisrael Bennett Yamin is called the Hook and the Merit of our Torah. He's the son of Havnavia. He's family in the Haman. How I should get him as to the Soros Tovos for all of Travis. So, and of course, we dedicate our learning as well. Nishmas. Even Nishmas Shlomo Aryeh Yuko, the son of Rabbi, the grandson of Rabbi from the Rothschild. Dedicate our learning the Eli Nishmas Shlomo Aryeh chicken, ducks, turkey, Shlomo Aryeh ben Yachmiel Shlomo Aryeh ben Yachmiel HaKohen. Okay, and the merit of our Torah is precious to Shlomo having a real family in the form of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and yes, Hashem. With that, let us begin to start this line of test 30 and yes, Hashem on line of sign of days 37 and be after the two dots. The Mishnah says as follows, in the quote from the Mishnah, so it says, remember again, going back to yesterday's that we were introduced to a very interesting Mishnah. The Mishnah spoke about the idea of halacha l'maisa, once the evidence performed the minimum number of applications. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the Kabbalah Shammai said that essentially the minimum number of applications is shtei matanos, shein arba, applications which are four, right? I'm sorry, matana achar shtayis. One application which is two, because remember, again, one applications are by the corners, so effectively they go on reverse, they extend onto two different corners. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa Shammai says like this, and it's still in principle, excuse me, in principle agrees with that. The only machlokas, thank you, is in the case of the chatas. By the chatas, the Shammai says also two applicants, and they say there's no chatas picking up with obvious. My time in the Shammai Shammai. Why does Beis Shammai say that by chatos, you require two applications? And remember, when we say two, it's the two which are four. Why does she require that? The Gemara says, chronos. Because this is the Torah mentions corners in different contexts by carbon chatos, and it's so chronos is two. So again, what is you? That gives you 6. The person obviously it can't mean 6. Why can't it mean 6? Because 4 corners of the Mizbeach. So therefore, what do I do with that?
This is shit all over you right now. But that was pretty cool. I'm not gonna, I'm fucking sick as fuck, dude. I gotta take a dump. No, like a grade A dump. If you could rank my right now, allegedly,
you should try to do 4. You should try to do 4.
I'm not even gonna wait. Dog, just
you're obligated to do 2. So this is
watch this asshole.
So this is Beis Shammai's limud. So again, there's the Torah mentions corners, but obviously can't mean 6 corners. So it must mean segments of 2. So what it tells you like this: 2, right? 4 out of the 6 are the ideal. But 2 are necessary and mandatory. That gives me the minimum ultimately again that I require 2 blood applications, 2 which are 4, in order to affect the moment of the carbon chatos. Incredible. I would have made that example. Chronos. Now let's say, remember again, we've seen this many times. And it just be my focus. That normally the way it's titled or the way that it's mentioned is Yesh in the Mikra or Yesh in the Masoras. Do we decide to ultimately create to that a word is read or to have it written? It's interesting enough. So we'll say at the end of the day, it says chronos. For the way it's written is chronos. As you say, it sounds like the same thing, except if you look at the way that it's written, the first cluster without the above, and the last chronos is written ultimately again with above. So because basically that it's written, he'll look at it like this: the chronos that's written as 1. So essentially, chronos number 1, that's 1. Chronos 2, that's 2, and then the chronos that is written later is written complete with the above, that represents 2. So you have a total of 4. Therefore, again, what do we learn from that? Shalosh lemitzvah va'achas va'achid. That T that I feel ultimately again. Well, everyone will agree that I did the cat 4, but 3 is a lot of and ultimately all you need is 1 in order to affect the total. So this is the fundamental focus. And it all comes down to how you darshan chronos. So once again, Beis Shammai, you need a minimum of 2 sprinklings chatos in order for the chatos to work. Ideally, you should have 4. A minimum of 1. Okay. The Gemara says 1 second. This is incredible idea. The Gemara says So the Gemara says, well, it's like, maybe the Torah is telling you, how do you know that some of these sprinklings are mandatory? One of my answers actually say this: how do you know some of them are indispensable and some of them are just for a mitzvah? So the lashon of mitzvah means this is something they do, but if you didn't do it, the carbon will still work. So why don't you just say the mitzvah? Why don't you just say all the sprinklings are a mitzvah? But if you did the sprinklings, ultimately again the carbon is still effective. Why don't you just say that? So this is a variable statement. It's eventually one answers. You can't find kapara with nothing. With nothing. B'di means with nothing. Now Rashi understands with nothing over here means below matan dam, without blood application. In other words, there's no such thing as kapara without blood application. But if you think about the profundity of that statement, it's quite amazing. The Gemara says you can't find kapara. Atonement is not found without work. Atonement is not found with nothing. So the thing that a carbon could have gotten without sprinkling means a fundamental misunderstanding of atonement. Atonement is always requires some effort. Shuvah always requires effort. Change requires effort. So to think that some type of change of status is just going to occur without any additional effort, all says the Gemara, there's no such thing like that. Another possibility is how many times of the day? Well, what's basic? Remember again, basic holds the all you need one blood application. Listen to this. Now, both say there's how it's read, and how is it read? It's chronos, plural, which gives you a total of 6. And and also how it's written. How is it written? Chronos without above, chronos with above. Above is 1. Chronos without above is 1. Chronos with above is 4. So the other possibility is basically utilizes both mechanisms. Now watch this. Ahani mikra litafi echada. Ultimately, again, the pasuk. The way that the pasuk ultimately again is written is helpful in order to go ahead and add on a sprinkling. Sorry, that's how it's read. Ahani mikra litafi echada. So how it's read ultimately is forward adding on a sprinkling. The ahani masor. And ultimately is helpful for diminishing. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Temash mashesh, v'ahani masor temash ma'arba." So essentially, here's what's interesting about
So
right?
I guess we just
So
now.
So essentially, when you look at the
Which,
way that it
frankly, is my favorite part of this.
that gives you.
I'm really gonna go these
If you look at the way
videos. I'm gonna watch every fucking one of them, and I'm gonna pick them if they're not right.
That there's
Really?
one sprinkling that's
Whatever.
differential. So
Yo, dog, isn't there an argument
that could really be
for
over here.
lobster to be kosher and crab to be kosher and shrimp to be kosher? Because they have a very small
What does that tell you?
fin
It's that one
on the back end.
is the necessary one in order to affect atonement. It's very interesting, Josh.
That be considered a fin, and their exoskeleton could be considered scales. I think there's an argument to be here. Give me the argument. What's the argument?
So remember, so if you go and you look at the way that it's written,
I feel you, and there is, and it's been floated before. It's very much a minority rejected argument in halakha. All right, well, they're not live streaming their life, baby. Here's the case people try to make cleanly and honestly. The matrix kosher argument. Torah criteria baseline. Leviticus says seals and scales. The Torah does not define these terms anatomically. That's the door. The fin argument. Some crustaceans have small tail fins, flaps used for propulsion, especially shrimp and lobster tails. Use them for swimming, steering, claim. These appendages function as fins, even if they do not look like fish fins. The Torah describes function, not modern taxonomy. This crustaceans have a hard exoskeleton made of overlapping plates, grows with the animal via claim. If scales are defined as external protective growth, an exoskeleton might qualify. Some go further to say fish scales aren't always removable cleanly either. The Torah never says scales must be flexible or detachable by hand. Linguistic ambiguity terms predate biology. Cascade said might mean armor like outer layer, not modern scales. The Torah speaks phenomenologically how things appear to humans. So, if it swims, has propulsion fins, and armor like outer skin, maybe it qualifies. This argument also in mainstream Judaism. Now, the reality check. Mazor, tradition. Never. There are a lot of Jews who have. Kashrut is deeply tradition-based, not just textual. Talmudic clarification. Chazal defines scales must be removable without tearing skin. That happens. Exoskeleton are part of the animal itself. Taxonomic awareness, even without modern science, Chazal clearly distinguishes fish versus sherets, creeping waters. Crustaceans fall squarely into the forbidden category. D. Slippery slope. If lobster qualifies, so do insects with shells, so do armored aquatic bugs. Kashrut collapses into chaos. Not chaos. Who might argue? 19th to 20th century academic Bible critics, extremely fringe, heterodox Jews, people who harmonize Torah with modern biology, Jews who are by halakha, no recognized logical authority except it. That's what, kids. Times people change. Bottom line, is it a clever argument? Yes. Is it textually creative? Also yes. Is it halakhically valid? No chance. It's one of those fun yeshiva bullshit session, dead on arrival and baked in. Yeah, steel man this bitch even harder. Same. Let's steel man this thing to the absolute breaking point. Like, if I had to defend this in a mock baked in with a straight face level, I'm not endorsing it, just making it as strong as humanly possible. The nuclear steel man. Why lobster might be kosher. The Torah gives only two signs, and that's it. The Torah deliberately avoids species lists for fish and instead gives simanim. Anything in the water that has fins and scales you may eat. Key move. If the Torah wanted fish only, it would have said dog. It didn't. So the criteria are mechanical logical. Chazal never defined fins anatomically. There's no formal Talmudic definition of material placement. A fin is an appendage. Crustaceans, especially the lobster, have tail flute, lateral stabilizers, rapid propulsion fins used exactly like fish fins. Steelman line. If function defines kosher signs elsewhere, chewing cud, walking on hooves, function should define fins too. They're not removable by hand. That's an interpretation, not Torah law. I agree. The Torah never says scales must be removable. Scales must be off the exoskeletons are external, are protected, are layered, grow with the animal, periodically shed via molting. Steelman line. Molting demonstrates that scales are not flesh, but an external garment. The Cascade linguistic nuke. The word cascade appears only in relation to water creatures. It is likely onomatopoetic, armor-clatter. Cognate languages suggest shell plating, not modern scales. Steelman scales are one example of cascade, not the definition of it. If biblical Hebrew had a word for shell, it didn't here. Phenomenological Torah reading. The Torah speaks how humans perceive things, not astronomy. From a pre-science observer's point of view, lobsters swim, have fins, have armor, live fully aquatic lives. Steelman line. The Torah legislates perception, not phylogenetic ancestry. This is already accepted, etc. The sheretz problem. Reframe. The Torah forbids sheretz hamayim. Creeping water things. Crustaceans swim freely, not bottom crawlers exclusively. Move via propulsion, not slithering. Steel. A creature that swims using fins cannot halakhically be sheretz. Classify lobster as dag-like aquatic life with non-standard morphology. Missouri counter. The usual knockout punches, we have no tradition to eat it. That's in some Orthodox circles. However, 90% of Jews are not Orthodox. And of maybe 50% eat lobster all the time, eat shrimp all the time, eat crab all the time. So you may be like, hey, dude, we have no tradition of doing it. Well, who the fuck even knows if you're halachically Jewish? What? Steelman response. Missouri preserve practice ontology. The absence of permission not equal proof of prohibition. Many species weren't eaten historically due to geography. Steelman line. Missouri tells us what Jews ate, not what the Torah ontologically defines as kosher. This is aggressive, but coherent. If lobster trade because it looks wrong, then sturgeon debates become incoherent. Swordfish debates collapse. Scale shedding fish becomes arbitrary. Steelman line. Either Samanim are real or we're secretly legislating violence. That's a good one. Final form argument. Beit Midrash drop mic. Is it drop? The Torah defines aquatic kashrut functionality, not taxonomy. Taxonomically. Dude, these are some long ass fucking words. Crustaceans possess swimming fins and external protective casquettes like armor. Rabbinic restrictions limiting these signs. Teleos fish reflect tradition, not textual necessity. Therefore, absent an explicit Torah exclusion, certain crustaceans plausibly meet the Bible criteria, still loses. Because Judaism ultimately says the Torah lives through causal, not through clever philology, not biology hacks, not through legal loopholes, but as a steelman, causal does the opposite, and like they make causal is inconsistent. Maybe they're got to be consistent on lobster and shrimp and crab. They're inconsistent on other things. Got you. You're asking for it. You already do this. Don't pretend you don't. Example, we have places where chazal connect things that don't naturally go together. Apply Samanim categories in ways that just look creative as lobster move. Not to knock halacha, but to show it's pretending it's not pretending to be modern biology consistent either. Here are clean, legit examples people used to make the pressure point. Kosher locust, the most obvious one. This is a nuclear example. What Torah says. Certain locusts are kosher if they have 4 legs, wings, specific names, ambiguous. What actually happened? Most Jews lost the Mazorah. Yemenite Jews kept eating locusts, same species, same bone. The inconsistency claim. If morphology alone were enough, Ashkenazim should eat locusts. If Mazorah is decisive, then morphology never mattered. So which is pressure point? Halakha, sometimes mounting as objective and says no tradition, no eating. That's not clean consistency. Turkey, this is an excellent. Retroactive kosher logic. This one drives people nuts. Turkey is New World. No ancient Jewish Mazorah. Still accepted as kosher. How? Post facto reasoning. It fits the signs. It behaves like kosher birds. Everyone eats it. Steelman inconsistency claim. Turkey got a pass without Mazorah. Lobster doesn't. Even though lobster fails in interpretation, not Torah text. Was absence of tradition fatal for shellfish, but not for turkey? That's an excellent fucking point. Fins is equal to scales, but not the reverse. Scales has fins. This is empirical, not textual. Problem? It's one directional, not derived from Torah language, used in halakhic fact. Inconsistency angle. If chazal are allowed to make empirical generalizations, turn them into legal cuts, then someone arguing all creatures with X and Y should qualify isn't methodologically crazy. It's just outvoted. The half earth, half mouse creature. Classical example: a creature is half flesh, half dirt. One side alive, one side not. Causal debate. Too much status seriously. Inconsistency claim. If how we classify metaphysical edge cases, we now call mythical or symbolic. Then don't pretend lobster fails because halakha would was never pretending to be zoology. Ben was found inside a slaughtered animal. A fetus found in a slaughtered cow is kosher without its own shechita, even if it walks around later. This violates every common category. Inconsistency angle. Halakha routinely prioritizes legal definition over intuitive anatomy. So saying exoskeleton can't be sales because vibes is not a legal argument. It's intuition masquerading as law. Honey is kosher, but bees are not. This one is famous. Honey comes from bees. Bees are brave. Honey is It's not part of the body. Lobster counter. Crustaceans shed their shells. That's closer to honey logic than people admit. The root to Rothschild aren't actually inconsistent. Here's the honest ending, and this is important. Rothschild are not trying to be or scientifically consistent. They're trying to be text faithful, tradition communally stable. So Holocaust will tolerate weirdness inside the system, but not innovation that destabilizes the food boundary. Shellfish is a boundary marker, not a biology question. Bottom line, Steelman conclusion. You can legitimately say Halakha regularly uses legal fiction, empirical assumptions, and Mazor-based exceptions. Rejecting lobster is not about logic failure. It's about tradition preservation. Preserving its purely textual consistency is dishonest. That's a strong fair critique, not a pick or soup. Okay. Cool story. Now, what about pigs? They have split hooves. They don't traditionally chew their cud. However, is there any argument that they do chew their cud? And if not, or so, couldn't we genetically modify or somehow like breed that does chew its cud? I think this is possible. Give me a Steelman argument that it's possible, because I think it's possible. If we can turn dogs from wolves, I'm sure make a pig that just throws up and then re-chews it. It's much easier to go ahead and. All right, let's carefully but brutally Steelman. Conceptual only, no lab playbooks. No, here's how to gene edit a pig. We're stating in theoretical logic argument, not Frankenstein farm. Though I'm all about Frankenstein farm if we need to be able to get bacon. This pig ever be kosher? Baseline, everyone agrees on. Torah land animals need two samanim. Split hooves, ma'ala gera, brings up the split hooves, yes. Does not chew cud, explicitly named as the counter example. So pigs are not the trifle. They're the paradigmatic trait family. That's the mountain. Now we climb it. First, Steelman. What does ma'al gera actually mean? The Torah describes not digestive anatomy. It does not say has a four-chambered ruminant stomach. It is taxonomically a ruminant. It says brings up the cud, observable regurgitating and chewing. Steelman claims behaviorally regurgitates and reaches satisfies the Torah's criterion, regardless of how it got there biologically. Halakha already does this elsewhere. The phenomenological, not microscopic. We judge what the animal does, not its evolutionary history. Are there fringe claims pigs sort of chew cud? Sort of answer, no solid halachic ones. Pigs do not ruminate They may regurgitate when sick or stressed, but that's pathological, not normative behavior. Halakha doesn't count. Actual pigs are outnoted, but that's not your real question. Man, a new animal with pig samani. Here's where the argument actually lives. If you breed or engineer an animal that has fully split hooves, routinely regurgitates and rechews, does this as a stable species trait and is not merely a sick pig, then halakhically may no longer be dealing with a pig at all. Steelman line. Kashrut is determined by present samani ancestry. This is not made up. It's consistent with halakhic reasoning. Precedent. Halakha does not care about lineage. Example: Turkey, New World, no Muzara, accepted Samanim and behavior. Ben Pakua, legal status device situation, not genetics. Fish Samani. We don't ask what clod is this. We ask what does it have now. Steelman principle. Halakha judges the creature in view, not its family tree. So what if it comes from pigs? This is where you push harder. Already allows crossbreeds like mule issues. Species drift over time. Animals where ancestors were different, wild to domestic. If after many generations an animal consistently chews cud and no longer matches behaviorally, Steelman claim or something behavior. Bullshit behavior. Steelman claim at some point you've created a new halakhic species, not a pig with a trick. The pig named in Torah problem, the biggest explicitly says the pig, because it has split hooves but does not bring up cud, is impure. Steelman response, aggressive but coherent. The Torah defines the pig by its failure. An animal that no longer fails that criterion is the Torah's pig. That makes fucking sense to me. This is the same logic used in change of identity, Metzuet-based halakha, legal classification after transformation. Why this argument would still almost certainly be rejected. Almost, baby. That's shoes and hand grenades, kids. Let's be honest. Even if everything above is tight, symbolic status. Pig is a boundary marker in Judaism, not just an animal category. This is a new thing. This is a fucking super pig. Missouri. Zero tradition for permitting pig-like animals. Way stronger taboo than shellfish. Mary, even kosher theoretical pig would blow up communal practice. I don't give a fuck about communal practice. We're already all over the fucking place with this shit. People leaving on Fridays, other people jerking themselves off in public, whatever the fuck. I mean, it's slippery. Nothing is stable anymore. That's now. Bottom line, Steelman conclusion. It's possible formulation. An animal with split hooves reliably regurgitate and rechews food as a stable species trait. Logic would recognize it as kosher regardless of ancestry. However, because the pig functions as a symbolic and legal archetype of non-kosher status, rabbinic authority would likely refuse recognition, even if so this one, baby. Translation likely possible, textually defensible, halakhic and on arrival. We're revivifying this motherfucker. One-liner bait midrash mic drop. The pig isn't treif because of biology, treif because Judaism needed a line in the sand.
Above the red line. So the Gemara says, see the issue. The Torah was obviously to say springling has to be above the red line.
Yeah, give me camel.
that none of the applications have to be relying in fundamentally negating the meaning of a pasuk. Okay? The so to which the Gemara says, so what?
Oh,
So what?
yeah. Camel is actually a better test case than pig. Pig is symbolically TNT. Camel is quietly devastating if you steel man. Right? Let's go. The steel man. And why camel is a real halakhic problem based on Torah says land animal needs split hooves, malaya gara. Jews could camel. The hooves are not fully split. Oh, that's easy. Explicitly choose cub. Named by Torah as non-kosher. So camel is the big. First note, camels do chew cud, really. This is not disputed. Camels regurgitate, rechew it, do it habitually, are functionally ruminants, even if anatomically pseudo-ruminants. Still man, point. The Torah behavior, not stomach diagram. So camel 100% satisfies ma'ala gara. What does split hooves actually mean? The Torah says shua shesa, fully split. Camel has camel's feet have two toes with the cleft covered by a pad, not a hard hoof capsule. Steelman claimed the camel fails not because it lacks division, but because the form of the hoof is different. Now here's the move. The key ambiguity. Is the pad defined or incidental? The Torah never says must be carried in, must be hard, must look like a cow's hoof. It says split. From a phenomenological point of view, two toes, clear division, weight borne across them. Steelman, the camel's hoof is split in substance that covers in flesh. A cosmetic difference, not a functional one. Cud is judged by behavior. Why isn't hoof splitting judged the same way? Flip the pig argument back on causal. With pig, they say behavior matters, doesn't chew. Camel, they say form matters. Hoof isn't right. Inconsistency it has. Either Samanim are behavioral or morphological. You can't swap standards mid-species. That's a real philosophical pressure point. Now the real steelman. What if camels were bred with harder hooves? Really theoretical, no how to. If you had a camel-like animal that chews cud, already true. That's fully hardened, clearly hooves, walks with the leg. Steelman claim head. At that point, the animal satisfies both Torah and Samanim. So what's stopping it? The Torah names species problem, same pig but weaker. The Torah says the camel, because it chews cud but does not have split hooves, is impure. Still, man responds. The Torah defines the camel by its deficiency. Remove the deficiency, you no longer have the Torah's camel. That's absolutely fucking incorrect. The argument is stronger for camel than pig because camel isn't a cultural taboo. Camel milk, meat were used by Jews historically, not halakhically, but familiarly. No symbolic revulsion like pig. Historical awkwardness, camel fun. Camel milk was used medicinally in Jewish lands. Some post-scheme debate secondary benefit rules. Camel was never treated as metaphysically disgusting. Steelman angle. Camel strafe status is legal, not moral. That matters. Why camel is the best steelman case compared to pig. Pigs don't chew cud, camel does. Hoof division, yes. Camel's borderline. Symbolic taboo. Pig is huge. Minimal cultural revulsions and pig high. Camel is halakhic embarrassment is medium, and pig camel is high. Camel is almost kosher, and that's dangerous. Bible shuts it down, but more honest. Simanim are not modular. You don't mix and match creativity. Missouri blocks innovation. Species named in Torah are first words. Sure, the pig of the Bible and the camel of the Bible, sure. But the chef of the future, alright, species named in Torah are for legal stability, philosophically consistent. But with camel, the rejection is policy based, not logically. Field man, final field man like that. The camel exposures the kashrut is neutral checklist but guarded taxonomy. The Torah gives simanim, but Chazal decide clarity becomes identity. The camel isn't shaped because it fails; it's shaped because it's too close. What? That's the uncomfortable truth. If you want,
indicates that there is God's service above and below. Now, granted,
give me all of the border cases like giraffe, kangaroo, sturgeon. I want all of them. And give me, you don't have to go into all kinds of detail. Just like a chart and the one kosher, not, and what the argument would be for it to be kosher if it's not.
So what does that teach you? It is easy to be inspired in the peace.
Say no more. Here's a clean, Beit Midrash friendly cheat sheet. The classic borderline stress test animals that expose where kashrut logic gets tight, bubbly, or policy driven. No essays, just what it is, and the stillman why you might think. Yes. So giraffe, mammal, split hooves, choose cut. Kosher, theoretical. As Torah, Simanim, only issue is practice. Shechita, kasher. Where is it? It's right above. It's right below the fact, not at the camel, mammal, choose cut, hoof, borderline, not kosher. Hoof is split functionally. Pad may be cosmetic, not disqualifying. Pig, mammal, split hooves only, not kosher. It ruminate. If it could ruminate purely, Simanim would be. Kangaroo, mammal, neither, not kosher. Some argue cud like regurgitation, jumping gait, muddles, hoof, logic. Interesting. Horse, mammals, single hoof, no cud, not kosher. None serious, sometimes cited hoof does not equal split debates. Zebra is a mammal, single hoof, not kosher, same as horse despite visual striping weirdness. Giraffe, camel hybrids, theoretics, not kosher, split hoof plus cud emerged stably. Could be a new halakhic species. Okay. Giraffe, camel hybrid. I didn't even know that. Sturgeon fish, bony scutes, not kosher, mainstream. Scutes may qualify as scales. Some fall off in processing. Swordfish, fish, juvenile scales. Disputed, mostly not kosher. Has scales early in life. Meets some at some stage. Lungfish, angelfish. Reduced scales. Disputed. Scales exist but embedded. Definition question. Eel, fish, microscopic scales, not kosher. Scales but aren't visible or cat. No, not kosher. Used as a contrast case.
start a little higher, a little lower,
Shark.
a little lower, a little lower. Like one who is
Fish.
living,
Dermal denticles, not kosher. Denticles resemble
it's different.
scales structure.
We speak about a bump.
Ray skate. Fish. Denticles, not kosher. Same argument as shark. Octopus, squid, not kosher. Non-serious. Sometimes involved to show boundary clarity. Crab, lobster, shrimp, crustacean, exoskeleton, tailfin, not kosher. Exoskeleton is equal to cascade. Tail flukes is equal to fins. Locust, insect, torsimine, coated only with Missouri. Morphology matches to our Missouri lost for most Jews. Turkey, accepted science kosher, retroactively accepted ancient Missouri. Peacock, bird, unclear, disputed, avoided. No clear prohibition, vibes, and lack of Missouri. Emu, ostrich, bird, explicitly listed, not kosher. Name species categorically frozen. Meta pattern, the real takeaway. Samanim are tight. Species named in Torah are frozen. Fish, Samanim are looser. Debates explode over definitions. Birds, Missouri logic takes a backseat. Insects, Torah allows tradition, decides which. Shellfish, boundary markers, not biology cases. One line, bait, midrash, truth bomb. The closer we'll get to kosher, the more halakhic panics, and the more halakha panics unlocks the door.
If he went ahead and he sprinkled it on Tiharo Shalom Mizbeach. So we'll see what that term means just a moment. Sometimes we'll say on the base.
Give me the single weirdest case no talks about, and then also tell me about catfish. Give me a steel man for catfish.
Looking again, I will say, now what does it mean, Tiharo? What does that mean, Tiharo? Mean that he sprinkled it on the middle of the Mizbeach?
All right, buckle up, and here's the single weirdest aquatic case nobody brings up. And then will steelman catfish as hard as it can be steelman, even though it still loses. The weirdest case, hagfish, aka nightmare noodle. If catfish is controversial, hagfish is for halakhic body horror. What it's like, it's eel-like, no jaws, no real bones, cartilage, produces copious slime, has no vertebrae, ancient prehistoric vibe. Why? It's weird halakhically. It's aquatic. Clearly a fish-like thing, but no fins, arguably scales. Doesn't fit clearly into fish as causal conceptualized them. Why nobody talks about it? Because it's kosher, but for deep, it exposes that fish and halakha is a legal category, not a biological. If you try to classify it, you'd have to ask: is it sheretz hamayim? Is it a dag? Is it something else entirely? Still, discomfort point. Halakha avoids this case because it's hard. Avoids this case not because it's hard, because it shows that the Torah's category never meant to cover evolutionary edge cases. It's not forbidden because it breaks taxonomy. That's the creepy part. Now, catfish, this is against. Baseline, no visible scales, and Torah criteria not met, universally trade. But here's the better argument, no copium, just maximal. The embedded scales argument. Some fish like sturgeon and adjacent to baits have scales that are embedded in the skin, not easily removable, still considered scales by some definitions. Catfish skin contains dermal denticles, body nodules, protective, externally integrated. Steelman argument. The Torah never says scales must be peelable, only external and protective. This argument is weak, but it's the door.
Sacrificial service.
The cascade equals teleos scale move. Some same move as lobster, but subtler. Claim cascade external protective wear, not necessarily overlapping with skin. Not necessary skills. Catfish skin is tough. It's abrasion resistant and it's protective against predators. Steelman line. Smooth does not mean scaleless. It means non-overlapping. The barbels its fins stretch. This is the dirtiest argument. But people try. Catfish have multiple fins, dorsal, pectoral, adipose, plus barbels, whiskers. Some might argue barbels function like stabilizers combined with fins. Locomotion criteria are met. This doesn't help scales, but it shows up fins so that the whole debate narrows to one symbol. The fins, scales inversion of the text. Hazel says any fish with scales has fins, but not any fish with fins has scales. Steelman critique. This is an empirical assumption, not Torah law. Catfish falsify the neatness of the rule. This does not make catfish kosher, but it attacks the confidence of the system. The phenomenological argument. From a catfish look like fish, swim like fish, are harvested like fish, live entirely underwater. Steelman line. If Torah law were about catfish would qualify absent a technical exclusion. This is basically saying you only know catfish or tray fish, not Torah plain meaning, which is true. White catfish still falls no ambiguity in practice. Catfish are not dangerous to the system the way threatens scale logic. Camel exposes Simanim in interpretation hides. Catfish aren't because they fail the Torah. They're chafed because Chazal told us what the Torah meant.
Right. Keeper or power handler that seaboard. Correct. There's also these. Those are for preface community.
Yeah, give me a list of the number one and then give me number three. All right, got it. You want a ranking, but the number one and number two. Okay. 1, sturgeon, the most dangerous animal to kashrut logic. Why? White's number one has bony shoots that look exactly like scales. Shoots are external protective, sometimes removable. May actually have eaten it. Major post-game 14th and 20th century. White's sturgeon scales are scales. Fish, Samani, solutions. This isn't hypothesized. Did permit it. It was eaten in part. It forces halakha to it. Scales is partly a policy decision, not just anatomy. White got shut down. Zora wasn't strong. No, that's not. We'll be back.
Our sponsors or the month of Vinliatoviolus are culmination of completing Satan Ezekiel, Tovos, and Misra. Nathan Harry Smith and the schools for the entire Kihila. Sponsors even Mark in memory of Mark's Bobby Tila Tehila Sheva Bas Ruvain Aaron Cohen Zichron Livracha. Her precious Neshama have an aliyah and the family aid. Weekly Daf Yomi is sponsored by Zevi Daniel. Baruch haba Terah Zevi, who's back for a couple of days. Excited to be back in person to learn with our holy Chevra. No Chevra like our SOTC. And belated honor of David Schwartz's remarkable Siyam HaTorah. Beautiful, which was incredible, and also should add in here his remarkable coffee making skills. Let's not he's like a shtickle barista now. He's a shtickle barista now. But I will tell him the beautiful accomplishment that I made many more. And of course, we'll say we dedicate our learning in this of who were killed yesterday in attack in Gameji. Amit Kula, 26 years old. Staff Sergeant Itayavitz, 18 years old. We hope that in the Talmud their precious Neshamas and their families Nechama. So with that, let us begin. Mazel Tov upon reaching the new parak. We have a beautiful, beautiful daf of us today. So today's daf is Lamed Zayin 37. We are picking up in at the Mishnah on Lamed Vav on the days 30, and let's go. Well, Rabbi Shammai says, so these things to go here. Kol hanitzon shenosam b'matana achos kiper. Okay, she will say some interesting information over here. This is welcome. It's no different than any other shot. And a lot of times, the information you need is necessarily arranged in a linear fashion, but it goes all over the place. So in Meretz Hashem, we'll see when we get like days, and we'll come with other parts. We'll Meretz Hashem be able to fill in. We'll call it Karbanic 101, but we'll leave it now along the way as well. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So Beis Shammai says, before we even get to Beis Shammai, look at the first Rashi. Beis Shammai Omrim Matana Achas Zrika Achas Kiper. In general, most carbonas, points out over here, most carbonas require what we call shtei matanos shein or matana achos shein. What does that mean? Generally, we're going to see that zrika was at the corner of the mizbeach. The way you normally wanted to do a zrika was to at the corner. If you do a corner zrika, then what ends up happening? It ends up essentially the blood gets splashed on two corners of the mizbeach. That's what it means when it says matana achos shishen. Like if you say ezum in the morning, you see that expression all the time. Probably didn't know what it meant, like most of us, because why would it be? It's karbanos, right? But now you understand. Matana achos shishtayim means again a zrika. It's a one act that ultimately again ends up. So let's get it out of the way. Line up. Everybody needs a hug. The love, beautiful, right? Anyway, so I'm just kidding. Af is never distracting at all. So means so again, one sprinkle goes on two corners. So just pointing out this in general. Most carbonos here, what we call zrikos, which is most carbonos require two zrikos. Two that become four, right? Because you're doing two of them on two different corners, which essentially become the splatter. I don't know if it's splatter word. Splattering. Sprinkling, yeah, good. Sprinkling blood, so on two corners it becomes on four sides. Okay, so let's say that's carbonic information 101. Most require what we call, remember, shtei matanos, which sprinklings, shehin, which essentially becomes four. Each corner goes on two cells. Now, what is Beis Shammai coming to say? I'm saying in general, coming on mizbeach achitzo, shenas matana achas kiper. So Beis Shammai says that essentially b'diavad, if l'maisa, you went ahead and you did one sprinkling, matana achas shishtayim, b'diavad, you're fine.
We're still going?
B'diavad, you're fine. That's
Why?
the point that the Gemara is making over here. However, by chatos, ultimately again, you need two applications. So Beis Shammai's premise, generally carbonos need shtei matanos shein arba, two applications, two sprinklings. If you
Rank animals
you're good to go.
and how likely they are to cause crises, and also go fully cursed with all animals, not just whales and dolphins.
Although ideally you want shtayim shein arba, if you just had one,
I would engage. Here's the master ranking animals ordered by how likely they are to trigger halakhic crises if conditions change, science, culture, diversity, climate. How trafe, but how destabilize halakhic crisis. Ranking Moses type definition collapse. Why look, act, and function like scales eaten by some Jews already caused rabbinic wars. Surgeon goes kosher, scales stops, meaning sword crisis type temporal simanim. Why has scale now, loses them later? Question: do simanim uses for life? No. Or God, which is what it is. If one last stage counts a lot of fishery, tough shit. Counts type internal inconsistency. Why actually choose cud? Torah disqualifies it and exposes the simanim are not applied systematically. Draft halakha embarrassment. Why unkosher by simanim? Nobody to uncertainty. Proves kosher does not equal usable. Pig and meltdown. Why split hooves already? Splits already. If cut chewing introduced theoretical logic breaks. even if logically culturally impossible. Local crisis type Mizrahi Torah explicitly allows some. Most Jews lost the tradition. Yemenites didn't. Same bug, different Jews, opposite outcomes. Sturgeon like and rays. Crisis type scale definition. Why dermal denticles resemble scale div. External structure pushes cascade point. Kangaroo. Crisis type mammal model failure. Why no cud, no hooves, but regurgitation adjacent behavior exists. Reminds us of Eurocentric Samani. Dolphins, whales. Moral intuition versus mammals and not fish. Intelligence, emotional, not no Samani. People want them to be kosher. Emotional Holocaust says nope. Hagfish crisis type category annihilation. Why barely a fish? Whales, no fins. Ancient evolutionary freak. Hidden cleanly forbidden because it's cement. Catfish crisis. False obviousness. Why everyone knows it, but relies entirely on scale definitions. How much is interpretation vortex? Eels crisis type microscopic ambiguity. Why technical scales functionally invisible? Forces the question: how visible type? None. Honestly, why no fins, no scales, no ambiguity? These are the groups. In general, crisis type cycle revolt. Why technically many would qualify. Practically nobody protects people from this type category. Why neither cleanly excludes boring but stable. Final meta truth, this is the key. The closer an animal gets to kosher, the more violently Holocaust shuts. I'm in agreement with that. Kosher biology is about maintaining boundaries in a world that keeps.
We don't care about what your machshava is during the second.
Yeah, me the one that's going to be the next 100 years, an ultra cursed lab grown meat plus chimera animals. All right, this is the end game tier. I'll do it in 2 clean parties, most likely of the next 100 years. Ultra cursed grown meat and Karaite man animals plus class. No, chimera animals.
So now listen to this. Okay, now this is another category. This other category is as follows. For all inner karbanos, which means all karbanos that have their blood out.
Got you. We're going full no carry over. Buckle up here. Ultra cursed chimera animals and how if a chimera animal is an organism composed of cells, tissues from 2 or more distinct species. Think half fish, half cow, or part crab, part pig, legally, biologically, truly wild. We'll rank them and maintain conceptual presence. Plus mammal chimera, cow sturgeon scales. Samani mammals split hooves, chew cud, fish scales plus fins, chimera different parts. Slocky problem, which Samani tissue or presence of any kosher tissue kosher exists. Argument for kosher, only the kosher Torah Samani are functional, not total inclusive. If scales cover kosher reality, rabbis would almost certainly, but logically it's ambiguous. Land aquatic, for instance, camel plus eel hybrid. Conflict. Land plus chew cub, aquatic fins plus partial land, partial water. Crisis is it a testosterone behavior override Samani. Argument for kosher. Eat the part that meets Samani category. Behavior and classification. Generalist reading. Wild twist. Could create categories are mostly kosher, making them allowed by Torah logic examine carefully. Shellfish, mammal, chimera. For example, lobster, exoskeleton plus pig body. Samani mammal, hooves, cud, exoskeleton, tail fins, exoskeleton on hooves or tail fins on black nightmare. Mammals are trafe if missing cud and doesn't count fin versus hook. Overlapping categories. Still man for kosher. If mammal tissue is functional, behaves kosher. Cud, exoskeleton could be ignored like skin or but rabbinic intuition would scream trafe. Multi-fish comes sturgeon plus catfish plus vultures. Samani conflict. Sturgeon, bony scales, partially cooked, no scales, straight, swordfish, non scales. Crisis. If all tissues are in one animal, Samani cumulative tissue determines kosher status. Logic. First functional. If part meets Samani, eatable part may be kosher. For full animal rulings, rabbi likely eat it. Conceptually, this is textually defensible but socially impossible. Extreme hybrid grown chimera, cow plus lobster plus camel plus fish. The apex nightmare digestion, lobster exoskeleton, sturgeon like scales, fish Simon conflict. Identity of this animal completely annihilated. Halakhic problem. Category collapse. Is it land or water mammal with restrictional samanim logic? Future post must samanim dominate. Steelman argument for kosher maximum strict cosmetic non-kosher parts use them, for instance, like kosher mammal and kosher is equal to kosher. Textual extreme hybrid terms reality impossible under current animal codes in the century.
All of the zrikos, the carbon. But if you have an erroneous meaning, one of the zrikos will be pigo, but it will be pos. Hands down, that was a great. No, that was a stick Mishnah. Nice fucking so far.
The one likes most likely in the next 100 years. Lab-grown meat, kosher animals, not sturgeon, camel. This is the real rebel. Why this one flips? Because it hits 3 weak joints at once. Shchita, ever minai, identity, and it does so without touching saman at all. The core halach, lab-grown meat comes from cells of the animal, involves no slaughter, involves no body. So the origin process or substance, the question has never been fully resolved. Question will eventually permit. With limits, Steelman logic that will win long term. If starter cells come from a kosher species without killing, and the medium is kosher, and the final product is identical to meat, then this is closer to cheese or yeast than to flesh. Many will say it's parov, kosher with certification, possibly even allowed with milk. Yes, that curse. Wow. This will change eating forever. Why this beats sturgeon? Sturgeon threatens definitions. Lab meat threatens practice. That's why it wins. You find
but the idea over here is it says the blood of your shall be poured. It sounds like one act. So it's interesting. You might understand over here that pouring, sprinkling, which will question. But the Gemara says, since it says that one act, what does that teach me? That one act of sprinkling is enough to make the carb kosher. Incredible. The Gemara says, hold up. Is that what that pasuk with Darfa Yishafeh comes to teach? The Gemara says, anybody look inside and that pasuk something else. Top of Lam Zayin. Shetuunin matan dam liyisol. How do I know? Yesterday's stuff also. How do I know that require by the base of the mizbeach? We're going to see about that when we get into the no, don't bring it. That's my general you're ready for the base. No, it's my general base. No, I just that's it. I'm done. I'm gonna stare at the. If you notice over here, all right, have on Zoom. I don't know if you notice over here. All right, I'll bring the laser pointer. Okay, so let's say over here. So remember, Marim is there. And if you notice over here, there's something that a couple of days ago. So if you notice here, if you come and you look at this drawing, you notice that there is like a ledge, a hole or a base around the mizbeach. Now it doesn't around the entire mizbeach. It only goes around two sides. What we're going to see is that what's done by the assault. Now, not on the base. It depends. Remember, again, because along the mizbeach, you can't see that from here. There was a sikra. There was a red line. Some zrikos are above the red line. Some zrikos are below the red line. Generally, wherever zrika is done, it's done on a part of the assault. Okay, so now the Gemara says as follows. How do you know in general that with what application you do it on back that has ledge? How do you know that? Talmud Omar, the dominant is ultimately again the blood of your cup. If you look at Rashi, that's in Minayin. Shekala Danim Shakala Kabbalah Shetuin. Yisod, if Mishnah Minashizar Timatosa, Shishofam Yisod, Yishonem Ashita Shankata. So the way Rashi is understanding over here is a different idea, which is that with leftover blood, the leftover blood is poured out. Like you said, everyone is agrees with, which is that although generally means parable, it's kind of apos, you stein, where it says, really close to possible down to the thing that has to do something else. Must be right, not the way we do it. So you don't have to maybe design your Rabbi said, Anisha the dam, say, oh, you sold on his gift. Literally, again, the leftover, ultimately, again, will be found, will be poured by the days. Why did you say by dam? The fish, the manu elmi, tanim, shetunin, matman, you sold. I don't know about blood applications, right? For example, like a chatos. That's actually what the prophet is talking about. So I know that by a chatos, I pour the leftover blood ultimately by the soul. The Gemara says, Show me 9. How do I know that applies to Badam? You must say, Tamaloma Badam. It doesn't Badam, not Tamaloma Badam. Meaning, Al-Kol Harim, Shekirin Matam Damim. Ultimately, again, it's teaching me that in general, we're going to look at 12 and that also over blood is poured out by the base of the meat. One thing we have also is once again screwed up that puzzle of down into the definition. Remember again, let's stay laser focused. What do we can figure out? I'm looking for fruits to the price of the drug, namely, what we require. 2 applications that are forced. And those all governors, with the exception of kata, such as Mahmoud Hashem Mexilo, blood application that's 2. Where I know that from. You might call it Pasuk, Gemara now said that Pasuk is used for something else. Gemara now showed that proposed union is that secondary Pasuk, which once again frees up Dam Zibachecha Yishaf. How does Dam Zibachecha Yishaf? How does that teach me that one application is, how do I know that? Where do I know that? Four is a singular act. A singular act. Which teaches that one blood application, one start is going to be enough. Okay, we're back on track. Bakati. To come to teach me that one act of the other is enough of the carbon. After all, the Gemara says, I need it for different reasons. Here we go. So how do I know? Right, so how is Rika done? Quite literally going to call it like the sprinkling, right? Like the mechanics of Rika, right? What is Rika done with? How is it done? But the pashtos, whether it's by hand or by something with like a flick of the wrist, how do I know if the other? And if I didn't do Rika, but I did Shifa, I poured it into blood. Yeah, by the way, that's it. I mean, on the side of the right? The head and most of the point to it. I'm not going to lie, I was playing with it a little bit. Right? It's Baltimore, there's nothing to do after that. You know? So the next side, I apologize, I forgot it. Hold on to that tomorrow. So the says as follows. The says, how do I know that if you add that, if I didn't sprinkle it, that I poured it? How do I know it's free? You don't say. Halaloma, the down is Zivachecha, Yishafeh. Because the pasuk said you could pour indication of shlifa. I want to go, but maybe I can use shlifa. That's what means the pasuk for. So let's take the pasuk up and down to how Yishafeh is teaching that the Eved pouring is good. That means it's not free. The teaching the halacha that the Eved one act of zrika. Which the Gemara says some of the Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. Not true. He disagrees with this. That we keep a hold that our local is not true. His recall is not included in pouring, right? Spring pouring and pouring is not included in spring. Halakha can be our food, and it's something requires. You cannot discharge your obligation with shlifa, and it's something about your obligation with recall. This now, where do we go? So it says, I want to show you this. You know, a lot of times as we leave the month of Cheshvan, so there's a sadness that's there because there's a runway when we get to our Kabbalah right? There's a lot of small Hashem, but Pesach is the next big young thing ahead of us. And how incredible is it that on Erev Rosh Chodesh, the Sparrow gives us Pesach tomorrow. Right? Pesach is almost here. So someone is like, Pesach is right. Don't share that with you. Right? Do not say that you do it here. Right? So that's but Pesach is almost here. And also such a beautiful fortune telling us there's so much hope and so much that is contained in month ahead. So much. And by the way, you know, Pesach is almost Elul. It's almost Elul. And I was saying it is time to do tshuva. It's Elul. Not a game on. All right, so the says as follows. So this nine. Listen to this. If I go as Pastor Mosai, this is such a beautiful thing. If you went ahead, literally, if I made the bracha cover Pesach, again, I then the bracha on the other place. Now, what is this referring to? Take a quick look at Rashi. That's actually right to the right. Watch this. Remember again, Kadam Pesach itself was what's called Nechal ala Sofer, which means was really consumed almost as a dessert. That's why again, remember we call today we don't even have a Kadam Pesach. We consume it. We call it Pesach. Afikomen. What does afikomen mean? Afikomen is a Greek word that means dessert. That means dessert. So ultimately, again, so therefore the Gemara. So watch this. So you bring the kadosh chagiga. Kadosh chagiga was just that would be a primary seuda. So therefore the Gemara says chagiga sabah. So Rashi says shabbanaka. Kishachavuram muruba. Kishav b'tasach b'sachim. That's actually. Borat Asher Kisham Sasabi Tivano. Oh, beautiful. I'm a vibe. We will resort them to say this bracha. To say this bracha. Meant Hashem. Asher Kisham Sasabi Tivano. Kol Es HaPesach. The bracha you say Kol Pesach. Now, there's another rule there. Asher Kisham Sasabi Tivano. Le'achol Es HaZevach. So again, there's a set of bond on a cover for Yigo. So again, what's in here? Now, our look is like this. So it kind of says, if you make the bracha first on top, you have to sit the cover for Yigo, which makes sense. What logic behind that? Because the Pesach is a Zevach. So if you went ahead and made the Pesach, that includes all general covenants as well. But again, if you made a bracha on the covenant of Yigo, that does not exempt the covenant Pesach. Right? Now, watch it. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, as I like the Nami up in the first, the son of Shmuel, the Klal Shlicha, the Kamer, the El, the Nine, and the Ton of the Zan, the Ton of the Shlicha. That's the Elfak, Matan Dam Shem, Shekasa, Bazooka, while Matan Dam Pesach, Shekaslicha. Very interesting. So, ultimately, again, the Pesach, the Torah is much Shlicha, pouring out the blood. And Kamer Chagiga is blood. So, the Shmuel holds only that what? That the Shlicha is the Klal Shlicha. That's including the pouring. And therefore, the Mesa, if you make the bracha on the Pesach, that includes the bracha on the Chagiga. Conversely, if you make the Chagiga, which is Shlicha, that does not exempt the Kadosh Pesach, because the Kadosh Pesach ultimately again is Shlicha. That's the Shmuel. Rabbi Kiva says no. Rabbi Kiva says absolutely not. These kavanot the brachos do not exempt each other. Actually says why? The less thing when you have in Zika Shanasa B'Shitza. So go say now again. That is logic is right. Rabbi Kiva holds that Allah said Zika, Shlicha, and two separate things, and therefore the couple you can't do Zika, and you can't do Shlicha. Allah Pesach are reckoned as two separate kavanot. Allah the bracha of one exempt the other. Now I read this. I because the same is rivetingly exciting. And both like how incredible that we now know the brachas Pesach had covered for you. How we like. I don't think anyone got out, growing up, right? But myself, how the Baruch Hashem Elokeinu Sheikh Yisham Society Le'achol Es HaPesach. Incredible to be on with that. So the Gemara says, as I'll say. So let's go back, right? So remember again, why we shafei that we wanted it does that. Matana Achos Stein is really big. Yeah, okay, is really used to teach us that no, that Allah Kalamaisa, you had to do Zika and you did Shvi. Ultimately, you're Yotze. Why? Because Zika says no. Our time rejects that because our time holds like that. We have Kiva hold that Zika and Shvicha are two distinct things, and ultimately are not interchangeable. Therefore, the pasuk is going to be used for the proof of our mission. Vakati. Well, he lost a still. Is that what this pasuk is used for? The Gemara says, we need it for a good purpose. Rabbi Shmuel says, "Nitoksh ne'amash ach b'char shar, ach b'char kesed of b'char ace." So we'll say here the Torah speaks halachos of b'char. Finally, so we'll say what's that? B'char shar of b'char kesed of b'char ace. We'll see kodesh him as the month is over on his death as Yishayna Fosha. So if you have a first-born animal, shucks, Kaseb, sheep, A's, goat, the halacha is ultimately again that even as a carbon, the meat goes to the curry, and the sacrifice are ultimately burning in his death. So why? That the char should come in the immortal God in his death. That the char ultimately again requires blood to Pesach Minayin. I don't know that ultimately again my Shema and Pesach also requires. Amaloma Gidan Zivachafa Isha. Therefore, the Torah Yishan Zivachafa Isha teaches that my Shema and Pesach also requires the sacrificial parts on the Mizbeach. Incredible. Gemara says, that's a problem for us. Why is that a problem for us? that pasuk is used to teach me about Man Pesach that requires blood and burning of sacrificial parts, then it's not open for the use that I want to use it for in the Mishnah. That Matana Acha saying that the Evid isn't enough not to the Karban. Which they were already arguing. Some look at the Yosef. I was going to say, the sign of the Omer, Damo Lomer, Ella Daman. The pasuk doesn't damo, right? It does bar. It doesn't say damo, rather damon, bloods plural or blood plural. It doesn't say the bird eats fat, rather it says they're fats. What does that come to teach me? We made abachar meiser upesach sheton matandam ve'imul gad. There's no opinion. The other opinion learns out the obligations for blood applications and sacrificial parts of meiser and pesach from that same pasuk as bachar. If that's the case, that it's going up from the same pasuk as bachar, then what? It frees up the pasuk of the damishafe for something else. Incredible. As is something else for our Mishnah. Hi, so Rabbi Shmuel, again, can he use the post? Straight to Rabbi Shmuel. Ultimately, we'll say there's machlokes about how Rabbi Shmuel uses the pasuk. That's bottom line. Bottom line, the fundamental machlokes about Rabbi Shmuel uses the pasuk. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel, who establishes pasuk is talking about bachar and not meiser and pesach. The sid. Then it makes sense ultimately again. Usually says that the flesh will be going to be the color. Right? So the Gemara says, the Gemara said the car. The moving nami the meiser pesach fight. But according to the Yossi on this again, the pasuk is even talking about meiser and the Lord says not the car. Who eats the meat of meiser? But again, who eats the meat? Right? It's the base thing. So it's not only after that. So what is the meat of the car? What is that? The boss says to this. This is riveting. This really teaches me again, I said that by Bachar, whether the Bachar ultimately again, or a Balmum ultimately again, piece of Bachar will apply to the animal. On the page, take a look at Rashi. Come back and Balmum to Lomar. Right in the Noket Kratama, I mean, the Koros Kais, was Russian Kadmatic, where the Daman, the Kabam, the Ramos, the Arkai, for the Russian Sneer, the Bai, El Abachar, the Kad Minon, Nemas, Ubisara, and Balmum. So once I see interesting enough, it's going to teach us like this. Whether the is blemished or unblemished, these halachas will apply to it. Then ultimately, again, halachas is not the animal is blemished, you're not going to sacrifice it, but the mice of the flesh, the meat belonging to him, applies to the bachar part is blemished or days. We made al bachar balmum shenite. Incredible. Meaning about a bachar balmum that even a bachar that has a blemish is given to the kohen. So maksiru lo bachar. This is the only halacha in the entire Torah. Incredible. So once I said, this is happening over here. So essentially what we have over here, the pasuk says, bachar shar bachar eis lo sifta, can't redeem them, kodesh hein bi'ar kodesh, estamam tizok al mizbeach, sprinkle their blood on the mizbeach, that's korban takfir, and their fat, which means burn their sacrificial parts. Beautiful. Here's an important that pasuk. So it's just talking about, or is it talking about Bachar, Pesach, and Nighters? Now, for all purposes, it works if the pasuk is talking about everything. Why? Because if the pasuk is talking about everything, our original pasuk of the Dams of Faith is free to be used as the source for the halakha conditioner. The difficulty just again being used to teach me about everything, then also the Torah says the Kohanim. The problem is that certain Pesach ultimately again the Kohanim don't. Which the Gemara says no. When it says in Bisaram, that's actually to Bachar. It doesn't mean Bisaram plural by Bachar. It teaches me that whether the Bachar is blemished, the Kohen gets it. By these specific animals, by the way. By these specific animals, they're unblemished. Beautiful. Well, we're going to be smaller. We're rolling out that whether the Bachar, the Kohen gets it. Where does he learn this from? Not delay. Loch. Literally, may loch. Yes, the safe part. He learns it out from the phrase loch. It will be yours. What will be yours? Whether it's blemished or unblemished, ultimately again, it's yours. That's it, really. The Mokin so going to the you understand that pasuk, the pasuk of Bachar, is also referring to Moshe Pesach. How you exist, Lo Sifta, that's why the pasuk says, don't redeem it. ultimately again are Kodesh. Hain Ve'in Tmura Sanka. Why have I said because that phrase Mosifka Kodesh Hain. Kodesh Hain, that phrase Kodesh Hain. So again, Rabbi Yosef believes that Kodesh Hain means these types of Kabbalah is that they who are Kodesh and not anything that comes in their step. For example, so they can offer the Intimura Sanka. But the two of us, what's Tmura? When you take yourself at the Shalom and you for another animal, that's called Tmura. Generally, what's called about Tmura? Both animals become sacrificially designated. And both said, I watch this Bachar Umaiser of a Bachar or a Meiser Behema. What's that law? So called the Olam. Hari in the Bachar animal or a Meiser animal. So anything Meiser animal, you can move the Numan Labayrim by the owners. By the owners, okay, what's Muras Pesach in the Kreva. They will say, this is great. And we should have a good zap for my current days. And then what do? I find another sheet called Tumura. So Yeshua said, I heard Muras Pesach in the Kreva. So it says, I heard Pesach can be offered. And the Torah Pesach can't say, you know how validating this is? You thought you were the only one who I know. I'm in good company. Sometimes even the greatest of people find themselves in the watch this. Ella, Rabbi Shmuel, the Bechar Pesach, the Bechar, nice Pesach. So what's this? I'm sorry. So Yeshua says, Halachos, I heard to reconcile them. Maybe the Farish. Ella, the Rabbi Shmuel, but eventually Shmuel understands that the whole process that we quoted before, because he learned that local and Isa, you do not always where you learn that out from. So my saying is Xer Shava of Avra from the car. Hey, Hassan, why does it have to say it the sheep? The rabbis Tmura. So if you have the Tmura of a carbon Pesach after Pesach, however, Yoko after Pesach, you might have thought that it's Shlomin. Talmud Lomar, who therefore the passages are in the context of Kara Pesach before Pesach. Now again, conflicting rules Pesach Kreva with Tamura Tina Kreva. I heard the Tamura Pesach can be offered, and I heard it can't be offered. Tamura of a Pesach at all. Why not? Who means only one Kara Pesach offered up and nothing else. Obviously, Pesach came, so you might have thought that the Tamura of a Shlomin, even the Kamalomar, who ultimately again for the pasuk says the drasha achrini. So it turns out meaning because it's a job, right? And going through this entire process and effectively showing to open it is available to the drasha that we want. We write. What does that teach us? That teaches us that even though a carbon typically requires how many the one shall be poured singular one time. Beautiful. That's in the high dams. What to do all of these? I mean, with the principle of Mishnah, right? It's not the only focus in Mishnah most times by where other people who are using this pasuk for something else. Which was a something on a keeper. Again, they hold like Beis Hillel. Beis Hillel, as we are going to see in Yom Hashem in tomorrow's daf, Beis Hillel works by chatos. The chatas and all other kabbalah learned out from Chafa Yishafeh for a different limud. Ultimately, again, we're learning about that. What did that look like? All right, very soon. Thanking all of our sponsors.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. More things in your neck of the woods.
Our Torah sponsors for the month of dedicating Ocean Drushos this month in celebration in honor of the entire Kila. Of course, we dedicate our learnings of his Shiva, Mary's precious son, and the Hashem, his family being Nechama. We exalt Hashem that the current ceasefire should last, should turn into ongoing shalom. Do
you mind if I take 3 minutes or so and tell everyone in this space? If you can, I'd appreciate it if you follow me back on the easiest. I share my life 24 hours a day, a week, 365 days a year for world peace. In between, this is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, the economy as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations, YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life and also find in my pin post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree, any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me, and wanting to promote world peace. I want you to know that I want to help others. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million and one of the desalination technology where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it dry back. Send me a DM. I will personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an
That's as if the blemish was there from the beginning. And therefore, Allah he goes ahead and he raises that list of items, official parts. If you went ahead and you offered them up outside of the basement, how does that case come up? The only way that case makes sense is if you hold, Rabbi Akiva says that if you then it makes sense from money whose opinion is being reflected over here.
more than 4 years going back to the pandemic, so I've been live.
And say, if you go to our Potter,
Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email, the tickers, Bitcoin, our Telegram community along, and
is that technically speaking, they offer up an whole last but that seems to be again the conclusion of the This is actually very interesting. So remember, always do examples. Like Chutz Como and either eat the carbon, in Tel Aviv, that's Chutz Como. Chutz Mano. What's the look again?
I'm based out of California.
Mano, what's the look? Pigel. Good. We call that pigel. Now the first is part of the Chutz. Let's say the Rabbi say a person leave it.
100%. Well, I appreciate the off different streams for more than 4 years. This is more the future, especially as people study human biology, learns every single aspect about the human body has been archived any moment of any day of my life, not just, but what was today. I keep a radio on the back so that you literally can watch my life like a timeline or a time capsule all over the internet. I want to give the money back to the people who helped me.
Not to go ahead and sell them.
I just turned 40 years old.
Top of London, about 36A. Or let's listen to this. Or ultimately
it myself. It includes a 1-minute video of what I do. It includes.
I have in mind doing the shechita, and then I'm going to eat from it raw. Allah give me a tremendous hard time with this. Just know. The Bible, the blood, with invalid blood. So we'll say all of these case-relating mindsets, right? Or something that would be asabad, that someone whose tummy should eat the carbon, or someone who's uncircumcised. And in all of these cases, the Mishnah says, is the rule. Here is the rule. The only time invalidating mind out of the permitted place. That's it. Any other
I invite you to, absolutely. The best place to probably automatically updates my life or uploads my life on video, so proud of. I have closing in on one very rare group of us actually do them on video. So I have
what we'll call I guess like de facto leftover. I didn't end up consuming my carbon during do not leave it. Which means don't leave over. So what is the extra possible conclusion? At the time of the shita, that's called pigol. Now teaching that again, you shouldn't leave over.
That's for 24 hours a day. You can ask me any question that you want. I invite people. Feel free to follow up with me. I also have been asked me anything within the expanded part of my profile. And if you have any other question I haven't been able to answer, I'll be happy to. And really appreciate you even considering me to be able to join your.
So one night, Khalidin told the Thanksgiving offering. I designated another carbon that original is still and therefore is still governed by the same strictures as carbon toga. That's Khalidin. So how do I know that all of those animals are governed by the same laws? How do I know that Oblivia and Chatas and Asham also only consume food? Then it also includes the Shalom of Nazir, the Shalmei Pesach, Shalom of Pesach, Talolomar, Shlomov. So Sheminayit, Talolomar, Karbano, Kulan, including the prohibition of Loyaniach, you cannot leave until morning. Namely, you must of no sar, intend to leave over Zmano prohibition. And came Lemakra also Siru. Just opinion of Machshava Siruah. If I don't need it all into the program, it's possible associated just to Rabbi Yehuda uses this possible to teach me that what we call machshavas over the carbon, past the carbon possible. It will be possible. Again, I will say, just which Rizmano is intended outside of the permitted window. Rabbi is included in the prohibited and going to the carbon possible. Incredible. So the Gemara said, right? So you will say, so this makes, what about taking it out of this permitted area? Road, the driver is based on logic. The Sanya Amar Rabbi Yehuda is basing himself. Do you agree that if you end up leaving over Karbanik Musar, so then why wouldn't having a machshava? So again, Rabbi Yehuda is not even basing himself on a pasuk. Right? He's actually not basing himself. Rabbi Yehuda's entire position is based on svar. And again, what's his svar is in fact prohibited. Then halacha should also be prohibited. That's his notion. Right? In other words, why doesn't he argue in all of these cases? To since allowing the carbon to become no sub, allowing the carbon to, why doesn't he argue in all the other cases in Mishnah as well? Therefore, I think the carbon at the time is Mishnah. Therefore, the user doesn't argue on the other cases in the Mishnah. Which the Gemara says, well, what's the next that can invalidate the carbon? Because left hand base up, and I break bones. I eat raw. What's halacha? When Zrika works, Zrika happens, you're good to go. Effectiveness of the carbon. He's going to eat it. We're going to come, he's going to burn the sacrificial pieces. Once the uncircumcised people will eat it, or offer the sacrificial parts, zipper years, okay? I will say, it's a very simple reason why Rabbi doesn't disagree in those cases. Why? So therefore, halacha I say again, if I chef, listen to this, if I chef the carbon and validate the carbon, why not? Why not? Because you're not control over what other people do. And then don't control that. He spends so much on others, but in fact, at the end of the day, I have zero control over one, which is incredible. So he goes on. So he says, therefore, again, that one blood does not invalidate the other blood. That's why he has a mind to put blood, right? Blood that's supposed to go line below the rest of the coming under. You're good to go. You get to listen to the horse. Funny, kind of a horse, you listen to him. I have been worried. Because we actually have this concept before. But you need to order to create a faith. Ultimately, again, you have the ability to go ahead and insteadness to show you the concept and you don't halacha myself. It's possible if you didn't intentionally respond. The claim of Lord if it was brought in, if it atoned good, if it didn't atone, no, ultimately again is going to focus on ultimately shifting in the second. Again, concept is only shifted in the north. There's a good called Dogarla, called Dogarla Tamahaibo, Tamahaibo, our concept is shifted in the what's happening over here. Remember again, we have a single machlokas in the Mishnah, right? What's a thing that will invalidate the carbon, right? No, is what, but rather what? Just to leave it over. Again, Chachamim, no, some of the carbon is kosher. Rabbi Yehuda, what's the no sar? That should invalidate the carbon. Possible. And that's why, again, you missed the Gemara, we read the rest of people, in which case, again, halacha, okay, so that's unreal. So it's the Gemara goes like that. But I'm not out, I'm not going to happen, I'm not going to do that. It's the shape of an Aslaniyah. We don't do these. Once again, it's my name checking the carbon. And I have in mind when I check that carbon, that leaving it over, I'm leaving Shita, I have in mind, ultimately, again, I'm going to leave it over until Wednesday. And then during Kapot thoughts, the carbon can be hustled, but it will never become peace. But in this case, the carbon can be subsequently become. That was a simple idea. When does a carbon actually become pigol? We learn very much makes sense because Zrika is the validating of all. Now, Allah all the Zrika, but he has pigol before Zrika. So therefore, obviously like this. Since the things not shoved, just let it sit. Just leave it over, past the permitted window. Possibly carbon not shoved. The difference over there is before Zrika. The reason why it works is because again, it's only if Allah colonized the burning carbon, like during the sacrificial service, you had it above or above below, and the intention was to do this immediately and consume the carbon, Kutzlim Komo, or burn it Kutzlim Komo, ultimately Kutzlim's Mano, Kutzlim Komo, Puzzle, the Inbo Komo. cars. So to Rabbi, again, halach l'maisa, what if you have an invalidating mindset? Keep it all set before, and the carbon cannot become piggle. Now again, beforehand, which is that in order for a carbon to become piggle, remember, that is the singular invalidating mindset. Remember like this. I'm going to be going, again, I'm going to be tired. Remember that, okay, brother, if someone is going to go ahead and ultimately invalidate. Look at that, here, what I'm doing over here is as follows. I'm having in mind that someone is coming with, because this is what the Gemara says, is that even though, again, you're throwing in the Tanaim over here, which is the time of the people technically speaking, when you become committed, but here, ultimately, that's an interesting niche in this. Essentially, because what we focus on is to consume it outside of the permitted window. And therefore, the fact that it's not yet been roasted, the Lachme told us to avoid movie again, still because of someone. I won't say what it means. In Auckland, the Tumas are close to the Afag of the time alone, the was already done. But yet, the carbon itself was not roasted. Now, what's the logic behind that? Because since the Zika was already done, Shalash and Rabos, and were Kachim Kalim Mutuma, that even the second for that, and I believe the Kachim Kalim are burned them in his day out. So what do you see from here? Well, I might see very different days. So again, I check my color days out. Right? Again, even though there's biblical prohibition, because you can't eat it raw, but nevertheless, I'm liable for consuming a carbon in a state of tumah. Why? Because even though the meat is not ready for consumption, ultimately Zrika was done, which means it's sacrificially accepted already, therefore there's liability. And whoever is a raya from that, if you go ahead and you eat the sacrificial means of kach and kala, which are normally burned in his day, and you eat it in a state of tumah, you're chayiv. That even something that is not normally sacrificially consumed, if you eat it in a state of tumah, you're liable. Below you, please want to say it's not a good comparison. I'll tell you why. Chasam, a muri kachin kalim chazul gavor. La kuki basa pesach lo hutzu. La chaytol do shalom lo chazi lo gavor lo re'achyo. There was a friend of the Gemara says it's not really a good comparison. Why is it not a good comparison? I will say because the limbs of kachin kalim, at least at the end of the day, they are fit for something. What are they fit for? To be burnt from the mizbeach. Raw carbon pesach. What is it fit for? What is it fit for? Nothing. So not really a good comparison. And I will say that halacha is not good. Halacha l'maisa, the statement of Rabbi by Pinina ultimately again is correct. He passes halacha l'maisa. So if you were to take carbon pesach, raw carbon pesach, and eat it in a state of tumah, liability for that. Even though again it's not yet fit to be eaten as carbon pesach, because the kidney carbon pesach raw, but since Zrika was done, it was sacrificially accepted, and therefore if you eat it in a state of tumah, you are liable for eating carbonos in a state of tumah. Quite fascinating. It looks like this circle, because that's in the equation. This full circle, we constantly the Chaman in the Mishnah. And therefore, Allah myself, if you have in mind, ultimately, when shifting the carbon, to leave it over past the permitted time, that is not considered to be an invalidating mindset, and the carbon is going to be kosher. The only two invalidating mindsets that exist are either chutzis mano, to burn it outside of the permitted time, or to eat outside of the permitted, or outside. Chutz and komo, to eat it or burn it outside of the permitted place, or chutzis mano, to eat it outside of the permitted time, which makes it pickle, and ultimately again is chayiv kos. But any other type of mindset, it's not good. But the mindset will not invalidate the covenant. Also, just in the 1 minute that we have left, I'll just mention. You might have mentioned carbon toga. Carbon toga is very unique. And that halacha nice again, you only have a 1 day window of consumption for it. 1 day, 1 night. Why such a short window? Ultimately, again, for carbon toga. So let's say, furthermore, by the way, carbon toga is a massive carbon. It's massive. It's 40 loads. Which means if you're going to go ahead and get that done in 1 day, what are you going to have to do? You're going to have to invite your friends. You have to invite your friends, right? So why is it that there's such a limited window of consumption? So the Baal Shem Tov says something so beautiful. Baal Shem Tov says, yes, he says, why does someone bring a carbon toga? Carbon toga is a Thanksgiving offering, which means something dramatic happened in your life. Like the Gemara gives examples of this. You got out of jail. You did a boat crossing. You crossed the desert. right? For our purposes, anytime you would bench goma is when you're doing a carbon toga. Person had a life-threatening situation, you're in carbon toga. So the word Sebastian says very so beautiful. He says that it's something like this. Every single day, there are carbon toga.
What up, big dog?
Every single day, there are dramatic things happening to us. But you have
Hope
to
you're having a good
live
day.
with eyes wide open. Like, if you don't live life with eyes wide open, you just get caught up just in the everyday rhythm of life. And you fail to see the miracles that unfold around you all of the time. So Hashem, the Second Baruch says to us, the carbon toga of today is not the carbon toga of tomorrow. Today's carbon toga, give thanks to Hashem for the miracles of today, incredible. But then tomorrow, look for the miracles of tomorrow. He says we see this every single day in Modu. We see Modu when we thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we thank Him for thank you, Hashem, for the miracles that are with us every single day. There are miracles around us every day, I will say. Dramatic miracles that happen to us every single day. People. But you have to wear the right lenses. You have to be looking for them. You have to walk around with this attitude of gratitude towards HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the miracles, and then you'll see them. If the carbon toga span more than one day, then tomorrow's miracle. But that's not how Hashem wants us to look at life. Hashem wants, open your carbon toga today, you celebrate the miracles of today, and keep your eyes open for the miracles of tomorrow. We'll say, Hadjin Allah, Kala, Shilin, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, what a beautiful accomplishment tomorrow. We start the exciting fourth paragraph of the second Shvatim. Shkayach, everyone. All right, so have a great day, everyone. Alan Wiseman, we're waiting for you to come back. Actually, I was waiting to join you there on the have a great day, everyone. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our top sponsors for the month of Tishrei, Yoel and Sarah, the celebration of the completion of Seder and Zikin, and for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. To thank Nathan, to thank Nathan Perry Smith, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this month, and the schools have recovered for the entire Tehillah. We, of course, during the course of the Shiva of Rabbi Howard, we dedicate our learning to Nishmas, Harav Binyamin Harav Moshe Yisrael Ben Binyamin, the hope the merit of our commentators, and Shalom will have an Aliyah and the family in Chama. Also, I mentioned someone that one or two people mentioned to me over Shabbos that perhaps I need to be a bit more Hakaras. I talked to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the nisim and the flows that happened over the course of Hoshana Rabbah. So that was not told, but it could be that publicly maybe I wasn't not told enough. And even though again the war is not over, and even though there is so much rain, someone asked, why are we still saying Tehillim? So if you're asking why we're still saying Tehillim, you don't really understand the enormity of what's happened there. There was an attack against IDF soldiers just last night. The war is not over. The war is not over. Phase one of the ceasefire deal has not even been fully implemented. The bodies of our brethren have not fully been returned. It is recent in the fall, but I'm the top of the Muslim, and again, I have not been given proper public hodrats left for these bodies. We certainly again take the opportunity to say, Holy Radonai, people, Kivi Olam Tasto, and we thank the Ribono Shalom so much for his nisim and his laws, for everything that he's done for our people, for the return, Baruch Hashem, of the living constitution, the unification of their families, the Alu Sechel Shebechonim, for the beautiful nisim that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does for us, each and every day, both national nisim, individual nisim, Baruch Hu does so incredibly much. Sometimes, you're not allowed to be selfish for yourself, but you absolutely could be selfish for Klal Yisrael. And for Klal Yisrael, you should always demand more of a punishment. And for Klal Yisrael, you should always say, Ribono Shalom, thank you, but we need more. Thank you, and we need more. For you, for ourselves, We have to be mature. We have to be mistap. We have to who gives me. I don't ask for more. I have to be happy with what I have. Who is wealthy? One who is happy with his life. But for your people, be a shnur. For your people, be take and take and take and take and demand everything you can for Klal Yisrael. And even Klal Yisrael gets a bracha, say HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you hold all of the brachas in your hand. That's it. That's it. That's all you're going to give us. That's all you're going to give us. You can give us anything and everything. Be demanding of the Ribono Shel Olam for your people and express limitless gratitude for all he gives you as an individual. So, thank you to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all the use and it flows. Thank you for every single little bit of national and personal chesed that he showers upon us. And Halavai HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we should be zoka to more bracha for our people, more besoros for our people, to the true end of this war for our people, and in Eretz Hashem for lasting shalom for all of us. Those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Lamed 35. We are picking up Eretz Hashem on. I'm not sure where Rifta left off yesterday. Perfect, good. So we'll say Salam Dal on base 34b, 5 lines up from the bottom, and I thank you to the Rifta for giving the share yesterday. And we'll say a really, really exciting dot out of us. Really excellent. Thank you to Rabbi Schwartz for the coffee. Again, coffee is the unsung heroes of the dot. Thank you, Rabbi. That wasn't a bracha to you. It was a bracha to Hashem. I just want to be clear. I love you. I have a curse. I told you. I have a curse. I told him. But the bracha was right. Good. Let's go. Rupa says the Gemara. Kanya, Rupa says, Most Echad Time Mali, you don't have all this. This is passing. This brisa was quoted in yesterday's daf. The Gemara said as follows. The Gemara was talking about the idea that on Erev Pesach. So what would they do? And let's remember again, Erev Pesach was the busiest day of the year in the Beis Hamikdash. Not necessarily the day where you had the greatest amount of people, because again, there were other days that had, like the Gemara in the second Summa describes that by Erev Yom, by Yom Kippur morning already, Beis Hamikdash was packed, shoulder to shoulder people. But definitely from an activity perspective, it was the day with the greatest amount of activity. Everybody needed a Korban Pesach. Every Kabul needed a Korban Pesach. So remember again, when we did our Yom Second Stuff, we had an assembly line set up. So the Brisa quoted before, the Yehuda quoted before, that at the end of shechting all of the Korban Pesachs, what they would do is the Kohen would collect like a cup of blood from the floor, and he would go ahead and sprinkle that on the Mizbeach. Now, what did that do? Because he did something very interesting. Let's say it happened that, let's say somebody was bringing their Korban Pesach. Remember again, the way it worked was there was slaughter, right? Shechita, Kabbalah, then there was an assembly line of Kohanim. The blood was passed all the way down the assembly line to the Mizbeach, sprinkled on the Mizbeach. The Yehuda says it's possible that at some point blood spilled, and maybe someone's carbon didn't end up having a proper zika. So what would they do? They would have insurance. So at the end of the whole process, they would scoop off a cup of blood from the floor, which was a mixture of all the other blood, right? You got to accumulate over the course of the day, and they would just do a zrika of that blood on the Mizbeach. And this way, again, if for some reason there was a carbon that didn't get the zrika, this insurance, the zrika at the end, would cover that. That was the logic. Interesting. So the Gemara said, I will say, by the way, because remember, the city said, but 1 second, isn't that zrika happening after the consumption? No, because remember again, when is consumption occurring? That night. Remember again, this is our Pesach. Current Pesach has not eaten until nightfall. So all of this is happening during the day. So whatever it is, your insurance zrika is happening, is ultimately happening before actual consumption. Quite fascinating. The rabbi said to Yuda, 1 second. The halal is covered with kli. 1 second. That blood that you're collecting from the floor was never collected in a kli. Most I remember again, we learned this in Spartan. What's the halacha? If you check the animal, the blood spurts on the ground. What's the halacha?
just copied the link to your website because I'm definitely going to go check that out. I do have to run myself as well. It has been an amazing space. Thank you so much for letting me come out and just hang out with you guys. I miss you, man. I miss you guys. We'll have to do this more often. So feel free to tag me in all your spaces, you guys. I would love to, start bringing more people in and just spreading some education here.
How do you know? How do you know that it wasn't obviously going to be? Again, what Rabbi is saying is, I understand what you want to do. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that there was a carbon that was covered that did not have silica. So we said, oh, I have a great idea. Let's go ahead and collect the blood from the floor, which is a mixture of all the other blood, and sprinkle that. That way we know that every carbon, so to speak, had its silica. This is a Yehuda. Oh, 1 second, that's floor blood. That's floor blood. And it's possible that that blood spurted right from the animal onto the floor, in which case it's not good for silica. Which the Yehuda says, Amalan, Kapabamene. Again, you're right. Of course. My whole idea only works with the premise that the blood on the floor was first on a cleat, was first in a cleat. In other words, when Jesus says, I'm making the following assumption. Shechita occurred, blood was in a cleat, and then the blood spilled out of the cleat onto the floor. Which then means since it was in a cleat, then went onto the floor, it is fit for Zrika, therefore scoop it up and do an insurance Zrika afterwards. But 1 second, how do you know? How do you know that? In other words, how do you know that halacha l'maisa again? It was in the cleat. In other words, why does everybody make the assumption that the blood on the floor was first in the cleat? Maybe the blood on the floor was always on the floor. This is very interesting. So the Kohanim's reason, the Abdin because Kohanim are reason. So we'll say this is a principle that the Gemara works with. It's Gemara intends as a fact. Kohanim are alacritous. They are diligent. They are careful to discharge their responsibilities in the correct way. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, we assume what happened was as follows. We don't assume that lifeblood went on the floor. Rather, what we do assume is that lifeblood went into the cleat, and then what happens? In the course of handling the cleat, the blood spills out of the cleat. Let's hear the difference, and I will say that makes a lot more sense because Rashi says, Rashi says, what's here? Mehera. Remember, I will say, Erev Pesach, everything has to operate so quickly because of the sheer volume of carbonas that were offered in the limited time window that you had. So by definition, everything had to occur incredibly quickly. So therefore, because Kohanim is reason, we could assume they got the lifeblood in the cleat. But what happened? Handing it down assembly line, at some point in time, ultimately, again, it goes ahead and spills on the ground. But therefore, because it was in a cleat and then subsequently spilled on the ground, it is ultimately fit for Zrika. So if I say, but 1 second, here's the problem. What kind of blood, Rabbi, can you use for Zrika? What kind of blood? Only what we call lifeblood, right? Dam nefesh, not dam tamsis. Dam tamsis is just what we call like regular blood, right? In other words, we'll say, what's the difference between lifeblood and regular blood? So lifeblood is the blood that spurts, right? Right at the shechita, so that's the blood that spurts out. Dam tamsis is then the blood that trickles out afterwards. On the floor, the pashtus, you have both of these things. And only one type of blood is fit for Zrika. The other is not. Rabbi Damatansis Karidan. Rabbi is of the opinion that even Damatansis, interestingly enough, is called blood. Even regular blood is called blood. The sign because we learn Damatansis Ba'ashara. Damatansis Ba'ashara, Rabbi Yehuda Omer Karis. So this is very interesting. In general, if you go ahead and you consume Damatansis, which is, we'll call it regular trickle blood, not spurting like blood, ultimately, again, it's quote-unquote only a lav. Now, the Yehuda says, no, you're chayiv kares. Now, the fact that the Yehuda says that you're chayiv kares indicates that what? That he treats damatansis, which we'll call trickle blood, just like spurting lifeblood. Rabbi Yehuda, le'in kapara, she'enu mechaber. Rabbi Elazar said that Rabbi Yehuda holds that for kapara purposes, that damatansis is not mechaber, which indicates to us that although from a prohibition perspective, damatansis is treated like lifeblood, but for kapara purposes, which means zrika purposes, Damatansis is not like regular blood, to which the Gemara says, Ki hadam hu nefesh, dam shanefesh yotze ba harui dam. Because for kapara purposes, for atonement purposes, dam nefesh, which means blood that life leaves with, like lifeblood, that's atonement blood. Dam she'ino nefesh yotze ba ein karoi dam. Fine, Ella. So we'll say, so now back to square one. So you're a Shiloh, right? Rabbi Huda has this great idea. What's the dude's idea? Let's take a step back. What's the dude's concern? What's the dude's concern? What's his concern? That maybe there was a carbon Pesach that didn't have proper Zrika. That's his concern. What's his remedy? So we'll say, by the way, such an incredible musar. In life, if you're going to raise a problem, come armed with a solution. Don't be a person who espouses problems without solutions. So Rabbi Yehuda says, I have a potential problem. There was a carbon without potential, a carbon without tzrika. Okay, I have a solution. Scoop up a cup of blood from the floor, which is a composite of all the blood, right? That came out that day. Sprinkle that, and you could assume that the blood of the carbon that may not have had tzrika was included not to do tzrika like that. Gemara says, here's the problem. The problem now that we distill it down is that problem number one was maybe the blood just spurted from the animal onto the floor, in which case it's unfit for Zrika. No, Kohanim's reason. Kohanim are alacritus, they're careful, they're zealous in the execution of their mission, and therefore, again, they caught it in the Kli. If it's spilled, it's spilled out of the Kli. What about Damatansis? That there's other blood that's mixed into that, to which now Rabbi Yehuda says, so we tried to answer that. What do we do with this? Ella, Rabbi Yehuda Kameid the Amar, Ein Dam Mevatel Dam. It's very interesting. Rabbi Yehuda says, you're right, there may be damatansis in there, but one blood does not negate other blood. One blood does not negate other blood. So therefore, again, in other words, you might have thought like this, that essentially, when you look at the majority of the blood on the floor of the Beis Hamikdash, we would assume that it's non-life blood. And therefore, again, maybe any life blood that's there, damanefesh, should be bottled, should be bottled. Void, nullified, thank you, nullified. So halacha l'maisa, no, Rabbi Yehuda holds, dam is not mevatel dam. And I will say this actually, by the way, this is actually a good opportunity here. We are restarting Smichas Chaver in Eretz Hashem. The new Zman is starting. It's going to be Tuesday nights in Eretz Hashem at 8 o'clock p.m. This week, I think it's going to be Wednesday instead of Tuesday just because of the conflict. But again, stay tuned for that in Eretz Hashem. So one of the interesting discussions we're going to have when it comes to Basar Batala is the halacha of bittul, the halacha of negation of different types of each other. So Rabbi Yehuda has the opinion that min b'mino, two like items cannot be mevatel each other, do not negate one another. So therefore, the holds dam is not mevatel dam. So even if there is some dam tamsis there, or even a lot of dam tamsis, the nefesh, the dam nefesh, the blood, life blood, is still present in there as well. So therefore, the Gemara says, Amar, Lahan Rabbi Yehuda. So therefore, again, this must stand. So this was Rabbi Yehuda's idea. So his idea is concerned there was an animal or carbon based that didn't have Zrika. Remedy for the concern, scoop up a cup of blood, sprinkle that under his bath, and therefore you ensure that everything gets proper Zrika. Incredible. So says the Gemara, Amalan Rabbi Yehuda, L'divrei Lama Polkikin Ha'azara. So Rabbi Yehuda says like this. So we'll say now, let's go back. Now, so the Chachamim disagree with this, right? The Chachamim don't like this whole thing of gathering up the cup of blood and sprinkling it. But we'll say it's such a beautiful Gemara. So Rabbi Yehuda says, L'divrei according to you guys, Lama Polkikin Ha'azara. So we'll say this is incredible. The Mishnah Masechtas Pesachim highlights in the Beis Hamikdash there was a drainage system, right? Which makes sense because you have blood, you have bodily fluids, you have all this from animals, right? You have all this stuff going on. So they had a drainage system. On Erev Pesach, get ready for this. On Erev Pesach, they would plug up the drain. While they were slaughtering the Paschal, the Karban Pesach, they would plug up the drain. So this, according to you, now according to the Yehuda, it makes sense why they would plug up the drain. Why? Because remember, Rabbi Yehuda at the end needs to take a cup full of composite blood. So he needs that drain plugged up. That's what he wants. But according to you, Chachamim, you're not taking that cup of composite blood. Why are they plugging up the drain? So listen, this is incredible. Amulo, Sheva Ulibne Aaron, Shiahalku at Arkavosehen B'dam. It's wild. So they say Taluda because it is a shevach, it is a praise, it's beautiful for the sons of Aaron, for the Kohanim, ultimately, again, to walk up Akavosei could either mean ankles or knees. It is a privilege for the Kohanim to walk up to their knees in blood. In blood. So we'll say, by the way, wow, what exactly do you do with that? Right, so just understand, it is a privilege to get your hands dirty when it comes to Dvarim Shebek Kedusha. See, I will say, a lot of times, there are many things that need to get done in community. And there's the glorious things, right? And there's the inglorious things. And again, the glorious things are beautiful because first of all, everyone sees it, and it's beautiful and it's rewarding. It's fantastic. And then there are the things that again no one sees, and there are the things ultimately again that perhaps are people sometimes even feels like a little bit beneath them. So let's say like simple Yisod. You look for Rabbi Saknesses and you see trash. It's not my trash. Right, it's not your trash. But part of the avoda is to see a secret out of place. See something. The idea is there's a beauty in taking pride in the simple avoda of Hashem. And certainly, again, I'm using this as an example because you're not going to be sitting in a shul. But what nice, again, for the Kohanim, the greatest covenant was walking up to their knees in blood. Sometimes, again, it's the dirty work. It's the little things, the inglorious pieces that no one else sees it. You know, see now, looks at trash, now looks at super out of place. Everybody walks by it. A million people walk by it. Everyone sees it. But whatever, I don't know, this is psychology of it. Like someone else is going to do it, right? Just no one touches it. It's not that anyone really enjoys touching someone else's kitchen. Right? But Lamaisa, that's where Kodesh Baruch is. That's where Kodesh Baruch is. In that act, when I go out and I stop and I put the silver back on the top, I put the silver back away. I pick up the piece of trash. That's walking up to my knees in blood. Those are the inglorious pieces of Avodas Hashem. Those are the pieces that show ultimately again that I care. So you know what I'm saying? This flood up the drains. Because remember, all of Klal Yisrael sees the Kohanim waiting through a sea of blood. Now, if you are Yisrael and you're looking at that, the Pashtus, what are you thinking? That's gross. Right? That's what you're thinking. Like, I've always wanted to be a Kohen. At that moment, I'm really happy that I'm not a Kohen. Right? Up to my knees in blood. But Allah the greatest mitzvah possible. Sometimes the beautiful, most beautiful avodas Hashem is in the dirty work of Mesilas, is in the dirty work of Yiddishkeit, is in the dirty work of the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is the truth. That's the to one's commitment. The glorious stuff, the fun stuff, the visible stuff, the stuff that everybody's dying for, that's the easy. You don't get to be straight for that. But the dirty work, the stuff that causes you to walk up to your knees in blood, that's what you can do sure. And that's what you do, and that's what you're trying to do. Incredible. You know, it's done. Avikas is done. One second. Isn't the blood of Hashem smearing your lips? This is incredible. And remember, how did you do it? Barefoot. And now look, you can't get anything. You put your hands in between your foot and the floor. So get Lamaisa is the blood of Hashem. You know, it's incredible. You must have lucky. Below Habitat Tzitza. No, it's not having it. You must not put below Habitat Tzitza. Interestingly enough, only something solid is a Chatzitza. Ultimately, again, something liquid is not a Chatzitza. It's not. Adam, the Haviyah, Badash, Yevation, Chotitzin, Lachadim, Chotitzin, blood, food, honey, milk. Ultimately, again, if it's dry, like congealed, or fat, if it's congealed, ultimately, again, it is Chotitz. If it's liquid, it's not Chotitz. Interesting. Comes some of my knowledge. But those who Kohanim doesn't Kohanim children get disgusted. So if they are walking in their up to their ankles in blood, so that means their clothing is getting all bloody. So again, doesn't that move the clothing? It's not. Are you the God of the Mishtashim? The Abad Avadasim Sula. And also the Halach is learning this before. Then if the clothing is dirty, ultimately that compromises the Avodah. If he came out the middle of the Halach, he's wearing a palm, maybe the clothes just pulled up and they're wearing a both. He's wearing a rolled white garment. then you just hold it up, so now it's not getting dirty by the flowing of blood. To which the Gemara says, well, this is incredible. The Gemara says, Vatanya, Mido, or Mido, Mado. He does also, yes, actually, the hope is that the Quranic clothing not only has to be custom tailored to their size, but also has to be worn in a normal way. If you're a Kohen, you hold up your clothing, that invalidates the Avodah. So it says, how are you wearing the clothes? How are you wearing their clothing if it's getting all bloody? The whole lot of Ivan the Kadan is allowed to hold it. Now, what is he talking about over here when it says, they would walk through ankle or knee depth blood in the Avodah? This was carrying the sacrificial limbs to the lamb, which is actually not part of the Avodah. Because it's not part of the Avodah, therefore, they don't have to have clean clothing. But only that true, that's not true. Because it says, that's clearly indicates that even the walking or the moving of the limbs through the ramp, ultimately again is an Avodah. Rather, you might say, no, you're right. We're talking about when would they walk up to the knees in blood? That was ultimately when they were taking the wood to the fire, right? To the pile on his back, which was not an Avodah. And therefore, if they're talking about bloody during that, it wasn't a big deal. So the Gemara says, so the Huda says that they would plug up the drainage system inside of the base. According to the Huda, why did they do that? So that was intentional in order to go out and collect a cup of blood. According to the Chachamim, you're not collecting a cup of residual floor blood. If you're not collecting residual floor blood, why do you have to plug up the drain? To which the Gemara answers why? Because it's beautiful for the Chachamim to be walking up to their knees in blood. Beautiful comes up to their knees in blood. So the Gemara says, okay, 1 second, then their clothing is getting bloody, and doesn't bloody clothing compromise the Avodah? To which the Gemara answers, you're right. When did the clothing get bloody? Only when they were taking the wood to the fire, Tyre, on his back. And that is not an Avodah. Because that's not an Avodah, if their clothing got bloody, it wasn't a problem. Some bigger problem is the kind of walking all around. So how is their clothing not getting bloody during other parts of the surface if there's ankle or knee deep blood? So this is fascinating. The Gemara says, for the Avodah, for the rest of the Avodah, how did they walk around the Beis HaMikdash without their clothing getting bloody? As we acted they built a platform. So I said, this is something they lifted the floor. They lifted the floor. Now, Rashi points out, for if you're lifting the floor, isn't that a chatzitza between the coin and the floor? So let's say, what would the platform be built with? The platform was built with stone. Essentially, when we think of a platform, what do you think about? You think about like a hollow platform. That's not what this was. Especially if you can imagine the floor of this English was made of stone. Essentially, what they did is they hired stone. Essentially, they elevated the floor of the Beis HaMikdash. That's what they did. So they took the very same stone which is built a higher elevation. So even though the blood, technically speaking, was ankle deep, the people were actually walking at a higher level. And that's how they, and during the Avodah, that's how they avoided getting their clothing bloody. Fascinating. Okay. I still think there's a lot left of everything that go left. George, we've actually seen a lot of this already. You might say something. So this is a left of everything that go left. So what's the response? Thank you. So what's like this? We actually saw this by Kegel, ultimately again, and this was not a Christian coma. So remember again, what did we have? We saw the following situation. If a coin has a machshava, puts in combo outside of the prescribed area, what's the halacha? Partial but no color. Puts his mano outside of the permitted time, ultimately, hustle and color. Okay, so now we actually quoted this Mishnah a number of times already. So it's an interesting halacha over here. So let's just call him Kohen, right? Kohen is shechting carbon, and to eat something that is not normally consumed, or to burn something that is not normally burned. give an example. We actually saw it before. Let's say the Kohen has in mind like this. When he's checking the carbon, he has in mind to eat the chalif. But he has in mind to eat it Sunday. He has in mind to eat the chalif on Tuesday. So that's a futzli zmano machshava. But it's a futzli zmano mindset for something that is not edible. Something that's not edible. Right? Or lahakti doesn't got the lahakti. Or again, we have in mind, let's say, for example, to burn something on Tuesday that's not normally burned. What halacha? Kosher. Unless we saw this already. What does it mean? So, of kutzlin komo and kutzlin zmano only applies to things that are edible and burnable. But again, if you have a kutzlin zmano or kutzlin komo mindset for something that is not edible or not burnable, then ultimately the mindset is void. It's just that the erroneous mindset doesn't do anything to impact the carbon. Rabbi Elazar says it's possible. Lechol davar shedarko lechol ulahaktir davar shedarko lahaktir. So let's say it's a Sunni again. Let's say the interesting case. What happens? Halacha might again. Let's back to regular case. Let's say he has a machshava of chutzlin zmano, chutzlin komo, to eat something which is consumable, or to burn something which is normally burnable. But in this case, again, he had it in mind for pachos mikizayis. Interestingly enough, less than a kizayis. Less than a kizayis. So we'll say, what's that halacha? Kosher. So another fascinating fact over here. The psul of chutzlin komo and chutzlin zmano only devolves upon a kizayis. So if you have explicit intent, so let's say now it's Sunday, I'm going to eat less than a kizayis the carbon on Tuesday, which is outside of the carbon. I'm sorry, I should clarify. For the purposes of the example, we're assuming over here that a carbon has a consumption window of 2 days and 1 night. So now it's Sunday, I'm offering up my carbon. I have in mind to go ahead and eat it. I eat half a kizayis on Tuesday. Right? Burn half a kizayis on Tuesday. Outside of the time, the Mishnah says that erroneous mindset has no impact. Right? Why? Because again, Kutzim Komo Kutzim Zmano only devolves upon a kizayis or more. Fact number 2. So again, so just keep track of the facts over here. So again, rule or fact number 1 is that halacha l'maisa, the psul of kutzlin zmano, kutzlin komo, only applies to something that is normally edible or normally burnable. So if you have in mind to eat something on Tuesday that is not edible, or to burn something on Tuesday, part of the carbon that's not normally burned, halacha l'maisa, there's no psul. There's no psul, totally kosher. That's fact 1. Fact 2, kutzlin zmano, kutzlin komo only applies to a kizayis or more. And therefore, if you have this erroneous mindset about less than a kizayis, ultimately, carbon totally kosher. Third fact, lechol kizayis, lechol kichatizayis, lahakti kichatizayis kosher. We'll say, watch it. Third fact, let's say it's interesting. I checked my carbon on Sunday, and have in mind, I'm going to eat a half a kizayis on Tuesday and burn a half a kizayis on Tuesday. So I have in mind for half a kizayis kutzlin zmano, half a kizayis kutzlin komo. What's the halacha? Kosher. Why? Because ultimately, a prohibition of consumption and burning do not combine. So we'll say 3 important facts. The reason I'm reviewing these is because it looks like, again, Zvachim, as you've seen, Zvachim is a beautiful masechta, incredible masechta. It's not that it's complicated, it's just that a lot of times the rules themselves are a bit alien to us because we're not holding by Kabbalos. But that's why the beauty of a Mishnah like this is once you get facts, once you get rules down, then ultimately everything becomes a bit more digestible. So Mar goes weiter. Hashochet has hazavach lachol kizayis mina ar. So we'll say, so now that we have our three rules, the Mishnah goes into an interesting discussion over here. Hashochet has hazavach lachol kizayis mina ar. So we'll see what's happening over here. In this case, someone is like we call calling a chef in the carbon, and he has a chutzlin zmano or chutzlin komo mindset, right, regarding something that is not normally edible. For example, Hashochet hazavach lachol kizayis mina ar. He has in mind that chutzlin zmano, chutzlin komo, they eat a kizayis of the haim, mina rotav, from the gravy. Now I guess I will say these are the more we'll see. Some of it is not edible. Some of it really is one of the more secondary parts of the carbon. So watch this. Rotav is like the gravy. Kippah, keep on. Rashi says over here, Mefarish Ba'avarota, Tavlin Vidakes Habasar Hashachenes B'Shulek Dira. This is like the leftover, like little pieces of meat and things like that after you cook up the carbon. Umina alo. Alo, Rashi says over here, is the neck bone. Git Hatzavar Shukasha Ve'inorai Lahila. This is some type of sinew in the neck, which is very tough and not normally fit for consumption. Umina Atzamas, ultimately again from the bones. Umina Gidin, from the sinews. Mina Karnaim, from the hoofs. From the horns, I'm sorry. Umina Tafayim, or from the hoofs. So we'll say, so in all of these cases, I had a machshava, chutz lizmano, but chutz linkomo, kosher. Ultimately, again, if halacha l'maisa, you have a chutz linkomo, chutz lizmano mindset in any of these items. Ultimately, again, the carbon is kosher. Now, we'll say, why is that? Why is that? So in this case over here, I'm having, let's say, a chutz lizmano, chutz linkomo mindset. But let's say to eat the hooves, to eat the horns, to eat the sinew, to eat the hide, we're going to see is these are considered to be insignificant or non-significant parts of the carbon. Because they are non-significant, an erroneous mindset about those parts cannot impact the carbon as a whole. Only, in other words, only an erroneous mindset about a significant part of the carbon can make the carbon ultimately again into pigel. Can be affected. But if you have an erroneous mindset regarding like a chutzlis mano, chutzlim komo thought regarding an insignificant part of the carbon, that does not invalidate the carbon. That's the idea over here. Similarly, the in chayav mishum pigel, the no sar the tameh. And for these insignificant parts, you're not b'chayav because of pigel, no sar or tameh. Good. Ashoke das hamukdashin. If one goes ahead and ultimately again shecht something that is consecrated, so I will say this is very interesting. Let's say someone shechted a carbon. And someone said this. Let's say again, I'm just actually talking about a female carbon, right? The female animal. And what happens? The person when they shecht in the carbon has in mind to eat. The shavil is the fetus. The shalia is like the placenta. Chutz v'chutz. Outside of the prescribed time or prescribed place. What's the halacha? No pigel. Ultimately, again, you don't make the animal pigel. Like the carbon does not become pigel. So the Gemara says, now we'll say, now what's the logic behind that? It sounds like the logic behind it is because the fetus is not considered to be part of the mother. Right? So it's its own entity. So because it's its own entity, therefore halacha l'maisa, a machshavas pigel, ultimately by the fetus, does not compromise the mother, does not compromise the carbon. Similarly, hamolik esatorin le'achol b'tzeyen b'chutz lo pigel. Zero says to this: a person is doing malika. Right? Remember again, for bird offerings, for bird karbanos, you don't do regular shkita. You do this process called malika, which actually we're going to learn about, which is essentially the kohen takes his thumbnail and inserts it into the back of the neck of the bird, and essentially flicks off his head. We're going to talk about that process in the session. So let's say someone is going in and offering up a bird, and he has in mind that if the bird has any eggs inside of it, ultimately he's going to eat it outside the permitted time. So that's the halacha, lo pigel. This does not make the carbon pigel. So most I want to point out what's happening. This is an illustration of the previous principle. The previous principle said that if you have an erroneous mindset regarding an insignificant part of the animal, that does not make the carbon pigel. What the Gemara is highlighting over here is that a fetus or eggs inside of the carbonic mother ultimately again are not considered to be part of the carbonic mother. Therefore, if you have an erroneous mindset regarding these items, you do not make the carbon pigel. Similarly, again, something would apply, let's say, about milk of an animal, right? Let's say again, a person had, right, the kohen had a machshavas pigel about the milk. I'm going to drink the milk inside of the animal. Ultimately, again, on Tuesday, or same case of the eggs, right? The eggs of the turtle dog, one is not chayiv because of pigel, no sar or tameh. Okay, incredible, I will say. So now this Mishnah is chock full of information for us. Now let's analyze it a bit. I'm Rabbi Lazar. So we'll say this statement of Rabbi Lazar is very important because this statement is going to be what the rest of the daf focuses on. So Rabbi Lazar, pigel b'zeva, Nispagel hashalil, mishalil lo nispagel hazera. Okay, we'll say here it is. Rabbi Elazar says like this: if you have in mind a machshavas pig, it's also the same thing with that case, right? I'm checking the carbon on Sunday, and I have in mind that I'm going to use the sacrificial meat on Tuesday. That what do we call that? Which is pickle. When I have machshavas pickle about carbonic meat and current, then that renders the entire carbon pickle, including the fetus. So if the carbonic mother is pregnant, then again, once I have machshavas pickle about the carbon, even the fetus becomes pickle. On the other hand, mishalil lo nispagel hazera. If I have in mind that I'm going to eat the fetus on Tuesday, that does not make the rest of the carbon pickle. Rabbi, see, hear this? You understand? Rabbi is saying is like this, and he's just going to illustrate with a number of different things. If you make a primary part of the carbon pickle, then the whole carbon becomes pickle. If you make a non-primary part pickle, then ultimately the carbon does not become pickle. So if you have in mind the sacrificial meat of Tuesday, that makes the carbon pickle, therefore even the fetus becomes pickle. If you have in mind the fetus on Tuesday, then that does not have an impact on the carbon because the fetus is a non-primary part of the carbon itself, or not part of the carbon itself. So other examples of this, like piga ba'alo, nispagla morah, b'morah lo nispagel alo. So we'll say something by an animal. Then we'll say, remember again, what's the alo? The alo is this sinew in the neck. Apparently by birds, it's not edible, but ultimately again by animals, it is edible. So the Gemara says, piga ba'alo. I'm sorry, just the opposite. By birds, it's edible. By animals, it's not edible. So pigel ba'alo, if you had a machshavas pigel by the alon of a bird, then it's paglamah, then the crop of the bird becomes pigel as well. The morah, what is pagel alon? If you had a machshavas pigel by the crop doesn't make the alon. So we'll say, oh, it's the same principle. The alon is considered to be primary part of the bird. The morah, the crop, is considered to be insignificant part of the bird. So if you have machshavas pigel about a significant part of the bird, then ultimately makes the whole bird pickle. Having machshavas pigel about something insignificant, ultimately the bird is not pickle. Pickle be'emurim nispaglu parim. Yeah, the parim lo nispaglu emurim. So we'll see also. So this is actually an interesting case as well. So the Gemara says, if you have in mind, ultimately again, let's say you check the power, we discussed from small meat. You have in mind, ultimately again, we check the power that the sacrificial pieces are going to be consumed or burned outside the prescribed time. That goes ahead and makes the entire carbon pickle. The parim, but in halacha l'maisa again, you had in mind by him to eat the meat outside of the prescribed time, that does not go ahead and invalidate the sacrificial parts. Now, that last phase is going to require a little bit more explanation, which we're going to get into. So this is Rabbi Elazar's sheet, right? Rabbi Elazar's sheet is essentially, if you have a machshavas pigel about what we'll call a primary or dominant or main part of the carbon, that makes everything, even the secondary parts or insignificant parts, pickle. But if you have machshavas pigel about a secondary or insignificant part of the carbon, that does not render the rest of the carbon pickle. So it says, let's bring the support to this. The shavim, she'ishtem pigel ba'achilas parim b'sreifasan, lo asav lo klum. So let's say, so just want to point out, remember, it's about the parim. So this takes us back a little bit to parim. What are examples of parim? So two major examples, right? Har ha'elam dara minat tzibor, which is, if you remember again, when the Sanhedrin paskined, and they paskined erroneously, and allowed Ba'al Yisrael to do something which had been done intentionally to be a key of karet, like Har dara minat tzibor, or Har Kohen Mashiach, which is same idea, but instead of the Sanhedrin paskining, the Kohen Gadol paskining. Kohen Gadol paskining says the Gemara, "B'shavim shenikishe ba'achilas parim u'b'sreifasan lo asav lo klum." Everyone agrees that if halacha l'maisa there was machshavas pigel about the parim and about the shreifah, so ultimately again such a machshava is insignificant. The Gemara says, "My love, My love, Hakisha, they were the second part. Isn't that because again, they had a machshava about the meat, not about the sacrificial parts. But had they had a machshava spigel about the sacrificial parts, that would indeed render the entire carbon pigel. To which the Gemara says, "Lo, on the days lo, Hakisha, they were mispaglu in word asking." No, that's not necessarily what it means. Rather, what it means is like this: that it's possible that had you had a machshava spigel ultimately about the sacrificial parts themselves would have become pigel, but not the rest of the carbon. Okay, so no raya for or against the balance. So
The night fever, you know how to show it. They know about so much to make it. We got to help. They come to the world. All the things that happen. Let them take it to us. For the world. Pretty woman, she knew through the night. Drinking the pine in the sun. Maintain the feeling when the feeling is right. And then the night fever. We know how to do it. And the night fever. We know how to show it. Learning down this moment tonight. Maybe then the music's so loud. Love out the night. Making it night fever. We know how to do it. When the night fever. We know.
Have the requisite time, but have not shefted their carbon. So most in those cases, ultimately, the halacha is if they touch a shefted carbon, ultimately, again, they will invalidate. Before Yina, what Yina refers to, Yina is leading over a carbon. My love, Yina's basar, it is not referring to leading over a sacrificial meat.
I read this news article about this guy that got locked up in Rikers Island for a non-violent crime, and he ended up dying in there because he didn't have bail money. I read that, and I was like, that is so... We should help. So I started donating to this place called the Brown's Freedom, and I gave him money to help non-violent criminals get out of jail, and it felt so good. I was slapped my back.
Sacrificial parts.
Got an article came out that the Bronx Freedom Fund released a non-violent offender turned out.
I would say ultimately every carbon is subject to the law. Ultimately, again, until it is fully charged.
Months later, another article came out that the Bronx Freedom Fund let out another non-violent criminal who was schizophrenic and got 4 homeless people to death in their sleep. I read that, I was like, am I fucking crying in New York City?
And the second part of the advice is talking about
What does the worst Batman villain of all time? It is I!
So also the following items, that this Lashon is very interesting. The following items do not become pigel and cannot make something else pigel. I will say, remember again, now I understand what that expression means. Don't become pigel. What does it mean? Can't make something pigel? That if you have an erroneous mindset about these items, it doesn't rest of the carbon pigel. What are these items? Semer shebara shekvasim, the hair of the wool on the head of a sheep, the se'ar shebezakin fiyashin, or the beard of a goat, right? Va'ar va'arotav va'kipa va'alal, or again the hide, the gravy, right? That's the kipa is the residual meat left in the pot. Alal is that neck sinew. Mora is for a bird, the trap. Atzamos, bones, hidden sinews, karnayim, horns, talfayim, hooves, hashalil, the fetus, shoya, the placenta, the chalav hamukdashin, or milk that is inside of an animal, beit seiturin, or the eggs of a turtle dog, kulan lo mifaglin, velo misfaglin. All of these items, they cannot become pigel, nor can they make something else pigel. Ve'ein chayav and alein mishul pigel, and you're not subject ultimately to get the pigel to no sar or to tuma, right? And if you sacrifice any of these parts outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you're potter. So the Gemara says, "My love lo mefaglin hazebach, lo mispaglin machmas hazebach." Doesn't this sound like over here? On one hand, all of these aforementioned items, if you had an erroneous mindset about them, they themselves do not become pigol, and ultimately, again, they can't make something else pigol. Now, this contradicts Rabbi Elazar, because what did Rabbi Elazar say? Rabbi Elazar said that halacha l'maisa, although insignificant parts, if you have a machshavas pigol about them, they can't render the rest of the carbon pigol. What did Rabbi Elazar say? If you have a machshava about a dominant part of the carbon, then what? Even these insignificant items do become pigol. So this contradicts that. To which the Gemara says, no, no mefaglin es hazevach, no mispaglin machmas atzmon. No, what it means is that halacha l'maisa, these items cannot make the carbon pigol, nor can they become pigol on their own. Which the Gemara says, really? Ihachi, hadik tani sepa. What about the end of the Brisa that says, kulo lo mefaglin, lo mispaglin? Why does the end of the Brisa need to say that they don't become pigol, they don't make pigol about other things? Hasmamali. Why do you need that phrase? Well, the tamech. First one line. Why do you need that additional phrase that ultimately because of pigol? Rather, since we had to mention no son tame, we also mentioned pigol. Tananami, the kulan along with faglin, the along with faglin. To which the Gemara says, no, but since we have to be redundant, since we have to also mention that any of these items sacrificed outside of the Beis Hamikdash does not generate liability, we also mentioned pigol again. Rava said, Af anan nami kanina. So Rava said, we also learn this. Af anan kanina, hashochet das Hamikdash anachol shavil, or shoya bachutz, lo pigol. So most of this, Rabbi said as follows. You also learn this. If one goes ahead and shechts mukdashim, right? So one checks the carbon, and when he checks the carbon, he has in mind to eat the fetus or the placenta, bachutz, outside of the Beis Hamikdash, lo pigol. Ultimately, again, it doesn't make anything pigol. I will say that's the Mishnah, by the way. Everyone is agreeing with that. Why? Because again, the logic is that the fetus and the placenta are considered to be separate and distinct from the mother, and therefore a machshavas pigol about those items does not render the carbonic mother pigol. And the same idea, if one does malik on a bird and one has in mind that to eat the eggs inside of the bird on Tuesday, that does not going to make the bird pigol. Bahadar tani chalav hamukdashim ubeitzetur, and then the Mishnah says again that the milk inside of a carbonic mother, or ultimately again eggs inside of the turtle dove, ein chayav mishum pigol, no sabatame. Those are ultimate to us. If you notice, when the Mishnah restates it, so the Mishnah says that the milk inside of a carbon or the eggs inside of a turtle dove, you're not chayav because of pigol, no sartame. What's missing from that list? The fetus and the placenta. Hashalom b'shaya chayavin. Alav shmanina b'asi. Here we go. Alav shmanina. So which one is it? Is a placenta and a fetus subject to pigol or not? Or not? To which one is it? Watch this. Alav shmanina. Kan machmas hazevach. Kan machmas atzman shmanina. The Gemara says it depends. I will say here it is. What does it depend on? Halacha l'maisa, and I will say so. Halacha l'maisa, pressing like this. If when shechting the carbon, you have in mind that I'm going to eat the fetus or the placenta on Tuesday, so ultimately, what's the impact of that erroneous mindset? Zero. Why? Because the fetus and the placenta are considered to be, we'll call it, besides separate and distinct, an unimportant part of the carbonic mother. Because of that halacha l'maisa, an erroneous mindset about those items has absolutely no impact on the carbonic mother. However, if let's say you have in mind to eat the carbonic meat on Tuesday, then what does that Rabbi say? That is a machshavas pigol. And what does machshavas pigol devolve upon? What does it devolve upon? Everything. So therefore, Rabbi say essentially, when the Gemara comes full circle and says, we pass him like Rabbi Elazar. Allah pass like Rabbi Elazar. So again, a machshavas about an unimportant or secondary or separate part of the carbon will not render the carbon as a whole pigol. But a machshavas pigol about an important or dominant or central part of the carbon will render parts of the animal pigel. So therefore, again, just one more time, illustration of this. A person kind of Shabbos about the fetus that doesn't drive. But a person has mashal meat, and the carbonic mother is pregnant, then even the fetus becomes pigul as well. Incredible. That's ultimately again the position of Belazar, and halacha l'maisa. That's how the Gemara ends. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem with the Tzion Basam in Yetz Hashem tomorrow. So again, a lot of information, but again, clearly digestible rules that if we're able to hold on, then the Yetz Hashem will continue to guide the conversation going forward. I want to start to read. Everyone.
Do you mean the pictures of it? Yeah, I guess I haven't seen. I've only seen the. They were living it up. Like this is a. What is this? Underground bunker and stuff. Oh, it is an elevator that goes underground. That's the back of Ellen DeGeneres' stage.
Right.
I'm sorry. Educate. What is this? This is not a house, right? Right. Haven't you ever seen Stranger Things? You know there's a little door. Interesting. No, it's not. It's just palm trees. She killed him. Yeah, sure. She killed who? Sure. What's that? Your DJ. Oh, she killed him. The dancing guy, the guy from Same Thing You Can Dance. Yeah. And he died? Yeah. He killed himself. Oh, shit. So sad. Right, wait, baby. You think all the UFC guys agree with that?
All right, well, say good morning.
She just, no. Can I say something real quick? Like this, whatever this is horrible. Look at that. I think it's kind of cool, really. It's not bad looking. You're on a fucking island. It's not comfortable.
A good nerve. Shabbos, the principal sponsor, we're going to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift. Saying, our commentator sponsors for the month of Tishrei, Haba Avinu Tova. Yom Ensar, Talmud and Salvation of Completion of Seder Ezekiel, and for the Soros Tovos and Yisrael, Nate and Perry Smith, and the sponsor of the entire Kibbutz. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Alan and Sumayritz, for Bushman for Eliyahu and Ben Carroll, as well as Svi and Naomi Rosen of Eretz Yisrael, celebrating 49 years since making Aliyah to Eretz Yisrael, and the release of the live hostages, and also the distribution of the Kibbutz and all of the incredible memories with us on Zoom as well. A tremendous thank you, and Yetz Hashem Halavai, many more years, and in Yetz Hashem Sissa, raising multiple generations on the Holy Israel hearts. I will say this year, Yetz Hashem is dedicated by Aviv and I, seeing that it is the best accomplishment of the birth of our new grandson, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Akiva Malkoleh, Hashem, this Shalom, Hashem, Hashem, and also discuss our
What up, Scorpio?
my grandfather, as a Christian, that's Hashem, how would I should grow up to be a Benjora, someone who does not pursue his parents, someone who does not pursue his Mishpachah, most of all, someone who gives Kaddish Shemayim, who does not respect the Mishpachah, I've never actually studied Jobs. And the first thing I wish we dedicate our learning is for here's the problem. I'm going to about to this thing about Mitzorah. So then again, what does the Mitzorah do? The Mitzorah comes in 2 days in the flesh because Mitzorah has gotten smoothly the blood application stuff. So then the Mitzorah comes into Shani Kanor. When he comes up to Shani Kanor, the Kohen meets him there, and the Mitzorah extends his hands into the width of Shani Kanor. But now is he able to do that? Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, isn't that considered to be entry into the Beis HaMikdash and the state of Tumah? After all, again, I will say, aren't you dealing with ultimately, again, both cases of an assay that has colors? I see the kids that his hands into the Shani on the night, you need to know. You need to know from your package. From your bundle, we can answer your question from your information you just shared. Shani Mitzorah, also carry out. So also, remember again, we were doing this interesting thing. It becomes about what's essentially that's your other forms of Tumah are going to be looked at as well. I'm not Yosef. So Yosef says, Kasava Don't break dance because I've already done it. She's already done the break dance. And then there is information, I guess you could say, based on the budget, I don't know if it's in the Kinosar, what is the Asar? You would have to say that our local Mesa, since they became, since they're allowed to authorize the state of Kinosar, there also is nothing that also can come to companies and investment states. Because based on what we just said before that our local Mesa, the Mitzvah on his 8th day, also Azar, is allowed to come to the base on the 8th day of Pesach. So I'm sorry, on the 8th day of his purification process, which is Pesach. So the also says, well, based on that, essentially what you're saying is, once you have a form of tumah that technically is set aside under certain circumstances, that would also set aside other forms of coexisting tumah as well. So therefore, you'd have to say that if Klal was Zabin, which again by itself would not set aside the laws of Pesach, but then it also no laws of tumah, then they became Mason. Once Tumas Meis was set aside, Tumas Ziva would also be set aside. I mean, by more, there's a two different forms of Tumas that have two halachas. But again, halachas, when it comes ultimately again to Tumas Meis, it was like Tumah Hodsha B'Tzibor, which is a halacha. Again, we'll get into this. But when 51% of Klal Yisrael are coming Tumas Meis, retrieving purity from a corpse, halacha l'maaseh, the laws of Tumah are set aside. That is a unique halacha by Tumas Meis and does not apply by Zav. Maybe this is what it has to say. So I'm going to talk about Ruban Tmei Meisim and Asu Zavim. If the majority of Klal Yisrael were Tmei Meisim, and then it became Zavim. So they'll say your order theory is very important. Order is very important. Maybe the way it works is like this. First, Klal Yisrael became 51% became coming to Tumas Meis. Then they became 51% became coming to Zav. Maybe in that case, Hoshul Tunasan, Hoshul Zivasan. So maybe we say in that case, halacha l'maaseh, once you say that they became mutter because of Tumas Meis, then the coexisting form of Tumas Zivus was lifted as well. That case makes a lot more sense, right? Because initially they started out as Tumas Meis, then it was added on Tumas Zav. So we say once Tumas Meis is set aside, Tumas Zav falls away as well. I'm right in. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Not happy with them, but it's still not comparable to the piece in the soda. Why not? The soda ultra who already started. Tell them to free it. La heart is the heart of the what's the other side of it? Which the way I says, I tell you why the pieces are still not fully comparable. Why not? Because the most like if you keep something with soda, you keep something with soda. When you soda on everything, what does it supposed to do? What is it supposed to do? What is it supposed to do?
You rise in the morning sun, why do you touch me in the glory rain? And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. When you come to me on a summer street, let me softly sing. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Deep is your love. How deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down. And they all should let us be. We belong to you. believe in you. You know that I'm living inside. In the night, late this darkest night. And you stay here when I fall. And you come to me. This thing is gonna fucking freeze. You guys know about that fucking monk? Bitch, Kwang, duck, motherfucker.
It is set aside. It's still there, but ultimately, as I said, I'll tell you where else this discussion come up, but it's not like Shabbos, like the Kuach Nefesh. Like that's the way the person has a life institution, so that's what they do what they need to do on Shabbos. How do we do the laws of Shabbos in the light of a Kuach Nefesh? Do we say Shabbos is spiritual? Does it mean like essentially like the Kuach Nefesh, our life institution is like a Monday is not Shabbos? Like, well, no, it is Shabbos. Shabbos is set aside. The meaning of this thing is, in a Kuach Nefesh situation, you have to try to do things like teaching. You have to do things, some type of deviation where we say, not Shabbos. Just tell me the same idea. Which the Gemara says over here, the father of Abasir, the Tumah Dukui, the Tzibur. So it must be. That's the problem. Oh my God. I'm sorry. It showed a real picture. I mean, that's going to go up that guy, right? It's not so again, the answer is yes. So the Gemara says the following. So Tumah Dukui, the Tzibur. The Tumah Dukui, the Tzibur. So say, the Gemara says very, when you see from here, you see from here that Halacha L'Maisa, everybody's holding Tumah Dukui, the Tzibur. Which means that the laws of Tumah are not removed, they're simply set aside. And therefore, again, they're only set aside what they're set aside for. So the laws of Tumah are only set aside for Tumah's case.
And you may not be running back now, you let me know when I'm stop and I feel it do. You can do it. You may not be running back for you, let me know when you're saying that it's really do. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down. When they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. Na 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 come to me on the summer breeze, hanging on and love and it's this thing. And you need to show how deep is your love, deep is your love, how deep is your love. I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down. When they all should let us be. You belong to you and that is good.
That's not just the primary issue, but that's also a rotation, which means that again, smicha, which is the act of leaning on the animal, must take place literally again right before and in the same location as the sheep itself. There's one exception to this rule. What's the exception to the rule? What's the zoo? What's zoo? Mitzvah. Right? Why? Shahaisim shiny kadar. Because the mitzvah, remember again, the mitzvah itself is standing shiny kadar. Shiny kadar. And I have I know this is next week. I had actually read all the
did you just quote the Reddit?
I showed you yesterday. You have the image, you can see shiny kadar. So again, except for the shiny kadar, shiny kadar kind of coming to Shan. Ashkenazim above Yidam Chachasai and Yidam Hashamo. We'll say until of course, because the Torah was unable to enter into the Beis Hamikdash until they sprinkle upon it from the blood of his chatos and the blood of his asham. Now, I will say, now remember, this is very important, because remember again, there's a lot happening over here. The chatos and the asham of the Torah were shafted in the northern part of the Beis Hamikdash. So remember again, just to appreciate something, right? The Beis Hamikdash was oriented right east, south, north. So remember again, essentially, if you're looking at an area of the Beis Hamikdash, with the Kol HaKadoshim up here, with the Roshim up here, entranceway and Zasnashim down here, the Mizbeach would have been on your left. Would have been on your left. That's south, and the Shita of the carbon of the Chatas in Asham would have been in the north, which would have been on your right. So now, the issue is like this. Obviously, the Mitzvah can't do smicha on his carbon, right? Why not? Because his carbon is being shafted to the right of his back, which is the north of the Beis Hamikdash. He can't go there, he's coming. He's standing by Shani Kanor, which is down here, and therefore, again, you want to say that's why it's the exception to the rule. You say, why should we can't shove at Shanazar Allah? You done Chakasam, and you done Ashamo. Fine, check off where the Mitzvah stands. By Shani Kanor, the claim was the blood application, so even though you don't answer, remember that phrase. Take it, the smicha, shmita. That smicha, the reading on the animal comes usually right before the told. I want to geographically. Right before the shmita, it's always accepting to that word. Now again, if you hold that partial entry into this Hamikdash is not considered to be entry, then what? The first of all, take a quick look. There's a very beautiful Rashi over here. You see Rashi, Shaisa B'Shani Kanar? See that Rashi? That comes to Gemara? Yeah. You will sleep or you just will agree with me? Again, okay. Alright, yeah, look at this. He said right there, no problem. This is all by myself, right? So it's like, watch this. This is quick idea where we are. This is Shani Kanar. This is Shani Kanar, that over here. Right? So remember again, Shani Kanar over here. So you've got these Mizbeach over here. And again, so this is Mizbeach, and this is what the issue over here is the Mitzvah can't go anywhere past here, because he's coming. The Kohen would come out. They would leave over here at Shani Kanar at his
Hey, goodness me now.
Obviously, one of you need to take it with Shmita. You don't want Shmita done right.
Those ones are really hard.
That can't be done like this way. But normally we get out of it. And I watch it. Same thing. So same thing.
Hey, goodness now. Hey, top of the boogie singer, banging in a rock and roll band. I had no problems, yeah. Burning in the one night stands. Then everything around me. But you start to feeling so low. And I started quickly. You best go down and check out the show. And they were dancing and singing and moving to the boom. And just when you hit me, somebody turned around and told me, play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music, right? Play that funky music, white boy. Lay down a boogie and play that music to the die. To the die.
Okay, somebody's going to undertake to get this post-precise, mounted, right, mounted, I will be able to do so. Okay, good. And, right, sorry, easily as a verb, right? And also, I want to raise a pointer. I've been doing this for a quarter of a century. I deserve a raise a pointer, right? Yeah, that's it. But just in general, I can say demon at people when they're not, right? So it says as follows. So I want to point out, so watch this. So again, just going to say that here, right? Cohen,
at 25, if you were like just lost everything,
but so is coming in over here. So is coming in over here. Cohen is coming in over here. We're meeting at Shiny Color.
really weird,
Right,
like all
that's
the
over
stuff
here.
people live.
Cohen
You know what I mean?
is bringing the
You know,
carbon
just
over
I just
here.
think that's just what
The
happens.
so is doing smicha over
So
here.
our wives
And
are
then
like,
the
for
going
sure.
back into the shaft. And the soda has to obviously first purification process. So the more thing is like this. One of you will say, take it
Pretend like that's
sorry.
not the goal.
Sorry, yeah, they can't see. Right? Sorry, that burns me. Right? So one of you will say, take up the smicha shchita. You want to do shchita over here, right by the smicha, right over here. Halach when I said the Torah can't do that. So they will do smicha over here, then take the animal. So I just want to point out there's a tremendous special hospital in all this. If you notice what they purposely did is they kept shiny panor somewhat deconsecrated. Why? So that everyone could go there. So that the Messiah could go there. Sometimes the Moshe, it sounds a little bit strange. But sometimes for the sake of actus of Klal Yisrael, sometimes you have to figure out how to inside a very strange statement. You have to sometimes go ahead and be willing to step down into Kedusha for the sake of bringing everyone together. Sometimes a little bit of Kedusha has to be sacrificed for the sake of the actus of the crowd. If you understand that what? That once you get everyone together, then in there session you can go ahead and bring up the Jesus. The famous Baal Shem Tov says, "Yitol ha'achnasas arkin yoser me'hakbalas pnei hashviga." Achnasas arkin is even greater than receiving the divine presence. Right? The line from that we read that in a couple of weeks ago is Avram Avinu. Avram Avinu leaves talking to the Shekhinah after the Shekhinah to go welcome the guests. The Baal Shem Tov says, "What does that mean? Achnasas arkin is greater than Kabbalas pnei hashviga." What does that mean? Terms of like this. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, what ends up happening? You have people like to say, well, maybe you aren't on the same spiritual level as you are. And what ends up happening? Maybe there are topics at the table that you don't really want at your Shabbos table. Or there are things that happen that you don't want. So it's easy to say, you know what? I'm cocooning myself. I don't need to be a Klal Yisrael Jew. I'm just going to live for my own. So Hashwan says, if you have a choice between being on the holiest level and talking to me versus coming down a couple of levels and bringing in other Jews, better to go ahead and bring down a little bit, not too much, a little bit. Bring in other Jews for the sake of creating actors, for the sake of creating a sense of cohesion. And Yid has to be willing to sacrifice his own weakness for the sake of the actors of the crowd. Shani Kanar was somewhat consecrated. So that even someone who's coming, sometimes you gotta make room even for the guy who's coming within the day something. So the next one said, God, this mercy, but the mercy, the honors, the makes a touch Rabbi, but if we see the partial entry, is not called entry as a simple idea. Just let So I said, no. Why? Because Halakha L'maisa, the Gemara says, this is Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says that the carbon was actually shifted in a farther part north. And part north over here, much closer to the Eichel itself. We're going to get into this. What we call Merchat Tzachor. Everyone agrees it's shifted on the north, but he also shifted farther north. Therefore, it would have been impossible for Smicha to occur. But the other Pishpish, so this is fascinating. Let's say, watch this. So let's say, according to the OC, if you have to go ahead, watch this. You have to go ahead and check the carbon in the north over here. Why not make a little door, like a little door over here, where what can happen, where the solar could come in, just start over here, open the door, just a little door, let him put his hands in and do Simcha right there. Easy enough. The rest is incredible. Which the Gemara says, I will say because the dimensions of the Beis Hamikdash and the details of the Beis Hamikdash were divinely inspired. I say again, you can't just make Darla wherever you want. You can't make a little door. Right? You need those were divinely inspired instructions, and therefore you can't start making doors where doors are not supposed to be. So let's say it's such a fascinating dichotomy. On one hand, you just said that Shani Kanor was was not as covered to make room for everyone. You have to learn how to make room for everyone, but at the same time, you also can't compromise on the details of the Because the details, it's not the devil in the details, the divine is in the details. On one hand, if I lose a little bit of my personalistic kedusha, the sake of after, that is a sacrifice that is worth making. On the other hand, you can't compromise the details of the system. You can't start putting doors where doors don't exist. You can't start changing things where changes are not allowed. Systematic integrity must always be maintained, while at the same time figuring out what personal sacrifices I can make to the greater cohesion of the club. Incredible. Therefore, we can't make a door. We did that. I'm not going to say Kalasome for Roshel Ruba Machmas. On most other possibilities, no. You know what the Masorah can't do? The Masorah can't do smicha, because again, we said in the whole that when you do smicha, you need to do smicha with the majority of the Bible. It's like, you think about smicha like how, like imagine like for a moment, if this is the sheep, if this, I'm thinking about it like this, right? That's not how it was. Smicha was done. Smicha was done like this, right? The majority of your body, you put your weight on the animal, which means the notion of extending your hands, and that's not how it was done. Ultimately, again, it was done Rothschild with the Ruba. Therefore, again, that could not be done by the Masorah. You need your entire weight. You need your entire weight. And of course, again, your entire weight is not
I thought that they were
therefore, this is now it turns out all the
so foolish. And they would dancing and singing and moving to the groove, and just when it hit me, somebody turned around and said, "I'm playing funky music, white boy. Play that funky music, right? Play that funky music, white boy. Lay down the boogie and play that funky music till you die. Till you die.
Suggesting not to come in technically and do exactly what you need to do, but no more. Should you take an extra step, there will be liability. So I'm concerned that when you come to take an extra step, and obviously the stakes are very high. If he does end up taking an extra step, you tell him not to do it. You do that on the other side of our last sneakers, actually, it's not that I saw. They take up the sneakers, eat a lot that I saw. The possibility is that sneaker is a daraisa, but they need to do sneaker immediately before, both time and proximity-wise. Natural shita is not a daraisa. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, essentially, you can bring the animal out to leave the Torah, let him do sneaker by shan kadar, and then bring the animal in afterwards and do shita like that. So the Gemara says, Nation is the kasha, the samach is actually that take up the sneaker shita, that shita does not need to be done both time and geographic proximity. To the shita, so the Gemara says, they say the samach shita. Also says, you do sneaker and you do shita, not sneaker the Torah, just like sneaker.
This is the worst podcast. Look who the fuck it is. Hey everybody, my name's Riser, and I'm launching a coin that absolutely no one has purchased yet, because I am sitting on my fucking thumb. How you living, big dog? Yo, Riser, come on, you gonna talk to me, baby? You gonna sit there and jerk yourself off raw?
What kind of animal? A living animal.
Riser! All right, but baby, what do you want me to do about it? You're forgiven. What's going on, big dog?
Out here with yellow and the beautiful blue sky of British Columbia. Do you have any aspirations to live in British Columbia?
Fuck yeah, dog. I'm the dean of the University of Vancouver, baby. I gotta at least get 10 toes down every once in a while to rail some fucking hot-ass Chinese co-eds. Yeah, dog.
I think British Columbia is like Alaska, except you can actually live here and not freeze to death or have sun in your eyes while you're trying to sleep.
Yeah, I actually want to have a place in Vancouver, Washington. I think we bought it. I have a question for you, a very serious question.
Vancouver, Washington sucks, dog.
Yeah, guess who's got to make it cool? Guess who's got to make it cool? This guy. Everywhere I go is going to be amazing, and it's going to cause the real estate prices to skyrocket. I could take a shit in Tijuana right now, and people want to live by it. That's how sick I am. Do you recognize this, son? Word, dog. All right, so would you like an update on Zoot, or do you want to update me on your coin?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what the report. Can I make a prediction of Zoot's comedy?
Go for it.
Output, performance. I think she's gonna say it went well, and that it could have gone a little bit better. This is like bag fortune cookie bullshit kind of prediction. I think how it actually went was decent, but I don't think the organizers probably won't ask him to come back, if I had to guess. And I'm not trying to throw Zoot under the bus. That's just based on what his 1 minute show for us in the Discord call was, where he couldn't go without mumbling words.
Yeah, so apparently he did, according to Zoot, as good as he could as he's ever done it. And he did not win, but people said that he should have. Of course, he didn't see the winner. He was in the green room when they had the winner, and she was like a slam poet who came in and won. But that isn't to be distraught because they have the opportunity to have what are called wild cards. And so if you didn't get chosen for your heat, you could get chosen as a wild card. And Zoot originally wasn't too enthused about it because he's like, look, there are like 45 people who tried out. 40 of them have not gotten a chance, and there might only be 1 or 2 wild cards. But then he found out there are 7 wild cards. So I was like, oh, dude. So, you said that people said that you almost won and that you should have won, and you have 7 wild cards now. Do you think you're going to get chosen? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, well, give me odds. He's like, 80%. I'm like, 80% chance you're going to go on to the finals of your state? And he's like, yeah. Which makes me, number one, have a terrible opinion on South Australian humor. Secondly, it makes me recognize that I am right now at this moment the funniest motherfucker in all of Southern Australia. And perhaps the funniest motherfucker in the whole country if they're letting Zoot go on to the next stage. But with that being said, I love Zoot, and I hope he knocks it out of the park. Now, I asked him.
The bar cannot be any lower.
Oh, Australia, what the fuck are you doing? Is it like, do they just, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like, maybe it's just people don't want to
speak their own language.
Apparently, but all the jokes, all of Zoot's jokes are very American centric. They're not like American politics. So, I don't really know. I'm shocked. Zoot would be a funnier American comic because his jokes are all like American based. He doesn't have one Australian joke where we're like, huh? We get all his jokes, and I mean, you're Canadian and you even get his jokes because of the American centricity of these of the political world. So to Zoot, if you watch this either now or in the future, I want you to, I've told him about 10 times that I was really proud of him. And I mean, I really have to say, I'm proud of him for just getting up there. That takes a lot of courage. And he's dealt with hecklers. He's dealt with bombing. And he made it through all of that. And he says he's got an 80% chance to move on to the next round. Now, I asked him, if he moves on to the next round, does he think he's going to win? Or could he win? And he's like, no. And I asked, there's this one girl, her name's Chelsea, and she's like decent looking, which is big time in comedy. And she's like I would say like probably what you would consider an attractive young comic who Zoot says is bisexual and has everything going for her in terms of like making the judges like happy or whatever, which I don't know, maybe they think they're gonna rail her or something, or eat her out or whatever their deal is, or get eaten out. I don't know. But all I know is that Zoot says that even on his best night, he could not beat her. And I'm telling him, I could tell you this right now, Riser. We could write him jokes. I'm serious. I told him, when do you have to perform again? He's like, Friday. Next Friday, if he gets chosen tomorrow. And I just know we could give him 10 really funny jokes, short, simple to remember jokes, and if he fucking memorized them, he'd blow Chelsea out of the fucking water. I know it, but that's not Zoot's way, and we know that's not Zoot's way, but it should be. Zoot should recognize that it's about punchlines per minute when it comes to these kind of tournaments or whatever. Yeah, you can land them on one big joke, but that's really difficult to do. If you land 9 out of 10 jokes, people are going to think you're funny.
Yeah, I mean, how much time do they have?
5 minutes. And I said, Zoot, you went with 1 minute with us. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, what other jokes did you do? He's like, everything that you've seen on camera, I did all of those jokes. And usually whenever he does anything, he always says that I kind of screwed up here or I bombed here. But he did not say that. He said he did really well and that everybody said that he should have won. And, that's fine. He said that the slam poet, no one knew anything about her, and she got a lot of. She's lesbian, which according to Zoot is like a feather in her cap or whatever. I think funny's funny. You can be a furry, you can be an alien. If you're funny, I don't care what you are, just make me laugh. And so Zoot's gonna find out on
I
the.
think with Zoot's style, like I know like you should have like the head punch jokes or whatever, but like I can see the argument made where it's like if you like based on like the one like live performance that I saw, like the setup was wild, but when the joke came, people were like really like fucking dying in the audience. So I think arguably it is like better to have just like one volcanic like joke that like really makes people laugh, because they'll probably be more inclined to remember the hardest laugh versus just the most consistent laughs.
I disagree, and we can disagree.
From my point, I would rather probably. I mean, it's there's like some equation or whatever, but I don't know. It's a trade-off. You want to go for like the super hard laugh or a bunch of little laughs.
Right. I've never seen Zoot kill at all. So I don't know what video you saw. I've seen 2 videos of Zoot's. One of them, he messed up and he made people laugh, and the other one, he got heckled. And they were just happy he finished the joke at the end. So I don't know what video you saw, but I've never seen him absolutely kill, unless we have different understandings of what kill is. But to me, killing is making 90% of the crowd laugh very hard. And from what I've seen, he's never done that. But he's done better than I have. And I think that he has the courage to go up there and do it. And I asked about the other people. I'm like, okay, so you were up against how many people? He's like, I was up against like, I think like not including himself, he was up against 8 other people or something. And I'm like, did any of them, like, you were number 2? Like, are these people like, what is, like, I can't believe that you're number 2. And he's like, I'm like, did any of them like absolutely bomb? And he's like, yeah, one guy went into like suicidal tendencies. And like, oh, like, so you're up against people who just don't know anything about being funny. They're like picking literally the saddest topics and thinking that they can make jokes out of them or something. But I'm not sure. I wish Zoot would have more confidence about being able to beat Chelsea, the girl who's allegedly really good, because I think he could now. You think that he does better with one big joke? That's fine. I'm just. I watch comedians. I'm watching 3 comedians right now, or 2 comedians and another guy. I watch comedy all the time. I sleep to comedy. It's about making people laugh a lot. If you want to make people laugh like a huge amount all at once at the end, that's cool. But you have to be really, really good to do that. And even still, that's not that funny. That's you telling a story with a great punchline. I want people who tell me jokes that make me laugh. And maybe it's just 2 different kinds of.
Or at least like on the way, like you'll see like Dave Chappelle or whatever. Like he has like a giant zinger at the end, but on the way, like down the trail to get there, he's still throwing in jokes as he's leading up to it.
That's true.
It's not just like entirely blank, nothing laughter before he gets there.
That's true. And that's the person I was thinking of as well. And his jokes, something that I really appreciate about them, they almost get into philosophy because he's telling a story about history or something that's really exciting, like that we've never heard before. Like if you saw his most recent special, he talks about he was working for Aretha Franklin and what was it? It was like Nipsey Hussle and T.I. There were like all kinds of people in in the stories he was telling. And then I think he told another story. Oh, he told a story about Stevie Wonder working for Aretha Franklin. Just some cool shit. And when John McCain died, and he went to like he just did that story. It was really good. But for someone who is a new comedian, it's about jokes, having jokes. I've watched people on Kill Tony sometimes 24 hours a day. And the people who do really well are the people with 3 or 4 really good jokes, not the people who it's dead fucking silent for the first 55 seconds and then they have a wah, wah, wah at the end. No, fucking give me joke after joke after joke. And the people who are there who are critiquing them, the celebrities say, you know, I really loved your first joke, or I really loved your whole set, or that second joke that you told just really knocked my socks off. Those are really good. Like, and I understand you have 1 minute to really, you know, kill Tony, literally, or not literally, but you know, the name of the show is literally Kill Tony. So you have to be good. I watch these people. I'm telling you, the people who tell a whole story in 1 minute and then have one big punchline at the end, you're left saying to yourself, "That's it." Like, that's all.
And if you only have 1 minute, then yeah, obviously you got to tell more snappy jokes.
I agree.
If you have like an hour special, then you can space it out.
That's totally different too, and it's really hard. It's really hard to do joke after joke after joke after joke for an hour. It's really, really hard. But I'm proud of Zoo. Do I think that he's going to be chosen as a wild card? I would say that the way that he sounds, that he talks about it, he might be. I mean, he said that his friends said it was the best they've ever seen him do, and that he should have won. And I want to say to those people, are you from this planet, Zoot? And you know, Zoot said that he felt that he was at a disadvantage because one of the judges had seen him bomb really badly, which I understand. It's not like that's not really that fair. It should be like 3 brand new judges and they've never seen you before. They have no idea how good you are, and you got to do really well. But Zoot said he went for like 4.5 minutes, which is a long period of time to do jokes. But again, this is Zoot telling you, you know, this is my literal telling you how Zoot felt he did. We'll find out in less than 24 hours. They're going to post on their Instagram what the results of the wild cards are. And then if Zoot gets to go again, I asked him, are you going to do the same set? Or are you going to do a different set? And he says, I'll do the exact same thing. So, you know, but I even asked him. I even asked him, you said to me, even if you had your set perfect, you would not beat Chelsea? And he said, yeah. So I'm like, okay, well, then don't you think you should come up with something that you might think might beat her? And Zoot said, even if I said something like a Dave Chappelle like skit, yo, are you talking to me or are you talking to some fucking robot?
When I came to town 23 years ago,
yeah, I'm just going in my building.
Tremendous chaver and a tremendous source of just inspiration and help.
All right, well, that's a cool story.
It was amazing. I remember.
How you living, 10? What's good, son?
After my first few interactions with Rabbi Howard,
What's up, Rabbi Rothschild? 1 sec, I'm just going in the elevator.
Sure. I only talk to my own Discord. How's your day going?
He spoke so softly. And it always struck me that
every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, big dog. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Such a force. First force within
Okay. Not much, really. Just focus on school, go to the gym, probably.
Okay, very well. How old are you? How old are you?
Because so much of it was
all right, very well. How'd you find out about me?
Visionary fathers.
Through that server.
What server?
It's not hyperbole to say that it will reverberate through Cloudy Soul will be felt in such a profound way. Cloudy Soul didn't just use a great man, it didn't just use a great love, but lust a man.
All right, so you're into e-girls?
You know, say it's just very striking.
No, I'm not. I'm just in there to have fun whenever someone's like talking or whatever, you know, just talk.
I got you. I mean, do you like gaming?
I like gaming.
All right, what are your favorite games?
If I'm being honest, mostly like multiplayer games, simple multiplayer games, like Warzone, Fortnite, Roblox.
Okay.
But I am playing the story mode, Detroit Become Human.
What's it called?
Detroit Become Human.
Is that a cool game?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's really interesting, actually. It's like I don't really usually play story mode, so this one kind of like grabbed my attention.
Do you know that it's 300 days away from Grand Theft Auto launching November 16th, 2026?
The hostages were released. Such
I can't wait for that. But dang, bro, it keeps getting delayed, right?
Word, dog. You think they're going to launch it this time?
I sure hope so.
Word, dog. Absolutely. Well, you should know you're always welcome in here whenever you want. My man Ryder's here. He'll keep you company. I've got to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate talking to you.
Absolutely, 10. Take care, big dog.
Y'all take care.
I'll be right back, Ryder.
When Rothschild loses someone, carries them. It's like a child, right? A child needs someone. Every child needs someone to pick them up. So what does a child do after one of his son? When a child doesn't have a parent to pick them up, the child, of course, the child figures it out. The child always figures it out. But it's so much harder when Rothschild loses a leader who helped them, who picked them up. The clown feels it. He carried the clown. He carried the clown. And it is a tremendous, overwhelming loss of Klal Yisrael. I can't imagine just the overwhelming nature of the loss for his mishpacha. But we should just hope that in Eretz Hashem, he should be a model, a role model for all of us about what Mesiras Nefesh for the Klal means, about the need to worry a little less about ourselves and a little bit more for the other, a little bit more for the community, a little bit more for Am Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael, not just for people in your own circle, but for just the Klal, to be a Klal Jew. That's what the power. See, exactly the accomplished the bracha was a Klal Jew. There's no Eretz Hashem to try and
Riser, are you there, big dog?
to emulate his example, and in doing so, provide.
Riser. Oh, look at this asshole. Riser. 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 Riser's jerking himself. Riser's jerking himself off raw. Riser.
So we take our broken hearts.
Riser.
We come back to the surface.
Riser, do you remember that time I was calling for you and you were jerking yourself off raw?
And let's begin the new parak in Eretz Hashem.
Riser.
So today's daf is Lamed days. Leave.
Riser.
Physical all the time. It tells us, I know your heart is broken.
Riser.
Pieces.
Big dog.
I've guided you through to Kupas
Riser.
before, and I will guide you through to Kupas of broken hearts again.
Riser. Riser.
So an interesting halacha here. So we're beginning at the Mishnah on the bottom of Lamed Aleph on base 31b. So the Mishnah says as follows: all the psulim. So remember again, these are all
Riser.
normally unfit for sacrificial service. Who went ahead and
Riser.
ultimately again their shlit is kosher.
Riser.
Ultimately again because shlit
Riser.
is kosher.
Riser. Riser.
So again, it's halacha.
Riser.
It's not very new to us, but this is
Riser.
ultimately again, shlit is not an avodah. Because shlit is not an avodah,
Riser.
it is kosher even with a puzzle. Kosher even with a puzzle.
Riser.
So the Gemara says, therefore, the Mishnah says, therefore, any of these individuals, non-Kohanim,
Riser.
the tummy piece we'll talk about, non-Kohanim, women, avodim, tmeim, are mutter for shchita, even by kadshe kadoshim, and even by the highest levels of karbanos. Ubevar shaloyu tmeim nogim b'basar. Now, of course, obviously, if someone is tamei, so they can't go ahead and touch the sacrificial meat. Now, understand, obviously,
Riser.
slaughtered meat. Tumah will not be communicated ultimately again to a live animal. You can't communicate to law. So again, we'll discuss exactly how this is done, how someone who is Tameh could chef we'll talk about. But so the point over to remember is that technically it's mutter. Therefore, hein postin b'machshava. Now, this is very interesting. This goes back to the last paragraph. Remember, you could only invalidate a carbon with an erroneous mindset if what? If you are fit for the avoda. If you're not fit for the avoda, essentially you can't make it pigel. You can't make it chutz l'mkomo or chutz l'zmano. So therefore, the Mishnah says is as follows. Interestingly enough, because all of these individuals are kosher, ultimately again are kosher for shchita, therefore they had thought they could invalidate the shchita. And ultimately again all of them who have received the blood outside of, now again this is with a machshava. If one of these people did Kabbalah, I won't say, now none of these people are allowed to do Kabbalah. Right, they can all do shchita, but Kabbalah is a
Riser.
So because Kabbalah is an avodah, it requires
Riser, what the fuck?
Therefore, if any of these individuals did Kabbalah, and they had during Kabbalah a mashava, right, an erroneous mindset for chutz l'zmano or chutz l'mkomo,
Riser.
dan hanefesh, right, yaksu hakasher v'kados. Both say it's very interesting. It's quite fascinating. So now, imagine. So now, first part of the Mishnah is everyone is fit to do shchita. Because everyone is fit to do shchita, therefore halacha l'maisa, even if one of these people has an erroneous mindset, chutz l'zmano, chutz l'mkomo, they can invalidate the carbon. That's part one. Part two, these individuals are not fit to do Kabbalah. Therefore, if one of them did Kabbalah, and during Kabbalah had an erroneous mindset, chutz l'zmano, chutz l'mkomo, so this is very interesting. You know what you should do? If there's still blood spurting out of the animal, do another Kabbalah. Fascinating. So get another coin out there, do another Kabbalah. Riser. Keep a makasher v'nasal apostle. Yachsu akasher simri. Let's say again, interesting enough, a regular coin did Kabbalah, and then that coin did somebody's puzzle. That was when we had this case. This came up because when we talking about holacha.
Riser, this is it.
Holacha, you don't move your feet, and you just move your hand. We had this whole discussion.
Riser, this is the worst.
Regular coin did Kabbalah, and then he handed it over to Ebed. So the halacha is no problem. Just coin, take it back, and we're good to go. Kibel b'yamino v'nasam b'smolo. Similarly again, if the coin did Kabbalah in his right hand, and then he moved the kli over to his left hand, which you can't do. He's supposed to do everything with the right hand. Ultimately, yachzir liyamino.
Riser, what the fuck happened to you?
Give it back to the right hand. Give it back to the right hand. Kibel b'kli. Kibel b'kli kodesh. Sorry, v'nasan l'kli chol. If halach l'maisa again.
Riser.
Kibel b'kli kodesh. V'nasan l'kli chol.
Riser.
If a person goes ahead and receives, the coin goes ahead and receives the blood, it is Kli Kodesh. Kli Kodesh is a Kisharis. Then he transfers the contents ultimately again to a mundane utensil. Yachzir Kli Kodesh. He can return the contents back for regular Kisharis. So we'll say, it's actually very interesting because in all of these cases, what the Mishnah is saying is that halacha l'maisa, even if you did something wrong, you could rectify the scenario. You could rectify it back. You could go ahead and fix it. Which I will say is such a profound Gemara to begin. Like, the beautiful part in Yiddishkeit is there's multiple New Years. So for us, like we've been celebrating new starts multiple times during the last couple of weeks. And how beautiful is it that what's the theme of the Mishnah?
What the fuck?
What's the theme of the Mishnah? If you make a mistake, you can fix it. If you make a mistake, you can fix it. Okay, so you put it in the wrong kli. You could go ahead and return it back into the klisharis, and you're good to go. Lishbach min kli ala risbach. Like, let's say again, it's another interesting case. You received the blood in a pisharis, and then the blood spilled on the ground, the asphalt, and you collect it back up, kosher. Now again, we'll say, if you remember again, this is in contradistinction to the other case where the blood initially falls on the ground, right? If the blood falls on the ground initially before ever going into a pisharis, it's puzzle. But if it goes into a pisharis first, and then falls into the ground, ultimately you can collect it back up. Which Rabbi says another profound Musar Haskell, which is what? If you embed yourself in a framework of kedusha, it is much easier to get back up after you fall. Right? So if you start off in a kishares, you have kedusha. If you fall on the ground, you can pick it back up. You can get collected back up. If you go right from the animal onto the ground, you're puzzled. There's nothing to support you. But if you bolster yourself with good ruchnius, ultimately again, you can pick yourself back up in the aftermath of difficulty. The Gemara goes right there. Nasan es hanitnin lemaka lemalan. Sorry. Nasna gabi akedesh. Shalo kineged hayisod. Let's say he put the blood. We actually just saw this on Chalamayid. If you put the blood on the ramp, not opposite the base. So we're going to get this, which is why I sent out my base Habikdash pictures last night. So we're going to talk about this again. If you applied the blood on the ramp, normally blood was not applied on the ramp. Blood was applied on the side of the mizbeach, or the corners of the mizbeach, which we'll discuss. And you didn't do it opposite the base. Remember, the mizbeach itself had a little bit of like a base, a trim on the bottom. And again, blood was placed in that towards that area. So let's say it was wrong, erroneous placement. You placed it on the ramp, not by the base. Or nasanes hanitana lamata lamala. That's hanitana lamala lamata. Or you went ahead and remember, we'll talk about this also. There was a chuta sikra. There was like a red line that went across the mizbeach, and some blood was applied above the line, some blood was applied below the line. Let's say you made a mistake and you put, above line blood below the line, or below the line blood above the line, or bifnim bachutz. Or Allah might say again, certain blood was supposed to be sprinkled inside the mikdash. You did it outside, or vice versa. What's the halacha? Imish dam hanefesh yakser hakasher v'yikadaf. Ultimately, again, if the Gemara says, if there's still, interesting enough in all of these cases, if there's still life blood coming out of the animal, so the Gemara just says, go back and re-receive the blood. Re-receive the blood, so you could rectify this entire situation. Okay, incredible. So now the Gemara launches into a very interesting discussion here. Shachto the evet in l'chachila lo. So the Mishnah says, if you look at the Lashon of the Mishnah, Kala psulim sheshachto. All of these psulim, right? All these individuals who are apostle, if they shechted. Now, both say, now the Lashon of sheshachto, if they shechted, that's a Lashon of b'diavad, ex post facto. So in other words, what the Mishnah seems to be telling me is, we don't want these people to shecht, but if these people did shecht, ultimately again their shechita is kosher. So shachto, the evet in l'chachila lo. Okay, Gemara says all these people, you're right, if they did shecht, their shechita is kosher, but ideally we'd like them not to do it. Gemara says, really, is that true? Or maybe there's the kasha, the shachat, the pasuk says v'shachat. The shachat has been a bakar, there's been a bakar of Hashem, they kriva b'nei Aaron HaKohen, supposed to be shachat. What does that teach me? Shchita kshira b'zar. Ultimately, again, teaches me that ultimately shchita b'zar kshira. So ultimately, it teaches me that shchita is kosher even with a non-Kohen. Shchita kshira b'zarim, u'b'nashim, u'b'avodim, u'b'tmeim. Ultimately, again, because shchita is kosher by non-Kohanim, by women, by avodim, by tmeim, by even the kosher kadoshim. And even again with highest sanctity kabbalas. Or you might have thought that it's only kosher by Kohanim. So don't say, hear what's happening over here? A very interesting drasha, just really based on the word v'shachat. V'shachat, the Gemara says, or maybe you'll say shchita is only kosher by Kohanim. So the Gemara says, let's go back. Where did all of this start? So we'll say, here's another pasuk. The pasuk says, literally again, talking to Aaron, you and your sons will safeguard the kahuna for all matters of the altar. I might have thought that means that Kohanim have to do shchita. Therefore, the pasuk says, ultimately he will shech the cow, the ben habakar, the calf, before Hashem, and he will offer it. In other words, it was like just the pasuk he was reading. It is the shachar has been habakar lefnei Hashem. So it's an interesting dichotomy, an interesting split. So there's the shachar has been habakar lefnei Hashem. What does that teach you? That teaches me ultimately again the Kabbalah ve'ilach mitzvahs kahuna. Ultimately again from Kabbalah and on, that's where there is a mitzvah of kahuna. We made ala shchita sheksher ba'al adam. Ultimately again, this teaches me that ultimately again that shchita is kosher by all pieces. Not by all pieces, by all people. Like all people are fit ultimately again to do shchita. To which the Gemara says, "Who at him?" So the idea is, what do you see from here? We have a little bit of a contradiction because from our Mishnah, again, everyone's agreeing on the fact. What's the fact? Shchita shera bizar. A non-Kohen can go ahead and do shchita. The difference is from our Mishnah, it sounds like this is a din b'diavad.
Oh, look who it is.
If there's no
You're
point in
fucking
the
your
shchita,
shit.
is shera bizar.
Doug, I was screaming for you for hours.
When you look at just the price that you are just it sounds like
I literally went down to my mailbox, checked the
to
mail,
which the Gemara says.
and it still worked back.
You're right.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what your deal is, dog. I got a huge cock. It needs to be drained. Okay, are you ready to hear a story?
Is it a good one?
No, this story sucks.
Because it's not navoda.
All right. So I've been doing these Twitter spaces, and there's this project that I really think is a cool project. I think they have a really neat idea, and they do 24/7 spaces. And there's always been this.
I saw. Wait, is it this Twitter space that was like
one of the members of that category
longest Twitter space? Or maybe they changed the title, but I saw one of them was like some crypto that was like, we're in the world's longest Twitter space. I was like, bro, pay attention to fucking Rabbi's Twitter space.
Well, so here's the thing. There have been some glitched Twitter spaces that have gone for more than 4 years, and they're still going. There are like 100 of them. But I was in this Twitter space the other day, and yesterday, and I go in there, and they have like open slots to be a host, and I've been in discussions with this other person to do a space, and I was thinking, well, why don't we just become like co-hosts of one of this guy's spaces? So I go in there, and this guy knows that I stream all the time, and not only like do 24/7 spaces, I do 24/7 video spaces. Nobody does that. But the thing is, every 24 hours I have to restart it because of an iOS device. So I was saying to this guy, so like, how does it work? Like, do you have to pay to be a host? And they're like very suspicious of my intentions. And I was really being honest because I wanted to maybe be a host or have this other person who I'd had perhaps these discussions with, have him be a host or we co-host or something like that. But they were very like off-puttish immediately. When I say they, the host and his wife. And I said, well, like, how does it work? Do you need my like credentials or like, do I need credentials? And they're like, we're not going to go into all the specifics. You just, you apply on our Discord or whatever. And so I was like, okay. And they're like, yeah, we're doing the longest X space ever. And I'm like, you know, there was another project that we looked up that I remember seeing that they had done 420 hours, and this one was at like 150 hours. And I was like, okay, well, but we couldn't verify that it was, we couldn't find it. Basically, sometimes X just gets rid of old shit. So I was able to find a way to organize all the spaces by the ones that have been going the longest to the most recent. And I shared with them that, like, hey, there have been some projects that have been going like 3 years or 4 years. Now you can't actively talk in them, so that's different. So I said to him, I think you've set the record for the longest recorded space. And then I got in there and I spoke with one of the other hosts there who was really nice. And then they stopped the space at like 157 hours. So, which I think is the longest recorded space that I could find. But I'm sure it's probably not the longest. It's the longest that we could find. So anyway, it got me to thinking, well, why don't I just do the longest space? Because so long as like I don't get disconnected from the internet, like I'm always going. So I need to figure out how they do a space without it ending at 24 hours like it does on iOS. So I figure it's just on a computer that they just do it. But they were very, very standoffish. They didn't want to tell me anything about this. And it's like, look, it's not like a big fucking deal. It's like we don't have to keep secrets here. So I just started a space, and I'll just leave it going for like weeks if I have to. And it's recorded, so we'll see. I mean, I'm not. It's like now I know what the number is to beat. But that was not my intention in the beginning. And if he ever watches this or listens to it, it's kind of because they were so standoffish yesterday that it made me want to be like, oh, okay, you think you have the longest space? Now I'll give you a run for your money. And I think they have a cool project. I really do. I think it's a great idea. But I just felt like they weren't being very open. And now I'm going to give them a run for their money. How does that sound, Riser?
We seem to have a very simple.
That's cool, man.
Is that the coolest shit you've ever heard?
Reality, which is a tummy is not
Yeah, you reminded me you know who offered me a job?
Zoo.
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Panino.
What'd they say to you?
Because they liked my shit posting in the Telegram. They're like, hey, if you want, you can be a moderator in the chat. Pay you $1,000 every 2 weeks.
Stop. That's a scam.
Why?
That's what they do. They get people who take the profile pictures of the people in there, and they routinely send out a thing that says, we will not ask you to be a moderator ever. Like they send out a thing routinely. So I would, if I were you, check the username and post the message in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Panino. Or just ask a moderator, hey, do you guys send out, or ask an admin, ask either VMU or one of the other guys, VMU or Yo-Yo or More Light, because I can tell you I've gotten those messages too, and I don't want you to get scammed.
He stands outside now.
Okay. Yeah, no, the guy, one of the mods named Turbo Autism. The guy messaged me. I didn't verify the profile, and it was a secret chat, so it's not even there anymore. But he said, message the guy Plastics about the next steps, and Plastics is a real moderator in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic Panino Discord.
How do you know it's just not somebody who has a username that looks like Plastics?
Well, I mean, I dropped a message in the chat because I blocked on Telegram for messaging people. It was like message Plastics, and then so I just went into the Telegram and then added Plastics, and I told him to message me, but I haven't gotten a message yet. So I don't know if you saw it or ignored it, or if the whole thing is a scam. You could be right. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, they do that often, especially when, I mean, I want you to get it. That's absolutely great, but I just don't want you to get screwed.
How do they screw you?
So they'll basically say connect your wallet to verify so that you can be a moderator, and then they drain you.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Right.
Classic.
Yeah, exactly. So I had a guy who came in yesterday who I say he's legitimate because the kid comes in here. I've met him before. Comes in with his camera on. I know him from the spaces and everything. And we started to talk. We talked for like 3 hours about how people scam you on X spaces and how common it is.
Oh, really?
Oh, dude, it is so common. And he
There's
opened.
not that many spaces. There's only freaking like 20 of them.
Well, do you know about Spaces dashboard?
Yes. I mean, but and I know that there's more than 20, but there's not like more than 20 crypto.
Oh yeah, there are 10,000 English-speaking spaces going on right now, and a lot of crypto. And
And my Spaces dashboard, is it because I'm not signed in? Why it's only showing?
yeah,
Because I've never seen more than 14.
well, that has to do with X doesn't always recognize when the person categorizes themselves, because I know that I host spaces all the time and it doesn't always categorize it correctly for me. And so right now it's telling me there are 15,000 spaces going on, and of those I know that you're like, well, only 7 of them say cryptocurrency. I understand that, but if I just go in and type in crypto, CRYPTO, let's see how many did we get. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Then there's somebody who wrote a bunch of them in there. I see my own 21, 22. So there are at least 22 with the word crypto in it. Now, if we put in the word Bitcoin,
because it says Shita is done before God. So before God obviously has a connotation ultimately again of
Bitcoin has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Another 17. Then if we put in there BTC, that's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, another at least 5. If we put in there Sol, SOL, that's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I mean, like you said, I've only ever seen like 20 in there or whatever. But if we put in Web3, we'll get a ton for Web3. So if I put in Web3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like another dozen or so. If we put in there,
some of them don't have that micro, but yeah, I didn't know there's like a search tool. I guess not everyone. How do you actually use the crypto hashtag like thing when you make the space?
yeah, it's not a hashtag. No, yeah, it does. When you start the space, you get a few different things you can do right before you start it. You can type in the name. You can type in the different categories. So I always do, I think, cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, NFT, something like that. And then you can choose to record it, and you can choose to record it, and you can choose
No, you
to.
should do why do you limit yourself to crypto? You should do like business, technology, and education or something.
So those are the big ones where people. So this all goes back to when you create your account and you choose what your interests are. And the reason why I choose those 3 are those are the 3 most popular categories that are on Twitter Spaces. So like cryptocurrencies, NFTs, and like Bitcoin cryptocurrency or something like that is what I usually do. Now, right now, just happens to be that there are 6 entertainments, 4 mindful wellness, 7 cryptocurrencies, 4 NFTs, 3 music, 3 careers, 2 arts and culture, 2 entrepreneurship, and 2 Bitcoin cryptocurrencies. But when I usually do it, it's usually cryptocurrency, NFTs, and Bitcoin cryptocurrency are usually the top ones. And I mean, I could be wrong on what I even have. I'll look right now. I just click whatever my defaults are. I choose investing, cryptocurrencies, and NFTs. So that should give you an understanding of.
I mean, you should go with technology though. At least if you're good. You talk about so many things.
I understand, but you have to understand that won't get shown in that many people's feeds because a lot of people don't pick technology. Like right now, according to Spaces dashboard and X, technology isn't being discussed right now in any of the choices. Now, I'm sure it is, but it's just not categorized that way. I go with what is categorized. I get what you're saying, though. But I have to go with what is popular or what I see as being popular, and technology is just not a popular thing that people choose. And the reason why it's not is when you first create your account and you say what your interests are, technology isn't one of the featured ones, but the ones that are like cryptocurrencies, NFTs, investing, that kind of stuff. Okay. But yeah, there are 15,000 English-speaking spaces going on at this moment, which is a giant amount. And I was in this.
But I think a bunch of those only have like one person or 0 people.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly how Twitter Spaces is. It's you might have. Well, I can just tell you the exact amount of the first page of the second page. So I think the first 100, 150, 200, like only the top 200 spaces have more than 10 people in them.
Right. If you touch Kodesh, does it matter how much you touch? No, you touch with your pinky, you touch with your hand, you touch with two hands. Do you think, I think definitely Twitter Spaces would be a lot more popular. Twitter actually than I mean, they do promote Twitter Spaces at the top of the search button, or like the home page now, which is good. I don't know if they've always done that, but at least you can kind of find them. I see yours there because I follow you.
Hey, right, and is it always there? It's in pink, right?
Yeah, I don't know if the colors. I think it is pink somehow.
Yeah.
How do you make it pink?
Because it's video.
So the Gemara says as follows.
Right.
High
High IQ play, which changes everything. Exactly. And
no, you're just showing
okay, so I'm in 2 of them. I'm in 2 of them.
24/7 video space of magnetic shield. That one says it's purple, but I do recall seeing it pink.
Keep scrolling, and you should see a pink one.
It limited me. But I've definitely seen. Oh yeah, no, I see it.
Yeah. So I'm utilizing both of them. Well, so this one guy came in here yesterday, and he gave me the breakdown on a lot of things that that were like enlightening to me, and I enlightened him as well. Firstly, he thinks I'm really smart, and I love when people think that. It's just a nice thing for people to have a high mindset of you. But if he's ever hearing this, I think the same of him. I think he's really smart too. So what he did, there was this project for like 2 months. Every single day in this one really big space, this guy would come in named Spider Pig. And if you don't know what Spider Pig is, it's a meme from the Simpsons movie where Homer takes a pig and puts him on the ceiling of the house, and he's like, Spider Pig does whatever a Spider Pig does, kind of deal. Anyway, I had heard this guy speak in spaces, and he had this weird voice, like he was always using a voice changer or something, but he would come in every single day, and he would give out a lot of money in the space. Like, he would say that he was giving out, like, like, he'd give out, like, a B&B, which is, like, about $1,000, and he'd give out one every week until his project launched, which was going to launch in like early December. And then, so he'd come in every single day and he'd do his show. And then early December comes around, and he said he was giving away a Bitcoin, like, $100,000 worth of shit. And all you had to do was be a holder of his coin, and you could win this Bitcoin. Now, I don't invest in cryptocurrency. I just let people give it to me. But in this case, I was keeping an eye on this guy's project because it was such a memorable name, and this guy had like a really memorable shill and voice and everything. And December comes around, and I don't hear anything about this. And my friend comes in yesterday. His name's Amron. Shout out to Amron. And Amron comes in, and he's like, I'm like, hey, whatever happened to that Spider Pig project? He's like, oh, it rugged. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, that guy got it to like a $10 million market cap or $15 million market cap and just rugged it. So basically what he did is he, for like 2 months, would just go into these shill spaces. Shill. All he did was shill. And then he would give away a little bit of money in like prizes and stuff. And then he got a ton of guys, particularly in Nigeria, to ape into this coin. And then once it got it went from like a $5 million market cap to a $15 million market cap. And then he just rugged it. And I was like, no way, that guy was everywhere. And then he just rugged his entire project. And it's like, yeah. Now, he didn't delete his account. He still has his account. But we got to talking, and I'm like, it's really unfortunate that, like, you can put your trust into people, and then they can just steal all your shit. And he's like, yeah, that's why I helped to start a project called KOL. It's called like KOLtrust.ai or something like that, .io or something. And it's a website where you can it's like a Yelp for like crypto influencers. So you know whether to listen to them or not, or if they're going to steal your money or whatever. And this Spider Pig had 29 negative reviews and no good reviews on there. And it was like, oh, that's a really good, I think it's called KOLtrust.ai or something like that, or IO or something. And he helped to put this together. And I was like, no way. So he opened my eyes to a lot of these different projects that I thought were very trustable, just being somewhat naive, but not dumb. It's one thing for me to trust you in a Twitter space and just have a discussion with you. It's another thing, another level of trust if I'm going to give you any of my money. And those are just two completely different worlds. And so we got to talking, and like I'm in some really big discords for these projects, and he just warned me. He's like, look, some of the projects that you're in and that I know that like a lot of people are in, at least in their communities, they do the same thing. Basically, they get all kinds of people excited about their project that they're going to launch on a given day. Say it's going to be March 30th, and then what they do is once everybody apes into this project, they ghost them and they rug the project, and you say to yourself, no way, these guys have been promoting this project for 6 months. What happened to it? And it's worth it for them. So the way that they do it is they do giveaways, and it's worth it for them to say give away like I don't know, 5 soul or something like that, or like 1 soul every space or every week or whatever. So maybe they're losing like I don't know, let's say one soul a week, like $200 a week or something. They give these out, and so maybe that in total their giveaways have been like, say, $2,000 over 10 weeks, or let's say $4,000 over 20 weeks, and then that makes people think they're legitimate, and then they do um, their their launch, and all these people ape into it because they think, hey, this is a legitimate project, and then they get rubbed. And that was just incredibly eye-opening to me, how long these people are playing these games. Like, usually I've been used to people with rug pulls that are like, hey, we're doing a pump fund coin, and get in on it while it's early, and then they rug it. But that's completely different than what I've learned is being done on some of these other coins. So anyway, I just want to make sure that you're aware, like, hey, these are there are a lot of scammers involved. Be careful. And you have to.
What I openly advertise about this coin that I'm launching, and like, not that it's a scam, but that's like the opposite. But a lot of Twitter spaces I've joined in crypto, it's like a very common discussion topic is about rug pulls. Like, literally this morning, people talking about rug pulls. Literally yesterday, people talking about rug pulls. And it's just very synonymous with the crypto market. It's literally just early developers, quote unquote, scammer people mint themselves a bunch of supply, or they snipe the supply early and chill it and dump it. And I'm like, that cycle just keeps happening over and over and over again. And I made a Twitter post about recently, where I was like, I'll read you the post because it's just so poetic. I don't want to get the words right, but it's like, yeah, this space is circling around a persistent issue in crypto. The tale as old as time. Where a developer with a disproportionate amount of allocation dumps on a project and runs it, and that cycle keeps repeating in this industry. And so buyers must discern whether the dev's interests are aligned with the project, both on a technical and personal level. And a lot of the projects ignore the technical barricade and opt for a trust us approach, which ends up getting violated.
AI wrote that for you, didn't it?
No, I wrote it literally 100%.
I don't believe you.
For me. Well, that's because I'm literally high IQ.
There you go. Did you write it in Newfoundland?
I was like, we get rid of the risk entirely from like a technical level, where it's one, a fair launch, so there's even distribution on all initial buys. Two, mint on deposit. Supply is only created when value is sent into the system. It doesn't matter if you're a developer or priest of the blockchain. There's no free handouts. And then three, there's aligned developer interest. There's no supply to dump on people. And so developers can only earn as value scales. But it is a very common trope in the crypto world, and it just keeps happening over and over again. But yeah, it's one pattern that I've noticed that I'm trying to at least solve with this coin.
I don't know if anyone else knows about that.
Very cool. I think that how can I trust that you aren't going to do that? Aren't going to rug this? I know how I can trust it, but like, let's say I were a just like a random person.
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, like the supply, how it's set up. Like, first off, the problem basically is that a developer will either type a bunch of the supply, buy it early, which is a large chunk of the supply, and just be like a giant whale in the coin, or they mint it to themselves. regardless, the person that's running the project is a whale in the coin that controls a substantial amount of the supply. With this, with our coin, that's not possible because we're doing a fair launch. And so what a fair launch is that basically you'll have like 48 hours or whatever to deposit your money that you want to invest into a contract, and that contract is going to collect everyone's money from, say, like 1,000, 2,000, whatever the amount of addresses are, and then that contract goes and creates an initial buy from the token, so that there's even distribution amongst like whatever thousands of people. So that way there's no like super disproportionate whales that control the supply.
Meaning both psul of chutzlis mano, which is what
Okay.
we call pigol, and the psul of
How could
chutzlis
I-
komo, which is just what we call chutzlin komo, are both learned out
I mean, how do I still know that you just didn't create multiple wallets to diversify from looking like you're one big whale and then just writing the project?
Yeah, I mean, well, anyone could do that, really, but we're going to do like a KYC probably that involves like people submitting like their face with like a thing written on it, like those verification things where you hold up a piece of paper with some or whatever. And then that way it'll minimize the people that are trying to buy with like multiple wallets, basically.
Okay, I mean, I get that, but like, doesn't that violate like the idea of cryptocurrency being like anonymous?
Well, you kind of get one or the other. If you want a coin that is going to be potentially manipulated by multiple wallets, or do you want a coin that's safeguarded, launches fairly? And possibly there's like some verification that does not require people to upload. It's not like we're asking for their ID, it's only like a picture of their face, and potentially there could be some system in place, like some CAPTCHA verifier thing that could solve that. It's good.
So that makes the carbon piggle.
Thing that you brought it up, so I can look into that further. I don't know if there's a way to basically, safeguard against like preserving people's identity while confirming them individually. I'm assuming you can do it maybe with those fucking,
just like Shlomi.
there's like some cryptography thing that you can do.
So again, they are literally they can make piggle and become piggle.
Okay,
So to again, this halacha will apply ultimately again to anything. If you look at Rashi, call third white line in Rashi, Rashi says
Let me think.
No, I'm sorry. Go 2 lines up. Second white line.
So in order to buy your coin, I have to take a picture of myself and hold up a code? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, potentially to stop people from, like, so you have to whitelist like addresses to prevent the like duplicate or people creating multiple wallets.
Yeah, I don't think
Proof because people can go to like their family members, friends or whatever, so it's almost just like,
I don't think people are gonna want to buy your coin if you force them to do that.
Okay. So I've come to Shlishi. What does Shlishi come to teach me?
Right.
This is ultimately again to Makshana Chutlis Mano, which means again, which is what we call piggle, which means an
then how do
to
you
go ahead and
stop it?
in today's daf. Either the ability to go ahead and eat, burn,
You have
Like
to.
you can limit the amount that people can buy, but they're still just gonna buy it.
What does that mean?
Right, I would say that you have to create a community, and that gives you enough diversity
before you launch your coin, you need, like you and I have both said, you need community before you have the coin. If you have the coin before community, you've already lost because people want to get involved with that initial launch. So, have you started a community for the greatest coin of all time? The greatest cryptocurrency of all time?
After Zrika has been done. So it's actually an interesting fact.
Like a Telegram, yeah.
Okay, that's a start. Has anyone joined it?
Yeah, there's like 30 people in it.
That's good. Why no Discord?
Until all of the processes are done. So you have to
It's just the whole. Are there? I was gonna ask you. Are there shield and chills on Discord?
No, not that I know of. It's only on Twitter Spaces.
Are there? I mean, there's servers that you can join that are crypto related, and maybe some of them have. I mean, there's coins that have like a ton of people. I don't know if they have voice chats in it.
They have self-promotion channels, so you can put your coin in there. That's pretty common.
So just like by regular carbon, you need all of the above those.
And
So to buy Piggle,
have you done that? I mean,
all of the above those to have taken
Rabbi
place as
coin
well.
or whatever.
I don't have Rabbi coin. I mean, I guess I do. I don't promote it. No, I don't want people. I'm like the opposite of a coin. I tell people don't buy it. The only reason why I created it was so that I could stream on
let's say I'm offering up a carbon.
Pump Fun, and I don't do that anymore because Pump Fun, it is very buggy and it is not like it's not a very good platform to be able to stream. Like nobody watches it. You can't read the chat. It crashes all the time. And so what I did instead is I created the bot on X that automatically posts my life on video, which I find to be more beneficial. And I think it's just a cooler option, and it's more consistent. But I used to.
Are you like verified or like able to monetize? Like, did you do the thing where you posted GIFs under a bunch of celebrities to make you like the 5 million impressions?
No, that's I don't care about that. So I have the 500 verified followers or whatever, but I do not have the impressions. But I really don't care about them. I mean, what? It's going to be an extra $20 a month. I mean, that's not necessarily like that won't necessarily break me. It may be nice. I'm not saying that but like having extra funds isn't something that I'm going to turn down. But it isn't something that I push. Like people have asked me, they're like, "You've got a lot of followers, but your engagement's low." And I say, I know, because I start a new stream on X every hour. So basically, over the course of any day, I start 24 different videos, and I repost everybody's space that I'm in. So it's like not like I'm creating quality content on there. I mean, the video actually is very quality. It's more quality than anything else that you're going to get. But it requires a user to watch me for an hour, which very few people do. The reason why I do it is so that I'm at the top of everybody's feed, whether you have one person watching you or 200,000 or 500,000, like some of the people who follow me. And it's like a free advertisement for myself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And if I were you, I think a good strategy, if I had a coin, this is what I would do. I would get myself an Android device, I'd get myself an Android device. You can get them really cheaply, like $25. And it doesn't have to be a new one. It certainly can be old. In fact, older in a lot of ways is better. And you could get it on eBay or on Amazon or whatever. And when I had the Go coin, I would just I'll teach you how to do it. You basically just, and it's free. I'll teach you how to start a new, like create a bot that automatically uploads your video so that you get that pink bar like I have, and then you just have it say buy $GOAT, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. It's just a free advertisement. Now, where that is going to be really powerful for you is if you get followers, and that just takes you going into spaces and connecting with people. And like I've said, like previously to you, in 60 days I got 3,000 followers. So once you have that, you're going to be pretty well known, and people are going to know about your coin. And then you're just going to be able to be a free advertisement at the top of all of their feeds, which is what you want. You just want them. It's known as mere exposure effect in psychology. And the more that they see it, the more they're going to be familiar with it. And then the more that they're going to be tempted to buy it. Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Is that not the greatest fucking idea you've ever heard?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, even, well, since you have a pretty powerful computer, you could, well, wait, let's see here. You have your, no, iPad, well, iPad work, no. You could, but with your computer, you could, how you living, big dog? Just in the middle of a conversation with my friend Riser. Riser, you could, I could teach you how to just use a macro recorder, and you wouldn't even need to buy you wouldn't even need to buy a new phone, most likely. I think I could teach you how to do it all for free. So just to give you a heads up on that. Does that make sense, Riser?
What do I need the macro recorder?
Great question. So it's got to start your, and it's free. Well, you've used it before. It's got to start your stream regularly, like when you're asleep. And you may say, well, you don't necessarily, if you have a computer that's really, you have a powerful computer, so you might not even need the macro recorder, but it makes it a lot easier because you have the ability to just set it and forget it, basically. Then, so there's an issue that happens if you just start your video stream and let it go. Eventually, you forget about it, and if it crashes, then it's no longer promoting you. So if you have it start and stop every hour, then you basically have it, even if it crashed or something like that, you know that it's going to start back up in an hour, and it's always consistently going. Does that make sense, Riser?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Is that the most amazing thing you've ever heard in your life?
It's up there.
I agree. Have you seen the movie The Circle? It stars Robert De Niro and Emma Watson. Or no, not Robert De Niro. Tom Hanks and Emma Watson.
Oh, you told me about this. So like Emma Watson, like dystopian future where companies are monitoring you to your stream or whatever.
Yeah, that's wild that I told you about it because I had forgotten about it, and then everybody keeps telling me I need to watch it. And if you didn't have anything that you're doing tonight, then we should watch it, or we should watch a fucking bear documentary. And I know what you're gonna say. Let's watch the bear documentary tonight, and then you're gonna jerk yourself off raw and fall asleep like a little bee, and then leave me hanging for 4 days as I message you on Discord, just like you did last week.
So ultimately,
I would never do that.
I know you wouldn't.
Sounds like a zoot maneuver.
Oh, that's a grade A maneuver. I think we all know that. Now, let's talk about your coin and how we can prevent it from getting rubbed. You need a community. And you have a community, a good start of 30 people. But I would not, if I were building a community for cryptocurrency, I would not only have a Telegram, I would have a Discord as well. Telegram, you said it perfectly. Telegram is phone-based, Discord is generally computer-based, though it doesn't have to be. But Discord has so many more features than Telegram has. It's really, in my opinion, the way to go. However, you do you, whatever makes you happy. But I would say to you that if I were you, I would have both. So you should start a Discord for your coin. You have a big disadvantage, which it's not your fault, but it's just you don't have a lot of funding behind this, not yet, and thus you can't even do some of the basic things in Discord, like having your Discord boosted so that you have like a custom link that could be like GoatCoin or whatever. But if it is something that I don't want you to have anything that is extra, but I'm just making you aware, like those are some things that you can do to legitimize your project a little bit more. But I don't have that. If you do want a custom link or whatever, I just say go to discord.me/rabbi. And you could do the same thing. You could go to discord.me, which is different than discord.gg. What discord.me is like, it's a website like Discord that allows you to register your website and then your Discord link, and then you get a custom link for free. Just giving you that heads up. So when people say to you in a space, hey, do you have a Discord? You can say, yeah, it's available in my link tree, or just go to discord.me/GoatCoin or Goat, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time or whatever. And you can find
There's
it.
a custom Discord URL from discord.me.
Yeah, mine's discord.me/rabbi. Go to it. You can see what it looks like. Discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me.
Yeah, I got it.
Isn't it the sexiest thing you've ever seen?
Okay.
So then I think you have to do a CAPTCHA, and then it gives you the link to the Discord. But it's really convenient if you're in a space and you don't want to have to keep boosting your space and keep having to be like on discord.me/ or discord.gg/PXAYC. You don't want to have to do that. And if you don't want to pay for someone to always keep boosting your space or keep boosting your Discord, then you just go to discord.me and then / whatever you want your thing to be. Either GoatCoin or Goat Crypto or the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. If you can get that, I don't know if that's too long or whatever, but that's what I would do if I were you. And then I could show you a bunch of bots that I would install in my Discord that I use that are really helpful. And they give you a bunch of information on people who are joining your server, like how old their account is, and like if it warns you if they don't have an avatar. And it also can send them a message when they join, like welcoming them. And if they leave, it can like ask them like why they left, or don't go or whatever. There's a bunch of different shit. You can also have like music bots and stuff. And the reason why, if I were you, I would have at least one music bot is it gives the little icon next to your space that it's active, like somebody's in there, which can cause people to click on it a lot more to check it out. There are like all kinds of tricks. what else? In your space, you can have like, I know I was in the space, or I was in a Discord on Sunday, I think, or maybe it was, I think it was Sunday, and they did trivia, and what they do is they just came up with their own currency. It doesn't really mean anything. Like, they have unlimited currency of this type of currency, but they just give away the points basically. And then what they do is it gives you different privileges in their space. So you can, if you have a certain number of points, you can get certain avatars or certain features, or you can get image permissions and things like that. But basically, it's not tied to a cryptocurrency. It's just like a point system. And it's fun. I was in there. They had a bunch of people in there. It's a really popular... it's a really popular Discord. But you need... I will tell you this, Riser. This is as your friend, and this is me being honest. The reason why I don't think that your coin will be successful is not because it's not a great idea. It's because I don't think that you have enough energy to be in spaces every single day for like 8 hours promoting it. You just don't like doing that kind of stuff. And in order for a project to really set itself apart, you have to do that. Now, if you were to say, no, I'm really serious about this, I could do 8 hours every single day just promoting myself and getting 3,000 followers or 5,000 followers or whatever. Okay. But like, if you don't have that kind of energy, this project isn't going to be successful. It's got a lot of things set up for it to be successful. So I'm making you aware, basically, the thing.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been sending a lot of people like direct messages, and people with like 20,000 followers, like multiple people with like 20,000 followers. Like the idea, and so that they'll like support me, okay, like retweet my space when I what is fascinating about this is I'm working on a presentation right now, so that when I host a space, I can do like a deep dive on what it is, and I'll schedule it, and then those people with all these followers can retweet it, and then hopefully get a shitload of people in there. At least.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That, in my opinion, is not the way to do it. And here's why. You will get like 5 people in your space. You won't get a lot. Even if you have somebody with 20,000 followers, that's not that many. It's okay, but that doesn't mean they're going to attend. It doesn't mean they're going to repost. What you need to do, and I'm telling you, as from watching for the last 90 days, successful projects really do well, and some run, is go into spaces every single day. That way you don't have to do the work. All you have to do is go in there and read that shill, and then answer any questions that anybody may have, and you move on to the next one. And right away, they have 600 people in their space. You're never going to get 600 people in your space without botting it. They're the ones botting their space so that they're getting 300 real people in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, basically, why remake the wheel? They're already doing the heavy lifting for you. Just ride on, piggyback on their project. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. And I have been doing a few shows and getting better each time.
That is now illegal for
Yeah, I
consumption.
think.
But ultimately, again,
Yeah.
Have you read that shill yet in a space? Have you read that shill yet that we went over in that space, in any space yet?
But at the end of the day, the carbon can still be
I read one that's like very similar.
Okay. And how did it go?
It's solid.
Okay, well, good.
Not good.
So, what you want to do is, and I'm just, you have to ask yourself, Riser, for the next, I don't know, 3 months, do I have the energy to go into spaces 5 days a week, like a job, and shill myself maybe 8 or 10 times a day? If you do, you'll be successful. If you don't, no one's ever going to know about your project. That's where it's really made. I wouldn't lead you
How do
astray.
I agree with that. How do you, I mean, you just go in there and request and then ask to speak or something, and if they don't, like, are you multiple doing it?
No, I mean I can be, but there aren't that many. You want to make sure that you don't screw up where they let you up and you're just silent. So the process is this: you go in with your iOS device, type in the word "shill" into the spaces search. You see all the spaces that say "shill," and whether they have one person in them or 1,000 people in them, you treat them the same. You go in there, you go to the purple pill first, you like it, you repost it, and you post a like little write up on yourself or like an image of your project or whatever. So that does three things. That's like, reposting, and commenting. And that means that the host is going to get a notification that you interacted with their space. Then once you've done that, you go and you press the microphone button. You have to wait sometimes no seconds. Other times you won't get called up. Sometimes you have to wait an hour in a space, and that's cool. Go do something. Go watch TV or go watch a movie. You have an iPad, so you can be doing something else. But then when they let you up, there's a little sound that gets made, and that green button that says that you have requested turns into a red microphone, which says that you have the ability to speak, but your microphone is off. Then once they're talking or whatever, you raise your hand, and I think you know how to do that, and you just wait patiently, and they'll say, all right, next up we've got Riser. And then you come in and you thank the room, and you go through your spiel, and then you say, I'm open for any questions that you may have. Then you answer any questions that they have, and then you wait about 1 to 5 minutes, however long you want to see if anybody else comes up and has any questions for you. Then you drop yourself down to listener, and then you go back to the purple pill, you tag the host, and you say, thank you so much for the ability to share my project with everybody. And then you move on to the next one. What that's going to do is it is going to tell the host that you know how to do a show, because you go in there, you just don't go up without reposting, without liking, and without commenting. You've done all three of those. You're going to be up, you're precise, you are to the point, and you're willing to answer any questions. Also, they know that you're not just up there doing what's called karma farming, or that's generally what it's called, where you sit up there the whole time as a guest or as a speaker, and then just try to get people to follow you. Especially as a host, that's fine to do for 5 or 10 minutes, but no longer than that. Once you're done speaking, you get, the host is going to move you down to speak to listener anyway. So why not just beat them? Why not just beat them to the punch? And then you go to the purple pill and you thank them. Then the host knows that not only do you know what to do in their space, not only did they hear about your project, but you thank them, which very few people do. And then you move on to the next space. If you do that the next time that person hosts a space, they're going to let you back up right away. You're not going to have to wait an hour. You're not going to have to wait 10 minutes. The second that they see that you come up there, they know what you're about. They know your project. They know that you are going to help promote on your social media. They're going to let you speak right away. Does that make sense as a strategy?
Yeah, no, that makes a ton of sense.
Excellent.
And I mean, it's like the comment, you said, like a picture about the project. So, could I have post a graphic that explains at a high level what Purge is doing, and then also write,
why the fuck did you just call it Purge? Why the fuck did you just call it Purge? Yeah, you said write a thing about what Purge is doing. You mean the goat coin, right?
Yeah, goat coin.
Yeah, so I would tell you that if you have the ability, go to my account, 2x dot, just look at what I've got in my pin post. This is the best way to do it. because it's the most amount of information that you can put in the in one comment. So let me know when you're on my profile, please.
Yeah, I just got burned with hot oil.
In its first year.
Barely missed my eyeball.
You can't offer.
Are you okay?
That's why the paradigmatic example. This is like a never.
Yeah, I'm good.
But again, I got to give a shlumming. I have 3 years going to make good on that. I missed my
Why not
window.
use a
I missed my window.
blingy
So now I'm
plastic?
gonna put the Halavina in the carbon
Spatula?
offer. Come on, Shmuel. Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
Spatula?
We're learning it out from there.
Yeah, using a rubber blingy thing.
Different source Torah says that it
Yeah.
can delay into
Good thing it didn't hit me in the eye.
Definitely.
You want to hear a crazy story?
Sure.
It's one of like, the most like unlucky and lucky things to happen to someone. So when I was like 10 years old, we were at a baseball tournament, and we're about to play the game, and me and my team, we go off for a warm up, and we go do our little run and stretches and shit, and we come back, and then someone flagged me down. It was like raining and kind of stormy outside, and so someone flags me down, and he's like, "Yo, Zach, like your dad is like." He was like right there because he was like coach, but he was like, "Yeah, your dad was just like rushed to the hospital." And I was just like, "What the fuck happened?" And then so what had happened is there's like some insanely awful luck, but it could have been like way worse. He was walking by the dugout, and the dugout had like this tarp that was covering it, and there was bungee cords attaching the tarp to like the fence. And I guess they're like high tension. And just as he happened to walk by, one of the bungee cords snapped and went straight at his eye and barely missed the eyeball, like, and took like a chunk out of his eye, like just under it or something. And but it was just like right next to his eye, like he dodged it, like so luckily. And so yeah, he had to go to the hospital. I don't know if the game got canceled or what the hell happened to the game, and the game might have gotten canceled. It was so stormy out.
What does it mean?
But yeah.
Did he end up being okay?
What does that mean? That you're not a person who keeps their commitment.
Did he end up being okay?
It was fine.
I'm talking about over here in extenuating
Did they
right?
have to admit him, or was it like an outpatient thing?
Because again, there's a concept always talking about Patrick, extenuating circumstances.
No, he was able to get out of the hospital pretty quickly and drive me home with an iPad.
This is a person who doesn't take his responsibilities seriously.
And he didn't have any long-term issues?
Something to other people, and he's not making good on his commitments.
Just like a scar, probably a little bit.
He's not making good on his commitments to other people.
That's fortunate.
Most probably.
All right,
let me check out your 2x stuff.
Yeah.
Thingies, I know what you're saying.
And here's what I recommend. You have text writing at the top, like you would in any post, and then you put a video, embed a video. And all I have to do is copy that link to that post and put it in a comment, and it shows up as a really big thing. And then, it's like free advertising. And it doesn't
mean a really big thing.
Okay, so
this video is just really wow.
Oh yeah, it takes you on a journey. Okay, so do you see that I have that 24/7 space going? Okay, go to that space and go to the purple pill, and I'm gonna post the link in that purple pill, and
the video one or the non-video one?
Great question. Go to
2x.1 is
go to the video one.
And if you don't take your commitments
Okay.
with others seriously,
And just go to the
chances are
purple
you're not
pill.
taking your commitments in marriage seriously either. And if that's the case, unfortunately,
Yo,
a marriage
Pam,
like that
go to the
is
purple pill.
incredible. So the Gemara says, I might have thought I would have thought again.
Now, do you see that it's like a huge it's like a big billboard, right?
Same like statement of Chazal that he loses his life to the fire of it. Also, much more though. That if the husband delays in bringing his car.
Wait, do you see? I posted that link in there, and it is like it has text and it has a video embedded. Do you see how that would be better than just a picture, or how that's better than just comments?
Which is a carbon only becomes pigel when.
Excellent. Come back to the Discord, please.
Shabbos pigel ultimately was during one of the sacrificial services. But again, if you just eat the meat on the third day, that does not make
excellent.
carbon pigel.
So what you want to do is just have something moving in that area, so that people, when they see it, click on it, and then you can tell them about your project. And if I were you, I would have a 60-second AI video if needed or whatever, just talking about your project and where you can buy it and why it's the greatest coin of all time. Basically, that pitch that we worked on, you could just literally take that, put it into Grok, and have Grok create a 60-second video for you. And then what you would do is you take a post, or you create a post, you put your links in it to your link tree, and your Discord, and to your Telegram, and to where you can buy it, your coin, or where you'll be able to buy it. And then you put that video in there, and then you pin that to your profile. And then whenever you're in a space, you just take the link to that pinned post and put it in the space, and it will show up like links, so that, you know, it has text, and then it has a video in there. Does that make sense?
And it's got the little billboard around it.
Exactly. And that is going to be so much different than what other people are going to find for, like, most times people just type like an emoji in there, or just like, you know, a short little GM, something stupid. And while that's cool, that doesn't get your attention like that billboard does.
You find that GM, I mean, do you go on Twitter a lot?
All the time, baby.
You find the GM stuff annoying?
You know, it's actually one of the things that I like most about crypto is I know people are just doing it to get engagement, but I do like, it's like you have to start somewhere. So you say GM. I know working in the corporate world, if you do, if you have interactions with like international teams, many times the first thing that they say to you or you say to them is good morning. So I do like that. Though I don't like it when people do it just to get interaction, but I do like it when they do it forthrightly.
Interestingly enough, if the coin comes to this and says,
I just, would rather spend time not saying GM redundantly and have a conversation about something interesting.
Wait, hold on.
It's fine.
Hold on. There are elements of it that do piss me off in Twitter Spaces, especially some populations. They'll remain nameless, but they love to go into a space and say GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to every individual speaker, GM to some of the listeners. That is a fucking waste of my time. I hate that. I can't stand that, because you're literally just wasting everybody's time. We know who these people are. We've been in this space for them. They're not going to take offense if you don't say good morning to them. Just say what you have to say and move on. And a lot of these people don't have a lot of experience speaking on these spaces, so they don't know what to say and they're nervous. So they say good morning to the host, good morning to the co-host, good morning to the co-host one, good morning to co-host two, good morning to speaker one, good morning to speaker two, good morning to speaker three, and it's like you're wasting all our time. Just get to the point. I can't stand that. But for someone who is just trying to connect with you and they say GM, I do kind of like that. If they're doing it forthrightly, I don't like it if they just, they're like a huge influencer and they're just trying to get attention or to get engagement because they want to build up their numbers. I don't like that.
right, walks the blood over
Well,
to
how
the
do you
back.
tell if it's
Zorek
authentic
sprinkles the
or
blood.
just trying to farm? Quick farm?
Yeah. So if somebody knows that I'm like not a huge influencer, at least not on X, and they say, GM, I hope you have a good day, that's great. That's a really nice thing. You know, they're just wishing me something positive, as opposed to going to Elon Musk's tweet and typing GM there. That's a waste of everybody's time. You're not being, you're not really wishing somebody a good morning when you do that, in my opinion. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
To go ahead and either eat.
Didn't Grok make 60-second videos?
Yeah, I've seen it make a 90-second video.
And partial like colors. ובלבד שיחליט המטר כמצווסו.
I mean, I have the
So what's very interesting, the
the
criteria
one
over here is a
here
halacha
above
myself.
free tier, but I haven't tried the video.
If you end
Yeah,
up
try it right now. Take that thing that I sent you, that long thing, that pitch, and say to Grok, hey, make me a cool futuristic 60-second video based on this pitch.
All of the sacrificial steps. Ketzad, for example. Ketzad.
And it'll take like less than 5 minutes, and then I bet it's really cool, man. I bet it's like, oh, why the fuck didn't I do this before? And why haven't I been using this video creation more often? Now,
Man, you know what pissed me off today?
what's that, baby?
There's like this iOS update that's been nagging me about, and so I do it. And then they're like, they made all the like the icons and the buttons and stuff. Instead of them just being like nice looking like they were before, they now have like this like stupid like bubble
Yeah,
theme,
it's
transparent
it's
theme.
called Frutero Arrow or something like that.
You can change how your apps look, and I think that you can change how it looks. But right now, whatever the default thing is, it pissed me off. And they also changed the keyboard, and like the keyboard is now like it's just like instead of just having like they increased the roundness of the keys on like the corners, and it just really upsets me. And they like tweak the spacing of the keys, and it just that pisses me off probably more than the buttons, which they also changed, and they also like the camera icon's totally different, and you take a screenshot and like this one's acceptable, like I'll accept it, but it's also just annoying. Like so you just take a screenshot and you can press done, but now it's like a check mark that you hit, and I get that. That's like a almost logical improvement because there's people that use iPhones and probably can't read the best.
What is this teaching me?
But
Number one,
my gosh, I gotta figure out how to change these. Oh, and they also added search buttons at the bottom of the freaking device everywhere, like in my phone. Like, I'm scrolling through my text messages, and there's just a search button now. I've never used that once. You could always just search at the top. It's like not a feature that I need access to, and then that's in like every app too.
Will you look up on Google something called, no, I understand. Type in Frutiger Arrow, Frutiger, like FRU and then Tiger, and then space AERO. Let me know if that's the kind of graphic design that you don't like, and I'll be right back.
Of eating the cardboard outside of its prescribed place. And then I do the rest of the devil. There's also I'm sorry, then those are the Lizmano. So what happened in this case over here? In this case, you have a mixture of erroneous minds. I had Shrita, Chutzlin Komo, and everything else Lizmano. So remember, we started. What happens when you do that? The carbon is hustle, but not piggle. O Sheshakat Lizmano, first white line. O Sheshakat Lizmano, Kibel, Vahala, Mizarak Lizmano. Or, for example, again, I did Shrita. Chutz Lizmano.
Is it Fruitiger Arrow?
The mindset of Chutz Lizmano. And then
Yeah, I mean, I looked it up. It kind of looks like a vapor thing, but I think basically, like, if I had to summarize it in like one word, it's like bubble. Like,
what's happening over here?
instead of having these beautiful black, oh gosh, I never read the Facebook messages too to make them all blurry and so much.
Yeah, that's called flat.
I don't.
Will not be piggle. Second
It was flat.
Furthermore, this is very exciting. So I'll say this is a little bit
Yeah,
back to the beginning of the
like
Masechta.
the UI, like this hurts this makes me want to like throw my phone in the garbage. I gotta figure out how to get rid of this awful
They are possible.
thing, this theme, because they're like, oh yeah, you can go change the theme of Drycon. So I have to figure it out, because whatever this default one is just absolutely atrocious.
Excellent. I can help you with that. Just one moment.
Oh, Sheshachat Vikiba Bahalach Bizarak Daman Shalom Bishman, Zeu Shalom Kara, Amatir Kimitzvasa. So we're saying all of these cases, what do you see happening?
You're not the only person who's complained about these design changes. So let's look up how to change it back.
When that occurs, ultimately the carbon will be
iOS change,
will not become piggle.
design, black, back to
if I have in mind to eat, the kizai is outside
flat.
the prescribed time, and a kizai is outside of the permitted time, right?
iOS on Reddit.
Prescribed area, and then outside of the permitted time.
You cannot fully revert iOS 26 to the original flat design. Oh yeah, it's called glass. But you can significantly reduce the liquid glass effects to achieve a flatter, more traditional look. So the way that you do it, here are the effective. Oh wow, it does not give you a really good. You're basically stuck with this.
Whenever that happens, what's the halacha? Covers
Oh, I thought you can change. I thought they advertise that you can change the.
Well, you can reduce the transparency, you can increase the contrast, you can reduce motion, and then there's the use the liquid glass style toggle. If your iPhone supports it, go to settings, display and brightness, and then liquid glass, and select tinted or the least transparent option.
What mindset was first? If that's the
There's only
first
two options, clear or tinted.
and even if you subsequently have Chutzlin Komo afterwards, the carbon will be piggle.
Oh gosh, and they had to change the toggle switches too,
the carbon
which is just
cannot
like
become piggle. It will be possible.
such an unnecessary change.
becomes saying no, incorrect.
I agree. That's why frankly, I don't install an iOS update unless there's an app that I really, really, really want that forces me to do it. If not, I just leave that thing going. And I know it routinely is like, hey, you know, you've got an update to do. I don't really care. I mean, I'm frankly at the point where I'm fine. My phone works. I'm used to it. Anything that Tim Cook.
The only reason I did it was because my Twitter space wasn't like it just all of a sudden when I went to my home screen, it just the Twitter space wasn't playing.
So the Gemara says as follows.
And I was like, what the hell? I locked my phone, it just stopped playing the Twitter space. That's the only reason I did it.
Oh, okay.
I feel like they sabotage Twitter to get you to update
So
it.
this is very interesting. Let's say I have in mind
When so things used to be what's called Fruitiger Arrow, which is that really bubbly thing that you're talking about. In the mid 2000s, that was very, very popular, extremely popular. It was everywhere. And then about the mid 2010s or so, early 2010s, Apple went to all flat. Everything was flat, no shadows, no transparency, nothing. And the reason why they made this argument, and Windows as well, is because Fruitiger Arrow the glass like transparent kind actually takes slightly a little bit more RAM to run, and thus isn't as efficient as the flat version of it is. And so they got all this pushback when they went to flat. Everybody said that they went from really lively buttons and things that people were used to now this flat ugliness, and now everybody got used to the flatness, and now they went back to this glass. If you look at early iPhones, I know my earliest iPhones, they all have this glass look, and then it started changing around the iPhone 8. Did you like that story?
I did not know the history of this glass look. I thought like iPhone was kind of inconsistent without that.
Not at all, dog. Yo, dog, give me the breakdown on the glass look of the icons of the early iPhone and when they went to flat, and now that they've moved back to glass with the different iOSs. So here you go, big man. Early iPhone icons, iPhone operating system 1 to 6. The original iPhone, launched in 2007, featured skeuomorphic icons with a strong physical realism. Those icons mimicked real-world objects, like the calculator resembling a bronze ET66 calculator, the notepad with lined paper and texture, and the calendar with a leather-bound book. They used shadows, gradients, and glossy finishes to simulate depth and materiality, creating a tactile, real feel on the screen. Transition to flat design, iOS 7 to iOS 18. In 2013, iOS 7 marked a radical shift toward flat design, spearheaded by Jony Ive. He's like a designer. The new aesthetic removed most gradients, shadows, and textures, replaced them with minimalist, two-dimensional elements. Icons became simpler, with solid colors and clean lines. This style emphasized clarity, speed, and a modern digital look, aligning with broader design trends at the time. Return to glass with liquid glass, iOS 26. In 2025, iOS 26 introduced liquid glass, a new design language that brings back a form of skeuomorphism, but through a digital fluid material. Unlike the flat look of iOS 7 through 18, liquid glass icons now feature translucent glass-like layers with dynamic light refraction, reflections, and shimmer effects. They react to device movement and screen content, creating a sense of depth and realism. This isn't a return to the old glossy look, but a reimagining of physical materials using digital fluidity. Inspired by Aqua, macOS, iOS's 7 Blur, and Vision OS's glass morphism. Does that answer your question?
More than I could have ever hoped.
Yeah. See, when you're rocking with me, you're rocking with the best. But yeah, the early iPhone had that glossy look, and so did around this.
Did I tell you about the documentary
So once a person checks the carbon, when he checks the carbon, he does so with the intention. Remember again, we're speaking about intent. He does so with the intention to go ahead and spring.
No one's ever heard of that. No one's ever heard of that.
Chutz means outside. Now, chutz can mean outside of the Beis Hamikdash.
I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Outside of wherever you were supposed to do it.
Rabbit magic or something. But it's a very fascinating story about this. The Silicon Valley company that was basically had the idea to create an iPhone before Apple did, before iPhones were a thing in the early 90s. And so they were a startup, and they had like all this money invested, and were getting listed on the stock exchange and got funded. And it's a very cool documentary on like these people that literally like saw the future. They were ahead of the curve, but they were like too early. And basically what killed them is one being like too early, but also
from the hide.
They just
from the hide
really
of the tail,
failed at
so
acknowledging
just
the
to be clear, what's happening
how
in all these
powerful the
cases,
internet
in all these
was,
cases,
and
ultimately, again, you had an
yeah,
erroneous
it's a cool
mindset
story.
to
I'll
either consume,
find out
to
whatever the
burn,
hell
or to
it's
sprinkle outside
Is your
of the
video
sanctioned
done yet?
area. What we call chutzpah komo.
I'm just typing in Super Problem now for it to make it.
Are you fucking serious? I thought we were waiting this whole time.
When it comes to a carbon, pasul. The carbon itself is invalid, pasul, ve'ein bo kares. It is possible, but ultimately, again, what is not punishable by kares. That's category one. So we'll say, so again, just because we have two categories in Mishnah. Category one is you have in mind to either
Dog, Karam is so fucking popular
outside of the permitted
in some
area.
areas of the world. It's unbelievable to me, like,
Fundamentally,
how I've never
it
seen this
invalidates the carbon.
ever
When we say
played in a
pasul,
real
what does
place.
pasul mean? Pasul generally means both the
Should
carbon does
open
not
up.
affect atonement and,
Yeah.
of course, also the meat.
Sorry about that. Didn't go as planned. Please try again. Just listening. Go ahead and
That's
restart.
case one. Case
Restart.
two. Lizrok damol lamachar, mikta samol lamachar. Now we'll say that now the same
I have
category
to
is what we're dealing with. What we
switch
call
to some
what's lizmano.
special
If
mode
you
or
had in
something
mind
that makes
to, let's
it
say,
do
sprinkle
video.
the blood,
Dog,
let's say
if it
so
weren't for
sprinkle it
me,
on
I do
Sunday.
have
you
to
wouldn't
get a
know
great
how to
image
wipe
of
your
it.
own
Sprinkle it
fucking
on
ass.
Monday.
Here you go.
Outside of the permitted
At the
time.
very top of
Put it
the
on
Grok
on
app,
Monday.
you're going to see it says, I believe, create and then imagine. Do you see imagine?
Tomorrow. Or some part of the sacrificial parts tomorrow.
No, I'm just talking to her right now.
But don't talk to it. Open up the Grok app. Please let me know when you've done so.
But I have to open up the fucking app for it?
Yeah, dog.
Okay, I actually have it down. Alright. Create videos. There we go.
What is this called? Now, this is a mind.
Do you see at the top it says imagine?
To either eat, sprinkle,
Yeah, no,
or
I'm in the
burn
right.
part of the carbon.
I was just
outside
using
of
the
permitted time.
Twitter
You call
one
that?
night, but now I'm in the app.
That's called pigul. So Mishnah says pigul the chayav and alav kai. So
Okay, so you're putting that information in, correct?
Last night. Last night. You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just
When I was
sent it in to
when I was a
Rob.
lad.
So.
Excellent. While you did that,
You
I'm going to get my salad. I'll be right back.
I'm sorry? Yeah, when I was a lad, when I was a lad, so it used to be like Chololite Sukkot, like I love like going to like Simchas Pesach, shrimp for Simchas Pesach, Shaliva. And now in my twilight years, the truth is like the ability to sit down in a quiet sukkah with a Gemara, and I would say a glass of wine, but it's really a bottle of wine.
All right, baby. I'm back.
It's like it ain't all like a quiet sukkah with a
All right.
Gemara is just.
Does it say how long it's going to take?
Really, like it feels like a little bit like Mashiach. So why have I changed to you? Because last night when I saw this Mishnah, like, oh my gosh.
No, I don't know if it's working or not. I asked it to do it.
This is exactly what it is. This clarity of expression is so incredibly helpful because we can ping-ponging a little bit back and forth between an erroneous machshava of chutzlin komo and chutzlin zmano. And the word people is like dancing around. And here, it's explicit. So again,
did you tell it that you wanted it to be 1 minute?
There are more than two, but for our purposes this morning,
Yeah.
there are two types of invalidating mindsets. And, right, number one,
There's a spicy mode, might be not safe for
either sprinkle, burn, or eat a carbon outside of its permitted area.
There's no age
That's what we call
verification.
chutzpah komo. If you have that mindset,
You just have to be 13.
Category 2, you have in mind to burn, eat, or sprinkle carbon outside of its permitted time
Okay,
frame.
create like a
That's
10-second video.
Yeah, you have to tell it create a 1 minute video, 60 seconds.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so it says the Gemara, it's fascinating over here also. The Gemara gets caught up on such a fascinating detail that I think we probably just skipped over the Mishnah. Sabrua or Aliyah.
See how good this AI schlock is.
So the Gemara says, very interesting.
I should probably have
Mishnah, by the way,
given it like a
that
color.
the hide of the tail has the status of the tail. Which, by the way, just as an interesting aside, because if you notice, when the Mishnah talks about the tail fat, it doesn't talk about the fat itself. Rather, what does it talk about? The hide of the tail. Smart says, by the way, it sounds, based on the Mishnah, the hide has the same status as the tail.
Make it into a 60 second 1 minute promotional video for purge.
The whole tail fat thing is very interesting. Why? Because Lamaisa, whichever case it is, whether you have in mind to eat the tail fat outside,
So you have to tell it, no, this is only 10 seconds long. I need you to make this 60
What do you
seconds.
do with tail fat? It's important to know what do you do with tail fat? You burn it. Tail fat is always, so your Mishnah says 1 second. This is not a case of a machshava chutz zmano chutz komo, because at the end of the day, this is something different. This is mechashed me'achilas mizbeach la'adam. In this case, you're having in mind
I don't know
something that is
are
normally
you positive it has this capability?
That's not a classic case of chutz zmano.
I saw some girl from Nigeria
Classic cases of
who used grok and made a 1 minute, 30-second video.
And you have in mind to consume it either in the wrong place or in the wrong
And she did
time.
not have the premium version.
But the hide of the tail is a totally separate thing. The tail is part of the mizbeach. So what is that even doing over here?
Because I was
This
shocked.
is a
I was
case
like,
of a
wow,
person who has
I don't think
in
I've
mind
ever seen
to eat an item that is normally fixed with the mizbeach.
an AI video that's longer than like 15 seconds.
You have in
Yeah, no,
mind
it's not
to
working.
take something from the consumption of the
I
mizbeach
keep
and use it for a
demanding
purpose.
that it's 60 seconds, and it's just still putting out 15-second video.
Okay, so can you tell it, why are you only spitting out 15-second videos? I'm telling you 60 seconds.
This reflects the view of Shmuel, and Shmuel holds that halacha l'maisa.
Probably doesn't have
If you
the
go ahead and you have in
ability
mind
to
to
do
eat
it, or
something
it just
that is
doesn't.
normally consumed on the mizbeach, or put something on the mizbeach, ultimately
There's no
again,
conversation,
that is
it's only
normally
one
consumed, that type of erroneous mindset does have the ability to invalidate the carbon. In other words, we will say the Havamina is like this. A machshava zara, right? An alien mindset, either chutzlim komo or chutzlim zmano, should only really be applicable in a case where the object is subject to consumption. But if it's not subject to even consumption, then why should an erroneous mindset have any level of impact on it? So therefore, again, if I have in mind to eat the hide of the tail tomorrow, it says to eat it today, I have in mind to eat it tomorrow. Why do you even call that pickle? At the end of the day, that belongs in this gap, doesn't belong in my stomach.
They say the max is 15 seconds per clip. But I've seen somebody do 1 minute 30 because I was like,
How do you know they're not like just stitched together?
that's an excellent question. She would have had to do it too quickly. It was like I was helping her one after another, and just one of them she sent me was like 90 seconds long. In fact, I don't know if I'll be able to find it because I have helped a lot of people like her. But I'll see if I can find it.
So again, this is the kind of compromise. The kind of holds
I think it was the same woman.
for example, if you were to go ahead and when you're chefing
She's a
animal,
nurse.
you have in mind to eat the tail fat tomorrow. You're supposed to eat it today. But you have in mind to eat it tomorrow. Right? So halacha l'maisa, Tanakama says that's kosher. That doesn't invalidate the carbon.
Hey, guy.
What up, big dog?
Rabbi, where'd this remote guy go?
I don't know.
Eat something that's not really yours to eat. Such an erroneous
Bro,
mindset.
is it
doesn't have an impact.
Is he up out in bed?
I really don't know anything about him.
Not true. Not true. An
Brandon.
erroneous mindset
Oh.
regarding something that is not shaykh to you, right? That you have no real claim to, will still invalidate the carbon. Fascinating machlokas. So the Gemara says, okay, so now you're establishing our Mishnah that brings up this whole discussion about the height of the tail. Like Rabbi Eliezer, Ema Sefer, but look at the end of the Mishnah. Zakva, what does the end of the Mishnah say? This is the rule. What's the rule? Right, that if you go ahead and you shach, and you do Kabbalah, and Molech, in Halach, you take things back, and Zrika, and you do it for something that is fit to eat, subject to consumption, or
right.
again, you burn something that is fit to
I
be
think I
burned.
found
So
her
the Gemara
account.
says, what do you see from here? Davar shedarko in, Shane darko lacholo.
Let me
So it's
see.
ultimately, again, the later Mishnah, which actually is tomorrow's daf, right? So the later Mishnah
Yeah,
talks about
I
this
think it
idea
was her.
that invalidating mindsets
I think
really
it
only
was-
impact the carbon when you have it regarding
I
something
think
that
she
is
is the
fit to
one
be
who has a
consumed
really
or
long
fit to be
video.
burnt. which sounds like what?
Very
Asar
90 seconds.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna put together like I know how to use Blender and like put together like a high quality visually stimulating
normally we don't like to do that.
video
We don't like to have
that isn't like just AI crap.
we like to have
Okay,
one
I mean,
harmonious opinion.
do-
So let's say, to which the Gemara says,
Do whatever makes you happy.
So yeah, that's what the Mishnah set up. So one says, so just want to point out because this is important. So remember, the first nugget of information that the Mishnah is introducing us to is something very interesting. If you have an erroneous mindset, let's say for consumption, regarding a part of
I'm looking at her
the product that
videos
is
right
not
now.
really designated for human consumption, does that erroneous mindset undermine the effectiveness of the carbon? That's the machlokas over here. The Rabbanan say no, and Rabbi Eliezer
Okay,
says yes. Example of this.
I mean, or you could just
checked the carbon. I have
take
in
the
mind
videos
to have
and
them
crop them
tomorrow.
together,
Today,
or
I have in mind to have tomorrow. Does that make
edit
the
them
carbon
together.
Probably won't be
Rabbi Eliezer will say
consistent.
your thoughts are drawn.
I mean, maybe I could prompt it to be
Because
black and
since
white.
that hide is not subject to
No,
human
it doesn't have
consumption,
to be black and
an
white.
erroneous
No, it doesn't
mindset
have to be
about
black and white. You want
consumption
color.
will
That's
not
important.
undermine
You
the
just say to it,
effectiveness of the carbon. On the other hand, Rabbi Eliezer will say yes, it does. Yes, it does.
you just say to
That's
it.
our fundamental focus.
Hold on a
Okay.
second.
So they don't say
You
based on
say
that,
to it.
then our Mishnah, which talks about a case of pigel by height of the tail,
What do you
must
say
be
to it?
reflecting
Like
ultimately
the
again
first
the
part of
opinion
your
of
thing,
Rabbi
say
Eliezer.
create. Okay, so just do it like this. Take the first part of that and say create a 10-second video or 15-second video of just the first part of an opening. And then you take that and say, don't put any person in it, just make it futuristic. That way you don't have to have character consistency. Does that make sense?
Right, so Rapuna
I think
says,
so.
our
A little bit.
that is the sign. Thank you.
I can stitch them together, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. Then you don't have to have one person who is consistent in the whole video.
He says, no, the height of the tail is not like the tail.
Well, there's no people in the video so far. It's just like text and graphics.
That's good. Then that's what you want. Oh, you don't want.
I could do a video on Sora.
Yeah,
If I
but
wanted someone explaining it.
yeah, but that's only going to be 10 seconds long. Oh, Grok will create a good video for you with a person. But again, then you're going to have different looking people who are talking about your project.
No, with Sora, it'll actually just make a consistent character doing it.
Oh, and you want that person to always say the same thing?
No, you can tell the person what to say and then just those together.
Okay, but then you're going to have a Sora watermark.
There, you can have it online.
That's true.
Like one side.
That's true.
It's probably against the terms and conditions, but
Doug, I'm not going to tell. I won't tell anyone.
The height of the tail is just like that of the tail itself. What's the case over here? I'm asking, what's the case? The Aliyah Shel Gedi. Interestingly enough, what are we dealing with over here? We're ultimately dealing with the tail fat of a goat. So apparently,
do you think Trump will,
right, when you offer
or the U.S. will buy Greenland by the end of the year?
Nope.
Interesting. So let's just remember again, we're going to get into
on Poly Market. People are betting on it already, and there's like I think the odds are more than 50% of people think that Greenland will be bought by the end of the year.
So we'll see
Yeah, those poly markets. Somebody asked me about one of those in mid-January, and they asked, "Do you think the United States will go to war, or do you think that the leadership of Iran will be deposed by January 31st?" And I said no. And he's like, "All right, I'm going to go with what you said." Right now, it still doesn't look like that's going to happen. And I told him, because regime change sometimes takes time. I've seen what happened with Maduro, where it happened like overnight, but I've also seen what happened with Saddam Hussein, where it took like years. So it's like, I don't know. As an American, I don't know why we're getting involved with all this shit. We have enough things to take care of in the domestic front. I think it's all a big distraction. But that's how I feel about the matter.
Nighttime and army. So why don't we hold like with Chista?
Oh, like the same rhetoric of we're going to take over Canada.
Exactly. Yeah.
Again, the fat of the tail. Sorry, the height of the tail is like the fat of the tail. We learned that.
Like, I think I told you at the time, I did not think that was serious. We don't have the right to. And Canada's just not going to give up its independence for nothing.
One of those cases.
Welcome,
I
Mr.
mean,
Aquarius.
if the U.S. wanted to with just sheer military force, they would not do that.
Oh, yes.
NATO would come.
Easily, in like 10 seconds. How are things going, Mr. Aquarius?
Good, I'm this, I'm this. I'm give my hand a minute.
Alrighty. Riser, Miss Aquarius is going to a club. I love the name of this club. It's called Grown Folks. It's for like adults.
For two purposes. But over here, by carbonic purposes,
What'd you say, Miss Aquarius?
In other words,
What'd you say?
You're gonna have a live band
Oh, that's cool.
tonight.
In general, you have to understand something.
Then we get to dance.
That's cool.
Of our Kadosh Baruch, it's the table of Hashem.
Oh, very neat.
And therefore the karbanos are offered up.
Yesterday was Miss.
Forgot it's Friday today.
Yesterday was Miss Aquarius's birthday, so she's going out for her birthday.
That represents greatness. Therefore,
Oh, yeah. Is this the same crew that you went to Buc-ee's with?
There's carbonic consumption.
Yeah, me and my girls. And I got my hunger. I mean, yes.
Good memory.
Eat the hide
Yeah,
of the tail. It's not a part of the animal that a king would eat.
Yeah.
So because it's not a part of the animal that the king would eat.
And my other best friend, who Stacy, Rabbi, get back. I'll see her tomorrow.
Oh, okay, you'll see her tomorrow.
Talked to her earlier. Yeah.
All right.
Part of the flesh, ultimately again.
Very well. Do you guys pregame?
Hmm?
Do you pregame? Do you drink drinks before going to the bar?
No, I'm gonna drink when I get there.
Okay, I understand. Pregame against.
Just two.
Oh, just 2 drinks. That's it.
Yeah.
All right. What are you gonna have?
Maybe one. That'd be it.
And he does it with the intention
Ah,
to go
no, no.
ahead and
One of them. Frozen daggers, but I don't think I want to put that because it might be cold. Maybe some Moscato or red wine.
Oh, look at you, girl. Fancy.
White lemonade.
But
Yeah.
it's a very specific mindset. Right? What's his
There
very
you go.
specific? What's his very specific ideation? Is again to burn a kizayis of the hide, tail hide, outside of the prescribed times. What's
Man, so what you doing, Brian?
Ultimately, again, it's possible.
Right now, I'm literally just opening a bunch of mail. I neglect checking my mail, and then like every 2 months, like open my mailbox. So many letters in it. I just got a Christmas present that was in the mail and opened it today.
What'd you get? Riser, what did you get?
What did I get?
Yeah.
What was a present from my mother's new Peruvian fiance, and it was a Toronto Maple Leaf blanket.
That's nice.
And it's pretty damn fuzzy.
Does she know that a Canadian NHL team hasn't won a championship and a Stanley Cup in like a long time?
Yeah, the Toronto Maple Leafs especially are like 50 plus years or something without winning it.
Outside of the permitted
It
area,
doesn't seem like
will make the cover
Gonna
possible.
change anytime soon.
חוץ מזמנו, פיגו וחייב עליו קורס.
That's okay.
So all the missions just said, so we'll say, just look at what I just did. So listen, all of these cases.
Do you want to know their last Stanley Cup?
That, let's say, by tomorrow, that the hide is not the same status of the flesh.
1967.
When it's true by tumor,
Dog.
it is true by carbon.
That is
And
a
therefore, again,
long
having mind,
time.
part of this hide outside
I
the
thought they were
permitted
better than
area
that.
ultimately renders the carbon possible, but no kares.
Yeah,
Outside
probably
the
one of
permitted
the
time,
longest
possible
losing
and kares, because
streaks
that's called pigel. Now,
of all
what is the
time.
Gemara picking up on? The way that the Gemara framed this is what the discussion talking about over
You're
here.
basically like the Chicago Cubs.
Which makes it sound like this
I like the New York Knicks. They're like really popular in their home city, but haven't won since for a long time. When do you think the last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup is, Riser?
My area, the tiny Ola, but why does it have to mention Ola? Listen,
Edmonton almost won it like the last 2 years.
Yeah, but that doesn't count because they didn't win
Like
it.
we said before, they were talking about again the tail fat of
Yeah,
a goat.
I'm gonna say like at
Remember
least
again, goat tail
20
fat.
years.
You know, kid,
Longer.
goat tail
Keep
fat
guessing.
is not burned on Mizbeach. So must be by same amount of time. Another possibility ultimately is
Longer, since
go ahead
1993.
and
The Montreal
bring this
Canadiens
ultimately again as Zebach as carbon. So we'll say. So bottom line. So in other words, don't say.
Well, they won like 7 cups in a row
all carbonics.
back
So
then.
let's say so. Just point out
The-
making
Somehow that team just kept winning.
The Montreal Canadiens have won the Stanley Cup 24
are
times.
subject essentially to a carbonic sanctity, or specifically have the status of carbonic flesh. So now you're giving me a principle which is important.
Did you know that there were 2 years when the Stanley Cup was not awarded? Do you know what those 2 years are?
Considered to be flesh for carbonic purposes as well.
There was a strike 1 year. So
That's correct. 2005 and 1919 because of the Spanish flu pandemic.
Not fit for human consumption, or not. When I say not fit,
Oh, they had
not
a
permitted for
pandemic
human
back
consumption. Does that undermine the effectiveness of the carbon or not? The Chachamim say yes. Rabbi Eliezer says no, and that machlokes still remains outstanding. Good. Let's go back there. Possibly no comments.
All right.
It's very exciting Gemara. Why?
So are we watching a documentary tonight?
Categories. What are my 2 categories? And this is also probably one of the most important things we're going to be learning in the next little bit. Right? What are our 2 categories?
Dude, there's a good space you should. I would love to hear you shill.
I have in mind to eat the carbon. Or by the way, when I say eat,
It's got 138 people in it right
eat
now.
means any part of the sacrificial service. So it can mean eat, it can mean burn,
What's
it
it
can
called?
mean sprinkle.
Task Hub,
I have in mind
headliner
something
feature,
carbonically
and open
significant
shill.
outside of the permitted space, right where it's supposed to be done. That's called chutzlin komo. That mindset makes the carbon puzzle, but no kares. Same thing I have in mind. To eat, burn, sprinkle outside of the permitted time frame.
This one's botted.
What is that called?
You can tell they have 110 fake listeners.
And you get colors. So the Gemara says, how do you know? How do you know? In other words, let's say, because this is actually
Do
quite
the fake
fascinating.
listeners show up?
An erroneous
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do, depending on what service you use.
Chutzlin Zmano is puzzle and kares, and then chutzlin komo is puzzle no kares. What's like? How do you know that?
You want to hear me shill?
Where exactly do I know that from?
Yeah, but you don't hear me shill in like big spaces.
Very exciting.
Yeah, I was in this space.
Did you know I was in there?
Yeah, you were chilling and I heard you chill.
I mean to say, like, weren't we there independently?
Sorry, one of them in the
Yeah, and then like I messaged you after.
Yeah, you did. That made my fucking minute. That's amazing.
Like the way they're riding.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
From the flesh of the carbon on the 3rd day. Now, the carbon
I want my mom to play word block.
which is often normal for carbon.
Your mom?
Should be very good.
Today, Sunday,
Word
so I
blocks
would have
as
2
she
days and 1 night.
does like
Essentially, Sunday, Monday,
word
carbon.
puzzle
By
games
Monday
and
night
shit
already.
every day.
By
Like
Monday night, anything left
Words
over
with
is
friends?
covered.
game where like you have to make a
Mishnah
bunch
says,
of as many words as you can out of like 6 or like 8 letters.
Is it Words with Friends?
There's a shit every day,
On the 3rd day,
but there's no time limit on it, so she didn't do very well.
Is it Words with
Like,
Friends?
Okay, so the Torah says 3rd day will be pigel.
Can you hear me?
Whoever eats of it once it's
Yeah.
Is it Words with Friends?
Okay, so now watch this. So the word says,
I don't know what it's called. It's like a
when it says,
honeycomb.
eat it
Looks
on the
like a
third day,
honeycomb.
that refers to consumption of
Yeah, it's a
carbon
solo
outside
game,
of
so I don't
permitted
think
time.
of that.
That's what's lizmano. Pigol, when it says pigol, zel chutzlin komo. That refers ultimately again to outside of its permitted area. So let's say, which is a pretty wild drush, right? Because what's pigol? What's pigol? What's lizman, right? So just follow this through, and we're going to work this through a little bit.
You love your dog a lot.
First of all, guys, I apologize. I know that our timing is off a little bit this morning. So, okay, I'm going to
Guilty as charged.
and of course,
I get envious of how much you love your dog because I want you to spend time with me, and you're like, oh, I got to do this with Yellow. I'm like, motherfucker.
It's like so Pigo. So it's this. So Shlishi, when it
What do you want me
says
to do with that?
Surfy?
So Shlishi refers to eating,
You know, like if
eating,
you're
eating, burning, sprinkling
surfing and then
outside of
you're
the
feeling all
permitted time.
surfy.
Pigo.
That doesn't make sense.
That refers to outside of its permitted space.
Yeah, I know it doesn't make sense, but
and ultimately again,
what do you want
and
me
a
to do with
person,
that?
then the pasuk says, and a person who consumes the
You
list,
love stealing my
which
brilliance.
means kares. So the Gemara says, echad v'lo shnayim. Clearly, the
What do you
kares
want me to do
penalty
about it?
is only going
God,
on
what
one
I
of the
created a monster.
aforementioned infractions and not both, right? Because the pasuk mentions both. Chutzlin,
I don't understand.
that's pigol. Or she said chutzlin zmano, that's
I've gone out of my way
and
to
then
not
pigol, that's
steal it.
chutzlin komo.
What do you want me to do about it?
And a person who does this, ultimately again will be chayiv kares, which means the chayiv kares only goes back on one of them and not both of them. So the Gemara says, that was good. So which one does it go back on?
You're done.
So which one does kares go back
You're
on?
done.
Kares goes back ultimately again on chutz lizmano and not chutz lin komo. So what do you see from here? You see from here that the kares penalty ultimately devolves on chutz lin komo, not chutz lizmano. So we'll say, so by the way, I don't want to say worst drasha ever, right? But not compelling at all, right? And again, the Gemara's not talking. It's like that's like a totally arbitrary interpretation of the pasuk, which we're going to challenge it. So the Gemara goes like, so maybe when it says, I don't say, how do you know that?
Yeah,
Maybe when
it's
it
short
says
for like mother.
kares at the end of the pasuk, maybe it has to bring the chutzlin kamo. Maybe
It's
say
not-
chutzlizmano.
It's not a
Comes
word.
to exclude chutzlizmano
Dog.
from kares. So how do you know that kares is going
It is
back
absolutely a
on
word.
chutzlizmano and not chutzlin komo? Mistabra,
It's not a
chutzlin
word.
komo adif the pasuk.
Do you see what the score is?
Well, remember, because at the end of the chutzlizmano, sorry, it makes sense to say that chutzlizmano.
They gave you all the good letters. They gave you S
Ultimately, again, is what the
and
pasuk
Y.
started with. Okay, we're going to remember again because most remember the Gemara now is learning out chutz lizmano from what? From shlishi, which
I
is
have
the
like
first word of the pasuk.
1,000.
So the fact that chutz lizmano is being learned out first would seem to assign it
Vowels.
kares. And therefore, again, when there is kares, the kares penalty ultimately goes on that. Adrabah, chutz lim komo adif to samechet. I can say just the opposite. Chutzlin komo should get kares. Why? Because chutzlin komo.
Do you think I'm going to beat you by more than 100 points, yes or no?
To kares, it's right there in the pasuk. Rabbi, so everyone's like, the drasha doesn't really work. Drasha doesn't really work. Rabbi, ki asa Rabbi Yitzchak Parapini, Amarav Samech Adetani Tana, Yishu Omer Shlishi in Parashas Kedoshim. Oh, Rabbi said there's another pasuk. A pasuk in Parashas Kedoshim. Now, Rabbi said this pasuk says. Right, so the pasuk says that if you will eat it on the third day, it is pigol, it will not be accepted. Second pasuk. So the Gemara says, "Shomer shlishi." The Parashas Kedoshim to
More than 100.
This thing was
I
also
don't know. We'll
fascinating.
see.
I don't know. I'm not holding, but like, I don't ever remember the Torah. The Gemara quoting the name of a parsha. It's interesting. Generally, again, there's no attribution in Pesukim, right? It's just interesting. It's just interesting. See here, when the Torah is Kishu Omer Shlishi Beparshas Kiddushin Tiyu. Just fascinating. Right? You want to just generally quote Pesukim. Where does it ever go ahead and ultimately say Shlishi Parshas Kiddushin? I will say so. One thing I could think about, because I was thinking about this last night, like obviously there's no coincidences, especially in that moment, Rothschild gives us all these different beautiful messages. You think about
Are you
it,
fucking serious?
Think about it. So tonight we're about to enter into the third leg of Kedusha of Sukkot.
You're winning by 1
The first
point.
part of the Kedusha of Sukkot was first day's Yom Tov. Second part of the Kedusha of Sukkot is Shabbos Kolabayit. And the third leg, there are 4 legs to Sukkot, right? But the third
I have
leg
4
to
eyes,
Kedusha of
dog.
Sukkot ultimately is Hoshana Rabbah. Hoshana Rabbah. And each of these parts of Sukkot has their own.
There's only one answer that you can give me that will satisfy me.
Hoshana Rabbah, right? As sorry, there are hints on the most basic one. Hoshana Rabbah is the day in which the Petek, in which the Kvikla.
Why aren't you giving me that answer?
The feast for the year are delivered to the Beis Din Shalnala, right, for final review. That's that's why we get together tonight.
27 points, bro.
Because at the end of the day, our judgment is
What
not
the
yet
fuck
sealed,
is that?
and there's still an opportunity to turn things around. There's still an opportunity to
Zach,
hopefully
baby.
transform
Dude, you
things
got
to
all the
a
good
better
letters.
So it's just incredible. Look at these words. Shlishi, the Parshas Kiddushin team.
Just
Sometimes
that good.
what we've been unable to accomplish over the Yom Tovim so far, right? Sometimes you will be unable to accomplish. You know, on Shana Yom Kippur, first part of Sukkot, second part of Sukkot. Sometimes it's the Shlishi, where you become Kiddushin team. Sometimes it's the Shlishi. Sometimes it's the Shana Rabbah. That's when you pull out all the stops. That's when
How is it spelled H-O-S-E, dog?
That pasuk is totally unnecessary. Like, what is the pasuk? In other words, that pasuk in Kedoshim is pretty much an exact repeat of what we saw before. So what's going on over here? So much Shein Talmud Lo Shari Kvar Ne'amar Kim Ha'achol Yachal Mibasar Zevach Hashlonim V'Yom HaShlishi. The pasuk already said this. The pasuk already said that if you eat of the carbon on the third day, it becomes pigul. So why does the pasuk need to repeat it in Parshas Kedoshim?
Dude, you're destroying me.
So ultimately, again, if I don't need it for chutz lizmano, right, because I can learn that from the previous pasuk, then ultimately, again, use it to teach me chutz lin komo. Incredible. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Simon says, fine, look at Rashi. He says, upigol dekra arichal mitzadas aro.
Man, I play against this one person online, and they just like they kept getting like 6-letter words, and like stacking them on top of each other. They got like 450 points.
Could be fully dedicated to chutz lin
That's a lot
komo,
of points.
which then brings up the first pasuk in Parshas Tzav, ultimately for what? Chutz lizmano, which means that entire pasuk is talking about what? Pigul. And that pasuk explicitly says that what? Karis. Right? I always watched on the pasuk. Banefesh al cheles avonat tisa. Karis. Karis. So now this is beautiful. Now the first pasuk in Parashas Tzav is fully dedicated ultimately again to chutz lizmano, which is pigul. That tells you that pigul is kares. And the second pasuk in Parashas Kedoshim, ultimately, which doesn't talk about kares, it just says lo yiratzeh. Use lashon pigul. That's talking about chutz lizmano.
Interesting.
Chutz is puzzle. That's what it means when it says pigul. It's puzzle. But no key of kares. Beautiful.
They gave you the Z, they gave you the X. It's just not fair.
I've got a pasuk in Parashas Tzav for chutz lizmano, which is pigul.
Oh man, I can't.
Ultimately in Parashas Kedoshim for chutz lin komo,
There's
which is
nothing to
puzzle.
build here.
Puzzle. But there's no key of kares. Beautiful, beautiful. So the Gemara says, "Umi trachmona gaminosar." Yet the Torah ultimately again has an exclusionary phrase by nosar, but all club avono yisar. Pasuk says by nosar also there's a chiyuv kares lemeute chutzlin komo. Ultimately again to exclude chutzlin komo. Ultimately again from kares. Because I must say, the problem I have now, as much as that's beautiful, that there's a
Are you
pasuk in
fucking
Parshas
serious?
Tzav that ultimately again is a pasuk in Parshas Tzav that is chutz lismano, pigol, and therefore
I mean,
colors.
I could have helped you.
A pasuk
I
in
don't know.
Parshas Kedoshim, which is
If
chutz
you get
limkomo,
fucking
because the
bullshit word here,
pigol by chutz limkomo.
I'll be back
So
in it.
how do I know that
No,
that doesn't
there you
mean colors?
fuck off. Are you serious?
What do you want me to do about it?
Pigol in both places. So the fact I got it doesn't say kares in Parshas Kedoshim, but still, how do I know that Chutzlim Komo is not subject to kares? To which the Gemara says, interestingly enough, we're going to see now, the Gemara says, and the Torah is a miut ultimately again by Nosar, where it says, excuse me, where it says, that those who eat Nosar ultimately will bear their iniquity, and it says by Nosar is a chiyuv kares, but ultimately the miute chutzlim komo, but to exclude chutzlim komo ultimately again from any kares bearing reality. I ve'ima va'ochlav avona yisar zel chutzlim komo u'miute Nosar kares. But why don't I say? And maybe the phrase ultimately again.
I mean, I just did. What do you want me to do about it?
And ultimately again, Nosar is not.
I like how we're playing like 2-letter words.
Right? It makes more sense to say that Nosar is subject to kares. Why?
I just dropped
Because ultimately, again,
Snail? Are you fucking serious?
Right? So, right, this Gzir Shabbat Avon says Avon, ultimately, again, by
You're a snail, now you take forever to.
and ultimately says Avon by Nosar.
Oh, here
And
comes the
Nosar
snails. You've got an S in the bag.
Mano are similar to each other and they share two similarities. Right? Sarah.
Everyone's
One of
favorite
the two similarities, Zman, ultimately
bullshit
again,
letter in this game.
Mano and Nosar are both fundamentally subject to time. Right? They're both hinging on time.
S
And interestingly
arrow
enough,
in his
they both
quiver.
applied by Bubba's. So when Bubba's personal authors ultimately again were permitted,
Hey, do you remember that thing called the scoreboard?
and Mano ultimately still applied. Interesting. Adraba, it's just the opposite. Chutzlim Komo, Habilelo Community Kares. I can make the argument that Chutzlim Komo should be subject to Kares. Why? As I can say, Mikmar, Avon, Luchutzlis Mano. As I can make ultimately again a Gzir Shabbat of Avon. Between Chutzlis Mano, Chutzlim Komo, and how so? The Gemara says the dominate the Mikdash. Ultimately, again, because also it has many similarities as well. What are the similarities? Number one, Machshava, Ktsas, Dam, and Shlishi. If you take a quick look at Rashi, Rashi says the Mikdash, it's the first wide line in Rashi. Mem, Machshava, that refers to thought. Kop, Ktsas, Dalit, Dam, Shin, Shlishi. Now, what it's going to say is actually really beautiful Gemara. So let's do this. Shlishi, Chot Lizmano, Chot Komo, Shneim Tzum Machshava. Right? So, Chutzlim Zmano, Chutzlim Komo, Shneim Tzum Machshava. In Cliche B'Mitzasa, Mitzvah. So, first of all, Sabo,
You know what live means?
Chutzlim Zmano, and Chutzlim Komo, both of them are thought. Machshava, that's the man. Next, in Chishu B'Mitzasa, Nifso Kulo. Furthermore, Kol Ktsas, even if you have an erroneous mindset of Chutzlim
Yeah,
Komo,
why?
which is a little bit of
Why?
Ktsas,
That's what I just played because you played lewd like an asshole.
That's the Dalit. Both of them can be disqualified during the blood service. And the pasuk is mention of Shlishi by both of them. Now this excludes the case of Tuma, because by Tuma, ultimately, again, an erroneous mindset does not do anything. Furthermore, part of it becomes tummy, not all of it becomes tummy. But ultimately, it's also subject to Tuma after Zrika, and there's no Shlishi. And there's no Shlishi that's mentioned. Rabbi Yochanan says, once back to the Gemara, Tani Zvidi Bar Levi, Asya Kodesh Kodesh. Make a Gzir Shabbat Kodesh Kodesh. Sit Hapa as Kodesh Hashem Chimel B'Nichrasa. It says over here, right? As Kodesh Hashem Chimel, ultimately again, this is the pasuk by Nosar, right? As Kodesh Hashem Chimel B'Nichrasa, that if you eat Nosar, you're subject to Kares. Sit Hasam Hisarapta as a Nosar Ba'esh. Ma lahalon nosar, just like over there, Tzemar nosar, Afkan nosar. So clear it's nosar. Umid Rachmani Gabe nosar, Ba'oflav Avono Yisah.
Yeah, that was good.
Therefore, it says, by nosar, and then have Magzir Shava from nosar to Chutz
I
Lizmano,
kind of
which
screwed up a
ultimately
little
comes to
bit.
exclude
Why did you screw it up?
Maybe not.
from
Maybe not.
Charis. Beautiful. My chozis, the cry.
I mean, it might not be a screw
So
up.
once I see now, fine. Now remember, all of this is predicated
We'll
also on the following idea.
So far, you're
That
losing,
what we
by the
call
way.
the
I'm just
longer
waiting.
pasuk, right? The longer pasuk in
You're a little,
Parshas Tzav is going to be talking about Chutz Lizmano, and the shorter pasuk in Parshas Kedoshim is talking about Chutz Lin Komo, to which the Gemara says, just by the way, Umay Chozis Tekra Aricha B'Chutz Lizmano, Ushlishi the Parshas Kedoshim Tiyu Chutz Lin Komo. How do you know that? How do you know that the longer pasuk is talking about longer pasuk in Parshas Tzav is talking about Chutz Lizmano, and the shorter pasuk in Parshas Kedoshim is talking about Chutz Lin Komo? How do you know that? April. I can say just the opposite. April Kana. I can say just the opposite. It's the opposite. To which the Gemara says,
Only a few tiles left for me, anyways.
It makes more
How
sense
many?
that the
I
longer
don't know how
pasuk
many
is the
shitty
first
tiles
pasuk
you have.
It's talking
How
about
many?
Chutz Lizmano.
2
Why?
left.
The Gamar Avon
I'm sure you swapped at one point, so
because once I remember again, that first pasuk has
possibly have
the
a
first
little bit
pasuk has the lashon
more.
of.
No, that's not how it works.
Avona, he saw Avon, and there's Xer Shav of Avon from Chutz to Chutz Lizmano to Nosar, and also just like Nosar is Kares, therefore Chutz Lizmano is going to be Kares. Adarabah, it's just the opposite. Aricha b'chutz lin komo shlishi, the Kedoshim tiyu b'chutz Lizmano. We should the dummy line. Or I can make just the opposite, right? I can make just the opposite idea. And ultimately, again, then maybe the second pasuk, ultimately, again, let the first pasuk, well, the Gemara calls the longer pasuk, talking about Chutz Lizmano.
How
How did you get
What's
fucking
your-
209?
The common mind, like ultimately, and what's it is juxtaposition to ultimately again Chutz Lizmano to Kares, and therefore again it's excluded. El Amarava, and therefore excluded from Kares. El Amarava, Puglo Mikra Aricha Asyon Dichsiv. You know that you will say no. We'll stop over here with El Amarava. We'll stop over here. Stop over here. Listen, just understanding. We're just learning up with a question. So let's just.
You use what? You have one blank tile.
The way the Gemara set up everything was as follows: that halacha l'maisa. Here's what we know, right? Let's go with our facts. Mishnah taught me that a machshava for chutz lin komo to either eat, burn, sprinkle a part of the carbon outside of the permitted area. What does that do to the carbon? What does it do? Puzzle, but no kares. Chutz lizmano, if you have in mind to either burn, sprinkle, eat outside the permitted time, bigel and so which means puzzle and kares. So now the Gemara said, how do you know that? Because to be honest, those things sound really similar. So the fact that one is kares and one is not kares, where are you getting that from? What does it essentially come down to? 2 psukim in Chumash Vayikra. One in Parshas Tzav, which the Gemara calls the long pasuk, and one in Parshas Kedoshim, which the Gemara calls the short pasuk. The way the Gemara wanted to line it up is that this whole exercise was that the Gemara ultimately said the longer pasuk is talking about Chutz Lizmano, right? And therefore, again, there's Xer Shav. It says the pasuk says Avon Xer Shava from that pasuk to Nosar, just like Nosar is Chayv and Kares.
Well, I could have won the game, but I screwed up.
As well. The second pasuk in Parshas Kedoshim.
I should have, if I had gotten rid of my, if I didn't play jail there, I had a Q for 21 points and I would win. But I can't place the Q anywhere.
No explicit mention of Kares in that pasuk. The Gemara just challenged that. Right? The Gemara just says, I don't understand. I could just as easily flip that entire thing around, right? I can go ahead and flip that entire thing around, and ultimately, again, halacha myself, we learn it out differently. So we're kind of ending off on that question. Rabbi is going to come along and kind of set this whole thing straight, but in Eretz Hashem, that's where we're leaving off. So again, we thought we had a construct. It was a pretty good construct. We did challenge the construct, and Rabbi is going to realign things. So I'm saying we're going to continue Eretz Hashem tonight. So again,
it's not
winning the entire game, and then
it's not over yet, dog.
So the beautiful, beautiful Leil Hoshana
I
Rabbi.
can't place the Q
It's going to be
anywhere.
just a very beautiful, uplifting evening. So
Oh, I almost fucking gave you a spot where you could do it.
inside this evening.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Approximately
You want me
8:30,
to?
Give or take an hour. So
Yeah, do it.
so
I may not even
approximately 8:30, and then in Eretz
No,
Hashem,
you would.
8:30, we're going to be doing Chassidus Chabura.
Oh,
Not our regular Chassidus Chabura. We're going to be focusing
All right, just
on
for you. I'm
Yerushalayim.
taking the win, though.
Eretz Hashem together in the circle. We'll farbrang a little bit as well. A beautiful evening. Shkayach everyone. A good night.
You did win.
Beautiful, beautiful day. The Salas Tovos Shaklav Yisrael.
Barely.
How did you win?
Have a great day, everyone. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, that doesn't count, though. You know that doesn't count.
Well, you were gonna play it anyway, and then I gave you
Doug,
that I had.
you asked me.
Should have been a tie, I guess.
All right, we'll rematch it in a second. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yep.
Excellent.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. A good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our talented sponsors for the month of Tishrei B'Av and Bertova. Yolas are coming. Celebration of completing the Nizikin and for the souls tabos for Am Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith and the schos of the entire Kiyama. Today's day, and of course, we always dedicate our schos of our precious hostages. That was brought from Hashem and Holy Shalom and the car of America of our holy soldiers. That was brought from the success of Chol Maaseh Yedehem. Of course, we saw tabos and Shalom for all of Am Yisrael. Today's daf Chavav. We are picking up a lot of ground to cover. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Chafhem base 25b, Tnan Hasam, the last of the short lines. So Gemara again will say our topic over here is still the topic of airspace of a Kli. What is the status ultimately again of the airspace of the utensils? Gemara says as well, Tnan Hasam, there Nasan, Yada, or Raklo, or all the Yurakos, Kadesh, Yavu, Mayin, Lachabis, Psu. So what's Halacham? So back to Paraduma. So when a person goes there, there's water flowing. So remember again, Paraduma has to be Mayin Chayim, has to be spring water. So the halacha is, if ultimately again there's any human intervention in the flowing of the water, it disqualifies the water. So in this case over here, the water is flowing, but a person goes ahead and puts their hand or their foot in a way, channel the water. All aliyarakos or vegetable leaves, in all of these cases, the water is possible. We'll see why that is in just a moment. Ali goes in kshera, but if you use the leaves of reed leaves, or of the nut, it's kosher. Now, what's the reason? Zakla, second white line, 25b. Zakla, Davraham Makabal Tuma Psulin, Psulin, Davrashim Makabal Tuma Ksherin. Because halacha is like this: something that is Makabal Tuma, if used to channel the water, ultimately disqualifies the water. Conversely, something that is not Makabal Tuma, if used to channel the water, does not disqualify the water. Then I from where do we know this? So this is very interesting because as Paraduma, you could go ahead and use from a spring, or from some type of mikvah, from some type of pit. It will be tar. So where Darshins have yasan ayivei taharatei. Every part of the water, every part of the water process must be done in a state of ritual purity, including the channeling of the water can only be done by things that are not mekabel tuma. What do you see from here? That the airspace of the utensil is just like the utensil itself. And again, just to clarify, so if you remember again, when we're talking about airspace, we're not talking about the airspace of the interior of the utensil, because as Rashi pointed out in yesterday's
All right, baby.
once something comes
Raj, are you there?
The utensil, everyone agrees that it is considered to be at rest in the utensil. When we say airspace, what are we
I went
referring to?
skiing the other day.
Again, the area
Yes, sir.
Saw the scene skiing guy.
above the utensil.
Catch
You
up
see
to
from
all
here
that shit.
that the airspace above the
Wait,
utensil is
who'd
like
you
the
see?
utensil. Where do you see that? I'm going to
saw a dude in like the seat ski
if I channel the water with my foot or with my hand,
like the handicap ski guy where you sit in the chair and just like fly
what's
down,
happening is I'm channeling
fly down
it.
the hill.
The water is going
Did you get my invitation?
and then ultimately falling into the clean.
What? Yeah, I'm just saying a thing.
Maybe the water ultimately is trickling in. Maybe
But
it's
yeah,
not an airspace
Whistler was like,
that's
I'm like,
crazy.
damn, why the fuck do they not have a half pipe
It's not
in
what it says. It
Whistler?
says in order
It's a
that
great
you
question.
enter into the barrel. I'm gonna
Because,
be Rabbi. I'm gonna be
like, it's like the number one ski resort in like the entire world. And,
Just Canada.
There's only, yeah, and if you'll believe this, I mean, I can give you a guess, but how many half pipes do you think that there are in Western Canada?
Well, I think they don't have one for insurance purposes, and I would say 0.
Again, with Oli, it goes. Oli goes a little bit again.
Really?
Leaves of a
Really?
But they're popular. They're much more
And
popular.
therefore, Allah the water
earlier.
means kosher.
But,
Is actually
yeah, so that they only have one regulation half pipe in all of Western Canada, and that's in Calgary. That's some resort there. And I think that's kind of, I mean, you're saying insurance or whatever, like, and I
understand what's happening.
I think,
understand the concept.
at least how the train park works in Ontario, whereas from out here they don't care. There's no, they don't check for your like train park pass to go in here, but in Ontario they made you like watch a video and sign a waiver, I believe, before entering the train park. In Whistler, you just cruise on in. There's like a sign probably enter at your own risk. But yeah, they really have gone out of their way to like dismantle all the drain pipes, and I think that's kind of like, it's not like my cup of tea or whatever, but as a pro athletics person who believes in things like the X Games and wants to continue to see in the future Canadian athletes that are not just from Calgary being able to go and enter the half-pipe competition, or at least train and have fun in half-pipes. I think half-pipes should be allowed, and they were very much integrated into ski resorts for a very long time. Even in Ontario, they had them in there. So, yeah, there's just kind of been a downfall of the half-pipe, and no one's
What's the status
Okay.
of the animal? Puzzle.
I think it's probably very dangerous. Are you getting my invitation?
I'll play in a second. I just wanted to talk about half-pipes.
So the puzzle says when you do Kabbalah,
I mean, we can talk and play at the same time. I'll talk about half pipes this whole fucking time until you're so sick of fucking talking about half pipes that you want to fucking throw up. I'll quote half pipe statistics in the Western world to you. I'll talk to you about quarter pipes. I'll talk to you about full pipes. Just accept my fucking invitation.
What about 1/8 pipes?
Okay, is that a thing?
Fine, so that's the prospect.
Should be.
Isn't a 1/8 pipe just a smaller half pipe?
Isn't that what a quarter pipe is?
No, a quarter pipe would just be one side.
Male, 1 year old. What do you see from here?
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. I misspoke. Wouldn't it just be a smaller quarter pipe?
1 year old, unblemished, and male at the time of the shechita.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it depends how you slice it.
Well, I mean, you're so into half pipes and shit. I figured you would know this.
Therefore, the pasuk says, "It shall be kol habiosa lo yuhu elakam uben shana." You see from here that again, I both say at every stage of the sacrificial process, The
Your
animal
first
must
mover
be the
advantage
same
every time.
level of
Classic.
Okay, then I'm not
that
gonna go
it
first.
was at the time
I'm
of
gonna
the
let you go
Shechita.
first.
So just like at the time of the Shechita of Korban Pesach, it had to be,
That
it
would
had
be
to be
kind, you know, to
unblemished. It had
democratize
to
it
be
a
male.
little bit.
It had to be 1 year old. So to at every stage of the process, it must maintain those same characteristics. Incredible. Says Rabbi, Sarai is the Kasha Bishua Omer, Kolas Vakim Shabbatar Shnei Man, Kizayis Basar, or Kizayis Chelev, Zorik Es Adam. So let's say the Gemara says any carbon. Let's say
Do
something.
you think I'm
happens
gonna
with the
beat you by
carbon,
more than
right?
100?
As
Yes or
long as
no?
there's left Kizayis of flesh or Kizayis of Chelev, you're able to do Zrika. Now let's say, what do you see from here? You see from here that obviously if that's occurring, something happened to the carbon. So that contradicts what we just said before. We just said before that at every stage of the sacrificial process, which is
All right,
Shechita
that's a nice
Kabbalah,
thought.
Zrika, the animal must be fully intact, as it was at the time of the Shechita. Here it's clearly saying that is
Very
not
much
the
last
case.
time.
How do you reconcile this?
Actually
To
lost
which the
last.
Gemara says,
I did not
That
lose.
was just a warm-up
It's very
game. That was a
interesting.
warm-up game.
I did not
Part
lose, though.
Again, it has to remain, that has to be intact throughout the entire process.
Yeah,
The animal has to be 1 year old.
Well,
So
well,
in other
however
words,
you want to
if
slice
something
it,
changed in the animal, let's say over the
160,
course of the sacrificial process of the Korban Pesach, the animal could still be kosher, as long as the animal is still 1 year old over the course of the entire process. To which the Gemara says, what? Is there any case where over the course of the sacrificial process, the animal could age? In other words, let's remember again, when you shech Korban Pesach, everything has to be done
You're
that
gonna
same
make
day.
a word?
So if you started the day and the animal was 1 year
That
old,
was the
then the
word.
pashtus what? It's going to have to be 1 year old the rest of the day. How could it ever age out over the course of the sacrificial process? This is fascinating. Amarava Zosameres. Roses, what do you see from here? This teaches us shows postlos v'kadshin. I will say this is fascinating. When it comes to the age of karbanos, of sacrificial items, age is not determined by what we call me'es la'es, by 24-hour periods. Age is actually determined both by the calendrical date as well as the hour in which the animal is born. So, for example, a 1 year old sheep for Korban Pesach is determined by ultimately, again, the day that it was born and the hour it was born. So the moment that it comes to that, a year later, that same day and hour, even the animal ultimately ages out. So interestingly enough, you can actually have a Korban Pesach that ages out over the course of the sacrificial process. For example, you shechted it at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It happened to have been that it was born at 12:15. So maybe the Shechita and the Kabbalah were done ultimately again when it was still 1 year old. By the time you got to the Zrika, ultimately the animal has aged out. It's a fascinating idea. I must say, there's also a tremendous Musar Haskell in this. If you look at that Lashon Zosameres, what does this teach us? Shos Postlos V'Kadshin. Whenever something is holy, holiness, Kadshin, requires an acute sensitivity to the use of time. That time is not only measured in days, the time is also measured in hours. In hours. And I will say that is true ultimately again for Karbanos. And Allah has kama how that is true for us as well. We are Kadshin. Right? There's nothing more sacred, there's nothing more sanctified than us, than a Jew, than a Yid, than a human being. And you see from here that again, when it comes to Kachim, Sha'os Postlos, it's not just about how you use your days, although that is important. What is equally as important for anything that is Kaddish is how you use your hours. Time management. I always reference this to Piagetna. Piagetna wrote the B'nai Machshava Tova that one of the most important things that is the secret to life success is scheduling. Is in maintaining ultimately again a schedule of how I use my time, and not just how I use my days, but quite literally how I use my hours. For everything else, you measure time in days, but for Kadshin, for holy things, Sha'os Postlos. Even the misuse of hours can Chas v'Shalom become the undoing of man. But let's phrase it in the positive. For Kadshin, one has to be careful not just how they use their days, but even how they use their hours. I'm Rabbi Ami, I'm Rabbi Lazar. Hasdi Gemara says, what's the interesting case over here? What happens if the carbon is inside of the Beis Hamikdash, but its feet are dangling outside? So what's the halacha? What should you do? You should first cut off the feet of the animal and then shech the animal.
Do you remember
We'll say, obviously,
when you were like, I'm not going to beat you by 100
sense.
points?
We'll talk about this in just a moment. Now we'll say, now what's the concern over here? We're going to see the concern is that if you check the animal with its feet dangling out, the concern is like this. That means part of the animal was outside of the base of Mikdash. Blood flows through the body, which means now that there's blood of shchutei chutz, right? Which means the animal is slaughtered outside of the base of Mikdash, mixed with carbonic blood, right? Because the blood flows through the body of the animal. So the Gemara says, what's the only way to obviate that concern? Cut off the legs and then do the shechita. The Gemara says, 1 second. Then we're going to come back to that. Cut off.
Are you fucking serious?
The animal, then you did shechita. Ultimately, the animal was kasher. Top of chavav.
What's wrong with thigh?
That's not even
you
fucking
it
funny.
first and then cut off the legs, the animal is possible. Now, again, what's the logic behind that? Because if you shechted the animal and the legs were dangling on the outside, then the problem we have over here is
so are you
there is external blood mixed in with sacrificial blood, we call shchutei chutz, and that should invalidate the animal.
All I know is I have the lead on me.
Cut off the legs of the animal and then do shechita. How could that possibly be good? I'll say, if you cut off the legs of an animal, that renders the animal into a balmum. Once it's a balmum, it's no longer fit for use. So how can you advocate that? The says, rather, what it means is like this. If you went ahead and you first cut, in other words, let's say you did shechita, and then ultimately again after shechita, then you cut off the legs before Kabbalah, then it's kosher. But if you did Kabbalah, ultimately again before you cut off the legs, it's possible. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Cut off the akakach kibal. How could that be?
Are you fucking serious?
Cut off the legs and then do Kabbalah. It's going to be kosher. Rabbi Zera had soaring ozim bebachar. The akakach kibal dama apostle shnemar. The lakach midam hapar shepar shahaya kvar. But that comes to what we just said before. What did we say before? That the animal has to be in its fully unblemished state during all stages of sacrificial service, right? And again, the problem is if you're cutting off the legs before Kabbalah, that means by the time you get to Kabbalah, you have a blemished animal.
Egg, that's your word, is AG.
No, what do you do? In other words, you cut
that's
the
one of the
flesh
3 words that I
to
just
the
played.
bone. Now, what does that do? So that prevents blood flow. But ultimately,
you,
because
dude.
the
Good
bone
move.
is intact, ultimately
Very, very
the animal
good
is
move.
considered to be unblemished. Very interesting. So we'll say, but however, if you first did Kabbalah and then only afterwards cut off the leg, he's going to be puzzled. Why? Shamas, what do you see from here? Dam hamuvla be'ibarim damu. We'll say what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, when blood is mixed in the limbs, ultimately again is considered to be one cohesive unit of blood. Because remember, what's the issue over here? The issue over here is because the legs are dangling outside. When you shech that animal, essentially what you have is you have 2 bloods, right? You have blood of a sacrificial animal in the base of Mikdash, and then you have blood from an animal slaughtered outside of the base of Mikdash. What's the problem? The blood flows. So now you have a mixture of that exterior blood with that interior blood, which invalidates the carbon. So the Gemara just says, obviously you see blood of an animal as one cohesive entity. Shamas mina, basar kachim kalim shiyaz lefnez vikastan apostle. We also see from here that again that the meat of kachim kalim that went out of the base of Mikdash before it's ultimately again it's going to be possible.
Fuck you.
I says the Gemara, deal with Kachim Kadosh. I mean, I can't bring it out of it because maybe we're just talking about
Fuck you, man.
Okay, fascinating. So the Gemara was like, so say that's the end of that sugya. I want to point out over here is the takeaway from this, right? There are a couple of different takeaways. Takeaway number 1 is that Agar Kli, that's what we talked about before. Takeaway number 2 is that Halacha L'Maisa, an animal is supposed to be in its fully intact state during every stage of the sacrificial service. Takeaway number 3 is that Halacha L'Maisa, when gauging the age of a carbon, we don't just count days, but we also count hours. Right? Takeaway number 4 is Halacha L'Maisa in this interesting case where part of the animal is inside of the base of Mikdash, part of the animal is outside of the base of Mikdash. We're going to have a problem. How exactly you deal with that problem is a discussion, but the nice we've got a problem. Why? Because when you slaughter that animal, now we're going to have a mixture of interior blood and exterior blood altogether. Okay, incredible. Let's go ahead and turn our on. Kachik Kadashin, Shkitas and Safar. So what's a beautiful Gemara over here? This is going to be reminiscent when we get to Parak Ezu Makoma. We're going to learn a lot about these halachas, about where different things were slaughtered. So Kachik Kadashin, those especially, let's remember again, our highest sanctity kavanas, ultimately Shkitas and Safar. They are shechted in the north of the Azara. This is the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. The kibel daman, bisharis b'safon, and you receive their blood in a service utensil, also in the northern part of the Azara. Amar bedaran,
That's probably the worst
what happens
tiles.
if the Kohen was standing in the south, but he extended his hand to the north, the shachat, and he shechted. So what's that? Interestingly enough, in this case over here, he's standing in the south, extends his hand.
You're up, big dog.
North, so the animal ends up getting shechted in the north. What's talacha? Shkitas kshera. It works. It works. Kibel, what happens if halacha, like say he was standing in the south and did Kabbalah ultimately in the north? Kabbalah subsulo. Such a Kabbalah ultimately again is going to be possible. If this Rosh Rubo, if he went ahead and he put his head and the majority of his body into the north, Kilonichnas Kulo. It's as if he was fully there. Now I'll say that's an interesting halacha. What that says is if your head and most of your body is in a particular place, then it is considered to be as if the entirety of your body was there. What happens if you slaughter the animal in the north and then the animal convulsed? Pirkes means it convulsed, and as a result, it moved to the south, but then it moved back into the north, ultimately kosher. Kache kadosh, kachin kalin. Next category, kachin kalin. Shchitasam bifnim. Ultimately, again, the shchita could take place anywhere inside of the Azara. As long as it's in the
You're
Azara,
up, big dog.
the kibel daman, the klisharis bifnim. And ultimately, again, you receive the blood, Kabbalah is done, and the klisharis in the Azara. So let's say, if you notice again, where
Did you know that you're up?
has to be done in a particular part of the Azara, namely the northern part. Kache kadashim, lower sanctity, could be slaughtered anywhere, right? Shchita and Kabbalah could be done anywhere as long as it's in the Azara. Okay, so the Kohen was standing outside of the Azara, extended his hand into the Azara, and did shchita like that. Ultimately, again, it will be kosher.
What the fuck is that?
But if he was standing outside, extended his hand inside to do Kabbalah, that is going to be invalid. Hifnis rosh over rubo. What happens if he extended his head and the majority of his body, or is he standing outside, but he extended his head and the majority of his body inside?
It's not actually how you spell the
outside, even though he's extending
the
most of his
archaic
body in the
spelling
inside, it doesn't
of
work.
great.
Yeah, I did. And I'd do it again if I had to.
If again you check for the kachin kalin miyazara, the animal convulsed. As a result, again, it moved itself out, but then it convulsed again and moved itself back in.
You wouldn't even believe
what do you see from here?
the amount of bullshit that I have
What do you see from here? That the meat of kachin kalin that left the azara before zrika ultimately is possible. The Gemara said, well, maybe not. Maybe we said about the sacrificial parts. Sacrificial parts, and therefore if sacrificial parts went ahead and moved, that's when it's going to be a problem. But other parts of the animal, it's not. But so the father of Shmuel asked the father of Shaila. What happens ultimately again if the carbon, right? Feet are on the right, the animal's on the inside, but ultimately again his legs are dangling out. Now what's halacha? On the lake sieve, we learned this already. You have to bring it to Hashem. Ultimately, again, the entire animal has to be inside of the Beis Hamikdash at the time of Shechita. By the way, that's how we pass it. That's why it obviates a little bit the previous discussion. And halacha again, in order for a carbon to be valid, the entire animal must be inside. Now, what does inside mean? Again, these are important principles which we'll
You're
see
up, big dog.
For kachin kalim, lords, sanctity karbanas, anywhere in the Azara. Kache kadashim, north of the Azara. Okay, again, we're talking about all of this more. Tala b'shachat mao. So it's an interesting case. What happens if you suspended the animal and you shechted it like that?
How
What's the
the fuck
halacha?
is that?
It's whatever you want it to be, baby.
He said, I think you're making a mistake because you do need shchita to be done in proximity to the mizbeach, and ultimately, again, you're missing that if the animal is suspended. Nitla b'shakat now. So this is an interesting case. What happens if the shochet was suspended? Shochet was suspended. Don't ask how. Don't ask how, right? It's just, he was, right? He suspended. I remember it was like, the Gemara always asks hyperbolic questions in order to isolate a point.
What the fuck is that?
Whatever the case is, right? There's a little bit of Purim shtick, and his friends are, hoisting him up.
Dog.
So ultimately, he's suspended. So then he checks what's the status of the shchita. Amalei psula.
An edible Asian seaweed.
I think you're mistaken.
That's not a thing.
It's just the shchita has to happen by the side of the mizbeach, but there's nothing that
edible
says that the shochet
Asian
has to be
seaweed,
by the side of the
sir.
mizbeach. So as long as the animal is in the right proximity, it doesn't seem like the shochet needs to be in the right proximity.
Edible
Therefore,
Asian
even if
seaweed.
it's suspended mid-air,
Okay.
halach and shechts like that, halach l'maisa, it should be good. Mitla v'kibel mahu. What happens if he's suspended and he does kabbalah? What's the halacha? Amalei kshera. Ultimately, it's kasher. Amalei ishtabashta. He says, I think you're wrong. Ain't derech sheres bekach. That is not a normative way to do a service. In other words, that's not
Look at this fucking
remember
move,
again,
folks.
is one of the sacrificial services.
That hurts. That hurts.
Shchita is not part of the avodah. How do we know that?
I don't understand how that was so many points. It's just, I guess,
Therefore, to do shchita when it's suspended might be fine, but to do kabbalah when it's suspended is not going to work. That's not the way to do avodah. Tala v'kibel mahu. What happens if the animal was suspended and he did kabbalah?
Yet you still don't have the lead.
So I think you're mistaken. Shchita al yarech, lo kabbalah al yarech. Only shchita has to be done by the side of the mizbeach. Kabbalah doesn't have to be done like that. What's the first white line? So in general, when it comes to Kadshe Kadashim, all of these cases are going to be possible, bar min nitla b'shachat. One exception. One exception, which is if the shochet is suspended. If the shochet is suspended and he shechs, it's fine. Otherwise, all the other cases are the animal was suspended, right? That's not going to work because you require shechita by the side of the mizbeach. Or ultimately, again, if the animal or the shochet are suspended for kabbalah, because that's not the proper way to do the avodah. The kachim kalim kulam ksheras. When it comes to kachim kalim, all the cases will be kasher. Bar min nitla v'kibel, with one exception, if the animal was suspended and kabbalah was done. What's different ultimately, again, if the coin is
You're up,
suspended
big dog.
because ultimately, again, the airspace of the interior is still like the exact interior.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, baby?
The best case by Kadshe Kadashim, we should say the airspace of the northern side of the Azara is the same as the actual northern side of the Azara. Rabbi, you're right. Bein v'Kadshe Kadashim, bein v'Kadshem Kalim Ksheros. In all cases, these situations will be kosher with the exception of bar min tala v'shachat v'Kadshe Kadashim. The only exception will be suspending the animal and shechting it. That won't work by Kadshe Kadashim. Mitla v'kibel. Similarly, ultimately, if the shochet himself was suspended and did kabbalah, bein b'Kadshe Kadashim, bein b'Kadshim kalim. Ultimately, I won't say everyone will agree in that case it's going to be possible as well. Why? Ein derech shelos bekach. Because it's not an appropriate form of service. Well, I mean, Rabbi Zera. So Rabbi Yirmiyah answered the following. So who b'fnim v'tzitzasa b'chutz ma'u? So it's an interesting case. What happens if the coin is standing inside of the Beis HaMikdash, but his hair extends out of the Beis HaMikdash? Okay. So again, which means he's got a stray hair, like a little bit of a longer hair, and it's extending out of the Beis HaMikdash. So what is the halacha? Because you also remember again, if the coin does the avodah outside of the Beis HaMikdash, the avodah is possible. What about in this case where he's got a hair extending out?
You fuck me.
So ultimately, Amos says will be brought Hashem until the entirety is brought on the inside. Hachanami bevoam el olam moed ad sheyavo kulo the olam moed. So the pasuk says over here, when it comes to the olam moed, ultimately again, for everything comes to the olam moed. So it's interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, if one of the hairs of the kohen is extending outside of the Misa,
You're up, baby.
ultimately again, the avodah is going to be possible. Okay. Even if I am a Kohen, nothing I have to worry about. I would say, but again, but Lamaisa, interestingly enough, now obviously, where does that come up? That's only going to come up in a situation where Halacha Lamaisa is standing by the edge of the Azara. Right? If he's standing on the inside, nothing to worry about. Good. Mishnah. Some other interesting cases over here.
Baby.
Let's say,
look at this. Look at the score.
Kevish is the ram.
Baby, look at the score.
So now, we haven't seen any of these halachas yet. Right? In other words, what we just did see over here, and again, these are good facts just to keep with you along our journey. Right? So again, what do we have? What we have is, number one, Kachin Kadoshim are slaughtered in the northern side of the courtyard. Kachin Kalim are slaughtered anywhere in the courtyard. Now I will say, interestingly enough, we're switching gears over here to the blood application, Zrika. So Zrika, let's say Zrika was done on the ramp and not by the Yisod. The Yisod is the base of the Mizbeach. What we are going to see is that there is like a trim, a little bit of a base along part of the Mizbeach, not the entire Mizbeach. That's where Zrika is supposed to be done. So in this case over here, you did Zrika on the ramp and not by the base. Or Nasa Sanitana Lamata, Lamala, that's Sanitana Lamala Lamata. So, for example, we're going to see there was also what we call a Chuta Sikra, a red line that ran across the Mizbeach. Some blood applications are done above the line, some are below the line. In the Mishnah we're talking about over here, where you made a mistake, you did something that was supposed to be below, above, something above, below, or or certain blood applications are done inside of the heichal. Some are done outside of the heichal.
Yeah, that's not a word. Everybody knows it's not a word.
All of these cases,
Quit with that. Quit with that.
You made a mistake. What's the halacha?
Quit with that.
In all of these cases, obviously the avoda is going to be
you fucked me.
But ultimately, again, you're not subject to kares for your infraction.
Yeah.
Says the Gemara, we'll say our base. Our Shmuel. Shmuel says, Pasal Basar, Aval Bailim Miskatu. This is very interesting. Shmuel says in all of these cases, Shmuel says,
I think I might run into the same
you did this Rika wrong. So when you do this Rika wrong, what does it mean?
Where I had to let you win?
Yeah. Shmuel says, what does it mean, Pasal? Pasal means you can't eat the sacrificial meat. The meat is Pasal, but the carbon
is going to be tricky.
Wow. That's good news. That's good news. So the Gemara says, my time was the reason. Because the Pasuk says, so the Gemara says, because the Pasuk says, I have given this to you to atone on the altar.
I'm going to try something interesting.
Which tells me what? As long as the blood reaches the Mizbeach, even if what? It's the wrong spot on the Mizbeach, kapara has been accomplished. The atonement has been accomplished. So again, can't eat sacrificial meat, but as long as that blood has arrived at the correct space, then halacha l'maisa.
I don't fucking have any like tiles left.
Atonement is done. If that's the case, basar nami. If that's the case, then ultimately again, I don't understand. Then the meat should be fine as well. Why would the meat not be good? Because the pasuk says l'chaper. Because again, the pasuk says essentially, once it's reached the mizbeach, ultimately lechaper. For kapara, it works, but for anything else, it does not. And therefore, as long as that blood reaches the mizbeach, kapara has been achieved, but ultimately, again, the meat is going to be indoubtful for consumption. Incredible. Alma, what do you see from here? Alma kasamar shalobin komo kim komo dama. What do you see from here? That halacha
fucked up, son.
Oh, wow.
Where'd you get the eye? That ultimately, again,
I placed it there.
When blood reaches the
I had
Mizbeach,
no
even if
out
it's
for
not the
my
right
cube,
spot,
but now
it has the status of the right spot.
just have to get rid of 2 more.
Can be either. So once we can be the
I don't know
parking,
if
we
it'll
learned
be easy.
different parak. Nosno ala kavesh,
Still gonna be
shelo
hard.
keneged hayisod. If you place the blood on the ramp,
I'm
not
fucked.
opposite the base of the mizbeach, or nosa es hanitol lemata lemalo, or we'll say you have certain blood applications which were supposed to be done on the top part of the mizbeach and you did it on the bottom, or es hanitol lemalo lemata, right? Or you went ahead and you decided it was on the bottom, but you did it above you. Again, place it on the wrong side of the mizbeach, or es hanitol bifmin b'chutz, es hanitol b'chutz bifmin. Or it was a blood application that was supposed to be done inside of the base of Mikdash. You did it on the outside, or on the outside, on the inside. What's the halacha? In yesh dam hanefesh yachzor hakasher v'yikabel.
Oh, yeah.
What is incredible? What does the Mishnah say? What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says,
Yeah, because they gave you all the good fucking tiles.
The blood from Kabbalah left over. What should you do? What should you do? You should go and you should reapply it.
Feet and his town found his island in
What did we
Malaysia.
just say?
That's not a thing.
A
Essentially,
gibbon,
as long as
a
your
gibbon,
blood,
a small, slender, tree-dwelling
Dog, I know what a gibbon is.
Arms.
Hey, how about you accept the invitation? How about you accept the invitation? And I'll let you go first. I'll let you go first.
You need not repeat the service.
Accept the invitation.
Oh, so you remember that time when you said,
He's gonna cheat. And the worst case scenario,
That's because you had to bore me with your fucking half-pipe story. That's because you had to bore me with your half-pipe story. That's because you had to bore me with your half-pipe story.
okay, well, whatever you want to tell yourself.
Dog, you know I won, and you know I always win.
For that piss poor performance.
Dog, your shit sucks.
You're good to go. Then why does a kasha person have to go ahead and do Kabbalah again and reapply the blood?
I passed. I gave you an extra turn.
Maybe the only reason we would require another blood application is why? To permit the meat for consumption. And kapara is already been accomplished. But if you want to
I know
permit
what
the meat for
means.
consumption, you should go ahead and do this service again, do the blood application again. That doesn't make any sense. Why?
Like to, like, insult somebody, kind of.
Is there any such thing as a zrika that doesn't affect kapara?
Like basically what I did to you last game.
Consumption? So what you would be saying is
I
that
can't hear you over the
zrika
sound of the scoreboard.
doesn't do anything
Racking
kapara
up points
because kapara
for me.
was already accomplished. But then what? The second zrika is going to allow for meat consumption. There's no such concept like that.
Dog.
Says you're right.
Look at the scoreboard.
That's the case.
It's 26-11. I've given you the first opportunity. Do you recognize that? Do you recognize that? Do you recognize that?
Whatever it was, let's just go with the coin puzzle.
What the fuck?
So coin
Dog.
puzzle did this zrika, but now the Mishnah says if you have more light blood, or you can do more kabbalah, right? More light
You know
blood.
what lax means?
Yeah, it means like
come and do the zrika
lacking,
again. To which the Gemara says,
like support or rules and stuff.
How come I ask you what's the case over here? The Yahweh puzzle. Oh wow!
That's one definition.
Yeah, it is a definition. Are you gonna go? Can you define this? Are you gonna go? That's 4 words. R-A-R-E U Y-O-U gonna G-O-N-N-A go G-O question mark. Are you gonna go? That's my question for you. Not is lax a word. Not do you know what jeer means? It's are you gonna go? We'll go through this again. R-A-R-E space U Y-O-U space.
Doesn't that permanently
That's
disqualify
called
the carbon? After all,
misconduct.
the study we learned.
What is-
Any rational referee, he'd be giving you a fucking misconduct.
What is a misconduct?
And you forfeit the game.
What is a misconduct?
Or any coin.
What is a misconduct?
Did Kabbalah with intention
An
to go ahead and eat the
unsportsmanlike
carbon outside of
misconduct,
its
sir.
prescribed time, or Fuslim Komo, or to eat the carbon outside of its permitted place. In Yesh Dam Hanefesh Yachsra Kasha V'Yikabel. Ultimately, again, if there is halacha l'maisa still blood, so what should happen? Rabbi saying. So then a kasha should come and do Kabbalah again. But Rabbi says, I just want to point out very specifically, What's the case over here? The case over here is where you have someone who is disqualified who is doing Kabbalah. At the time of the Kabbalah, he has in mind to either eat.
Do you want me to talk in your backswing?
Or outside of the permitted place. So in that case, if there is someone kosher, let that person do another Kabbalah.
You can't just like scream constantly.
And listen now, why could this be rectified? Why could this be rectified? Why? Because this qualification is taking place at the time of Kabbalah before Zerika. So if something went wrong at the time of Kabbalah,
I get it. You
in other words, if you have a apostle who did Kabbalah, you can rectify that by a kasha doing Kabbalah. Kiblu in, Zarkulo. Once Zerika was done by apostle, ultimately that cannot be rectified. My time, or what's the reason? Mishum dahavi dichui. Because there was a once Zerika was done by apostle, then what? We're done. We're done. There's no way to rectify that.
I have gone, and I've got 69, and you've got 38. Do you recognize the difference between 69 and 38? And I let you go first, and I let you play Jeer, and I let you play Lax, and I let you play Tone, and I let you play You. Okay? So for those reasons, I have... What is Nas? What the fuck is Nas? Like nitrous oxide?
That should undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Does erroneous thought of apostle invalidate the carbon? Watch this. Rabbi said, but say invalid thought and
Dog,
invalid
it's your turn.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no.
It has to be a coin with
like multiple Yokos. Yoko Onos. Like her family, they're known as the Onos. Do you even know who Yoko Ono is?
If someone who is puzzled has an erroneous thought that does
it's a woman. Her name is Yoko Ono. She was John Lennon's widow. She still is John Lennon's widow.
So the Gemara says, you're right. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi's in the wide lines. The wide lines about.
And her family, when there are multiple of them in a room, they're known as the Onos. Did you know that?
So I'll say, interestingly enough, was very interesting. You're right. If someone who is puzzled ultimately again did Zerika, so ultimately the Gemara seems to suggest that his erroneous mindset.
That's fake. That's fake news.
Why not? Because since he's not fit for Zerika,
fake news.
Therefore his erroneous mindset can't undo the Zerika. But interestingly enough,
I know what we're doing after this.
Has, let's say a puzzle.
We are gonna play.
That can invalidate the carbon.
Zoot and I call it the Olympics. It's where we play every single game and see who does the best.
An erroneous mindset by Shlita undermines the carbon. So essentially, both say you can only mess up something with an erroneous mindset.
Yeah, dude, it only takes like 2 hours.
But if you don't have the power to engage in that activity, then your erroneous mindset.
No, we're gonna do it, and you don't get a say. When you thought you had a say, that's where you were wrong. We're gonna start with the top game on the left and end at the bottom game on the right, and we call it the Olympics. Do you understand what the Olympics mean?
But ultimately, again, that makshava undermines shchita. We learn this tanina. The ficha came post makshava. Hakamashva the mikabala ve'elat lo pasta makshava. It's very interesting. So a very important fact here. What's the important fact? That if a person who is puzzled does the avoda and has a puzzle makshava.
No, fuck that game.
So again, that puzzle makshava by the avoda only invalidates an avoda.
You're up, big dog. All I know is that I am dominating you.
Does the Zrika, which obviously is illegal, and he has an erroneous mindset by the Zrika, he does not undermine the Zrika. Why?
Because it ain't, baby, because it ain't. Look who it is. Zoot, did they make the announcement yet?
However, if someone who is puzzled does the
Zrika, yeah, that was posted on Instagram, but I got a phone call and a text message saying on the World Cup.
Because
Congratulations, Zut Mazel Tov. Wonderful job, Sue. Good job, big dog.
Power of thought, right? Thoughts
I'm absolutely.
over something.
I'm
But if you don't control it ultimately again, then your
That's
thoughts
absolutely
have
correct.
absolutely no
Zoot.
impact on it.
Congratulations.
In general, I think there's two profound Mr. Haskell's that come from
How many
this.
people can say
Number
that
one,
they've been
number
on
one
state
is we spend a lot of time
I don't know.
focusing on
Zoot,
things that we do not
I'm
control,
absolutely shocked.
right? We
Like,
spend a lot of
you
time
could not-
We worry about the future, worry about this, worry about a variety of different things that we don't control.
Well,
At the end of the day,
years,
your thoughts have no power over things you can't control. So why spend time worrying about things you can't
360
control?
people can say they've
Instead,
been on
focus
state
your energy at the end of the day.
There you go, baby.
Rabbi Nachman, whose yard site is today.
Let's go for fun and say like across Australia, 2,160 people can say they've been in the state finals in Australia.
And you're one of them, big dog. Congratulations.
Revere him. The other says that's not what it means.
How many comedians do you think would be in a strip Latin? Someone or someone across Australia.
What does Hashem ask of you? The Ata. What's the Ata? It's Ata with an I. What does that mean?
Zoot, that's phenomenal, dude. I'm so proud of you.
In life is to be the best person you can in the here and now. Hashem doesn't ask you for
So did you record the set or no?
One simple reason.
He wasn't allowed
You
to.
can't guarantee
Yeah, not
the
allowed
future. I can't guarantee what's going to happen in 5 minutes from now. I can't guarantee that we're
no,
going to
you're allowed.
shoot on time, right? But I
Just put it in your pocket
right? But I'm not.
and make a
Right? I was saying, but at the end of the day, there's only one thing in life that we control, which is the here.
So, Zoot, you perform
and
again
now,
on
and that's
Friday,
all
right?
Baruch Hu asks of us. Don't spend your time.
And you're going to do
about
the same
the
set?
things that you can't control. You know, there's a famous Maimar Chazal that says, "Don't stop
Pretty much.
thinking about tomorrow."
Okay.
Right? Well, halacha l'maisa,
Well,
I'm going to finish it.
that is
I'm talking
false. That is false.
It's not
Stop
finished?
thinking about tomorrow, because at the end
Yeah, I
of the
didn't
day, you
finish it.
can't really
So-
control it. We spend so much
What
time
do you mean?
focusing on the things that we don't control.
I
instead of
kind of
putting
didn't
our
finish the
focus
set.
on things
That's
that we
probably why I
can
didn't win the
control.
hate.
Number
I got
two,
wild
this will
carded.
stop. This will
Wild
stop.
Wild
Spend so
cards
much
have just
time
mean
worrying
that
about
you're.
what other people think about us. And the truth is,
Yeah,
you can't control the thoughts
the
of
hate,
other people.
like winning the hate didn't matter as long as you get a wild card and get to the
only
hate.
invalidates processes that you control.
No,
I
you're a
can't
state
control what other
finalist.
people
That's a
think.
big deal,
You
Zoot.
can't control what other people feel. Sabnitis will simply stop worrying about it altogether. Machshava is only impactful in areas
Yeah, big
that are
dog.
under your sphere of influence. I can't control the future.
I just want to have
so
fun, and
Sabnitis will
I'll be
stop
more happy
worrying
if one of my
about it.
friends win.
But I can't
So,
control
like,
what other people
I just
think or
want
feel.
one of my friends to win.
Sabnitis will
Fuck
stop
your friends. We
worrying
want you to
about
win.
it. Ultimately,
Is Chelsea
said
your
the Gemara,
friend?
says Rabbi Nachman Schusi Agin Aleinu, use your
Yeah.
thoughts to focus on the areas that are under your sphere of influence.
Zoot,
Use your machshava to ultimately
Dude, you could hit
maximize
me
your
with a
presence.
fucking.
Use your machshava ultimately again where it could truly have an impact. You want to say shkaya?
You could hit me with a frying pan. I'm so happy for
Great
you.
job. Good job. Good job. Shabbos is a good night.
What, you didn't expect it?
Zoot, Have you heard yourself?
Shabbos, good night. Beautiful. Beautiful. Jerry, there's still time for us to get through for Shabbos.
Zoot, You have not come in here and been funny perfectly through one time. Like, you tried it with us and you couldn't get it 1 minute down, let alone 4.5 minutes. So I'm really happy for you. I've got to be honest with you, though, and I would say this to you straight to your face, and I'd say it to every single person in South Australia. My understanding of comedy must be different than yours. Either that or you all are not very funny, because you got to tell me that there are at least 8 people in the whole fucking state who could have beaten a beat poet and Zoot, but apparently they could not.
So you should have said how terrible some of the other people were.
Two, after forgiving God, the first day of Yom Tov.
Why were they so bad?
Yesterday,
You're on the honest answer?
What'd you? Do I want your honest opinion? What'd you say?
Actually, everyone seems
You
to
want
come
me to
around
honest answer?
organize it.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter who it is. And so we are actually starting to
Two
get this
things?
stuff. Hey, and so
There's two reasons.
my son got us stuff.
Okay, what are the two reasons, Zoot?
And there's Hashem, so that's where we are going to pick up with this morning.
They
Begin by
don't
thanking
go to
all of
open
our
mics
sponsors for this morning.
regularly.
To thank our
A lot of them don't go to open mics regularly and don't have a lot of exposure and experience and don't know how to work, like how crowds are going to react. They're just getting on for the first time in the world, the second time. They haven't been to open mics. The second reason is they're not networked with people because they're not going to open mics.
Okay.
Continuing in Eretz Yisrael, where they have been tremendously supportive
Dude.
of our Israel family.
That is
They continue their good work
that's the
and our
biggest
friendship
mistake
until
you
120.
made.
Appreciation
Not
of the
getting,
entire
not
Gatholic
asking for advice from
and
other
to the tech team.
comedians and
It
not
makes it
going to
possible to
open
be part
mics.
of the sheer
like,
live
The best sets are done.
And of course,
Like people just come up to you. If people don't give you feedback, you know you done a real big set. If people aren't coming up to you and saying you need to do this, you need to do this differently, you know you killed it.
Dude, I am in shock. I'm so happy for you. Really? This was your dream, man.
Like, no one came up to me after my set and said you need to do this better. They're just like, well done. You know, no one said that after the set I did it Friday, Thursday, like, no one was like, you need to do this better. This is where you fucked up. And, you know,
Riser, what's up with you and this kick word? Dog, I mean, come on.
Today's daf is Chav Hey. We're
Rabbi.
starting at the Mishnah.
What up,
Starting at the
baby?
Mishnah, and this actually is a big
you know how
sugya
big rock
in the
comedy is in
Sefton,
Australia?
the sugya of Mishpach. So let us begin.
It's the biggest
Okay, so says the Mishnah. Mishpach.
domestic comedy
Mishpach, that's the whole thing, right?
contest
Mishpach Adam al
Except for
Mishpach.
my Mishnah.
If blood
in
fell on
the nation.
blood fell on the ground. Now, we'll say what's the case here? It's really Rashi. Mishpach ala ritzpah mitzavar behima shalom ischaba b'kli. So here's the case. Cohen is doing the shechita.
Riser, aren't you happy for Zoot?
And you don't need to quit the shechita, but for the purpose
Yeah,
of
no,
our illustration,
I
Cohen is doing the shechita.
commend him
And what
for
happens?
his
So remember, yeah, shechita well said, comes after shechita.
bravery
Shechita,
to get up
Kabbalah
on
is done
stage.
in
I mean,
a shot. It's good.
I'm
Just reviewing
not good at public speaking.
reviewing
So,
more information over here. So our case over here.
Hey,
So
Riser,
instead of the blood going
Riser.
into the sharis, the
Yeah.
blood spilled on the
are
ground.
you ready to suck a dick?
So this is very important because there's going to be two different cases of mishpach.
what the
There's a case of
fuck,
mishpach
dude?
where the Kohen
Are
sheds
you
the animal.
fucking kidding me?
The
Yo,
blood
this game
goes
is
into the
bull.
flea,
How is that
and then the
worth?
flea,
What
and then
the
the blood
fuck?
from the flea spills onto the ground. That's the case, right? We're not talking about that. We're going to reference it in just a little bit. That's not the Mishnah. The Mishnah is the shechita, and literally again the blood.
Do you think I'm going to beat you by 100
on the
points?
ground. So now obviously the Kohen is going to rush to collect it back off. What's the status of the blood? So the Mishnah says, Mishpach Adam al Ritzpah, no asful, if you go ahead and
You think people will be on TV and I said,
ultimately
I wish God had Down syndrome and autism.
So you say whatever you want to say, because obviously I don't understand the comedy of South Australia.
Don't cry over spilled milk, comes from, but it is interesting to see that, like in life, and we'll get into the technicalities over here. In life, sometimes like there are like these two buckets of realities. There are things that happen, and you're like, okay, like don't sweat it, you'll correct it. And then there are things, there are mistakes that occur that are incorrectable. And sometimes one of the most soulful
I
things
did
is
not.
that we do certain things, we say certain things, we act certain ways, and it puts me down a direction which can't be backed out of. So there's like this is so the mishpach adam al ritzpah. So sometimes
Dude, I think we could make you funnier than she is in a week, but you won't do what we say.
So the words of Lokach HaKohen Mashiach Midal Apar.
I can't,
So the pasuk
but
says as
why would I
follows.
do what you say, but I won't tell me finish their points? Why would I change it?
Because we would have won the heat if you would have done what we said. You wouldn't have even needed to worry about a wild card.
So the Gemara says, so the Gemara is going to darshan this pasuk. So what does it mean, midam hapar? The Gemara darshans, midam hanefesh, the loving dam ha'ar. So first of all, when talking about the blood used for Kabbalah, it's specific blood. What do I mean by specific blood? What we're going to call life blood. So we'll say, what's lifeblood? So this, if you ever see shchita, so
Zoot, are you ready to lose in mini golf?
Check the animal, right? Again, remember, we're cutting the esophagus and the trachea.
Zoot,
We're going to be cutting other things also, which we'll discuss. And the idea over here is there's like a.
did you tell all your friends?
That spurt is called the lifeblood. That's blood from which you're doing, or from which
What in the fuck are you talking about, Zoot?
The interesting of the Gemara says that's called dama nefesh, lifeblood. Below me dama r. In other words,
Why do you speak like that?
During shchita, you end up
Because he's so euphoric about his
making a puncturing of the animal.
down under.
The knife went a little bit to the side of the neck or to part of the body. That blood is not Kabbalah blood. Right? So if you're that blood actually is puzzle for Kabbalah blood. Kabbalah blood has to be lifeblood. Furthermore,
well, I'm proud of you, Zoot.
is residual blood.
I cannot believe
after the initial spurting of the lifeblood, obviously
South Australia.
Continuous flow of blood.
If you people in South Australia hear me someday,
that's called dermatitis. So again,
my opinion
so Kabbalah blood
of what you think is funny must be different than what you all think is funny. But I am very proud that you guys were the ones making the decision, and I wasn't, because Zoot dominated, and he's on to the next round, and that's amazing.
Yo, Zoot, are you here? Can you hear me?
Now, what does that mean? Kabbalah is done from the power, as opposed to what?
Don't fucking leave, you piece of shit.
So in other words, when Kabbalah is done, Kabbalah is the way Kabbalah works, is the coin receives the blood from the animal.
I'm going to enhance your comedy skills by
before it goes into the Klisharis, and the Klisharis is effectively receiving it from
I'm going to give you a topic,
so that is an invalid
and you have to just start talking improv some bullshit about it, okay? And we're gonna make you funnier than that Chelsea or Natalie
Halacha number 2 is ultimately not blood from any other secondary injury or other wound.
Are you up for the
Halacha
challenge?
number 3, no residual blood. And halacha number 4, I will say, I want to find out.
Alright, and Rabbi, you can also
what's the drasha?
come up with the subject, and Zoot will try to make it funny. Okay?
Why can't I be funny? Why can't I be funny?
If you want to try your improv stand-up comedy,
Yeah, go.
give you a chance to. Alright, Zoot, your subject is
and we're gonna see like what is that? Like what kind of drug we're gonna talk about that in just a moment.
I want the same subject as you.
The blood has to come from the cow
your
itself,
subject
as opposed
is
to
shipping
the blood spreading on
containers.
the ground. Ultimately, again, the coin collecting it from there. Because if you can get Hapar, from the blood of the car, as it's written, then perhaps what that means ultimately, then I would have thought, means what? Some of the blood, but you don't need.
Welcome.
You're going on a good path. You just gotta keep going down that road.
Welcome, Zyrian. Hope you're living amazingly. If that's really you, how are you? Hope you're well. What up, Lasher? Hope you're doing well.
All of the blood. I want to point out.
It'd be funny if I could get one shooting container on stage.
All of the blood. Like they must have been spurted, like different. But the idea over
No, I've got a funny one. I don't know if it's funny, but
Like an anvil?
like the drush a little bit over here.
Yeah, imagine like a shooting container. It would be like,
I would have thought Midam Hapar, when doing Kabbalah, just get some blood. Just get some blood. You don't need to go. But just so therefore that can't be the drush because the halacha is you have to get all of the blood. Now,
Anything really? Is there anything that doesn't go into shipping containers?
as much as
Lots of
How do you ship a shipping
go ahead
container?
and collect in the cleat. So therefore, once I know that Midam Hapar
pieces?
can't be understood literally, it gives me license to go
Paradox.
ahead and
no, it's not.
understand it in a different way. So instead of
Mind blown.
looking at it as
that's the
Midam Hapar,
point of a shipping container.
ultimately
Like
again,
a
how am I
shipping
judging it?
container needs to go on chips. So you ship them on
This
chips.
means the blood has to come from the cow as opposed to the
How do you
spills on the ox. Spills on the floor first, they can't collect
No,
it.
shipping is a broader term. That means like
Midam
moving
Hapar, rather therefore,
something
again, we judge
from
it
point A to point B.
instead of
Dog, can I please tell you You don't want to hear how fucking funny my shit is? I think this shit is hilarious. You ready for this? All right. Do you think that the people who live in mobile homes are major advocates of shipping containers because now they're not the lowest type of housing on the market? You know, before you had like mansion, then residential house, then maybe apartment, then maybe mobile home, and mobile home was like the lowest rung. But now with the invention of the shipping container house, mobile home seems like a step up from living in a shipping container.
So essentially, like I said, the classic itself is midam apar.
That's kind of a bigger shipping container.
So apparently, the Gemara says this is
No, it's a smaller shipping container. Now it's a giant ass box.
It could be.
Okay, beautiful.
What the fuck happened to Riser?
I like how like the voice that you're using to like deliver that joke just sounded like exactly the cadence that like a stand-up comedian had, but would have like the substance of the material was like so dry that it was like practically impossible to laugh at all.
Do you know what was really funny? Do you really want to know what was really funny? You know what was really funny? The score of the last game. Are you ready to play Olympics?
63 point bullshit.
68, baby. It was 68.
68. Bullshit.
Are you ready to play Olympics?
And you know what? I played like a 7-letter word. And I got
I mean, look, I don't make up the rules. Are you ready to play Olympics? And we keep track of who wins the most amount of games.
I'm not playing on this dude here is collects up the blood. We're working on Zeus improv. He's fucking lefting.
Dog, what are your thoughts on him being a wild card?
Flaking on the Discord call?
No. That's to be expected. Aren't you in shock?
Ultimately, again, it sounds like oyun is a little bit of the blood. Rashi then points out, by the way, this says this idea that you
Dog,
take a letter
did you hear him the other day? He could not get 1 minute together that was like good. Look,
that's because he needs to be in the room to really zone in.
I'm gonna say this.
I kind of get it because forced trying to do stand-up comedy in front of your friends for 15 minutes.
So what did we just say before? Let's restate
Dog. Have you not heard him before? He has jokes about Amish orgies.
What means all that is humanly possible? Good. Well, really, what is
Yeah, I think that's a good, that's decent material.
I don't know, like
But we didn't ask him because he fucking
would have
left.
thought. I think we all would have assumed.
No, he
Because
didn't.
remember, blood. What are you doing with the blood? What are you doing with it? You're sprinkling it.
Yeah, he should just do a straight up 5-minute routine of bragging on the Amish.
I would have assumed you have to just receive a little bit of blood.
There you go.
Like Mark teaches us, you have to
I have
receive
a-
actually everything.
I have a-
Autism or something.
No, come on, man, get your shit together.
Why? Because you're like,
No, that's what it. That's a zoo material.
But it's not as much blood as you think. Remember, it's not all the blood; it's the spurt blood. You know, it's the life blood. It's the stock. I don't know exactly how much that is. I'm sure there's a YouTube video right about this, right? But for myself, it's certainly not an insignificant amount. So the Gemara goes right there. So we just said, okay, what's called the moshapar. So when you shed the animal, you have to receive all of the blood of the parch.
Riser, do you think you would do better in raw comedy?
You will pour out all of the blood. Now, what's fascinating about that pasuk? The Gemara says, "Yishpo." What is that referring to?
Yeah, I think I could do good. I mean, I come up with like
you know what that's referring
little
to?
bits.
That's
Like,
referring to the leftover
like to
blood.
me,
The leftover
it's
blood.
not even
Ultimately, that is
challenging.
poured
Like, I come
down
up
the
with like
base. Remember, by the
funny
pain,
shit all the time that I could literally come up with a new hour of comedy.
So whatever
Twice a
leftover
year,
blood you have,
Maybe
you
more
put
than
down the
that.
drainage
Maybe
system.
every
So
like
you have
3
the
months,
Gemara
I'd have
says,
like
when
an
you do
hour of like
Kabbalah,
the
You have
world's
to go ahead
funniest
and
comedy.
receive all of the blood.
I think I could do that in a week.
All of the blood, you shall pour. The Gemara says that's not
No,
really
if you rush it, it's gonna be garbage. You
No,
just gotta let
it would be
cook.
pristine.
Maybe
I
maybe
shit.
that exquisite. I don't know.
I shit gold. Did you not hear that joke about storage containers?
We have a reference. The Gemara has a reference over to the Mizbeach on
You didn't
Chalabai
mention
Sukkot.
shitting gold
Like
in
so
that
much
bit.
of Sukkot
Dog,
ultimately, again,
the thing is, once people recognize you're a character, you can do that character and you can get hours off of it. Like if I went up there and I was like, hey, everybody, I'm the biggest pimp of all time, they'd be like, huh? But if they got that that's my shtick, they'd be like, oh, tell us about how you are a strength and conditioning dynasty, how you shit agility, how you are the biggest pimp of all time. You know all that shit. Like you could go with it.
So I said it's very interesting. So the Gemara says, well, I don't
So
know
just channel your own little William Montgomery so that everyone already expects like
Exactly.
big red machine on stage.
Exactly. And you could also, I think, I've thought about this as well. If William Montgomery or just anybody just does that thing, the funniest joke that he does, I'm serious, maybe I'm wrong, but I think we agree on this, is when he hears somebody in the audience and he goes, what the fuck did you just say? No, seriously, who the fuck just said that? Who the fuck just said that? So that's what I would do. I would do that. I would just be like no, like the audience could be dead silent, and I could be like, what the fuck did you just say? Who the fuck just said that? Get the light on this bitch. This bitch right here. This bitch in the third row. Yeah, you stupid bitch. You want to say that again to me, you stupid slut? And then just tear into this bitch, but make sure it's not a real person, and just do that for like a few minutes, and people would be laughing their dicks off.
This actually is halacha that applies to all of us.
I mean,
because like that,
if it wasn't so stolen, it's so funny.
It's important
Yeah,
to
I
go ahead
agree.
and
It is very funny when he just
after
like
the shkita.
And William Montgomery,
he just gets pissed off, and then like the bit just becomes like I'm really pissed off, and just like being angry.
Exactly. And William Montgomery didn't make that up. That's been
It takes like such little effort.
Exactly. And William Montgomery didn't make that up. That's been around forever. So you could literally just be like, this stupid bitch over here. And every time I try to tell a joke, this bitch just keeps interrupting me. There you fucking did it again, woman. And it could literally be dead silent and there could be no lady there. But all you have to do is be like, look, I'm trying to tell a bit here, and this stupid bitch in the third row keeps fucking talking. Shut your fucking mouth. Okay, as I was saying, you stupid bitch, I keep telling you, shut the fuck up. Don't you understand? I've got this fucking bitch who will not stop interrupting me. And you just could even play it off like it's an invisible person, but still just keep yelling at them and get really pissed off at them. Hey, how about you shut the fuck up? I think that would be very funny. Who the fuck just said that? No, I'm serious. Who the fuck just said that? What the fuck is your problem? Do I come to where you work and start sucking all the dicks? Who the fuck is making such a scene in my fucking stand-up? This is the worst. You're the worst, and everybody hates you.
If like no one's laughing, this is the worst crowd.
Exactly.
Everyone here sucks.
Oh, dog, did you ever hear? Now this is not on video, but it's on audio recording. Did you ever see Bill Burr in Did you ever hear Bill Burr in fucking Philadelphia? I'll play it for you. Especially, it should be easier because it's just audio. It's like 10 minutes long, but that's exactly what happens, and he wins the crowd over. So, like, I guess you got to kind of know some things about, like, Philadelphia sports, but you may not. I don't know how much you're exposed to it in
so what do you do with it?
in
the Gemara says, what are you
Canada,
wiping it with?
but
Their hockey team is garbage. Their football team is decent.
they won the Super Bowl last year.
So apparently it's interesting. Gemara doesn't.
Let me just ask you this: What's a famous sports movie that took place in Philadelphia?
Disrespectful in some way, like it is sacrificial blood. So you notice the Gemara just totally bypasses that. Gemara says, "What do you do with it?" It just
Okay, what's a famous
what you do is you
sport? Just name a famous sport.
Again, I will say so. Like it could be a cliche. And what you do is you
Okay, aside from that,
against the bowl. Right, so therefore, again, essentially, you scrape off the blood.
What's a famous individual
sport?
sport?
And the blood comes off like that. The Sas Mizrak, Yidichsid, Kapuri, Zahab.
Another
so
one.
It's interesting. I just want to point out over here. So as opposed to, let's say, wiping it in a cloth.
Luge isn't luge two people? Oh, it can be. You're right. Luge is one person. Oh, I'm thinking skeleton. Yeah, luge is one person.
They're not going to leave it like that.
Not luge. Nothing. Okay, name a boxing movie.
So therefore, you scrape it onto the side of the pasuk.
There you go.
Kapuri Zad, pasuk from Ezra. Rashi says over here, Kapuri Zad. So is in the Sefer Ezra, same kinuach. So Kapuri Zad means
if you know that, then
interesting enough.
let me see if I can find this. I mean, it should be right here. It should be like the first thing I search. And it's just audio, but you hear the crowd absolutely. Like if you know any, yeah, here it is. I found it. Okay, it's 12 minutes, but it's really fucking hard. Have you ever heard like that Philadelphia has a reputation of just being like a really tough place?
So this is quite fascinating as well. When you chef, you have to chef the feed.
Oh, apparently it is on camera, but just like really shitty quality. We'll see.
Two sets of like arteries.
We're gonna see, baby.
Two arteries in the neck. Now remember, again,
we're gonna see, baby.
Requires a cutting.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see.
Of the esophagus and the trachea. In addition to that, it is important to try to cut the breathing. So again, like I said, the breathing are these major veins in the neck, which allows us for greater blood flow out of the animal. So you notice, so as you go and try to cut the breathing, you can look at that. Breathing yourself up, breathe.
Can you hear it? You can't hear it? Okay. Let's try this again. I'm gonna really work for you. Do you recognize how much you're cared about? Dog, I cannot. South Australian people,
our structure is.
If you can't beat Zoo, you people have an issue.
You're going to cut it, and it's going to spurt. And obviously, what it's going to do is it's going to like arc.
Now, hold on. I have to switch my.
This is going to be very important because you're going to get.
All right, can you hear me now? All right, here we go. If you don't fucking listen to this, I'm flipping shit on you.
The blood from these veins, from these arteries, go ahead and come to the airspace.
Can you hear it? Just type into YouTube Philly incident Bill Burr. If you do shkita and the blood spurts on the ground, ultimately again the blood is possible. But yet, interestingly enough, and we've seen this already referenced, that if the blood goes into the klisharis, let's say then the blood spills out of the klisharis, the colon can recollect that and still utilize that, right? If he essentially went from the animal to the klisharis, do you know who Bill Burr is? Spillage, the blood could still be salvaged. Do you know about the Philly incident? The shkita, and it hits the.
I'm listening to it right now.
Ground before there's a klisharis can't be salvaged. So they were going to ask an interesting question. Hold on, wait. Start at the beginning and tell me when you start. Are you going to the first result in YouTube? Is coming into the airspace of the food, right? Exactly. Okay. So, do you want me to say when to go, or do you want to say when to go?
3, 2, 1, go.
has to be held at some distance from the animal, right? Because the thing we have to put you up, because you have to be the sweeper. Remember,
All right, just go.
listen, repeatedly. The moment you cut, what happens? Spurting. So you can't put the key right next to the neck because they have to be room for the knife on it. So the harshness, there's a knife and then key, which means there's airspace between the animal and the key. Now, that's fine, right? That's fine because as long as the majority of that blood, or a lot of that blood, is landing in the key, we're good to go. Now you're not saying this is being tried. So what happens if I call you shocking? Yeah, the key is ready for Kabbalah. So what happens? The blood enters into the airspace of the key, but the blood has a chance to actually hit the bottom of the key, the corner of the key. We put the key in these up. Actually, get that out here. So what happens? Ultimately, again, the bottom of the key keeps out. Ultimately, before the blood itself actually enters into the airspace of the key itself. So cheetah happens, the blood is spilling out, the key is there, but the bottom of the key comes out before the blood is entering the airspace of the key itself. So obviously, the blood is going on the floor. The shayla is, the key was right on the street, the rest now left. So you left the shayla, on one hand, obviously it's not going to left, you're not coming. So these are those like that ultimately again. This is airspace that was never destined to come to rest. Right? Now you also remember we've seen the concept of airspace many times come up, right? The most famous case of airspace are out there, which you can think of. Shabbos good. Yes, about that, right? But right, so you have this concept, right? By get and by price, you don't need to wait for them, right? If somebody flies through a space, it's as if it comes to us. So see how that's what it is. In that blood essentially comes into the airspace of the key, but it's never going to come to rest in that key because the key doesn't have a bottom. What's the status? So if it comes into airspace, ultimately again, it's never going to come to rest in the key. Why not? Because by the time it enters into the airspace of the key, the bottom is gone. Please say, Shemulach Dummy, or Lach Shemulach Dummy. Is that considered as if it has come to rest in the key, or not? That's the shot.
So he's got to get an entire hour in, or he doesn't get paid.
Given the airspace of the key, even though the key would have a bottom, it's as if it came into a two choice. And therefore what? Even though something gets where it's landing on the chair, but like blood that was in the two choice is spilled on the floor. What's the status of that blood? What size is that blood? Pressure. They're going to get collected out. Last to me that for having the mitzvah from that Sabbath, the mitzvah, the pasuk. And maybe not. Maybe even though it's in the airspace, since at the end of the day, that key does not have a power. It's as if it has not come to rest in the key. And therefore what? It's as if the animal has been shafted and the blood went directly on the floor. What's halacha? If sacrificial blood goes from the animal to the floor, what's halacha? That's a mishnah, it's pasuk. So you say, here are the others that close up. Actually, looks at the sheet of slowly going, the sheet is a simple other cover on the side. If I were Rashi says, if you notice, the Gemara is telling like in the case, that's a classic case where the blood is into the actual airspace of the penis, and the bottom of the blood is there. Everyone agrees that case is as if the blood recharges itself. Let me clarify this a little bit. In this case over here, the blood is coming into airspace. Where is the blood? The blood is in the airspace above the key, not in the airspace of the walls of the key, right? So like we've got animal, for high-tech, right? Chloe is and Chloe, right? Ultimately, again, two shows. What's happening? The blood is coming steady, and the blood is in the area between animal and two shows. not in the walls of the shutters. Now it's in that space, that airspace hovering above, right? In a direct trajectory towards the shutters, but above the shutters, the bottom of the shutters gives out. Now, why is Gemara setting it up that way? Because Rashi points out it like this. If that blood comes into the shutters, actually the airspace of the walls, once it's in the airspace of the walls, it is as good as in the shutters. And even if the portion is the bottom, that part of it gives out. That is the equivalent of blood coming into the shutters and then spilling on the ground. And the halacha is once blood is bringing into the shutters, even if it subsequently spills, gather it up and use it on the shutter views where the blood is in the airspace above the shutters. So how do you get back into the walls? Once in the airspace above, the floor of the area has given out.
7 minutes.
Specifically in airspace above, how do we view that? Do we view that as if it has come into the rest in the shutters? Or no? No, it hasn't, but it never has been into the shutters. But it's the rest of that thing, right? If you view it as having come to rest in the shutters, right? So the airspace above the shutters, it's like blood that came into the shutters subsequently spilled, which should be recollected and reused. If on the other hand, it never came to rest in the shutters, then it's a mishmah and a sacrificial blood that's spread on the ground that cannot be salvaged and reused in the future. Okay, well, so let's say, so that is our shayla. That's our shayla. So the Gemara is like this. So obviously, so we're going to end up, so let's say, that's the formulation. Airspace, to replace the airspace above the two shutters, she'in is so far on the left. When that blood is in the airspace over the two shutters right over here, that blood is never coming to rest in this tree. Why is it never coming to rest in the tree? Why? Because the bottom of that. The shayla says it's never going to come. So the airspace above, never coming to rest in this tree, but directly above this tree, do you view that as having come to rest in the two shutters or not? That's our shayla. That's a shayla. So the Gemara says as follows. Oh no, did you see that? The reverse. So that's a new way to say. So what do we like? Let's do that. If you have a barrel, that will be again a situation underneath the floor of what you find is just the best. Look at this, look at that. Others said, you know, that has to be seal and the color of my in the cup. That is second. That to be the color in the record. The most of the comments. Shows the case. You have a waterfall. You might have a string that is flowing down a mess. Right? Then at the edge, in right, it's flat as that. So there's a pipe. There's a pipe. That pipe channels the water. Now that's the point out over here. That pipe is going to receive plus invalidate fluid. This kind of just understand it. The water can be flowing here. Paraduma. Paraduma has to be spring water. Which means that paraduma water comes into the tree before it is used for the paraduma process. It is important. So normally if you say water comes into a pipe, this is a pipe of tree. In this case over here, the way this pipe works is like this. It's open on both sides and it is incapable of retaining water. Please understand that it's capable of retaining water. In this case, the way that the pipe is situated is essentially like flat, and therefore you're going to have always an angle, and then you'll be the other angle. And therefore, when I say can't retain the water inside, because of that, it doesn't have the function of food, and because of that, it does not invalidate the water. Okay? It's just like Rashi. Sila the correct light in Aisha, or Bakira, the correct in the Laho. The note from the Habits. The Habits is see, and that's what's happening. So the water's going down the mountain, going through a pipe. Pipe is not a clean because it can't retain the water. As well as the water is technical. And then out of the pipe, the water falls into the barrel. What's that in the barrel? What's this? What's that? The Habits is doing Aaron and not as sharp as they have. But interestingly enough, that barrel was not placed there with the intention of receiving paraduma water. Okay, so that's going to be the invalidation of the you know it says over there. So that's how the whole Tzibay, so you know it says, so that was the Tzibay, the Zina Play, should be so up soon, should be food so soon, so the way the is up soon, different things. It gives you the barrel all the way up to the spout of the pipe. Ultimately, again, the water inside of the barrel is going to be possible. Now, why is the water inside of the barrel going to be possible? Because that barrel was not put there with the express intention of collecting water from hydrogen that requires color. So I thought we should have food so long, Sheila, but ultimately, again, outside of the barrel, ultimately again is going to be kosher. What is So now, what is in this case? Therefore, water that ultimately again, if you move the barrel right up to the pipe, any water that collects in the barrel ultimately again is going to be kosher. But any water outside of the barrel is going to be kosher. You might say, what's that like? It's hard now. And you might say, what is this? One day, obviously, and so forth. Remember, what's our shaila? Our shaila is in the case of obviously and so forth. Which means what? Blood in the airspace above a crucialis that is never going to come to rest in the crucialis. Apparently, you mentioned this part in the case because someone that has relatives over there. Looks at the concept like obviously so forth. But in this case over here, the water is coming to us, right? So in part of the case, the water is coming to us from God. That's not our shaila. It's not our shaila. Our shaila is about sacrificial blood in the airspace above the crucialis when it's never going to come to rest in crucialis. You're bringing me a case of a water where the water comes to rest inside of the barrel. What is that doing crucialis? You're going to say, no. Practically about it. There's two shalas over there. This case, the Lomar, all the same stuff on the law. Not yummy, if you hold that in general, airspace above the food with the liquid, in this case sacrificial blood, is never going to come to rest in the cream itself. It's considered to be like it was never in the cream. What about obvious so far in the You ask a different question. What about airspace in general? What is the status of airspace above the food? Well, let's say the liquid is going to come to rest in the cream. Do we view the liquid in the airspace above the cream as already at rest in the cream itself? This we do not say. So we want to kind of pivot a little bit. You must presuppose that we're going to hold that liquid in the airspace above the cream that is never going to come to rest in the cream because let's say the bottom of the cream is out. You must presuppose that everyone's going to agree that is as if it never entered the cream. Let's take that again. Okay, so let's ask a follow-up question. What if the liquid is in the airspace above the cream and is going to come to rest in the cream itself? Do we view the liquid in the airspace above the cream ultimately as being at rest?
What were your thoughts?
Yeah,
baby, I'm here. Go.
Just you appreciate this, right? Let's go back to our part. It's just stop just a moment. But let's go back to our part in just a second, right? What's happening in the case? The water is
what do you want me to do about it?
Why is it invalid? Why is it
Look,
invalid?
we're gonna find out who's the best comedian out
Because
of
the
you and
clean was
Nancy
not
over
placed
here.
there with
We could
intentionality, right? Now, both
Dog.
watch this.
Doug, I'm funnier.
Doug,
Doug, I'm funnier than you are.
Right?
Baby, I queef excellence. Do you not understand that?
And I would
Alright,
put
so
it in the trajectory
one of us, whoever's not going,
flow.
is going to give the other one a topic.
Would that
You
work
have
or not?
15 seconds maximum
Like that.
to
So listen, what is it?
brainstorm. Ideally, 0 seconds.
That water
We'll
coming
give
out of
you
the pipe
a generous
is
15
coming down
seconds.
in the airspace.
And then you have to do 1 minute of stand-up comedy
on the ground.
based
If
on
you hold the
whatever
airspace
subject.
above the clean
Just put it
is like the clean itself.
Do you accept these terms?
Easy, baby.
Any
Give me
water
something
that's
that's
coming out of
hard.
the airspace, it's potentially going to be invalid.
Okay.
It's potentially invalid.
You ready
Even
to
if
go?
Even if I get another
Sure.
clean in there. But if you say airspace
Alright.
does not have the status of the clean itself, then I could
Terms and
use some of that
conditions.
water coming out of the pipe from the mountainside as long as I'm putting a clean there.
Oh, that's the thing? Oh, I didn't know. I thought you were going to give me terms and conditions. All right.
Oh yeah, no, that is the subject.
All right, give me. Okay, so 15 seconds. I don't even fucking need it. Here we go. Hey, listen here, you motherfuckers. What is up with these terms and conditions? And who put these together? Nobody reads them. Nobody understands them. In the history of humankind, not one person has read the terms and conditions from the beginning all the way to the end. Why even try at this point? It is an awful idea. I am for simplicity. Give it to me on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper that I can understand. You could literally be saying that you could be torturing me in these terms and conditions, and if your software is wanted, I will press accept. I don't care. It could literally say in there that you're going to
crucify me, that you are going to flay me, that you are going to burn me alive, and I wouldn't know it and I wouldn't care. I just want to use your fucking software. What about this? Don't you understand? This is the most incredible bullshit that every single piece of documented software ever puts in my way. I see these things as a speed bump to getting where I want. It's all about satisfying my desire to have the software immediately. You literally could put anything in there. We're draining your bank account. We're killing your animals. We are burning down your place of abode. Whatever it is, you could tell me that at the end. You would say, oh, well, it was here in the terms and conditions. And I would say, I don't give a shit. I just wanted to play Bejeweled or Candy Crush or Angry Birds or whatever the fuck it is. So in the future, I will save you all the time. Don't give me the terms and conditions. Just understand if I'm using your software that you can basically do whatever the fuck you want to me. Ta-da!
Yeah, I need to kill Tony. What sound effect do they play?
They play a cat, you dumb slut, and then they play the West Hollywood Bear. Get your shit straight, dog.
Yeah, I need to find that sound effect.
Doug, you know that was funny. You know that was funny. You know that that was funny.
It was good. It was good.
Excellent. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I mean, I'm going to destroy you on this. Are you ready? Aglet, go.
What did you just
Aglet, A-G-L-E-T, Aglet, A-G-L-E-T. Your time is going, baby, and I ain't laughing.
What the fuck is Aglet? No one knows what the fuck Aglet is. That's some bullshit made up literati word. That's not a fucking word even. No one fucking has ever heard of Aglet or fucking language. To be able to go ahead and sanctify. What the fuck is an aglet?
The plastic tip at the end of shoelaces. Go.
Oh, that thing. Oh.
15, 14, 13,
Yeah, I'm actually
12.
very pro-aglet because I don't like when my strings fall apart and frail into a bajillion pieces. So whoever the fuck made these aglets was really the Rosa Parks of strings that are attached to shoelaces and hoodies and wherever else aglets are used. Did you know that without aglets, your life would suck? Yeah, so did Pepper Ridge Farms, and Pepper Ridge Farms probably predates aglets, and everyone who doesn't use aglets sucks. And everyone that does use aglets, because their clothing item came pre-selected for them without their own choice to include the aglets, they've made the right choice in purchasing that item. Could you even imagine a world without aglets? It would suck. And there's no better solution to stopping the annoying string problem than aglets.
Meow.
This is not a advertisement.
Okay, where's the funny part come in?
When the combination.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah. So here's where you offended me.
Who the fuck just said that?
There you go.
Just said that. Show your fucking self right now.
There you go.
Come on stage. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's do this. Let's fucking do this right now. I'll whoop your fucking ass. Whoever the fuck said that, I will whoop your fucking ass.
There you go. Now that's fucking funny. All right. Your turn, big dog.
I'll actually give a subject that doesn't suck.
You gave me terms. You gave me terms and conditions, dog, and I made it hilarious. I made it one of the funny, if not the funniest fucking thing that you've ever heard.
Is a cliche, a service.
Do you want an easy one or a hard one?
I want the hard one. I want the hardest thing you can fucking think of. Because to me, that's easy, bitch.
That is capable of sanctifying for Kohanim. Here we're saying any utensil is permitted. So what's going on over here?
Sand.
Sand?
The kodah the soap.
Yeah.
That's the case. So most of kodah the soap literally means you're boring a hole into the side ultimately of the kiyah. What does that mean? Look at Rashi. The kodah the soap.
Do you want me to start?
I mean, you're taking your sweet time brainstorming.
I'm not brainstorming. I mean, are you gonna? Okay, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. What's the deal with sand? I know that you are thinking to yourself, sand is everywhere, right? Yeah, but who put it there? How does it get there? Why is it called sand? There are all kinds of things having to do with sand, including the sand man. Who gave that asshole their name? Sand castles. Why are they called that? Sand witches, sandwiches. How did we get sandwiches that are not made out of sand? What's the deal with sandwiches? You would think that sandwiches literally taste like gritty, rocky sand, but they don't. They're delicious and everybody loves them. I'm going to tell you this right now. Okay, sand gets everywhere. Yet we don't ever go and try to get ourselves into a predicament where we get sand in some really interesting places. Like what? Like the International Space Station. Has there ever been sand in the International Space Station? You tell me. What about in a submarine? Has there ever been sand in a submarine? I don't know. Is there sand on other planets? It's an excellent question. And do we call it sand? Who knows? Maybe it's called something different. Moon rocks are called moon rocks, so would they be called moon sand? Who knows? These are excellent questions for people of the future to be able to perhaps hypothesize. Now, from my perspective, I'm a big fan of sand, especially when it comes to sandwiches, especially when it comes to sandcastles, especially when it comes to the Sandman. And if you want my opinion, one of the greatest opportunities that cinema has yet to capture is a Sandman movie. A guy who goes from house to house every single night and puts that little shit in your eye. You all know it is sleep, but that's the Sandman. Why don't we have an epic biopic on the Sandman? We have Superman, we have Spider-Man. Why not Sandman? That sounds like a really great movie. Maybe boring at times, but extremely, extremely enlightening. Thank you for your time.
Should work.
That was actually like, I would say like a borderline professional comedy set. Rivaling Zeus, dare I say. It was very well put together. I like that. You sound very like chat. You sound exactly like how ChatGPT responds when you ask you the question at the start.
The keyar itself is like apparently made
it's
up
kind of funny, but it was a very solid routine.
Thank you. I did not.
Did a good job of.
I did not think so.
You know,
I was struggling.
You didn't think you did a good job?
No, I was struggling.
And then that sat in a base.
I think
The sandwiches saved me though, because that was kind of funny.
You went and expanded kind of the definition of sand, which is smart. You didn't just focus on each sand. You started coming up with different use cases, thoughts around sand. You can just keep going deeper into like, who the fuck has time to build, like, have you seen those sand castle competitions? Who the fuck has time to do fucking 12-foot sand castles on the beach?
There you go.
All these different
All right, are you ready for this one?
Yeah, very good one.
Thank you. All right. Sleep, the shit in your eye. Go.
Actually, no, look at Tosis.
Wait, do you mean sleep or do you mean like the Sandman shit?
Like it's called in English sleep. Like what's in your eye? Oh, sleep. It's the Sandman shit.
Can you give me a okay, whatever.
Discussion sounds like that. The base
I mean,
was hollow.
I don't really struggle with.
I
guess I do have.
Okay.
Is this your comedy bit? Or are you just telling me? Okay.
So I'm 10 seconds into it. Alright. I have 50 more seconds. Okay. Yeah, that shit in your eye. You know, that shit in your eye is like almost as shitty as the suggestion for the shit that comes in your eye as a improv topic. But it's just such a strange, one of life's incredible mysteries that's just so prevalent and affects everyone. There's no vaccine for it. No one really cares that it's a problem. No one's really even trying to solve the problem. We all just accept when you wake up, the Sandman puts a little goop in your eyes, and you think, oh yeah, no, this is a human problem. But no. Dogs, cats, animals, they all have it too. It's just this mystery eye goop. And no one's doing anything about it. There's no protests in the street. People aren't actively trying to do anything at all. There's no charity donations to even donate if you wanted to. I don't even think Wikipedia has an article on it. Actually, that's false. Wikipedia probably does have an article on it, but the article probably sucks, just like staring in your eye. So, thank you for having me and allowing me to show.
That was good. That was strong. I liked it.
And wash from there. So how do you know that you can't?
You get like a rush where it's like, oh shit, I don't even know what I'm about to say next. I'm just making shit up.
It's called riffing, baby.
The same way that the cure has the ability to concentrate.
Okay, do you want an easy one?
Baby, the answer to all of these is a hard one.
Understand, these were two pieces. You would not know this, by the way, per se. Just sort of sucking the toe up.
Tights.
Two pieces. In other words, you could just as easily imagine this.
Who the fuck came up with this premise of tights? Firstly, why is it that only women get to wear them? And at what point in history did it go from like jesters being able to wear them and knights wearing them under their armor to just women? Was there like a protest of men who were like, we're sick of wearing these things, only chicks can wear them? When was this? I want to go back in history and study this, because if you've ever seen any type of paintings from the past, people used to wear tights, both men and women, but all of a sudden these things became one gender. And I want to know what the event was. Was it the French Revolution? Was it the War of 1812? Was it the Civil War? What caused the divisiveness in tights? Moreover, I want to know the difference between all of the different types of tights. Now, you've got tights, you've got leggings, you've got stockings, you've got hose, you've got pantyhose. You have all these different types of names, but really, what's the difference between all of them? Were we wearing pantyhose back in the day and they were just calling them leggings? Or are women just wearing leggings now and we call them pantyhose? I don't understand. Moreover, you've got all of the different intricacies in the tights world. You've got the tights that will go on one leg, then you've got the tights that go over both legs, you've got crotchless tights, you've got that little white thing that goes at the pubic area of a woman. Nobody knows what the name of that is, but that's part of tights. And how do you differentiate? Is there a tight store? I've never known anybody to get fitted for tights. I've known people to get fitted for shirts. I've known people to get fitted for dresses, but never tights. And I don't understand it, nor will I ever. Thank you.
That's funny. That's very good.
Thank you, sir. All right.
You might have potential in that.
Doug, I'm going to tell you this right now. I am the funniest person in South Australia, without a doubt. No doubt. I'm funnier than Chelsea. I'm funnier than the Zoot. I'm funnier than the Beat Poet. I'm funnier than of the whole South Australia, no doubt. And they can listen to me right now, and I'm telling every single one of you, you listen to me, and you listen to me well. If Zoot gets second in your tournament, I am the funniest person to even say the word Australia. All right, next up.
Yeah, if this fucking bisexual Natalie Pollitt girl's watching, we're fucking coming.
All right. Here we go. Door frame. Go.
To which the Gemara answers, there's a
Door
very
frame.
simple distinction. What's the
Oh
simple
god,
distinction?
you give me the most bland subjects. By the way, the last subject was like tights, like the thing that you fly into.
Oh.
You roll the tights.
Okay.
So door frame. I'm going to talk about fame. You said fame.
No. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Famous.
No. That's automatic. No, that's automatic disqualification. Automatic disqualification. Automatic disqualification. Automatic disqualification. Automatic disqualification. Just do door frame, dog. Just do door frame. Dog, because my routine was an honest mistake. Mine was an honest mistake. I said door frame. DOOR space FRAME. Go. Door frame.
It seems to be all the takeaways.
Fame? Is that what you said? Okay.
This isn't funny.
Fame is bullshit.
This isn't funny. No. Fame is too easy. You can't do that. You can't just take whatever you want it to be. I legitimately thought you said tights. Door frame. Go with door frame.
But interestingly enough, the coin washed his hands
You fucker. Goddamn. Yeah, give me an easy one. Okay.
But you need a service utensil.
Door frame. Wow.
Such
Such a useful
the coin
thing
washes
in
his
life.
hands and feet from
You know,
a mundane
without a door
non-service
frame, it
utensil.
would just be like the movie Monsters Inc. Just a bunch of floating doors, thousands of doors floating around. You don't know what door they're going to walk through, where it's going to lead. Because it's not rooted anything. There's no gravity. There's nothing tethering the door. It's just a floating door in zero gravity space without a door frame. And arguably, the door frame is what's keeping the door from falling over onto the ground. Which, if you've ever seen a door on the ground, it's probably going into a cellar of some kind. Possibly it is a shelter for tornado, or perhaps the door going into the ground is a nuclear bunker. And yes, how secure? You have to ask yourself, folks, how secure would a nuclear bunker be without a door frame? These are the types of questions that society, thousands of years from now, is going to have to really scratch their heads about and form some serious think tanks around them to solve. I mean, I haven't even discussed the future of door frames here. I'm just on the tip of the iceberg of all my door frame material, just waiting to be thrown out into the world. But unfortunately, due to the time limit of only 1 tiny minute, I'm going to have to end my set. But it was a great suggestion. So
Thank you.
Throwing out those amazing suggestions.
Thank you. You know, as you were blabbing, it actually something funny came to mind. You know, everybody says when someone enters a home, they say, so and so walked through the door, but they really don't walk through the door. They walk through the door frame. Why aren't we being specific? Nobody walks through the door unless they want to cause a huge mess. They walk through the door frame. I'm going to be more specific in the future. XYZ just walked through the door frame. And everybody's going to say, that doesn't make any sense. Why do you use the term door frame? And I'm going to say, because I'm specific. They didn't walk through the door, or they would have burst in like the Kool-Aid man.
Because being astute.
Absolutely. There you go. All right, next one.
Well, what's the case of liquidy mud? Do you want an easy one or a hard one?
Dog, did I not tell you previously? I always want the hard one.
That's water.
Okay, well, I'm
If it's
just
water,
making
then
sure.
halakha
Okay.
it's certainly going to be good for mikvah. It's going to
See,
be
I
good for
could-
kiyar.
I could really just give you
because water is
one
water.
of the most
The
dull, like, here.
Dog, just give me whatever you want to give me. I am a comedic genius. I will knock it out of the park without a doubt. Either way, so go.
You're just gonna mishear something. Okay, height, as in the thing that you fly in the air.
Okay, a kite. K-I-T-E, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. When's the last time any one of you flew a kite? Whenever I look in children's books or people of the past, people are flying kites. Even Ben Franklin was flying a kite to be able to harness some type of electricity with a key on the end. But I haven't seen anybody fly a kite since like the invention of the iPhone. Did the iPhone put the kite out of business? Did somehow the iPhone perhaps endanger the kite or it make it go extinct? Because I really don't see anyone flying kites. There used to be a phrase, go fly a kite, which meant go fuck yourself. Nobody says that anymore. They just say go fuck yourself. But back in my day, they'd say go fly a kite. Additionally, the idea of a kite is something that is generally shown in media as being very multicolored. Did anybody ever just have a plain gray kite? What happened? Whose idea was it to make the kite so brilliantly colored? Probably the same person who started to decorate beach balls and umbrellas. That person had the same idea that we're going to make the kite one of the most colorful objects known to humankind. You know, one thing that I feel whenever I see a kite or have seen a kite in any type of media is, what the fuck is going to happen if this person lets go of this thing? Where does it go? I don't see a bunch of kites littered on the ground, nor have I ever. So what kind of string do we have that is keeping these things tethered to the ground? These are the questions that need to be answered and for which humanity has not been able to process. With that, go fly a kite.
The fish itself has the status of
Nice.
So because of that, ultimately, again,
All right, dog. Here's one for you. Glasses, earpieces, like the part that goes behind your ear.
Made a statement. Always a statement is principle. Any liquid that completes the requisite shear from the cloud completes the requisite shear.
I never once volunteered for art.
Not work for the
I give you the option, easy, hard, you're
because
just
for
like
the for hand washing,
throwing me
you
just
always need
shit
water.
after shit.
Always need water. So we're trying to figure out over here
I mean,
what's being included, what's being excluded.
can I
So therefore, the
get a reroll of something that I can actually
good.
talk about that doesn't suck?
Okay. What about
Shababa says it comes to exclude
I'm talking about glasses.
No, that's too easy. Duh. Okay. What about prescription? Go.
Prescription to glasses?
To anything.
Oh, so prescription medication or glasses?
Obviously, this is too hard for you. Okay. What about
fruit juice? But fruit juice is not big for
oval?
So I'm saying, now
Go.
watch this. So Rashi says over here.
Oval. O-V-A-L.
Oval is in the shape, correct?
Correct.
So let's listen to this. Let's say you have a mikveh that's 39 saw.
Okay.
Remember, minimum
I
shrimp
mean,
plus 40 saw.
Yeah,
39 saw.
oval.
And then one saw fruit juice falls in.
What are
Obviously,
they?
It's not going to be good.
Where do they
It's
come
not going to
from?
be good, right? Because you know requisite. But listen to the following
mean,
case.
An oval arguably is one of the least sacred shapes to exist. It's not a very foundational shape. You hear about triangles. How everyone raves about the triangle. Wow, pyramids. Wow, check out this building being held together by triangles. The Empire State Building would collapse about triangles. You hear about circles. Oh, look at this. Look at this perfect circle. Look how perfect that circle is. Everything in life. Oh, your eyes are beautiful. You're beautiful circular eye. But you know what no one ever says? Oh, look at that beautiful, perfect oval. And that really should make you scratch your head because
I've made a bad deal with an Italian man, and now, Rabbi, look, there is a circle chasing me all up and down the streets every day.
That's fine.
Rabbi.
Because in other words, you had a 41 saw.
Sir, you're interrupting my oval routine.
Good to go.
I think you're just
Now, you're just doing
miracle.
doing this as
I
long
think
as
you're a little
want,
too
as long as
square
you know that
to
you maintain
be
the majority of water.
precise
You can
about
keep
what
putting in
shape
the
you are.
as long as you know that 51% of your mikvah is water.
No, that's okay. You, my friend, are getting muted. Go ahead, Rabbi.
All of this works. All of this works for
Okay.
a mikvah, for a kiyah.
Yeah, so you know what no one ever says? Look at that beautiful oval. Look at that perfect oval. I mean, no one ever is getting their spouse an engagement ring and says to the jeweler, hey, do you have any ovals laying around? I'd like an oval-shaped engagement ring. You never hear that. That's because ovals are just a inadequate shape. They're not structurally integral to anything, except perhaps the Beijing 2012 Olympic stadium, which was shaped like a bird's nest, also supported by triangles, but it did not take the form of a perfect circle. Where else do we see ovals in society?
Oh, you're way over. You're way over it. You're way over. But I'm gonna tell you,
You went over all the time too. I let you run on.
I was just gonna say though, you were funny. I thought that some of the stuff that you said was funny. Apologies that
Thank
that guy.
you. What was your favorite?
Well, you made me think. You made me think of two funny things, which perhaps enhanced the level. Okay, so you said something like, "Nobody ever says that's a really good-looking oval," which made me think of. If you've ever heard the idea that a perfect circle in nature is impossible, it would be really insulting, I think, to people to be able to point this out. Like what? Their wedding ring. You could say, wow, I really like your wedding ring. And the person might say, oh, why, thank you. And you'd say, it's a really nice oval. And they're going to say, no, it's a circle. And then you could be a stickler and you'd say, actually, a perfect circle does not exist in nature. Or the idea of whatever. And then I was also thinking, an oval is kind of like a circle. Or I feel badly for the oval. The oval could have been a circle. It's just one slight thing went a little bit different in its life, but unfortunately, it is forever to be seen as imperfect when it could really have just almost been what everybody wants it to be, which is a circle. Whenever I see an oval, I think to myself, I know what you really want to be deep down, and that's a circle. And one day I'd like to help you to get there. I don't know. You kind of brought up those two types of ideas in my head, and I thought it was funny.
Nice. Yeah. No, it went a lot better than my initially. Especially since I don't practice improv very often. It's very fun to go off the cuff like this. Are you ready for your subject?
Only if it's hard.
If you could use this water, regular water, to wash sacrificial part.
Feathers and ink to write stuff.
Like a quill?
Use the water
Yeah.
of the which is what?
You know, at a certain point in human history, someone out there had to say, it is so fucking inconvenient to be writing with this quill. There has to be a better way. And that person either invented the pencil or the pen, but just to be a little bit different, I prefer to use the quill. And boy, does this get me in trouble at autograph sessions or the bank or just trying to keep it in my pocket. Everybody's always asking me, what's that feather doing sticking out of your pocket? And I have to explain to them that I don't want the quill to die, that it's quite an important invention that I feel still has use in the modern age. Additionally, who thought of putting the feather on the end? Why wouldn't you just cut it off? Everybody that I've seen in the past always had the fluffy feather, whether it was a peacock or a crow or some other kind of bird. But don't you think anybody at any point just thought, you know what, this end is getting in the way, I'm going to cut it off and just be able to write in a more efficient manner? So I think that perhaps in the future people might go back to using a quill but without the feather on the end. And for those reasons, I want you to know that I'm here to introduce the first of its kind quill without a feather. I like to call it the featherless quill. And I use it to write all kinds of things, especially the words, fuck you all. Ta-da! It was terrible, but that's okay. We made it. All right. All right, for you.
So it's not like it's a difficulty, but when I say again, Yishmael says,
Wait, can I say that?
Come say shar limos in not spring fed. Why
don't they just cut it off? I mean, doesn't like the feather like fluff in a way that balance it out a little bit? And if it was just like a pointy like stick, it would be very. It wouldn't have like that like balance.
Then why wouldn't you put a fucking feather on your pen?
Right. So here a mikvah.
Because it's not as skinny as the inverted like white as just the center part of the feather.
Oh, so you're saying that I raised an important historical discussion for which we need an answer? Yo, dog, why didn't the people of the past who would use quills just cut off the feather? It seems like it would be more efficient to just draw with the stick part.
And then the other category, Natila is dime. Natila is very easy. What do you need for Natila? I said dime. What do you need for dime? Water. How much of it?
Quill pens were not simply cut off feathers. They required significant preparation and skill to be functional. While the feather shaft, the hollow stiff part, is used as the writing tip, the barbs, the fluffy feathery parts, were typically stripped away to make the pen easier to hold and use. However, the process goes far beyond just cutting the tip. The feather must be aged, tempered, and carefully shaped to achieve the right stiffness and ink flow. Without proper preparation, the quill won't write smoothly and may... Dude, that's not really answering my question. Yo, dog, why do quills have feathers on the end? Why wouldn't you just cut it off to be more efficient?
It's fascinating, right? That an uncircumcised Kohen can't do the avodah.
Style.
Plumes or top knots? No, that's... It's a quills. The idea of not quilting, dog.
Foreign person, of uncircumcised heart.
I don't think we'll be able to find an answer.
No, we're finding an answer, dog.
It's too deep of a question. No one's ever asked that.
Not quilted feathers, quills, like the pen.
How do you know that an uncircumcised Kohen did the avodah, that the avodah is invalid? Where do you know that from?
Why quill pens have feathers? Quill pens are made from bird feathers, specifically the primary flight feathers of large birds like geese, swans, or turkeys. The hollow shaft, calamus, or feather acts as the ink reservoir, and ink flows to the tip through a slit via capillary action. The feather isn't just decorative, it's the pen itself. The shaft is cut and shaped into a nib, allowing controlled ink flow and smooth writing on the parchment paper. Why don't you cut off the feather? You can't cut it off. The feather is the pen. Removing parts of it would likely destroy the function. The entire structure is... Okay, well, hold on. Well, why can't you, cut off a little bit of the feathers so that it's just the stick. It seems like the feather would get in the way.
Uncircumcised heart. So we'll say, what's uncircumcised heart? That's someone who has religious issues, right? In other words, that's talking about
Scribes did trim the feathers, but not the shaft. They removed the soft barbs and the fluffy part to make the quill easier to hold and prevent ink from smudging. The hollow shaft calamus was kept intact because it holds ink and forms a rib. Cutting the shaft would destroy the ink reservoir, break the pen. It's just not a stick, it's a functional tool. Historical sources confirm that quilts were stripped of their feathery plumes and looked more like slim, smooth sticks during use. So are the big, like, peacock feather-like quills that we see in media, is that generally, like, just for show? But wasn't that practical?
So essentially, Aralig means a son who alienates himself from his father by engaging in activity that the father does
Yes, the
not
big showy peacock feathers seen in movies and TV are largely for visual effect and not historically accurate for everyday writing. Historically, scribes used goose or swan quills, not peacock feathers. While peacock feathers are strong and were occasionally used, they were not common because their shafts are less flexible than goose quills. They're harder to prepare for consistent ink. They were more decorative than practical. Fluffy, full plumes shown in wood invention. Real quills and all barbs stripped off the shaft to make them easier to hold and prevent ink from smudging. A working quill was a clean, functional tool, not a flamboyant feather. Okay, are you ready?
That was the most interesting fact.
I agree. Are you ready?
Shoot, big dog. 'Cause I have a great one for you. I have a fucking amazing one for you next
but I also want to do what I want to do. And
Bear scare, go.
I can do what I want to do, and it's not going to have a residual.
Too easy.
That's
Too
how
easy.
it operates.
Everyone who's ever actually been anywhere near a bear knows that those things are probably the closest you'll ever be to gazing directly right into death. And if you're like me and you value being alive, probably if you're fortunate enough or unfortunate enough to have actually tested bear spray in the wind, come to the gaping realization that bear spray, typical bear spray, is just simply inadequate. And in the wind, your bear spray will go nowhere. And if the bear wants to eat you for lunch, you will be the bear's lunch. And there is a device, what's known as, was engineered by the University of Vancouver. Their top engineering students all collaborated on this using a computer lab with giant, like, 50 pixel wide ink mouses. They all engineered this beautiful device known as the Bear Scare that basically is like having, if Godzilla had a sniper scope and made babies with John Cena that all crawled into the ocean like sea turtles. That's what this device is, folks. We're not messing around here. So we're talking. Look, I'm not trying to sell this to you. I know you're going to want it the second you see it. But we're talking 50,000 kilometer safety array of both light and sound, and mace, and instant deployment of safety grenades, and a whole lot of stuff that doesn't go too short for. But for this limited time offer, if you go directly to the University of Vancouver, home of the Unbreakable Dolphins headquarters, you can purchase for a very limited time a bear scare for you and your safety in the wilderness of Vancouver.
Very good. All right. What's your amazing one?
Mona Lisa.
All right, just one moment. Give me a second. I'm testing something. Okay. I wanted to see if one of my X spaces was recording our voice. Okay. Okay. Like the Mona Lisa, like the painted, right?
That there's unconditional love. There is no
Yeah.
such thing as unconditional love in any
The Mona Lisa is the person.
There's like a character known as Mona Lisa, so I didn't know if you bet that. Okay, ready? Here we go.
No, you don't.
You know, if you've ever been an art historian, as I certainly have been, you will know that one of the most famous paintings of all time is, you guessed it, the Mona Lisa. And from what I've always learned, and what we learn as academics, the Mona Lisa was painted because of her beauty. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen this bitch, but she's like a 4 on the 0 to 10 scale. And if you could have painted any of the chicks of Florence as Leonardo da Vinci could have, do you think that you had to pick this bitch? And not only that, she's not even smiling in it. She's barely smirking. This bitch has a gray tone. The background sucks. Her hair isn't even done. She doesn't have a manicure. She doesn't have on any makeup. And yet Leonardo da Vinci feels that this is the best bitch in all of Italy to be painting. And you know what? I think you all can agree with me on this, that there had to be some better looking chick out there that could have been the muse of Leonardo da Vinci than this woman. So it really made me wonder, what kind of blackmail did this bitch have on Leonardo da Vinci that got her to be the most famous portrait, perhaps in global history? And that is something that I will allow all of you to ponder, because as you are probably thinking, this woman could not have been chosen based on her beauty alone. She had to have some kind of blackmail on the artist. Thank you.
It's very simple. There's a classic case of icon of the uncircumcised.
Funniest shit of all time, I know. All right,
Are you proud of that?
it's okay. All right, how about this one? Macro, go.
What do you mean?
I mean, like macro recorders. It's like part of computers.
Something going on over here. He's uncircumcised. Uncircumcised coin need not be an act of spiritual rebellion. It might actually be halachically
We live in a time where
sanctioned
AI
uncircumcised
agents
kite.
are
But yet, I will say, nevertheless, he is still
throughout our day.
included ultimately.
But we never really
So again, I would not have been able to figure out what we looked at.
What can I do
So
myself to automate my own tasks that doesn't fund the parts of billionaires? So there's this piece of technology called a macro recorder that enables you to click buttons and execute different types of functions on your computer, such as starting 50 live streams a single day, every day for the rest of your life. And let me tell you, it's pretty damn useful. What you can't do with macro recorder, you cannot go to the church of the Mona Lisa and pre-order bears here. You can't do that with the macro recorder. So what you can do with the macro recorder, anything that you need clicked on your computer that you don't want to click, just let that sink in for a moment. Anything that you want to click on your computer that you don't feel like clicking, you can make this little robot thing do the clicking for you. Clicking, would you know how much time it takes to click a mouse button? That's at least 1/1,000,000th of a second. And that time is just gone into a puddle of darkness. And all those clicks, it might not sound like a lot. 1/1,000,000th of a second here, 1/1,000,000th of a second there, but over the course of a lifetime, you're probably looking at least 10 seconds of life that you've spent clicking things. And if you just spend 4 hours constantly rebooting and reprogramming and fine-tuning these bots for hours of your life, it'll give you a real time-saving
The copper
It's early, so definitely go check it out. And if you need a tutorial, don't contact me. Thank you.
Okay. At what part of 1 minute don't you understand? That's my question for you.
The concept is, get ready for this. The concept,
I thought I got good at when I started going off on the book and stuff. It actually started to sound good.
only be
It's like,
again
but
by
I
Thomas
apologize.
Mace.
No, you
I
don't.
mean, well, part of 1 minute to you doesn't mean 1 minute and 59 seconds.
Wait, so here's what we're gonna do. I'll just time them, and then I'll do a meow when you're at a minute, and then a bear, because I think that makes it like more difficult. Because if we're allowed to just go on and on and on, then
I mean, how you think that's closer to like 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Do you think it was funny at all?
Yeah, I did. I thought that when you were like, if you're sick and tired of clicking things, then this is a really great resolution. And also, I love the part that's kind of centered on me about having 50 different live streams. I love that. And I also liked how you ended, which is if you want instructions on how to do it, don't ask me. I like that too. It's a hard subject to make funny. So I get that. I mean, like, that's why I gave it to you. It's hard.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't want. I feel like 2 minute max. 2 minute max is a good.
No, it's 1 minute. It's 1 minute. That's what killed Tony is.
Sucks.
Yeah, well, guess what? 1 minute. Give it to me.
Okay. Let me. Who's that guy? The movie Home Alone.
All right. I'm going to start now. How many of you have seen the movie Home Alone? It's one of my favorites. You've got Macaulay Culkin, who is left home alone by his parents, who go to Paris and enjoy their lives, and all of a sudden forget that they had a child. Now, this movie raises many different questions, like how can this father afford this giant trip for all these people? Secondly, why wouldn't you do a roll call of all of your children? Thirdly, for Macaulay Culkin's character, why isn't he being prosecuted for torturing the two people who have invaded his home? Or why are they being invaded? And in today's day and age, this all would have been solved with one cell phone call. Why doesn't Kevin, the star of the movie, go to a neighbor and ring the doorbell? Why doesn't he go down the street? Why doesn't he flag down a car? Why doesn't he get any help? If anything, these parents should have come home and yelled at their child, not for torturing these two burglars, but for not having the cognition to be able to ask for help. That was 71 seconds. All right. Your turn.
Four lines in the short lines of Rashi. So remember, again, Rashi makes a statement.
Were you proud of that set?
I could have done better. That was an easy topic, and I didn't do that well. What about hummingbirds? You have 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
Oh gosh, honey, hummingbirds. God, those things are not really that good at humming. Whoever named hummingbirds is a little cognitively deficient. I would imagine. You've never heard a hummingbird anything. They haven't hummed Mariah Carey's Christmas album. They haven't hummed Elvis's songs. They haven't hummed the Beach Boys. I mean, they're pretty much just birds. And having the name humming in there really just sets you up for disappointment. All of a sudden, I'm just hating on these hummingbirds for doing a thing because some guy out there decided to just impose some explicit random party trick on this bird.
Meow.
There's not birds names that are called. There aren't birds called the fucking sing me a song, we all get along birds.
Roar. There you go. That was your best set thus far. That was very funny. You were going in the same direction that I was. That was really funny. I mean it. That was your best one.
Really?
I mean it.
Why did you think that was so?
Extremely creative. Who named these things? I've never heard them hum. That's exactly right.
I mean,
It's really funny.
Like
It's really funny.
lowest hanging fruit.
I don't care. That's what's funny. I mean, the one thing I wanted you to say is, well, you've got songbirds. At least they sing songs. Hummingbirds don't even hum. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it seems like such a like cookie cutter like comedy way to like dissect something.
Dog, you have 1 minute. You can't get into the how to solve the world's problems in that. You've just got to hit it. All right, what's the next topic?
That's why I truthfully think that 1 minute is way too short.
Too bad.
But I mean, it also feels too long if you're stuck.
That's exactly true
Like, if
too.
you're actually stuck, it's like way like get me out of here.
Exactly.
All right, your topic is tanning.
Bit him laugh, but if he would fall down, you would have the inability to balance yourself and what?
All right, I'm going to start. You know, what's the deal with tanning? When you're in northern states and you want to get the line is out the door to be able to partake in this exercise. But if you're in southern states, you have the place to yourself. Why is that? Because tanning is, if you don't know, the use of either ultraviolet or some type of artificial light to be able to bronze skin. When you're in the north, the opportunity is very limited in being able to get this station, but in the south, it's essentially by just walking outside. So if you're tanning bed location, make sure to do it in a place where the sun often, if you want to have a moistness. I'm not in love with it at all. It is what it is. All right, that was not an easy. I thought it would be easier. Okay, next.
Was it the easy one? I think there's a lot of worse.
Yeah, you didn't want to go there.
People spray tan.
Yeah, I went in one direction. I'm happy with it.
Also, I feel like, yeah, like
Okay, here we go.
About, like those like weird little like goggles that they give you. They give you swim goggles. It's just like the process is all like, stupid, weird. Like go into like some weird chamber of blue. I don't know.
Here we go. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, they're not stuck, by the way.
The number 137. Go. 15, 14, 13, 12.
I don't
11.
need the countdown. That's just messing up with my look. Only the most talented comedian in the world can take such a useless topic, such as the number 137, and make it into a comedy routine. But thank the Lord, folks, who are in the crowd tonight, that the chosen one is before you. Yeah, 137. I have 137 reasons why the suggestion sucks. Balls, am I right? Yeah. Everyone here is probably not going to live to 137, but there's like one person in France who did, who like smoked cigarettes. So you're thinking that, smoking cigarettes is just going to shave years off my life, well, I'd suggest ignoring all medical research and doing it anyway, because ChatGPT says that stress is the number one thing that kills you, and smoking cigarettes makes you chill. So there's one reason why 137 is a number. What's another reason? 137 what, you ask? I don't know.
Meow.
137 billion songs on my iPod don't matter if they're not number 137.
Roar. That was a tough one. I think you did a pretty good job of coming up with something. The 137. That was cool. I don't know what I would have said.
Yeah, I think if you get a suggestion like that, you really have to just veer off to some like random extrapolation of some other vaguely related thing. Yeah. How do you think I'm doing overall? Because I've never tried. I'd say it's going better than I thought. I thought I would never have anything when I thought I was doing.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. You suck grade A dick, but your hummingbird skit was pretty funny.
Okay, well.
No, you're good. Look, Riser. I'm gonna tell you this right now.
Have you ever heard of this niche little island called Australia? Because I'm the number one comedian there.
I was just gonna say, Riser, you easily could be the number one comedian in South Australia at this moment. I'm not even kidding about that. Do I think that you are?
Yeah.
I actually do. I think that you are funnier than everyone in South Australia.
Yeah, certainly that bisexual Natalie Poet. I will shoot her down out of the sky like a fucking blackbird.
Why do you keep calling her Natalie, if I may ask?
What's her name? Is her name Chelsea?
No. Chelsea's not the poet. Chelsea is the person. She won the night before Zoot, or like 2 nights before Zoot or something. The woman who beat Zoot, don't know her name. She's a beat poet. But, okay, that's what I thought. I just didn't know why you kept calling her Natalie. Like, did Zoot find out her name or something?
I thought you said that poet's name was Natalie.
No, I said she's a beat poet. Wait, what did I say? A beat poet? A beat poet? I think she's a beat poet. I think she's a beat poet. I said she's a lesbian.
You said bisexual.
No, that's Chelsea. Chelsea's bisexual. The beat poet is a lesbian.
Oh, so there is one named Chelsea and there is a poet. Okay.
Yeah. And you know what's interesting? I just thought of this. I guess it might be offensive if I say the beat poet is a lesbian. Because I wouldn't say like the beat poet is a gay. Like a gay, like, you know what I mean? Like the beat poet's lesbian. Not the beat poet is a lesbian. Like it's almost like insulting her. And I don't mean to insult the beat poet. It's just the term even use of lesbian in public, in general public, is new for the last half century or so. So I don't mean it in a demeaning way to all the lesbians out there. So the beat poet is lesbian. She's not a lesbian, but though she is a lesbian. Did you get what I'm saying?
Not at all. For being honest.
Okay, so if you say, let's say there is, hold on, let's say there's a person who sucks dicks, a man who sucks dicks. You would call him gay, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. You wouldn't call him a gay, right?
No.
Right, because that's kind of offensive. Like, oh, he's a gay. Like, that's kind of outdated, archaic language. But a woman who eats box, you could call her a lesbian, right?
Yeah, no, normally it's more grammatically correct to say a lesbian versus a gay.
I agree. That's what I'm saying, is that a gay sounds awkward and archaic. A lesbian sounds normal. But if we treat them equally, you would just say a guy who sucks dick is gay and a woman who eats box is lesbian. You wouldn't say a lesbian. But it's like a gay sounds off to the ear, but a lesbian does not sound off when they should be equal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you know, today I really woke up and was just aching for a English lesson on how to properly,
All right. Well, then if you wanted a English lesson, if you wanted a English lesson, here's lesson 1. Here's lesson 1. It's not English lesson. It's not the English lesson. It's an English lesson.
That's what I said.
No, you said I didn't wake up this morning wanting a English lesson. It's an English lesson.
No, you don't pronounce and with N. You don't say N English lesson. You say and. You don't really enunciate the N with silent. Everyone knows that.
Don't listen to this person. Don't listen to how Canadians speak.
Okay. Do you want your topic now, sir?
Yeah, I didn't mean for that to be offensive. I just meant for it to be grammatically accurate. It would be an English lesson, not...
Okay, no one cares about grammar. This is a comedy night, and you're distracting from the comedy.
Some people are going to find that to be fucking hilarious. Some people are going to find that to be...
Nazi. Have you this not to be offensive? Have you heard the term grammar Nazi?
I've heard the term people who speak English correctly. Have you ever heard that phrase?
Have you ever heard anyone spell the word crepe, C-R-A-P-E, in the last 10,000 years?
Elizabeth the First.
She sucks. Okay. Fences. Oh, wait, no, I changed it. I'm changing it to light poles.
So we'll say the word etzba, which the word national means, to do with the right hand. We'll discuss what that Russian
And go. You know, for those ladies out there who want to make an extra buck, have you ever thought about stripping in public and specifically stripping on light poles? They're everywhere and they're in public places. You could go to your local downtown and probably make a good buck or two by just stripping, going pole to pole. You have to understand, the advantages are already there. The poles are sturdy. There's already good lighting, so it's already a win-win. And there will be a lot of foot traffic. The people are going from one location to another, so they're bound to take interest in what you're doing. If you need money, forget OnlyFans. OnlyFans, you've got to log in, you've got to get your credit card out. It's really complicated. For those of you women who want to make a quick buck and in a convenient fashion, I suggest pole dancing on light poles. And for those reasons, I think that you can make far more than your local OnlyFans stock. Thank you.
That was very funny. I think I was your best friend.
I think so too.
I did not expect that.
I appreciate it.
That was a great way to incorporate strippers into it for no reason.
I thought it was good where I was like, the poles are sturdy, the lighting's adequate, there's good foot traffic.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
That was funny. I think you can upload that on YouTube Shorts. People would be like, who the fuck is this idiot?
Baby, who needs YouTube Shorts when I'm the king of YouTube long, baby? All right. Are you ready?
I think we should end it there.
Okay.
Unless you're dying to
No, we can end it there. Do you want to do the Olympics?
we'll end on the highlight. I'm gonna go.
That's a pun.
Finish
That's a pun.
presentation.
That's a pun. You said we'll end on the highlight, and I just did a bit about light poles, which is a highlight.
I said high note, I think.
Oh, no, you said highlight. We'll end on a highlight.
Okay. Oh yeah.
But maybe you did mean high note.
Unintentional.
But I think you did say highlight, unless I misheard. And I very well could have the. I misheard kite and tights. Kites and tights. All right, so you're gonna work. So okay, now I gotta bust your balls a little bit. You're like, I have to work on this presentation. Nobody wants your fucking presentation. They want a 1.5 minute pitch, and we already wrote that for you.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do the pitching.
Doug, before you go, let's see if there is a generator that will do a 1 minute AI generator. Free 1 minute AI video generator.
My phone's on 1%.
Doug,
so you know.
Doug. Do you not know how to plug it in? Here's one. Go to Credo AI. Creado AI. Free AI video generator. Create AI videos in 1 minute. Oh no, that's not true.
Since the Torah does not explicitly say that you have to have the right hand for Kabbalah, therefore what?
Here it is. Go to flexclip.com. Flexclip.com.
If it doesn't say it, you can't mandate it.
I'm gonna do. Can you hear me? Riser. Do you fucking give out on me? Riser, you suck. Riser's the worst. And they were dancing and singing and moving to the groove, and just when it hit me, somebody turned around and started play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music, right?
The Olam is like zero Shabbat. In reality, does the zero Shabbat. The Haki Kamar is what it means to say. The Chinam Rayad the Kabbalah. Hoil the Chinam Rayad the Kabbalah. Does the Torah ever mention Yad by Kabbalah? The answer, of course, is no. The Torah doesn't say Yad the Kabbalah. Hoil the Lonam Rayad the Kabbalah Ella Etzba.
The sky is class plus. If I marry him, I'll be just like Alexis on Dynasty. Third, they got good bagels.
Therefore, again, says
Is she doing that?
Around her with those tiny little skirts and stiletto here. Is this a good fan? Hello, darling.
Angel, you're a vision. So stunning. Look at you in all without a stitch of makeup.
Is this a good fantasy?
I hate you, John. Stupid.
also if you put like an antenna, a handle, right? If you put a handle on it, right? If you put like literally it means a lid, right? If you put a lid, the idea is it will say, there's nothing there. These shorties normally do not have a handle on it, but you just hold it from the bottom, you held it from the side. Technically speaking, if you put a little handle on it, you move your food with you. So technically speaking, it's still a kosher for shorties. So the Gemara says, there's usually ultimately again a ball of the well, ultimately you're going to very yourself as
I'm a boogeyman, I'm the boogeyman. Turn me on, I'm the boogeyman, I'm the boogeyman. Do what you want, I'm the boogeyman, I'm the boogeyman. Turn me on, I'm the boogeyman, I'm the boogeyman. Do what you want, I'm the boogeyman. That's what I am. I'm here to do whatever I can. Do it early morning.
Below the funnel, what's the Rishon holds that a pasuk can be darshed.
If this shit doesn't work, I'm throwing fists.
Right? That you can only dash in the pasuk. If you want to dash the word etzba, that's the only word
For as much as I want to do that one, dude, I want to watch.
The law avalokach the sibla kamek. So we'll say ultimately a Rishon says as follows: when the pasuk says "V'lokach hakvei midamachatos ve'etzba'o v'nasan," so we'll say the etzba'o is only darshin for what? For that which comes after it. What comes after etzba'o? We'll say is nasan. Nasan refers to the sina, the application.
Do what you want.
Etzba'o refers to what? The right hand. What do you see from here? That sina, the placement of the
What are we looking?
done on the right
You have
hand.
to go here, here, here.
Anything about
Monk.
the kabbalah of the blood? And the answer is no. Therefore, plate the Yeshua that teaches
Fire monk. Oh no!
Done with the left hand. On the other hand, Rashi says
It didn't save.
Mikra nedrash kuchanav.
What?
Ultimately, again, the Rabbanah will say that's what the pasuk can be dashed both forward and backwards. And therefore, again, the word etzba'ora will say sandwich between the laka and the nasa. Teach me that not only is the sina done with the right hand, but what? The Kabbalah also has to be done with the right hand. So the Gemara suggesting over here that really wants that play with the Mahutz of Shrim, the Rabbanah also is really how you dash in the pasuk. So Rabbi says, how to Rabbi Elazar of Shimon, Mafka mit the Avua, and Mafka mit the Rabbi. Which Rabbi is as follows. That which Rabbi Elazar of Shimon just said, ultimately again is different than what his father said, and ultimately again, I should say from him, sorry. Mafka mit the Avua, Mafka mit the Rabbi. It's different than what his father said. This is the son, the Elazar of Shimon is the son of Rabbi Shimon. Shimon just got finished saying what? You have all the way to the left hand. Abai comes along and says, about to make a statement in the name of Elazar of Shimon, which is different than his father of Shimon, and different than the Rabbanah. This Sanya. Also, what did Elazar of Shimon say? This Sanya. Rabbi Elazar of Shimon Omer, Chomakum shene'emar etzba bekabbalah, shina bekabbalah pasol, benesina kash. Also, watch this. Rabbi Elazar says as follows. Anytime in the Torah, that it mentions etzba in reference to Kabbalah, so ultimately receiving the blood, that teaches me that what? Shina be Kabbalah pasal. If you deviate by the Kabbalah will be pasal. But in a Sina, if you deviate with the placement of the blood, then what? Kosher. Because if you look at Rashi just a moment. Chomakom shnema etzba be Kabbalah. V'lo ben Sina. So Rabbi is saying something very interesting.
That's some shit.
Torah mentions etzba in direct connection with the seal, the placement of the blood. say, for example, that's our puzzle, right? That's our puzzle. The lokach akoin udamachatos, the etzba'o v'nasan. Right, so etzba'o is mentioned in direct connection with the nasan. So if you go in high crowd to the elder, Lucian Dash etzba'o, have a lokach kind of lefaravo v'lo anasan. Shina b'kamal, just reading Rashi. Shekibel b'smol ka'amar lecha, b'makom shenechtav shantit dero, v'lo b'ma shenechtav. So we'll say, Rabbi Rothschild said as follows. If etzba is written with Kabbalah, then Shina Kabbalah puzzle. Then if ultimately again you change, you deviate when it comes to Kabbalah, then the Kabbalah will be puzzle. Bin Sina, but if you deviate with the Sina, you did it with your left hand, it's kosher. The Makum Shenema Etzba bin Sina, and if Etzba is written by Sina, then what? Shina bin Sina puzzle, big Kabbalah kosher. Then if you change it by Nesina, ultimately again it will be possible. But by Kabbalah, so we'll say, interestingly enough, so the Rabbi Rothschild is saying something a little different. Rabbi Rothschild is saying we have to look at the context in which the word etzba is written. Whatever context or whatever act is most closely associated with, that's the act that if you deviate, I did it with the left hand, the avodah will be possible. But if you deviate it with the other type of avodah, then ultimately again it will not be possible. The Heichad Ne'emra Etzba B'Nisina. What's it? Where do we find the case of where Etzba is written with this? The Chsiv, that the Pasuk says, L'kachtam Dam Hatar, V'nasata Al Karnos HaMizbeach Be'etzba Echad. What's that? The Pasuk says, you shall take from the dam of the Hatar, and you shall go ahead and what? And place it on the corners of the Mizbeach with your finger. So there you see a Pasuk of where Etzba is written
Why can't I
direct
fucking hear?
proximity to what? So ultimately again the sea. So the Kasavar, Mikra Nedrash Lopanav, Volo Lefanav,
Boogie man, that's what I am. I'm here to do whatever I can. Whether early morning, late afternoon, or at midnight. It's never too soon. We want to please you. We want to keep you. We want to live on. Oh, no. I'm a baby. Now you're going now. I'm your kingdom. Yeah. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Do what you want. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Do what you want, man. That's what I am. I'm here to do whatever I can. Be it early morning, late afternoon, or at midnight. Oh, it's never too soon. We wanna please you. We wanna keep you on. We wanna leave them all around you. I'm gonna use you. I'm your time. I'm the everyone. Oh, yeah. I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. That might have been the sickest shit of all time. Really? Oh.
Setting you free right now. Is there anything you wanted to renounce?
I want to renounce the generational curse. My child is autistic, and he has no brains at all. Like, we've tried everything, and I've gone through deliverance before, and it's just so hard to break this curse.
God is breaking this generational curse right now. Thank you, Jesus. His power is here right now. It is time now for your deliverance and your family's deliverance. I break every generational curse off of you, off of this whole family. And I detach this family and you from what you spoke. I declare every spirit attached, every spirit of witchcraft, every spirit of mental illness. I declare on 3, all setting you free right now. Off of this whole family. And I detach this family and you from what you spoke. I declare every spirit attached, every spirit of witchcraft, every spirit of mental illness. believe him in Jesus' name. 1, 2, 3. 3. Hallelujah! Praise God! Thank you, Jesus! His power is enough! Hallelujah! Thank you, Jesus! I declare to your son, I declare freedom to him. I declare creative miracles in his mind now. In Jesus' name, he's setting you free right now.
See a lot of these halachas when he carries through the Rothschild. So remember again, this is only one the flesh is visible, but the part where it wasn't attached is not. So where is he carrying it? Where is he carrying it? He's carrying it in his left hand. And yet the pasuk says the word what? The pasuk says the word kuhuna. Here minon. Oh, and so you see from here that again, even when it says kuhuna, lav dafka, that it means that you have to do it with your right hand. Which says you're right. Here minon. Oh, etzbo kuhuna. V'davar hama'akif kapara dumli k'nasora. We'll say, when do we say that if the Torah says, just follow this for a second, when do we say that if the Torah says etzba or kuhuna, it has to be done with the right hand? That's only what? The Abraham Akif Kapara, that's only we'll say for a part of sacrificial service that is Ma'akif the Kapara. That if you don't do what? Then you avoid it. I'm going to see you right here. Is important and is part of the avodah. It is in the no, it's Baharaya. We'll say something is because it's so good.
Have you ever gotten Snapchats?
So because it's not I Bahari Kabbalah. Bahari Kabbalah. It's Sibu. And we'll say the Kabbalah is one of the four
This whole and
necessary part of the Kabbalah. What do you do? Kido is small. If you did Kabbalah with your left hand. Hustle. Ultimately, again, Rabbi say that it's hustle. Rabbi Shimon Machshir. That's supposed to Rabbi Shimon says it's kosher. I don't understand. If every single time the Torah says, by saying that it's a necessary part of the sacrificial service, it means you have to do it with your right hand. Then how could Rabbi Shimon say that you will give Kabbalah with your left hand that is kosher? Which Gemara says, no. Rabbi Shimon, party boy. Let's say in reality, Rabbi Shimon actually requires both. Rabbi Shimon requires the word mitzvah and kurina. It's only where
Oigan, ustedes conocen la historia.
that it tells you they have to be done with the right hand. Etzba also teaches me that what? That has to do with the right hand. Etzba. Well, so we'll say, so you see from here that what? But according to Rabbi Shimon, even if you just have yad or you have etzba, then what? That teaches you the right hand. You don't need both etzba and kuna, for which the Gemara says you're right. Etzba lo bayakuna. Most of the Torah uses the word.
All right, Israel, you should know.
Right hand, even if what? Even if it is not accompanied by the word kuna. Kuna.
All right, Israel, you all should know a man's name. His name is Dich Kwang Duc, and he was protesting discrimination in Vietnam on June 11, 1963. But there's a very high chance that he also may have been a beta tester under the Meta Corporation of Mark Zuckerberg. And if you know how much Zuckerberg sucks, you'll know this pain. Fuck you!
We learned by speaking that what? That if you sprinkle the blood with your left hand, ultimately that will discuss it. By speaker, I don't have etzba, I don't have yad, all I have is kuna, and yet we see that it has to go with the right hand. Rabbi, only the place. You're arguing in a rice. Sanya, he felt the small muscle. If you can come all the way to the left hand, Rabbanan says muscle.
You all should know the man's name.
Shimon says that it's kosher. Zorak is small muscle. Ultimately, what happens if you speak up with your left hand? Rabbanan say that it's muscle. Rabbi Shimon not.
But there's a very high chance that he also may have been a meta tester under the Meta Corporation of Mark Zuckerberg. And if you know how much Zuckerberg sucks, you'll know this pain. Fuck you! Right, Israel, you all should know the man's name. His name is Dich
What about
Kwang Duc,
again? So
and he
remember,
was protesting discrimination in Vietnam on June 11, 1963. But there's a very high chance that he also may have been a beta tester under the Meta Corporation of Mark Zuckerberg. And if you know how much Zuckerberg sucks, you'll know this pain. Fuck you!
Why do I
Right, Israel.
Like means that you're just enough for the muscle itself, but it has to be done with your right hand. Why do you say the Shabbat? Which the Gemara says, sorry, family, nafka, chometz, the chad, chometz, excuse me. What's it?
His name is Dich Kwang Duc, and he was protesting discrimination in Vietnam on June 11, 1963. But there's a very high chance that he also may have been a beta tester under the
What up, Nizzy?
Corporation of Mark Zuckerberg.
What's good?
How you living, pimp?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
I don't know, man. I'm bored.
All right, well, am I here to entertain you?
I don't know. Just like joining random servers. I'm bored.
Okay, how'd you find out about me?
No, I just been in here for a minute. I don't know how I found out about you.
All right, well, go through your memory. Think about it. How'd you find out about me?
Okay. I think I seen you on like a whole different other server.
Let me guess.
Like
Let me guess. You're into e-girls.
Yeah. The e-girl one. Yeah, that one.
What are you doing? What are you doing in that server?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you're up to no good.
I don't know what the hell. I don't even know when I joined that server, to be honest.
You're prowling for e-girls, and there are no e-girls in there. Isn't that a bitch?
Well, I never. That wasn't my intention to like join the server. I was just bored and needed to talk to people. That's it.
And how many e-girls did you ever find in that bitch?
I wasn't looking for e-girls, but you know.
Why would you join a server that's called e-girls world if you weren't looking for e-girls?
I think like one of my friends just sent it to me and I just joined. To be honest, I don't remember me like actually like searching it up just to join that server.
Okay, whatever floats your boat, big dog. So what's good in your world?
Yeah, you know, and I just found you, and then I looked at you, and I was like,
this motherfucker must be the coolest person on earth. I know, it happens all the time.
And then you know, I seen like you were like everywhere at like once or some shit.
Yeah, dog, I'm omnipresent. What do you want me to do about it?
And then I was like, and I started asking people questions about you, and then they're saying like, oh yeah, you've been live for like 50 years or some shit.
Not that long, but 4 years.
4 years, yeah. Something like that.
Where, dog?
But yeah, and then I was like, what the hell?
Where, dog?
Like, dang.
All right, go to the top of this server. Go to the top of the server. Do you see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, click that. Do you see a link in there?
Yeah.
Click that link.
Okay.
How many live streams do you see? I'll wait.
Oh, hold on. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What the fuck?
Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah. How many people do you know are live on more than one YouTube stream? 0. Yeah, I'm the biggest pimp in the history of humankind. I've been doing this for 4 years. Data is its number one resource, and I have more data archive than any person ever. Pretty baller, huh? Is that not baller?
What the fucking hell? What the hell is going on? Why is there so much?
Because I want people to be able to study my life in 360 degrees in the future.
Interesting. Wow. Like, do you ever just like go out or like?
Fuck yeah! I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Damn.
We're a dog. I'm basically the coolest person ever.
And like what do you do for like work or what do you do?
I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence.
Nice. And what are the apps?
Well, they're very popular, millions of downloads, but I've signed non-disclosure agreements, so I cannot reveal.
Said they're pretty popular.
Extremely. Millions of downloads in Los Angeles alone.
What the hell? No, I want to know now. I want to know. Like, you can't even like you can't name like the game or the app.
It's similar to. I can say this. It's Uber for car washing.
Uber for car washing.
We're done.
Uber for car wash.
Yeah, somebody comes to your house and washes your car. You press a button on your phone, somebody comes to your house and washes your car. We've watched the Kardashians, Quentin Tarantino, Brad Pitt, you name it. Everybody in Hollywood has downloaded my app.
Okay, well, what's the color of that?
Doug, we can't go into that. I've already told you too much.
Oh, is it my QQ?
I don't know what
fuck is this?
I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Washo?
I don't know what you're saying. Nope, it's not Washo.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna watch it.
So about you, what are your interests? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't. It's none of those. I don't even know what that is. So anyway, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do aside from prowl for e-girls?
Man, no, I just be chilling, going outside, go to the gym, I don't know, go out, travel a lot.
Where do you travel?
I've been to Mexico, Dominican Republic, France, anything. I don't know.
All right, cool.
I go cruising 3 times a year, stuff like that.
Like to the Caribbean?
Yeah, I play a lot of games, like Roblox and some other shit.
Okay, well, very well. Well, now you know what I do, and you know I'm a real person and not a robot.
So, what is this? Video that I'm seeing of this white guy.
He's a Rabbi Silver.
Rabbi Silver, and what does he? What is this?
It's a daily Talmud lecture.
It's a lecture. A lecture about
the Talmud.
What's a Talmud?
It's a book of Jewish learning.
Oh, book of Jewish learning. Okay. Yeah, I know.
All right.
www. So how often people come to your streams or whatever?
Like to my streams, I don't know. I really pay attention to that. But in here, I mean, I've got 200 people, 3, 4, 5 an hour.
That's not bad. I see this guy. He's always here. This Joski.
Okay.
You know him? I mean, he's always in here. Every time I'm in here.
Okay.
Oh, do you not care about him or something? Or
No, I let him do what he wants to do. He can just chilling.
Oh, I think he's is he a close friend of yours? Does he support you a lot, or
I don't know if I've ever spoken with him.
Oh wow. Well, he's always in here, 24/7. if you didn't know, but he's always in here, doing some shit. I don't even know what the fuck he does, but he's probably working or some shit. I don't know. It's cool. All right, man. All right, peace out. Nice talk, man.
Peace,
see you in I don't know, a couple months.
All right. Hope all is well. Take care.
You too, man.
Peace.
Peace, man.
The German
Simply that if you were in health, you can't eat. So too, if you can't eat, you can't do stuff. We'll say, what are cases where you can't eat? There are a variety of cases. A person can be too sick to eat. A person can be too lazy. Or a person can be eating. What do you see from here?
It's actually a super cute bikini. I like your bikini. Lady.
School fairgrounds. I have my monocle set up. I'm here at the Cobble School Fairgrounds. I have my monocle set up. I'm just gonna do a quick close up going all the way around. Here it is. This is part of Nassau County, Long Island. Right over here, you see all the green. Over here, you see this is Flushing. You see the Whetstone Bridge and the Throgsneck Bridge. That's the Flushing Bay. Here, this is Flushing, New York. You see the City Field where the Mets play, LaGuardia Airport, the National Tennis Center, where they play the U.S. Open tennis. This is Jamaica, Queens. Astoria is up front by the East River. This is Central Queens, Middle Village. The New York Harbor, Statue of Liberty. Right down here. We got downtown Manhattan. We got downtown Brooklyn. Jersey City, New Jersey. We got the bridges, Williamsburg, Manhattan, Brooklyn Bridge, the East River, 59th Street Bridge, Upper East Side, Upper West Side, Roosevelt Island. We got Colgate Bridge, the Tribal Bridge. We got the Harlem, Yankee Stadium, the Bronx, and a little bit of Westchester right there. The whole block right there.
Is that Legos? Is that Lego?
I'm here at the Cobble School Fairgrounds. I have my monocle set up. I'm just gonna do a quick close up going all the way around. Here it is.
My husband doesn't believe in ADD, but as someone with ADD, I do. I also have really sensitive eyes and get overstimulated and anxious when using my phone, and it occurred to me that it could be the blue light that's affecting me that way. What I'm holding is the world's first blue.
Nazir, and one who goes ahead and first colleagues at 6 minutes out Thomas Dan, the in at 6 minutes out Thomas Handel. So was it he says for his own personal plate, and it's more important argument, which has the ability to affect the
Do you like Lou Penrose? I think Lou Penrose sucks cock.
What the system doesn't work for is too much hardware. So that sounds like it's less boundaries. The six was like essentially
Look at this butter.
some part of the Spotify. But if some part of the coin, in other words, if the coin itself comes coming, or what the signal is too much hardware, someone is actually coming to us. For that, the six is not relaxing. Too much to mind. What is that? Even more. Too much shadows. So if you want to tell me that what it means, that's fabulous. Then we're dealing with too much shadows. It's someone who's attracting shadows to him. However, it shows him to start to have too much shadows. So he said before that one, that if the owner of the company attracts too much shadows to him, you still go ahead and offer the company as a second player. Even if the owner of the company is attracting too much shadows, it's more from the partner, losing too much space. Ever too much space. Rabbi was talking about there's someone who's attracted to they can't target any assets in Russia. Yet what people see on the site, there is someone who's must be someone exactly to my space that it sits cannot affect totally before that cover. Although, what do you see from here? Literal vibrant appearance. There was a different areas attracted to my space. Aim in the shelter cover and saying that they cannot extend their carbonus to the next level pressure after all. So was a system always in the calculation second term. So the second term was saying that even if the violent become coming, you can still go ahead and send the carbonus to the offer. This sounds like the way that it sits. You don't get upset if some part of the carbon is disqualified. But if the owners themselves are disqualified how? Because they rejected too much space, they cannot send their carbonus. Which the rest of the world. Teachings will violate the word is talking about. So say, at the end of the day, if you were talking about a case of where the owners rejected too much space, you absolutely can go ahead and still set the carbon. I want to remember again, even if you can done with the group, and if the owners become coming to my space and trying to keep up, I think it's best not to set them. So what? Yeah, but if they did it, then it will still work. What's the reason here? How come I ask you? Negotiate to my point sheds. Let's say what's the piece of the is discussing? His versus point some coming to my sheds. Therefore again, the advanced piece. Aim a simple, need to my Thomas at the home at 6 minutes. Let's say I watch this. Yeah,
Get ready with us to go down the rabbit hole. First, get dressed. You can pick whatever outfit you want, but this is just an inspiration. We obviously already got dressed. But no outfit is complete without. Gotta go. Do some get ready with me for my bachelorette party. First.
Yeah, this bitch likes peace. I'll give you a piece, girl. I'll give you a piece of this dick.
Well, already to my side, the home, ever the AC was a least back to my side, the home. That's a funny to my side, the home of Thomas case. Was it good or bad? She said, "I'm going to go to Rothschild Thomas on home, but also who said that's not Ella with Thomas and the doors. What's the simple piece of this? So that's it, no? A person comes in contact with corpse.
Dog, is the NFC Championship tomorrow?
Find the corpse, buried up whatever it is, a pile of something. No one ever knew that it was a corpse. Suddenly again, visual point of contact.
Should be AFC Championship.
That's close to us.
If they do it like they used to do it.
Watch this. So I'm asking, you go sleep, sorry.
Last Sunday in January, bitch. It used to be something about it. NFC Championship.
What type of tumor is that? That's tumor space. So the Gemara says, that's the Gemara says, elevate go back. Remains the middle thing. So we say that it sits between the last and the tumor space. What does that come to? My love, so the Gemara says, go to the mutate. Sorry. My love will mutate tumor sato and the sharets. The whole set is that not coming to exclude piece of tumor sato of sharets. For example, let's say you're calling for someone else for that matter. Stumbles upon tumor sato shafers. No one ever knew that that sharets. And the individual stumbles upon these sharets. That's called tumor sato. And apparently again it sits, it would not be the raksa for that type of tumor. Which the Gemara says, no, but if you take Tumas out to home to see them, you know that when it comes to exclude that he sits not the Raksa, or Tumas out to home of Siva. Again, in that case of Tumas out to home, or I should say, the general case of Tumas out to home is what? You stumble upon Tumah, which you did not know about before. I understand that in the context of this, I understand that in the context of shells, but I don't understand that in the context of what? Siva. Was never a good result. The first rendition was the result was church practice. Look at Rashi. Take a look at Rashi. Thomas had told the sequence in a wide line, about 5 lines. Thomas had told the sequence, you go,
Yo, what up, Oso? I hope you're living like a pimp. I cannot fucking believe that Zoot. You took a snapshot of my stream in Kick and put your channel in. Oh, for sure I did. Yeah. And what of it? Bitch. I'll do it again. Hey, Nino or 749. Are you watching this shit? They're like, fuck yeah. And it's like, ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. And I'm like, oh, fuck you. Nobody gives a shit about your fucking Kick. And they'd be like, oh, that's mean. And you'll be like, no, I love it. It's the best fucking clip I ever made. They're like, you make other clips? Oh, do I make other clips? Try typing my fucking name in that whole fucking platform. They'll be like, what? Be like, yeah, I don't know a single other platform where a creator's name is fucking bam. Really? Type my name, bitch. They'd be like, dog, you can't even say this motherfucker's name. I'd be like, yeah, I know, I'm that sick. Be like, dog, this motherfucker. Like, you can type like anything into YouTube. Anything. Like, I think. You can yell the N word in there, the K word in there, the C word in there. Nobody gives a shit. Same within Kick. You can put the N word in there, the C word in there, K word in there. Nobody gives a shit. But type in Rabbi Rothschild, boom. Automatically. Deleted. This has been deleted by a moderator. I'm so proud of that. Like, do you recognize how sick that is? What a claim to fame. That means I'm like the greatest spammer in the history of spam. Really? Dog. Do you not fucking understand what I'm saying? Do you know how sick I am? Look at this footwork. Dog. Look at this footwork. Look at me pressing N now. Look at this athleticism. I'm pissed off.